Since the beginning of time, great civilizations have risen and fallen, many of which have etched their place in history. Our next team takes inspiration from one such civilization, the warrior tribe of the Celts from 750 BC. Fast forward to the 21st century, and we have a new threat in PUBG Mobile. I'm of course talking about the reigning supreme champions of South Asia, the Celts, and with me today I have MJ, I have Ultron, Atanki, and Ash Gamer. First of all, boys, congratulations for making it to the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile. Atanki, let me start off with you. How do you feel right now?
It's pretty good, as being the champion of South Asia. I'm feeling really proud of it, and for qualifying for the World League, it's pretty good experience.
Well, pretty good is what Atanki says, and of course this is a proud moment for them all. Now Ash Gamer, let me come to you. Now, at the beginning of PMPL, you were kind of known as the underdogs. But towards the end, you guys went out the kings. You were crowned the kings of PMPL. How does that make you feel, and what happened? What turned it around?
Actually, when we started, we were not having that experience, and we were a new team, so we didn't have much synergy. With the time, we gained that synergy and experience, so it helped us to get the trophy.
Coming to you, Ultron. Now, of course, Rox is missing from the picture. Of course, a little bit of network connectivity issues, but he has been instrumental in the success for the Celts. Now, recently, Rox has been compared to IGL such as Mavi and OS. In your opinion, what is it that makes him stand out?
His rotations and the way he leads the team. He knows the potential of each and every player, and he knows how to make them use their proper potential at the right time. That's it.
Brilliant. So you've got to know your players to get the best out of them. Of course, Rox does sound like he knows the game very well. Now, I know we never like dwelling in the past, but I do have to ask you one question. And MJ, I'm going to direct this at you. Recently, in a PMPL match, Sirvi from Synergy managed to get a 1v3 clutch against you guys, and we all thought everything was going the way of the Celts. What went wrong over there?
Okay, so at that position, we know that one guy was there, and me, Atanki, and Rox was at that time. Yeah. So, we were so confident at that time that we can easily take him down, but due to this overconfidence, he took us, and that became a major problem for us. But somehow at last, last match, we come back and we took we took a good points at the last of the match. Yeah.
Now, Ultron, let me come to you with a quick question. Now, of course, MJ just mentioned that, your confidence is now in check. Overconfidence, of course, is not going to be an issue. But how are you preparing for some of the big teams that you're going to face in the World League? And are you doing something special for specific teams?
We'll try to be consistent and same aggressive like we were in the PMPL South Asia. And the strategy for every team will be same, because we don't believe there is a bigger team than the other team. All teams are same for us. There is no small team, there is no big team. The strategy will be same.
Brilliant answer. This is, after all, a battle royale. It is PUBG Mobile. Anything can happen, and you've got to have confidence on your skills. Out of the four of you on screen right now, and of course Rox included, who is the one that gets up to the most amount of mischief?
Actually, it is from my side. I guess it's Ultron. Yeah, it's pretty. He always, he's always joking in the game and always try to, he's always like push, go and push over there, push on the team. He's like always like that. It's never serious in the game.
Now, gentlemen, before I let you all go and get back to your games, I've got a quick question. Now, we all know you've been in the public light for quite some time, but the public wants to know one very crucial fact. How do you hold your devices? I mean, are you a claw player? Are you a thumb player? MJ, I'm going to start off with you. What is your preference when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile?
I am a claw player, like a 4-finger claw with full gyroscope.
4-finger full gyro.
I'm actually a 5-finger claw player with full gyroscope. Yeah.
I mean, when you thought 4 were more, well, 5 is going to be quite a big number. And of course, Ash Gamer, what is your preferred method of playing PUBG Mobile?
Mine is also same, 4-finger and full gyro.
Well, there you have it. If you were wondering how your favorite team plays PUBG Mobile, it's the 4-finger claw. And don't forget about the gyroscope. Gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure having you here in our studio. And once again, congratulations for making it to the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile. And we definitely hope you keep bringing in those chicken dinners.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be, let's see if they go to the engagement, seeing his sport out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third Super Weekend. This is gonna be the last one we're gonna have.
Get out of the way. Go. Not you. Me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PMWL East. We are here for our final Super Weekend. It's going to be a good time. We've broken down our 20 teams from 16. Frost is trying to steal my job. He's not having it. We are going over to the commentators to talk to them about what is going on. Hello, Blank. Hello, John.
Hello.
How are you?
We're good. We're excellent, actually. We were playing some bit of the new game mode earlier, a bit of gun game. We were having a fantastic time. Basically, John's rubbish, and I'm the best player.
Okay, so what happened is I won my first game, and Blank lost his.
Yeah, but you were really failing with that call.
Wait. That was the opposite of what Blank just said.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's almost like he's telling big fibs.
Big fibs, big lies. What a surprise.
It's not me. Whoa, nice rhyme.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, get over there then.
All right.
Yeah, see you later.
It's me that says this.
All right, James, over to the desk.
And over to the desk with you.
Welcome to the desk. Here we have Calaris and Erangel, of course. My name is Frost. And yeah, we're going to break down all the moments for you guys over there at home.
Keep going. How are you doing, Avenger?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm just extremely happy that John actually did wear a shirt under his shirt, a t-shirt. Otherwise, his hair would have been all over the place.
Well, if he didn't, it would be quite stunning. Actually, it would look quite impressive. He's like, no, that's not good.
Rip it off.
Wait, how? We're not allowed this much fun at the start of the show, right? No. All right, format time, right? We've got stuff to talk about. Yes. Welcome, guys. It's a good time. We are excited. It's week 3. We are in our Super Weekend. We have broken down the swing times into the 16. And now it's all on these teams to get themselves not only towards that league final, but also to the very tippy top of that mountain, Froz, trying to claim lots of moolah for that league.
I can't believe it's already been 70 games since we started this season. And we're now down to the last Super Weekend before we enter the finals. It's just insane. It's insane. We had so many good games. I'm looking forward to see some more today.
I'm extremely excited to see who's going to take down the last Super Weekend, because it's the last kind of training we can have and preparation we can have before going into the league finals. And I think we're going to see some big stuff from some of the teams that we're going to see in the league finals. And this is kind of the time where the last chance to test your last strategies, last time to kind of test against the teams that you're going to be playing against in the Super
The last
finals.
chance to dance. That's right. Froz, it's not insane. It's super. Come on.
Oh, sorry. It's super. I forgot. It's a Super Weekend.
That's right.
Everything is super here.
That's right. Let's take a look at that point system. We have got 20 points for every chicken dinner you accrue throughout this tournament. And then also we teeter all the way down to our 11 through 16 for only get 1 point each for that participation. But 1 point per kill means if you get a lot of kills, you're getting a lot of points, Froz.
That's super. 1 point. I mean, we've seen it time after time after time. During this week play, it was Freestyle's time to lose out on that 1 point against Reject Scarlet against Nova Garlock to make it into the Super Weekend.
Avenger, why are you smiling so much?
I'm just smiling because I'm happy we're going to have some more games. We've been gone for 1 day. We've been used to playing all the time, you know. Yeah. Now we're going to get started again. We're going to have 3 fantastic days here, 15 games. And we're going to see if some of our underdogs is going to be able to make it in.
I'm a big fan of your denim. Are you wearing denim on denim?
No.
Is it the 80s?
This is shirt. This is not denim.
You won't see the bottom because actually, but he's wearing denim on denim. Let's take a look at the prize pool breakdown as well here, as we have 50,000 for first place in the league, and this left-hand column is being decided in the next 3 days. This is important. Everybody's gunning for that $50,000 up towards the top. Well, the question is, will people steal it off Bigatron? And then on the right-hand side, of course, that is our league finals. finals, which will be happening after these 3 days, the last 4 days of our tournament. Oh, 100,000 for first place. You could buy so much denim on denim for that.
Yeah. You could also buy shirts that look like denim and then wear denim and fuck. Fantastic.
You wear like a denim undershirt, I'd be like, the look is complete, you know?
I didn't do that just for you.
Damn, oh well. Let's take a look at these groups here today as well. We have, technically, some of the teams are not here because in Group A, of course, we have No Chance Team of Freestyle unable to qualify for our third Super Weekend. Bigatron, Red Aliens, and Box Gaming will be present.
Two big names. You want to keep your eye out for both of these teams during our Super Weekend here. It comes down to Bigatron, of course, being in the lead right now, but Box Gaming, they're on third place and they're not far behind. And if they keep on playing like they've been playing in Super Weekend 1 and 2, they're gonna be contesting for that #1 spot.
Yes, let's move on to Group B as we have 4 teams participating here in the Super Weekend from this group. Orange Rock Esports, as I feel like they're a bit back. They're back to some form here. We got Morph Team, Valdus, The Murder, and Megastars Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I think Megastars here is one of the teams that I'm really looking at. They've quietly been in the shadow of the top 3. They've been sneaking in and kind of staying there, being extremely consistent in both Super Weekends. And I really want to see them step in and maybe try to take away that top 3 spot.
Of course, we also have Morph coming in here with their first Super Weekend. They got a lot to play for here. They got a lot to catch up, but it's not impossible yet.
I concur. Moving on, Group C. We said prior this group was cursed. However, Froz, no more. All 4 of them are here.
We got ourselves a druid and they decursed the group, and now everyone is here. Everyone's here to play. And of course, we know we have a team like the Kings of Consistency, Jigsaw Celts. They're still trying to grab that first place, but they're not far behind either. You want to take a look at what they can do, and I hope that they can pop off a little bit more than they usually do. But we also have, of course, Nova Godlike.
No, it's not the one I was talking about.
That was the worst transition.
Yeah.
Go on, keep going, Avenger.
That's why James is the host.
It was Froz's fault. Keep going,
Exactly.
Avenger.
Yuduka, though, on the other hand, they are back for the third Super Weekend here to defend their position. They had an amazing week #1. They didn't play in week #2, and now they're sitting on 15th place, trying to climb the ladder of getting a bigger share of the prize pool, of course, for the league play, but also try to get in a good spot and get into a good kind of motivation for themselves for the league finals.
Froz, do a better transition into Group D.
Going into Group D.
Amazing.
Let's see what we have over here. We got Archeofina, Team Secret, and TSM Entity. TSM Entity is one of the big names. We've seen them popping off very well lately. I expect them to do the same during the Super Weekend here. That's going to rocket them up in the leaderboard itself. But Archeofina, though, it's been a little bit of a rocky road for them.
Last week or so.
Yeah.
Or the last couple
they had
of play
205 points in week #1. That's by far the most points any team have had in any of the Super Weekends, and we'll see if anyone's going to be able to contest that. In the second Super Weekend, though, 124 points. That's going to be extremely rough for them if they continue this path, because they're going to lose their current second place, which would net them $25,000. But if they get up to around the 200 mark, they would actually be able to contest Bigatron, which is currently in a quite good lead with more than 30 points.
Final group then, Group E. Let's move on as we have 3 teams from this group. A Team IND, T1, and King of Gamers Club. They're gaming. Synergy will not be playing.
I'll tell you this, King of Gamers is on fire currently, and we saw them getting that win with 3,200 damage. Not only that, but all 4 players were, of course, on top of that game itself. Now, they have something to show us during the Super Weekend. They got second place here during their week play, and this is their best placement so far. But it looks like they're sprinting for the top already.
What do you think, Man?
I will say, though, King of Gamers Club here, I am looking for them to step up to a high level, because they're currently sitting on 6th in the overall standings, right? That will net them $6,000. If they manage to have a little bit better performance, they're going to go up towards $7,000, $9,000, $12,000 if they're able to end in the top 4 or top 3. So I really want to see them continue this performance here that we've saw from them in the weekdays, where we saw them play extremely well.
Okay, so I rarely do this, but I'm going to ask you a question. Who, at the end of the day, wins league play? It's actual prediction.
It's prediction time. Well, so statistically, it would be weird if Bigatron didn't win.
Right.
But they could fail. We saw them have a very, very rough day in the first day of our weekday going into this on Tuesday. And if they have that kind of performance, completely doubt that though. Then it could be. So Bigetron has to win.
Thoughts?
This is a very, very hard curveball.
Yeah.
But I believe in Box Gaming.
Box Gaming?
Box Gaming.
So there is one key to their success. Every game they do super good on, they have a center compound through the last few circles. They're one of the best teams when it comes down to holding down a compound against all the other teams. They are the best. If they can get a few of those circles, they're gonna rocket themselves up there on the leaderboard. I think that they can do it.
Interesting.
I doubt. X to doubt on that.
Wait. Well, normally we joke around about bold predictions. Frost, this was a decently bold prediction.
They're 55 points behind, guys. They're 55 points behind.
But I mean, come on.
Bigetron.
Bigetron, day one, week 3, 17 points. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Box Gaming has put up numbers in the past. Megastars is one of the teams that you've said is quietly there as well, and they're definitely potentially a contender. But to go against the Bigetrons, the RRQ Athenas, it's bold prediction.
It's a bold prediction.
I like it.
With a big B, the same as Box.
That's right. Wow. Huge.
Same size of
That's right. Huge.
You see Box Gaming and Megastars here, of course. Both of them had very consistent week 1 and 2 in the Super Weekends. In week 1, Box was 155 points, Megastars 154, and week 2 they had 157 each.
Nice. James, your prediction.
No. Damn it. I should.
Can't just have a two-way prediction here. Like somebody had to pick Bigetron, right? And I'm just going by the statistics here. So if you're not picking Bigetron, and you can, but if you're not, who are you picking then?
I'm saying RRQ Athena returns to their aggressive form. We didn't see it in the first 2 days leading up to this, but it's difficult to go against Bigetron. I'm going to go RRQ Athena. Anyway, let's talk about Box Gaming and Megastar still here, because these guys have definitely earned the positions that they're in so far and earned the respect of the entirety of the lobby significantly. Guys like Enkos, guys like Vexy as well from Megastars Frost have been stellar.
Yeah, I mean, Megastars is just surprising us, I feel like, time after time after time. They have so much to show us all the time, but they always fall in the shadows of the bigger teams for some reason. I mean, one of the great things with Megastars, after Bigetron, they have second most wins on Erangel. Why is this important? Because we play most games on Erangel. And also coming into the finals, 50% of the games will be played on Erangel. It's so important to have good Erangel games. And Megastars, they know how to get them.
I've been extremely impressed by both Box Game and Megastars, and they've been extremely close as well. They're just 1 point apart right now on the overall leaderboards. In the first weekend, they both got 157 points. In the next weekend, Box beat Megastars with 155 to 154. Yeah. So I feel like these teams are extremely close, and I definitely feel like they're top 5, top 4 worthy and contestant, but they're 20 points behind. 21 points behind the worst week of Bigetron in Super Weekend.
There is a funny situation, I suppose, for Box Gaming where, and to Froz's point here, they could have been even higher than they are currently, right? They've been in situations towards the end of games against like Synergy, for example, where in theory, in numbers, in looking back at it, they should have won out some of these fights, but they didn't. And that could have been even more points to the tally for Box Game.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I feel like their best play is when they have the circle. They are so good at holding it down.
Yeah.
They know how to get that win when that happens. But I need to see some more when they don't have the circle. When they need to chase the circle, that's when they need to thrive. That's when they need to shine during the Super Weekend to be able to take that #1 spot.
Damn, you know, no jokes. I've really been enjoying this conversation, seeing the perspectives on how some of these top teams could potentially get themselves to the win here in the next 3 days. Because, yes, everyone's like, oh, Bigetron, they're the kings on the throne. They're going to be the ones to take this and maybe the next one. And let's be honest, when we look at their averages overall, they've been first, second, first, second, second, first in every stage of this tournament so far, which is nuts to think about for us.
I mean, I'll also give you this info. Bigetron, of course, they've won at least one game on every map.
Right.
And then we have 2 more teams that has done this so far. And it is Box Gaming, of course.
Yes.
So that's going to be helpful because you're going to be playing on every map and you want to be good on them. The third team that has won at least one game on every map is Team Secret.
Chicken Dinner World Tours are not easy.
Chicken Dinner World Tours in 1 day, though, on the other hand. That's
not happening.
Extremely hard. One team that was close, though. Gang.
Yes.
And Gang, they did not play our second Super Weekend. They are pretty far away from our top, but I'm really looking forward to see them rise through our ranks today.
You think they're going to this time?
I think they're going to be rising through from our current 15th spot and all the way up to a potential top 8. I think they're really worthy of being up there. Yes, they are this hit and miss team we've been talking about again and again. They've hit one Super Weekend, they've missed another one, and now they're hitting a third one. And I definitely think we're going to see some more good games from them. And I really hope that they're going to end up in a top 8. If they have a good time here in the Super Weekend, I think they could be performing really well in the league final.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the rise back to that triple chicken dinner winner, back to back. Very impressive stuff. But let's shift gears a little bit. Put it in, not Esports Plus, but just sports. We've got 2 teams that have not been able to qualify prior to a Super Weekend.
Yeah.
But now they are here and wanting to show us the gusto, the good stuff, because we've got Nova Godlike as well as Morph Team here on the stage. It is going to be a extremely tall order to catch up to some of the teams at the very top to try and qualify for that grand final. But this is their first chance. This is their opportunity.
Yeah, and here, of course, we see the stats between the teams from the week play that we had currently. And as you can see, Morph Gaming did much better than Nova Godlike. It doesn't mean anything if they can't perform here, of course. But Morph Gaming, they were averaging 12.8 points per game.
Yeah.
And this is an important number because I feel like what they want to do in this Super Weekend is to pass Reject Scarlet that is not playing.
Correct.
To do that, they need to average 12.5 points per game.
That's actually a really important point because right now, Reject Scarlet is in 13th place. And yes, technically, IND, You Gank, You Level Up are all underneath the Martin. However, they are going to be playing and they are going to have what is effectively at least a 100-point lead on these 2 teams that are trying to catch up right now.
Right. So I think with Yudu Gang and You Level Up with 161 and 103 is, I think, unrealistic to such a degree because it's 15 games and these guys are some of the best teams in the East, right? Like it's not like they're in the world as well, and it's not like they're gonna go down and have 50 points in over 15 games. So I think it's unrealistic. I think what we should be looking at is a Hail Mary of a weekend and beat out Reject Scarlet at 187 points.
Yeah. Is that a case of then you throw caution to the wind? It's like, we are going to play more aggressive than we've ever played. We are going to play more heavy on rotations if we don't feel like they're something that is our kind of strength before. What are the plays? I
mean, I'll tell you this though. 12.5 points per game is a very high average.
Yeah.
Because in Super Weekend 1, if you had 12.5, you would be top 3. But if you had 12.5 in Super Weekend 2, you would have been number 1.
Jeez Louise.
You would have beaten Bigatron. And this is what Morph Team needs to do to qualify for the finals.
Jeez, crazy stuff. Let's take a look at some of the moments that we've got to break down as well to get things going, of course, before we actually get into our first games here. So who's doing it first?
I'm going to start off and I'm going to talk a little bit about Morph, of course. I feel like this is the Morph highlight, right? We saw them getting this win, but it came down to 2 different things that made them win this game. First of all, they went for the 2-2 split, making sure that they had the control. Just before this that we're seeing here on the screen, we saw that Megastars actually just wiped RQ Athena on the left-hand side of the screen. And they're gonna put the pressure straight up. They know that Megastars has one knock. Throwing the nades straight away, putting the pressure on them, making sure they don't get into a better position. Get that knock, get that first, but then you don't stop there. You send 2 people to keep on putting that pressure. And there's one more important factor to this. And we're going to be looking at Zay and how he's actually throwing these nades. Because it's not a normal throw, I'd say. This is a underhand throw. And why is this important? Well, I'll tell you this. I'm going to draw here for you so you know exactly why. Now, this is the plateau that Zay is on. Encore, he's high up, so he's up there. And the thing is, when you're underhand throwing, you have a higher arc, which means it's going to bounce down like this.
Yes.
And then if it would bounce up like that. If he would do a normal throw, it would be a arc like this, and it would bounce away much quicker. So you have less chance that you'll screw up the nade if you do an underhand, because you have more time for it to actually be on the point you want it to be. And that's why we saw him getting that knock there.
I enjoyed this cross-section. Have you been watching Binging with Babish?
No, but I like watching him.
Yeah. Good cross sections.
Of course, from there we saw that Morph was able to win the game doing that 2-2 split. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say about how important it is to actually know when do I use underhand throw, when do I throw it normally with a nade.
Nice. Froz, it's not your time. It's Avengers time.
That is true.
Hello.
Yes, hi. Come on.
Nice. And now it's my time. So I want to talk a bit about Yudu Gank.
Do it.
Because Yudu Gank is here. They're back. They had an amazing week, and I'm actually looking for them to at least get into the 300-point club and get into potentially, I would say realistically, top 10. I would really like to see them up in the top 8 because I think they're a team of that caliber. And I want to show you here why I think they're such a great team. So right now they are in, obviously it's the second last game of last week.
Yes.
This game, King of Gamers will win. We saw that. But this hold here and this protection of this ridge here, and the pressure they're putting on the rest of the teams basically got them a guaranteed second spot and some kills from that as well. So they're taking out some of the teams, they're putting pressure on them, they're making sure, and they're spreading out in a really nice way. Like this hold here is textbook of how to hold down and put pressure onto fields like this. So overall, how they're obviously gonna get Soxy killed, they're going to get T1 killed, and they're eventually going to help getting T-D killed as well, and then take on King of Gamers. That pressure and that control is basically making sure that everything where they're going to be playing later, because they're going to be moving over here, everything they're going to be playing later is going to be in such a good spot. And they're basically setting themselves up for a really good game. Unfortunately, they didn't win that game, but that's some late game strategy we can talk about another day. But this mid game here and the pressure and control they have here is literally putting themselves up for a win, potentially. But they didn't get it, of course. But they're putting themselves in, and this is the control I want to talk about. And the kind of terrain control is so important. And this is why I think Yudu Gank is such a good game.
And this is actually quite amazing to see. This is very wide hold. Can we get back to the illustration? I'm going to show you why it's so good. So if this would be a tree over here, for example, and we're seeing the players that are lined up.
You mean their concept, right? Or
and they're lined up here, right?
Okay.
So what happens if this is this tree over there is from above this one? We'll do it yellow.
Okay.
So what happens is that you might not see him here because he's behind the tree over here, but he's gonna get that. He's gonna get an angle from over there. He's gonna get an angle from over there.
You have great sight lines.
Exactly. So even if they're trying to hide behind an object, they might be able to get that angle on them.
Yeah. A great wide sight line. Sometimes I suppose. And the thing is, with that kind of terrain and that kind of cover, if one person gets knocked, you know there's nobody behind you because you've cleared that already. So very, very nice. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and get you up to speed. We've already talked about some of the kind of micro moves that could potentially happen down the line, but let's take a look and get you up to speed. So currently in first place is Bigatron Red Aliens. That was Avengers' pick to win out the league play to start things off. Second place, RRQ Athena. My pick to try and get their aggressive stats from what we're seeing from the game. And Box Gaming in third.
My pick.
The bold prediction.
The bold prediction.
Prediction.
Hey.
I would say somebody had to pick the safe pick, right?
Yeah, of course.
You started out, I had to go for it.
But you gotta look at King of Gamers. There's currently sitting on that 6th place without a chicken dinner. Everyone from 1st to 12th has a chicken dinner.
Importantly, the top 16 teams will move on into the grand final after these 3 days of play. That means that Morph Team and Nova Godlike will have to make a massive sprint to try and catch up to that 16th place. Remember, Freestyle is not playing, No Chance Team is not playing. They are guaranteed out of the grand finals coming up for us.
And yeah, we're talking about them chasing up to Reject Scarlet on 13th place because they are not playing, so they're not going to get any points. They're stuck on 187 points, and that's the mark you want to beat. We have a team like You Level Up on 103, of course, but they are playing 15 points at least. That's the same for you to Gang and IND. But You Level Up, they showed up big time during the week play here. So I believe that they're going to keep on doing that. And what we need to see is beating Reject Scarlet.
Yeah, I would like to see it. Shajin and the boys really showing a great performance in the prior 2 days of Avenger. And if they kept up with that, maybe they move up in a little bit of the money here for the league play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the continuation to this, at least I believe they're going to be beating out Reject Scarlet. That would be a kind of a natural for that. So they're going to be putting them And also, I think from what we've seen for them, they're going to easily be able to defend that 6th place at least.
Oh, there's so many things I'm excited about. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 5 games coming at you for today. We have Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. There's so many opportunities here for teams to move up, jostle for position. And again, I really want to know at the end of all of this who our top 16 teams are, of course, going to be. It seems almost set in stone right now unless we see a big sprint from those bottom 2 teams, of course, but we've got a lot of opportunity to rise. As you can see at the moment, Biggitron Red Aliens with 6 chicken dinners across all of this. GXR Celts, they've been consistently consistent throughout the tournament so far, but it's normally been a lot of podium finishes, top 5s coming in. Only 2 chicken dinners so far. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time. We're heading over to the commentary team here to bring you all of the action. Xander, John, let's do it.
Thank you very much, James. We're going to be bringing it over here. Thank you to Team AFK over on the desk for giving us a little bit of a structure to the ensuing chaos, because it is going to be chaotic. Every single team going to be trying to scramble their way up in the prize pool, up in those top 16.
Exactly, and I mean, the scramble for the top, it is going to be, because from 2nd to 6th place, there is a difference of 36 points, but let's put it this way, from 6th to 1st is a difference of 74. So that 2nd place is definitely what it's up for grabs right now, and RRQ currently holding it now in the overall standings is worrisome for that team with the way that they've been currently playing. So they're going to have to really pick up their game a little bit, get back on track. We've seen a bit more from them recently, but they can't be getting flanked. They can't be playing this slow play style, which just quite blatantly doesn't work for them. We kind of mentioned that perhaps it was because they were trying to figure out how to play Edge and they were practicing whilst they still had a chance for the league finals. So let's see what happens in Super Weekend when the points start to matter a whole lot more.
Absolutely fantastic to be able to see RRQ come back into regular form. Obviously, they're in 2nd place for a reason, Blank, because they're bloody good.
Yes,
I would agree. More from them. You do, gang, going to be happy with this plain path. It's North Severny start, which means they're down early. They get a comfortable looting phase. The plane ending towards Primorsk might not let Team IND have the best of times with a late drop towards Sosnovka.
No, Reject Scarlet are not in the Super Weekend. TSM Entity should have Yasnaya to themselves as well as Polyana, which they'll be pretty happy about. They won't have to chase that team out. Well, they were kind of using them for free kill points towards the beginning of the game, which is a little bit sad, but Reject Scarlet definitely had some better times towards the end. Next up, it comes on our screens down to the southeast side of the map here, so there's potential for Sosnovka finish, which Team IND should be happy with, as should Megastars as they make their way down to Novo. But you level up. Let's talk about them really quickly, John, because they're down in 16th with 103 points. Teams like Nova Godlike as well as Morph Team, they might be thinking, wow, easy prey. Perhaps we can leapfrog them and get into the top 16 and maybe make our way into that league final. But you know what? You Level Up has been having a fantastic run of it purely this week in the league play itself. So I'd be really excited to see what happens here.
Oh, Jonathan, he's found T1. They've decided to step to them in near southwest of Yasnaya Polyana, and they are just getting deleted here. 2 players already dead for T1, both Zayden and Youngjin. Not the way you want to start out Super Weekend. But I was looking across the map, Blank. I was looking at Morph. Obviously, this is a team that needs a fantastic run, and what they've done is adaptive, right? They didn't see anyone else dropping with them towards South George, and in fact, they've spread their entire team across the entire width of it. They've got the houses, the apartments, and they've got crates as well. They've even sent a scout out to the east to loot up some of the compounds around there and get some information.
We really do have to talk about the actual placement of players on the map a little bit more, though, because this lobby has always been an eastern lobby. That's where most of the teams have been playing, right? Towards Prison, Shelter, Milter Power, obviously BTR down in Farm. So now we're seeing a complete massive shift here in terms of where the players are having to rotate from. They might not be used to this type of rotation. But getting into the circle itself, this is where they're more comfortable playing. So I think that we might see some awkward rotation from some teams. I'm most worried about Orange Rock, because what they usually have is only have to contend with Valdis the Murder in Rozhok as they come through. But now they've got King of Gamers, T1, who are still fighting for their lives, and Yudu Gank is coming down from the north side. So this might be a little bit different for them.
Oh, Bossa makes it to the building, but not before he gets knocked. A Tanky able to land the shots. Vying for control of apartments just outside of the school, out to the east. Concept wants to finish this one. See if they're able to get back on board. You can see on the mini-map, King of Gamers relatively split. GXR Celts, they're split 2 and 2 as well.
So, Val's the Murder. Should be an okay position, but like I say, there's a few teams here in apps all vying for control. Soup has an off angle. Braga, we know, on King of Gamers, very, very strong player, able to get back into the action, but look at that. Concept immediately takes shots onto GXR Celts and finds 2. A brilliant start for King of Gamers to bring this one back under control.
They tried to crash, did not go their way, Blank. Concept low HP, that's not going to matter though. GXR Celts have to figure something out, and they're actually getting shots at from the sidelines. They have been spotted. Soup making a mad dash across the open field there. Surprised he hasn't been punished yet. Tanky doesn't land the shots, and they've allowed him to come in for backup. Okay, fair enough. The King of Gamers, they're here to play.
Braga again on this off angle loves to play this flanking position like the sniper in the grass that he is. Doesn't have a helmet, but he does have an M4, so should be pretty happy for the time being. And now GXR Celts are in a pretty awkward spot here. John Val's the Murder. They've gone on their way over towards Drozok, so now this fight is purely between King of Gamers and the last 2 remaining players of GXR Celts. BTR currently on the coast side towards the south, making their way over to their usual drop spot in Farm. T1 desperately just running down with their 2 remaining players to mill to power where they're used to. Megastars have actually taken their damn time to get down towards Novo, but because the circle is quite firmly on this area of the map, it won't matter too much. They'll get looted up.
Uh-oh, sorry Froz. Break's already taken a dip, and Box Gaming looking a little bit less likely. I mean, that's what happens when you make predictions, right?
It is.
They sometimes just go wrong.
I would know that for a fact, for sure. I've learned from experience. Talking about Box Gaming, though, we had that really nice graphic towards the beginning of the game where it was between Box Gaming as well as Megastars. Megastars doing, I think it was around 6,000 less damage than them, but having similar scores across the board. And that really leads me to believe that Box Gaming are taking too many fights. When they get a position in the circle, they're absolutely fine. They're doing wonderfully well. But as they're rotating through teams. Perhaps that's a lack of scouting in the first place, or just a case that they're taking too many fights as they get into the circle.
What is interesting, I spoke about Morph earlier as well, Blank, but both of the teams that need to make a miracle run in this Super Weekend are in Georgia Pole right now. Nova Godlike on the north, Morph on the south, and they are going to have to rotate between each other, so at least one of them not going to do as well.
You've got to get rid of the competitors early, right?
Sure.
So you get rid of, if you're Morph, you want to get rid of Nova. If you're Nova, you want to get rid of Morph. You're like, look, all these points belong to us now, okay? So don't even try and step to it. King of Gamers still trying to remove these 2 pigeons from the top of the house here who have been residing up here for a little bit of a while, just cooing away. But King of Gamers, they want to put a stop to that.
Yeah, they want to try and shut them out of the eaves. I haven't found them just yet. They're moving as a unit, though, so they should be able to take these 1v1 or 2v1s relatively easily, and they're methodically checking every single room. So, you know, good discipline here, but plenty of other teams are going to rotate past. This is Valdus the Murder leaving Roshok. 1 goes down. Martin gets dropped out in the field, and King of Gamers, they're going to be able to pick up another point. Oh, that was cheeky. MJ tried to steal it away, but no. They will get the information, and now up the stairs they go to try and find a few more. 3 points this early on, Blank. That's pretty great.
Pretty bloodthirsty, to be honest with you. So now there's a cross shot here from both these players. So we'll see if that crossfire can come through, be successful. Like you said, the King of Gamers being very methodical in this current fight. Just, you know, clearing out the floors, opening the fridge, checking they're not in there as well, grabbing a can of, you know, whatever they want, perhaps a Mountain Dew to drink before they get up the stairs. They'll need that energy on the way up.
It's not Indiana Jones, Blank. I don't think you can just hide in a fridge and get away with it. It's going to be pretty tricky.
That's not how this works.
That's just not how it works, especially when you got three pretty hefty players just sending up the stairs. They know they're isolating the floors and making sure that they have every single inch of this building under their control. They've checked out to the side, and now they can go in as a unit. What they're doing that's really smart to clear this building, Blank, it is taking a while, but of course they have that time afforded to them. They are doing it, as I said, methodically, but I'll talk about that in a second as the shots start to come on through. The GXR Celts hold down 1. Atanki gets a shot. Braga is now last to try and face for King of Gamers as both of them are up and standing. GXR Celts consistently consistent, Blanca. They're going to continue to show just what they're made of as Braga trying to hold down the doorway. MJ across won't go down just yet. GXR Celts hold onto it as Atanki is going to be able to back him up. The heals coming through, and MJ back to 75. The crossfire still established here as MJ crosses back yet again. Braga has the backup of Soup on the staircase, and they're cooking in the nades, trying to just zone them out. Fortunately for GXR Celts, they've been repositioning pretty smartly here. Now they're both in the same room. This could be tricky. The nade being cooked by Soup, but they're cooking it in response. Oh, it bounces off the door frame. I don't know if they wanted to try and get that one in towards the stairwell, but it's not going to happen. Braga turns the corner, gets the first knock. Now it's just a tanky, looks for two. The smoke has bloomed, looks for the spray. As MJ does get flushed and taken down, it's GXR Celts eliminated.
Pretty horrible start to that fight and engagement between King of Gamers and GXR Celts. It was a decent flashbang to come through to begin with to try and cover the cross to the other side of the room and get to the windows, but unfortunately it's one of the players from King of Gamers who takes a ridiculous amount of damage onto himself and isn't really able to contribute there from the fight. GXR Celts get a foothold and then they just spring off of that one. Again, very, very decent there from GXR Celts to fend off 4 players. In the end, it doesn't work out. The smoke comes out a little bit too late to cover any more of those crosses. Got you level up back on our screen and a new circle which heads off to the north, so that chance of a Sosnovka finish is waning away. You very much doubt it's going to happen. Louis currently on the other side as Sosnovka just crossed the bridge. The rest of his team is towards the gas station, so possibly here providing information back for the camp.
Yeah, if you know that rotation is coming through the west bridge, because you know Team IND likes to rotate on that west bridge, you can just feed that to your team, and immediately they're ready, they're waiting, they set up those sight lines, but in the meantime, they can control the ground to their north as well to stop anyone pushing down to the south. So it's a really smart play there. We'll see if Louis suffers for it, because if Team IND spot him out, he's going to be not in the best of situations.
No, of course not. So really what here his job is literally just to feed information back across. And, you know, if Box Gamers do remove Team IND, they've secured this rotation in from the southwest of the map, right, which is absolutely perfect for them. Team IND are just about to start crossing the bridge now. Usually they leave a couple members behind, but we can see on our screen here TSM Entity versus Yudu Gang. We know how much Yudu Gang want to hold on to this one. They want to provide themselves that opportunity to get to the league finals and represent their country there.
Make sure that they give their best, give their all. I mean, what better time to do it? I'm digging the festive Darcias there, Blank. I mean, I know it's not the season, but I'm a big fan of that sort of aesthetic, you know? It's just charming, isn't it?
Are you one of those people that love when they start stocking Christmas stuff in October? I bet you are, aren't you?
No comment.
Most teams here have gone central, so we're stopping playing this kind of edge type of circle right now. RQ are very much on the coastal side, just underneath Orange Rock, but look at this, it's Box Gaming versus Team IND.
Here comes the crash from Team IND. They made this rotation, and they went straight towards where Box were holding. Unfortunately, it's not a building, so Box are going to be dismounted. Loki drops down into the water and just instantly gets popped. Pime is down. Box Gaming, single player left. It's Louis. Froz. Cry your eyes out.
Why have you been so mean to Froz, bro?
I do love Froz. I do love Froz. But
you're like, one player went down from boxing, you're like, Froz, it's over for you, mate.
That's what I'm saying. That's what happens when you make predictions.
Bigatron, take a single knock here, but should be in a pretty defensible position. Megastars want to push on to this one now. They do have a chance, and it'll be a great time to do it because if you remove Bigatron, they got an easy push in from the south side. Microboy currently split away from them, providing that launching point into the center of the circle. But potentially now he has to come back and support his team. He's got a difficult decision to make now. Does he give up central position and help the rest of his team, or does he trust his team that they can hold down the compound? It's going to be slightly difficult.
Yeah, Luxy, having been knocked and will get flushed out as well, means that they are down to 3. They left him a little bit too long on the backstop, and they'll pick up their teammate there, Zuxi and Ryzen, mounting up, and I think they're going to want to send towards Microboy, so a 3-man squad for Bigatron, moving central into the circle, but they've been spotted out. This is RRQ now, Blank, coming in on the south side near Farm. They spotted out the Darcia rotating, but they will be sending behind cover. No shots to be found.
Really, really favourable circle for pretty much every single one of these teams. They're super duper happy with this one. Most players going central, and we get a really, really central circle. Not a lot of, there's no cities here, but there is a decent amount of compounds to play around with. Nice little ditches in the terrain, as well as trees and hard cover. So we should have an interesting finishing circle to be done with. TSM Entity, what I want to see more from them, I characterize them as a team with discipline towards the beginning of the week, but it felt like that confidence had really gotten to them and they were just starting zapping their way into lots of fights. Sure, they're still doing really well. Jonathan, all the way to the top of the pack in terms of kill leaders at the moment, but I do think they need to get some more of that discipline that they showed when they got those first couple of chicken dinners on that single day.
Valdez the Murder with probably the most central position in this circle, Blank, and it should afford them a lot of control, but it's going to be difficult to hold down that hillside. It's going to be. It is quite tricky because a lot of teams can decide that they want to rotate through that area depending on where the shift comes through.
Yes.
So making sure that you can hold that down is going to be crucial there. But Valdez the Murder, one of the few teams that could probably make that work, although they are only 3 players at the moment.
Yeah, this is a really aggressive hold from TSMN that you currently see on the screen. Obviously, they've got the free story, which is kind of hard to breach, which is why you do have a single player there. But what you would advise in that situation, if you're holding on the free story, you're playing your own games at home in a classic, your job is not to get kills in that free story. Your job is to provide information and maybe help when someone else starts shooting, purely because you do not want to die. If you die, then it forces one of your other players to move out and try and resurrect you, go to the top of the tower. It just causes a moment of opportunity for other teams to crash into you. So you've got to be really careful if you're playing this position that TSM Entity is in your own games at home. Udugank, on the other hand, on the other side of the road, playing very much together, and Morphs made a bit of a swing to the northeast, and Nova Godlike down to the southwest. So despite starting in the same position, both teams have had separate ideas and now have moved apart from one another.
As you can see there, Nova Godlike hard on the edge there in the southwest. Next circle just about to pop. Blank. Okay, a hard shift northwest. Centering on TSM.
And TSM Entity have a fantastic position here, but let's go all the way back to the beginning of the Super Weekend. Super Weekend Week 1. Let us return to the past, John, really quick in our little Dacia DeLorean. TSM Entity, remember, they used to take very central positions to get punished heavily because of it, because they went and did it too early, and they weren't able to hold on to them. I want to see how they do here in this type of circle where they have probably the most fantastic compound, which is going to be sought after.
Hasta very, very low and will get knocked and taken down. Horshan able to pick up a point for U level up, and Nova Godlike lose a player, trying to push into the circle, and they've got Orange Rock who are going to crunch in behind them as well.
Most teams will be coming from the southeast, but Morph, though, getting the better end of the stick here instead of Nova Godlike from the northeastern side. They can easily make their way in. They will have to deal with King of Gamers Club at some point, but it's Team Secret again, this team that goes, unnoticed, the secret agents of the lobby who like to strike towards the end of those final circles. They're keeping it calm, keeping it chilled out, keeping it in the fridge, John.
Pop it in the fridge, keep it cool. Orange Rock trying to rock up all cool, but Team I&D rattling them about. Anto gets knocked on the sidelines, Gill's down as well behind the Darkseer, and now it's Scout holding it off, and we'll be able to get those shots over towards 2 of the players on Team I&D. Nades being thrown in as well as Marvi peeks out wide. 420 OP going pretty low here. Marvi with the suppressing fire, and the nade from Scout to isolate the position, but Marvi gets knocked from the sidelines. It's Nova Godlike actually playing third party to this whole fight. Kratos, the only player standing for Team I&D right now, as Nova Godlike want to make their presence known.
On the other side of the map, Megastars are absolutely bashing against T1 at the moment, who are going down. But like you said, Nova Godlike coming into this fight and then placing themselves in a position where they can gatekeep both of these teams. A fantastic play. They should be able to rack up some points already on free kills already, John.
Only Scout now remaining for Orange Rock, hiding out behind the Darkseer, chugging those energy drinks, looking for the shots over towards Vamp.
Beautiful.
Managed to get one knock and still plenty of time to get the healing done. First aid being primed here. And Nova Godlike, they're going pretty low, Blank. They have 1 player left standing. Exist up and ready to fight, but not really too much backup to be found. Scout, plenty of meds, will be able to rotate away if he needs to.
Kratos is still alive here from Team I&D. Scout finds one more in Vampire, will go down, now has to drop another first aid kit as he goes very, very low, but so far he's fending off Nova Godlike fantastically. Just about gets the heal through and has to move out. Exist should have his number.
Kratos on the northern side as well, trying to move in, and actually I don't think Exist knows. I don't think he spotted the rotation coming through. But he does turn out just at the right time, catches Scout, and Orange Rock get eliminated, the southwestern side being decimated.
Oh dear me, we talked about chilling it out, and really in that last moment exists, opens up a ventilation hole in Scout's head as he drops to the floor. Very much unfortunate. Oh dear. TSM Entity though, look at this position. It's so damn good.
They've got a real strong central spot with one of the very few compounds remaining, and the circle shifts again on towards them. RRQ fending off the push from Bigatron now. The Titans starting to clash. Zuxi first in. Only 2 players alive for Bigatron, mind you. RRQ very much with the person advantage, with the player numbers up as Zuxi gets knocked and flushed out as well. D2E is going to lead the charge, and Bigatron get eliminated as Ryzen falls to the blue zone.
This is so unfortunate, John. Well, for all the other teams here, Entity are absolutely laughing towards the center of the circle as the next one drops upon them. But all these players, they'll be crashing against the rocks on the side of this circle as the waves push them together. They're going to be very, very much damaged by the time they even get close to TSM Entity. And then TSM Entity can just start to pick off the damage, the weakened prey as they move into the circle. But Team Secret, again, a team that we need to keep an eye on, quite literally, as they are the eye in the team.
Looking to try and get their way up those leaderboards as everybody else as well. Gank dropping nades toward the Megastars, and I think that might have been a smoke. I don't think that was going to go, but the Megastars crashing in. 2 players, 3 players to back them up as well. Paradox gets spotted. The spray down from Morph. 3 kills found on the game, and the Megastars go down.
Morph very happy with that one. Basically, Megastars just offered themselves up as sacrifices. This is what I'm talking about. And as you move towards the edge of the circle, teams are just going to fall. RRQ will have to leave that Harry Potter tower, and it is you level up still, making their way into the circle. 2 players from Nova Godlike on the western side. But still, this is a very difficult circle to play when TSM Entity pretty much own the lion's share of what is safe. So I'll be very interested to see where the next circle goes. If we get a southeastern shift, then we can pretty much say that TSM Entity have won this game.
Wow, okay. Box Gaming Louis takes a tumble. And Box get eliminated. There we go. 10th place for them. Morph, they have been spotted out on the hillside, but the shots are not quite landing there. You got the lone representative from T1 trying to push in past them, and Gank as well, trying to skate around the side. Nades being thrown in to try and suppress this push from Gank, and we'll be able to get the knockover towards Drax. Now it's just Jumper remaining for Yudu, but I spoke too soon, Blank. A nade from the sky.
Yeah. Morph has really morphed into something absolutely terrifying in the recent weeks. They've been doing really, really well, and it's beautiful to see. Again, this is what happens when you get to practice at the highest levels in those league play, in the Super Weekend. So I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from Morph Gaming. Next circle going to come in soon. RQ closest to TSM Entity. You see T1 Missile trying to make his way in, but there's explosions galore. He is on a battlefield.
And this is his last first aid as well, Blank. He's going to have to make a mad dash for the zone. RRQ now coming into conflict with TSM Entity on the southern side. The next circle pops. It's going to move away from the compound, so TSM Entity will have to move.
So TSM Entity, they're on the fastest side of the circle at least, so they will have to leave this compound, which means that in these moments, they better hope they've done some scouting, they've figured out where some of these teams are, because they need to clear their angles if they are to get to this next circle. But again, Team Secret, like I said before, we've got to keep a weather eye upon them, because look where they are right now. This is a great position to be in. They still have vehicles on board that they can use as impromptu cover, but RRQ, they look like they're a terrible spot versus TSM Entity.
Ernie gets flushed. D2E has been knocked again. That's you level up coming in, and Horshan will eliminate them. TSM Entity 4 players strong, and they've spotted out you level up as well. The buggy getting mounted up. Neo spots it. A lot of damage sent towards Mal, but able just to get behind cover. Braga makes it down the hillside. Team Secret still denied a kill point.
You got to be scared of TSM Entity in those moments, though. As soon as you level up, took shots onto RQ, Neo was immediately on them like a laser. Team Secret trying to make their way further into the circle, currently having difficulty with Nova Godlike and you level up, but that's Godlike down.
Only Chastian remaining for you level up, in fact, as they take this bout with Team Secret, and it's very much Team Secret's advantage. They lost Mad Toy, but they have 3 players still up and available. Horshan crawling forwards, trying to get some information, but eye shots will shut it down. As TSM Entity control the hillside as well. Neo spotted from the sidelines. Chustian not able to finish off that spray, and Clutch God turns his attention his way. The Mini 14 lands the majority of the damage, but Chustian hits the deck. Not to be denied though, Neo picks up the kill.
Rex running towards his teammate. Drops down the smokes to enable this resurrection coming through, but TSM Entity seem to be in a decent spot. And now it is probably just TSM Entity versus Team Secret in these last moments. Soup and Missile battling for that placement point towards second, third place, but you doubt they're going to hit a first unless a miracle comes through.
Oh, a little tickle of damage. 8 kills found so far for TSM Entity. Have that loot crate. That's bold from Clutch God, but he's going to make it work. Able to crash in, and the cover is good enough. Jonathan out wide.
How has that happened?
I don't know. Team Secret, they're just not getting these points on board today, Blank.
Yeah, that should have been an absolute knock if ever I saw one. And now Clutch God is in a really decent position. Team Secret could be happy they've got the high ground, but they've also got a knock on board. Now Team Secret going to fly in. T1 Missile very much behind. He could absolutely ruin TSM Entity's day.
How on earth did he manage to get in? He had 1 first aid, and he ran for the circle, and now he's up into the top 4. TSM Entity looking for the pushes, the nades over the back. Yuhai takes a lot of damage from it. Missile, considering his options, no meds left to speak of, has managed to get to full HP, but a nade onto Rex, able to dismount one of the players from Team Secret. They're only 2 up and standing. And with that, the final blow is dealt. The nail in the coffin is there, Blank. It is Team Secret eliminated. TSM Entity continue to move through the battlefield.
Soup has Missile's number here, and he just remains silent in the grass, even taking a nade there. He doesn't even flinch.
Yeah, but in come TSM Entity, Blank. They're just clearing. They are sweeping through the angles here. They know that it's 2 solo players. They must do. Soup trying to get that shot, try to deny the ladder up for T1. King of Gamers, they had a great start to this game, and they managed to get into the top 3. Fantastic stuff. But it's all a question of can Missile stay hidden? Who's going to be able to be the latest snake in the grass?
He's only got 26 bullets. He has to make them count, and Soup's down. Missile rockets towards second place.
Fantastic stuff. Missile tries to strike Jonathan very, very low, but so is Missile. And in comes Clutch God for the rundown, and he gets it. Beautiful stuff. Road Warrior, TSM Entity, take the chicken dinner.
Now that's what we wanted to see from TSM Entity.
Yeah.
We saw them crash into U level up before and just not able to make it work because there was overconfidence, there was overzealousness, but that was calm, that was surgical.
That was absolutely beautiful. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that chicken dinner.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
TSM just rockets to the sky. Brilliant stuff by them. What a victory. Just so clean, so precise. They get themselves plenty of points to boot. Avenger, Froz joining me here. Was there ever any doubt that TSM...
That you were able to speak English?
That's
the one.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think it was a fantastic point you made there. No, I think they had a great game, honestly. Obviously, getting a compound early on was crucial to their win, but still, you need to be able to defend it. You need to be able to make sure you put pressure on the rest of the team. And eventually, the circle moved away from the compound, and they had to make a move. And they made some really good moves onto the crates, onto the rocks, onto the trees to make sure that they had those positions inside the circle, put pressure. Fantastic.
I feel like a lot of the plays from TSM Entity in this game was kind of by the textbook. They were holding that compound from Circle 2. They knew they didn't need to push anyone. They don't need to be super aggressive on that. They're going to get the kills if they have all 4 up and get all of them till the end game. And that's exactly what they did. By the end game, they were just pushing through everyone.
Let's take a look at the points coming in them from this game. Not only TSM Entity, but also all the other teams up towards the top. It's 33 points for TSM Entity. Guys, they're just...
Doubling second second place.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy.
That's very rare.
Yeah, I mean...
And we got 7 teams with double digits. Jeez.
That's...
Look at 6th and 7th place. So we have Morph Team, Nova God, like 2 teams that are currently chasing to make sure that they can get into the finals. We're talking about the 12.5 in the average point per game.
Right.
This is not a bad start. This is not a bad start at all for them.
That's under the average required though for us.
It's under average, but you can also spike up.
That is true. I mean, starting with that, it's way above what we've seen from them in the weekdays. Like, they've had some really rough games in the weekdays. It was fantastic that they're able to qualify here, and now they come in showing that this format suits them better. Yes, I know it's just one game, but same 16 teams. It's easier to prepare, it's easier to play against, and it's easier to strategize against. So let's see the bottom 8 guys.
And this is why we don't do predictions, because we predict teams and they don't do good when we do it.
This is kind of scary. I will say though, James's prediction did the best.
Thank you. Yeah, not much better. I'm going to tell you something. We choose these teams to win the overall league, and then all 3 of them found themselves right next to each other
on the southeast part.
Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Let's take a look at the closest stats here then as well for our TSM entity, as they were blasted.
What?
Didn't have to
That is
insane. Look at that total heal. 158. They basically didn't take any damage.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw towards the end how they were just pushing one team at a time, taking out one hurdle in the time, making their way through into the circle. We had Missile that was behind that tree the whole time when TSM was pushing Secret. He could have done something, it would have been a higher total heal, but he stayed passive and he played that right, in my opinion.
1980, the year Frost was born as well. Amazing stuff coming in from TSM.
And still standing.
Still standing, like many other people born in 1980. No, 158 healed, it's like, it's basically just 3 first aid if you're a little bit hurt. It's pretty crazy. That's very, very, very low. Or even running against with a few energies and such. So that's crazy. This fight, though, I'm kind of interested. Like, is it because they want to make sure they have this in league finals? And like, are they contesting for this? I would assume so. That, okay, Super Weekend is done. Like, we already qualified to the league finals. We want to fight now to make sure that we have this spot here. So that's pretty interesting from GX ourselves and King of Gamers.
You gotta remember, we're playing 6 games of Erangel here, but during the finals, these 2 teams are in the finals more or less already. And in the finals, 50% of the games, 12 games I think it is, that is gonna be Erangel games.
Yeah, right.
That shows you how strong of an impact it is to actually have a good spot on Erangel itself. I'm talking about a drop spot where you're comfortable with, that you have for yourself. You don't want to be contesting during the finals. This is the time to do it.
Yeah, we're back to a more heightened importance of the Rozhok fights that we had at the beginning of PMWL East, right? Where, you know, we had the contestation between T1, etc. So, but here, right now, very important.
Yeah, but also doing it this early into the stage here, because you don't want to do it later. Now's the time. If you can get that spot for yourself, you might be able to get a good few Erangel games towards the end of this Super Weekend as well.
Yeah.
That's going to rocket you up on the leaderboard. But yeah, we saw, of course, again, a lot of teams that were playing around here on the Shack Road, and it comes down to the circle that went towards the north, of course. We saw already one of the first circles had kind of the whole military island on it.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw a team like RQ, once again, they set themselves up on the rocks on the north side. Making sure that, okay, if it goes down, we can just swim across and we can hold that down if we want to. But it didn't go there. But it's nice to see the preparations from the teams, making sure they're ready for it.
This sweep up by TSM Entity was extremely powerful, but it really did feel like they just didn't have a clue Missile was there the whole time. But the sweep against Team Secret was amazing, Avenger, to get things going.
Yeah, they set up on that ridge real quickly. They capitalized on a window of opportunity that they had. They were making sure that we have to push once we have them low or a knock. And that's, again, what we see from TSM Entity. I'm kind of sad that they had a really rough Super Weekend #1, because otherwise they would actually be looking very, very good for a top 3.
Let's take a look at the total damage throughout this lobby and see what's what. And a few teams trying to catch on up here with TSM Entity. We have 1,262 damage for King Gamers, 1,500 for You Level Up, and then pretty spread out.
Yeah, pretty spread out, but it comes down to a lot of teams were fighting each other. We saw on the west side, I think it had, Team IND, Nova Godlike, and Orange Rock that was fighting each other. It was a lot of clusters like that where people were fighting each other. And from that, everybody's knocking one here, one there, and because of that, we're seeing very even numbers throughout the board here.
Very low kill count on numbers to second place, but again, that also talks to yes, we have a team that is able to salvage a game here. Missile basically getting as many points possible from a situation where he's standing alone, right? And being able to get second place, 1 kill fair, but salvaging 15 points is so important.
Yeah, in total, yeah. Very, very important indeed. For T1, it's just kind of looking to climb the ladder here, get themselves a little bit more money under the belt, as of course they're doing
in the
very
pockets.
Well. In the little pocket, in ZZP's suit pockets.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our top players then from this game too, and see who did what.
My favorite player.
Seagod.
From King of Gamers.
Clutch God.
And he's Braga.
Oh.
Yeah. His name imitates the AK, the Braga.
Right. I see. So who would win between Braga and Baba?
I don't know. I feel like Baba is 5.56. The caliber being that's a little bit lighter, but Braga that is a
But he took out BTR with a DP. So I always thought he was a
7.62.
DP. Yeah, but you said he would.
Oh, Baba took out. Yeah, that's true. But when he plays with that, it's still stable.
Nice to see Klotzgar up here. We saw him, of course, towards the end there, fighting both of the solo players. First, just running over Soup, but then also finding Missile after he took a few shots on Jonathan.
Look at Frost trying to be serious here. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, one of us has to, right? That's
Yeah,
why
I
we're 3 in the
suppose
desk, because if it's only 2 on the desk and both are not serious, then it's just super unprofessional.
Yeah,
But now, one is very professional, the other guys are just trying to make up sounds by names.
Frost is confused.
Yeah.
Frost is... Anyway.
What's happening?
Speaking of serious, we have the Royal Pass Season 14 ready, locked and loaded, good to go. Let's check it out. Phenomenal scenes here as we continue things on. That is the Royal Pass Season 14. Get it! Get leveling up. Froz is about level 38.
39.
39. Oh, not bad, not bad.
How are you?
On level 10, because I didn't buy the pass. Damn.
You buy the pass early on.
Yeah.
That is the play for us.
I'll just buy the levels later on when I know how many I've,
Right, to level it up.
That's how it's gonna go. Overall standings time. Let's look and see if anything's shaken up. Wow, huge shake up in the top.
Massive.
3. Wow. And anyway, let's ignore that. King of Gamers,
they did
moving on up to 5th place against GXR Celts.
Yeah.
Just 6 points ahead, Frost.
Yeah, just moving up one spot, but I mean, it's all about the consistency. Still, King of Gamers without a chicken dinner. Remember that. That is impressive being up here. Because look at everyone on this 1 to 10th here.
Right.
Everyone has at least 2 chicken dinners. And that is a lot of points.
Look at the difference T1 makes up there with just chilling, getting themselves that 15 points in total Avenger that they did. They move above Valdus, the murder.
And that's, continuing that, it's going to make a huge difference. It's $1,000 per placement once we get into that. So, it's massive here. Synergy in 11th, though, they are not playing as well, but I will say with their 241 points, they are safe, but they are going to go down the ladder and potentially end up in the kind of lower scale of our league play prize pool share.
Correct. Of course, we already see that Regis Scholar have dropped from 13th to 14th place, and they're going to keep on dropping down. Question is, how far will they be dropping?
Morph Team and Nova Godlike still on the hunt. Keep that in mind. Do kind of follow that as it goes along. They still have to put up big numbers to try and get themselves up towards the top. Here's T1 and King of Gamers as the solo sneaky snakes were able to get themselves some decent points in this previous game. Frost.
T1 is really good on getting these kind of placement points. We see that time after time. Even if they're down to 1 or 2 players, they keep getting themselves in towards the late game, getting a few placement points and not just the kill points. They're really good on that, but I want to see more kills from them.
I'm just
and more damage output. I mean, they always end up in, if you look at T1 right now, right? 40,000 to 50,000 damage received and outdone. If your ratio is lower, means you're in more fights, means you're often losing out, and you're putting a big enough impact in the rest of the lobby as well. So I want to see they continue. But again, you could take a lot of damage, survive that, and still get into a position where you get 1 kill and 14 points for placement. So,
guys,
and that's 15 average. If you continue that.
Let's take a look at the schedule because we haven't seen this map for a while. It's Vikendi coming up.
Vikendi, we're back.
We only have one of them per day.
Yeah. So what is it then?
Not really the Vikendi. I don't know. This is the Chicken Dinner World Tour week.
It is.
That's what this is.
Yeah. So who's gonna win the next game?
No. We're not doing map predictions. Okay. That's ridiculous. We are getting things going.
I like this.
When it comes to Vikendi, here's what's been put up by the teams for us.
Yeah, as you can see, it's pretty even between all of the teams, more or less. We see that the kill ratio, of course, is a little bit higher on Orange Rock and Biggitron compared to Box Gaming. Of course, that comes with them having one more chicken dinner as well. But Box Gaming is putting out the damage, and we know that putting out the damage, that's the first step of getting those kills and the chicken dinner.
I will say, though, we have to look at this and say Orange Rock have 68 kills in only 11 matches, while Biggitron, our current leaders, have 60 in 12 matches, one more game. That's a pretty good ratio considering. I mean, they're fragging out quite hard. Yeah, I know we're looking over a specific amount of games here, but I still think 11 games is enough to look at a statistic and say, these guys, they're good at killing people on Vikendi.
Look at the difference between first and third, though, when it comes to damage put out. Jeez.
It's a lot of damage we've seen put out by Biggitron, but it also comes down, of course, how good this team is. We saw them during the week play. Day one, they only got themselves 17 points with 7 kills, but they ended up with, 97 points, I think it was? That is the highest average point per game throughout one day we've seen. Over 24 points per game from Biggitron in the last week play.
I will say, though, this it talks kind of big to that this is first and third place. How big the difference is kind of significant, considering how close they are in the standings and our overall leaderboard. And I will say, yes, we know Biggitron is dominating, they're fantastic and everything, but Box has been playing amazingly. Their consistency has been through the roof. They've been putting out more than 150 points each Super Weekends. That's more than 10 points per game. That is a third place guaranteed each game, basically. That is amazing efficiency to it. So Biggitron, their numbers is just insane. All their players is contributing to these insane numbers. And it's not just like one turret or one guy that is, putting out all of it. It's all 4 of them just doing it.
Because they're the complete package Avenger.
That is why.
That's why.
We saw Biggitron, of course, in the top 5 fraggers of week 3.
Yeah.
We had, of course, Luxy Zuxy topping in with 40 kills each. But then you also had Microboy on a 5th place with 8 kills. 3 of the guys out of the 4 in the top 5. And that comes, again, from a very, very, very bad day 1.
Right.
And a very successful day 2.
Exactly. I'm kind of surprised, though. I will say, not surprised. We have had none of the guys at being MVP in Super Weekend 1 and 2, right, from Biggitron. So are they going to be able to do it in Super Weekend 3 or potentially the League Finals, right? Because we could... Yeah. I mean, they could be winning, but I feel like if you have the MVP in your team and you win, that is like the ultimate... We are the greatest.
We're the best.
Well, maybe because they are the complete package.
Right.
Nobody individually is standing out to the point where someone is having to carry the team, if you know what I mean.
Right.
To then attain MVP-style numbers, because everybody else is able to do what they need to do, right? Is that makes sense a little?
Yeah.
We can talk about carrying a team. I play like Jonathan from TSM Entity. He got most kills 3 days in a row.
Yeah,
right.
That is insane to have that.
That's pretty crazy.
But it also was the whole turnback of TSM Entity. We saw them not doing that good during the start of the season. But then they did one swap. They swapped out Clutch Guard for Gattag, their coach and sub player, for one game. They got their first chicken in that game, and they swapped back to Clutch Guard, and that's how they got everything starting rolling again. They just needed that mental reset, had a new IGL for one game, and from there, it's just been domination.
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. Let's take a look at how our top killers are ranked up right now here throughout the tournament so far.
Yes.
Luxy is up at the top, but Zuxi and Ryzen also in that top 5.
Look at the knockouts as well, guys. 103 knockouts. Now 10 nade kills as well for Luxy and 14 for Zuxi, tying up with G9. This is insane. I gotta say, I will be surprised if one of the Biggitron guys is not going to be the MVP of this one. Yeah, I would Super Weekend potentially, but also the League Finals.
The League Finals. Okay, sorry, I misheard.
Look at we have, of course, Jonathan there on 5th place, but Martin from Valdus on 10th place. That is pretty impressive. Look at his damage output. 19,000.
Relative
That is
to-
not far. If you look at G9 on second place in kills,
Oh, he's third.
he got more damage
Wow.
than G9. Yeah, he's third after Jonathan and Luxor, of course.
That's pretty crazy.
That's impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
What
very
a
impressive.
great name as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good job, Martin. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Gil sitting in there for Orange Rock as well. Pretty impressive stuff. We've been asked a lot of questions when it comes to social media, who we think is the best player, who's the best team, and stuff like that. For me, Gil stands out as the best player when it comes to his region. What do you think?
That was directed at you.
Oh, that was for me?
Yeah.
I think Yuhai is probably one of my favorite players so far.
Right.
We've seen him step it up, and also the amount of clutches and how he's playing the game. I feel like he's one of the key parts of Team Secret.
Now we're talking East in general. I don't want to go down to specific. I gotta say G9 has been so impressive to me. Also because he's of course Mercury. I think they're the great team, and I think they've been putting insane numbers. And I think if they hit the form in the league final, kind of like we saw in Super Weekend 1, they're gonna be unbeatable. And that is one of the factors is of course G9. If they manage to do that, hit the same kind of form that we saw them in Super Weekend 1, I think G9 potentially is the best player in the world.
That's interesting. It's difficult to try and argue against something like that. Well, from what we've seen so far here, I mean, there's so many good players in East. That's the crazy thing about it. So when you look at our average damage overall relative to West, West is a little bit higher on the peaks, but that's because there is such good skill across the board in East that, it's difficult. You're going to get shot at and you're going to die, even if you are some of the best players in the world, because everyone's really good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people would theorize on, hey, let's put the 4 top damage dealers or 4 top killers, put in one team, they're going to be the best team. What do we have right now? If you put 4 of the best ones, you have 3 from Bigatron on the same team.
Yeah, exactly.
But it
tells the story.
It's difficult to argue against first, second, second, first when it comes to every single No other team in the region currently has that kind of consistency. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you very much to your patience at home as we were just getting this game good to go. All of the players need to be comfy as possible. We are heading over to Xander and John now for Vikendi. Bring us the snow.
Fantastic stuff. How you feeling, Blank?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah.
You feeling pretty chill?
Pretty chilled out. Yeah,
right.
I'm cooling.
That's good.
I'm refrigerating,
That's a good thing because we're heading over to Vikendi and we want to be able to blend in with our surroundings and try and snake our way into the top 2 like T1 last game. Blank. That was phenomenal stuff coming in from Missile.
Big plays.
It was big brain plays, as one would say. Fantastic stuff. So we are going to be getting underway with Vikendi. The plane path will be set. We'll be heading from Winery to Dobre Mesto.
That we will, John. So it's very much down to the west side of this map. A little bit difficult to get to some of the areas like Cosmodrome, but Orange Rocker Garoka are going to be happy with that one over there. Threw that one to the boys. That was Kalaris who definitely set me up with that one earlier today. It didn't even hear me say it, so it really upsets me big time. Who would you say is your favourite player, John? Let's throw this to you.
My favourite player? Well, first of all, it's like choosing between your children, Blank. It's very difficult to choose.
Do it now!
But I will have to
select.
I'm going to have to go with Jonathan. I think the guy stepped up for his team. Obviously, one of the main damage leaders, and you saw in those tables, he was second place in terms of damage. Yeah. MVP of the last week of play, and off the back of that fantastic performance from TSM Entity, I think that absolutely, I think he is my favorite player to watch. Pop-off moments like very few others. Definitely keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, big time. You and me both. Jonathan Train is real.
All right, fantastic.
Whenever they choose a close second, I'd probably talk about Z-God, just as a recent turn, just because the way he's able to set up the rest of his boys. And I think I've talked about this before. I really enjoyed his performance on 0 Degree last year when he was playing with the rest of the boys on there, making a name for himself. Very aggressive player back then. And even though you have Jonathan, who maybe overshadows that in terms of aggressiveness as a player, he's still up there, looking like one of the most bloodthirsty, most ferocious players in the lobby. but you will see your boys from Orange Rock head up towards the port, but most teams actually are in the circle. Very kind little plane path. Break actually trying to run over Anto. Anto is going to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at that. That's what I love to see, Blank. Tactical camouflage. He's got his white hoodie on. He's got his trunks on. They're white as well. Fantastic stuff. Does not get spotted. Regroups the rest of his team. Box Gaming, none the wiser.
Scar, on the other hand, just has the coolest outfit on board. He doesn't really care about tactical camouflage. Yeah, the drip is unbelievable. You know, we got respect the drip, boys.
Even on the Tommy gun. I mean, it's it's just phenomenal. The cohesion in the aesthetic there.
The guy is a stylish dude. I mean, even the masks he wears are stylish as hell. He's a big man, big boy. And he's just his birthday as well, so happy birthday, Scout.
Yeah, it was his birthday.
Hope you had a great day.
Stuff. Yeah, indeed we do. We hope you have another great day today as well, with the rest of Orange Rock try and move up those tables. They're currently set in 12th Blank on 237 points.
It was also Martin from Valdez the Murder's birthday too, so happy birthday to you as well, Martin. You absolute beast in terms of damage.
It's Blue Peter, we're doing birthday shout-outs.
Yeah, we're doing birthday shout-outs.
Speaking of which, happy birthday, Monica. Fantastic.
Obviously, yeah. Great day. Go wish her happy birthday. She deserves it. What a fantastic manager. Have a great couple of cats.
Yeah, for Tempo Storm, doing them proud. So we'll see what sort of day she has. I hope it's a good one.
Oh yeah, obviously. We hope the same for all the players. We're just a bundle of positivity today, aren't we, John? Just a bundle of positivity. And even the circles and the plane paths are positive. We're giving everyone a nice little position in the circle to begin with. Team IND again on the outskirts. You can see them on your screen here. They're towards Cement Factory. Obviously, they will have to cross across this little river, the frozen waste as you cross there, because it's very, very barren, very open. If you're caught crossing those ones, you are most likely going to die. So the best time to do it is early on in the game, where everyone's still situated in their own little areas, getting looted up. Because obviously for the first maybe 2 to 3 to 4 minutes, most teams are going to be preoccupied with getting that loot on board, making sure they can be as dangerous as possible with the guns on the back. Winter just dropping past GXR Celts. A little bit of a dangerous path for yourselves.
He's going to take a little bit of damage and maybe a little bit more. Oh, a nice shot from Ultron. He might not take himself. I mean, if you're watching before the broadcast, Blank, there was a little interview, and they were saying that on that squad, Ultron never takes the game seriously, but that was some serious damage being laid down towards Winter for U level up. Fortunately, he has that first aid, will be able to heal, will be able to get back in that Dacia, and U level up live with 4 players to fight another day.
He's got the bear on his car, so you know he's ready to go. He's going to take some punishment. He's a large, hefty beast indeed, is Winter. And you'd imagine with a name like that, he'd excel here on old Vikendi.
Good old Vikendi. Morph, they've occupied Castle with the outpost here across the river. In fact, they probably heard that roll-up coming through. Okay, yeah, they're just going to regroup. They don't want to take this fight. Winter claims this outpost, and the rest of U Level Up might want to try and regroup with them as well.
It's been an interesting beginning of the game for U Level Up here. A lot of movement, a lot of travelling going on. And now you've got your boy Hasbro. He's actually Asbur. I think it's just Asbur, bro. You know. I don't know, zebra maybe.
Those letters.
The way morphs into the rest of his name, I'm like, I don't know. So because look, if you're at home, you know how to pronounce that name. Please send me a DM, because I'm obviously an idiot and I accept that sometimes.
It's all right. We're here for you. We're here to support each other in our moments of idiocy. That's what it's all about. Tovar being occupied currently by Nova Godlike on the eastern side, with Morph just outside. Again, dropping very close to one another, Blank. The two teams that need to make that miracle run. They got 10 points and 11 points last game, so pretty respectable score lines, actually, to be getting on with. But they are, again, dropping close to each other.
Yeah, that is interesting. And last time they got away fairly unscathed from one another as well. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe they don't take a fight early on. And they're absolutely fine. But U Level Up again, still on their warpath.
Look at that sword for King of Game. Oh,
nice. He's looking cool as hell. Unfortunately, won't be able to pull that one out later on. But yeah, the rest of U Level Up flying up towards where Nova Godlike and Morph currently are hiding out.
on the western shore. They've left Castle, which is probably wise, given the circle. It's very unlikely to head out that way, and we speak about it every single time. It's easy to get into, difficult to leave is Castle, so leaving early, probably a good decision, especially when you're pretty confident the circle's going to end out to the west. You leave it to the western shore.
You see, most teams here are actually winding themselves up like a jack-in-the-box to actually able to get to the top of the winery, just if they need to be prepared to do it, because obviously winery is set on a large hill, and you want to be towards the top of that. We've seen finishes like that in the global finals specifically. I believe it was Seoul who was able to win with their position on top of winery, which was really, really strong, and no team was able to come up against it. So yeah, most of these teams situating themselves around the base of winery, just prepared to move up, find themselves a bit of hard cover, a bit of an area where they can get a foothold and then continue from there. But as we know, Vikendi, a little bit slow in the beginning, a little bit frozen towards the start of the game as it starts to thaw out towards Circle 3, Circle 4, and we start to see a bit more of that action as the caveman releases himself from his frozen throne.
3 teams out to the north of the circle right now, Blank. It is Orange Rock, Box Gaming, and TSM Entity. Everybody else moved relatively central. I mean, Team I&D is the only team on the eastern shore at the moment, Blank, but it's going to be pretty closely populated here with 3 teams playing edge on the north.
One team that I want to have a cheeky little look at, John Boy, is Yudu Gank.
Oh yeah,
a bit worried about them at the moment. Honestly, they've made their way into the Super Weekend to try and secure their place in the league finals, which they should be able to do, John, let's be honest. But as a team, they've almost had this fall from grace from that first Super Weekend where we saw them get the triple chicken dinner, where they just look so phenomenal. And it just begs to wonder, like, what happened? What happened to this team? We've seen them being given gifted circles. We've seen them being gifted the legendary double loot crate drop and still lose out to just single players or snakes in the grass. So I want to see this team do better, because not purely because I pity or I have sympathy for them, more because I've seen what they can do. I've seen the legendary beast that they are, and I want to see that come back to form, right?
I mean, they even topped out their regional qualification spot, right, Blank? Like, they had a phenomenal run there, beating out Bigatron.
Yeah,
almost
exactly.
100 points, right? And that's insane on a 300-point tournament to beat. Well, for everyone else, it was a 200-point tournament, right? Like, that's the thing. It's absolutely insane, and the fact that they haven't had the impact towards the later stages of this league is disappointing.
It's but we'll continue to have a watchful eye upon them and see what they do going forward. But yeah, I just think I wanted to make that point of just a question of like what happened, and they were so good, and we know they are a good team, and I know that we know they represent their country to the fullest, but we just want them to come back to form. Most teams now hugely central on Orange Rock as well. TSM Entity towards the north side alongside Box Gaming will begin their approach. We have to talk about Box Gaming though, dropping in Zabava. They have to move down to the south side of the map. Nexo comes in pretty central, nothing too much there, to be honest with you.
Dino Park.
Dino Park, though. It's a Dino Park. You could call this a hard shift, but like honestly, it's still central for most of these teams, right?
Yeah, to be honest, given the fact that the east river coast, or the shore, I should say, of the river is pretty much no teams there. The fact that it shifts out west kind of not irrelevant.
It's a non-plus. It's a non-plus.
It's a zero-sum game, right? Yeah. And the north-south shift isn't really that much. Godod, wow, okay. They actually managed to finish that. He was inside a building and everything.
I shot you. You're dead, apparently. So nice and easy. 5 shots from Team Secret. But as I was saying before, Box Gaming, they dropped towards Zabava, and we know...
First kill in the lobby, by the way.
Very good. We know that... Stop talking now. I'm trying to make a point, John. Come on. Come now. Cease. Box Gaming, south of Zabava. All right? They are trying to make their way down, and we know that when Box Gaming don't get the circle, they don't tend to do so well because they take maybe too many fights or their rotational paths aren't the best. So when they have that box fort, they're better. You can start talking now, I think.
You sure?
I think I'm going to allow it.
Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Orange Rock, wow, okay, hang on a minute. Orange Rock, they've sent straight central here.
Yeah.
Is this something they tend to do when they're down a couple of players, especially on maps like Vikendi? They just go right to
Orange
the middle
Rock dash, right?
and hope against hope that they don't die. And in fact, they're going to do this with 4 players this time around. They are split 2 and 2, Blank. I know you love it.
2-2.
The 2-2 split.
Yeah.
And Scout, you can see him there just across the road, hunkering down behind a rock. They've somehow managed, remember, they were one of the teams all the way out to the north. I thought they were going to be playing Edge for the rest of this game.
I know, they were towards Kritchas, right? They may move down towards Frugarocka. Gil actually does get knocked here, unfortunately, and then ultimately finished by GX Assault. Now, I think the reason why they were able to get into the circle so well is because we are on Vikendi, and most teams, obviously, they're not trying to reveal their positions, because whenever you poke your head out to start shooting at players running into the circle, you're going to have 3 other teams looking at you and your compound and start sniping you, as we saw from Ike shots onto Valdus the Murderer over there. Boss Game is still making their way in, though, on the western side of the map, and still little to nothing going on at the moment. Kratos providing that backstop for Team IND versus Morph Gaming. Nova Godlike have moved very much central towards Tovar, but we are just really waiting for this next circle, John. Pretty interesting, though, considering all these teams are able to coexist in these moments. What we mentioned towards the beginning of the tournament is that it was a little bit more hectic on Vikendi, but now teams have had a feel for one another. They know how that each other likes to play. These beginning stages are relatively easy for them to hurdle over, at least.
Hurdle their way forwards. That's what they'll be looking to do there. Blank, moving up to the north side of Abbey. It's Bigatron who left Winery. T1 a little bit further southeast of them. Still very near Abbey, and a split from U Level Up out to the further east in Volnova. As we saw them earlier, if you'll remember that rotation coming through towards one of the players from Morph, they still have that compound under their control. That's still where they're operating from.
So that's Klutchko getting knocked and then actually finished as well. So I don't even know who took those shots. Probably Team Secret, though, I would imagine, considering they are so close. It could have been Team IND too, but we just don't know if they're being. I think it was Team Secret, yeah.
Well, they're taking shots now, certainly, as Zedgord gets away with it. Nicely, nicely. TSM Entity move further out north, so they're actually moving out from the center of the circle here, Blank. They are disengaging to the strongest degree.
They are disengaging to the strongest degree here. And what we're currently seeing is Team Secret just trying to get the smokes out. It's unfortunate to get any more knocks onto TSM Entity, but they have revealed their position slightly now, John. Valdus the Murder will see in this, so will Morph, so will Team IND.
The bridges. Okay, hang on a minute. Kratos has actually gone across towards Castle. I think they may be looking to get a sniper outlook across the terrain very near them. Obviously, they're playing ridges on the shoreline. So having that information above those ridges could be very, very valuable. That's what they're looking for. There's a loot crate as well over towards Castle, so Team IND. They're taking a risk by sending Kratos in there, but might pay off.
They are. I mean, Kratos is their forward scout. We know this, but they like to wind him up and send him on like a little bit of a race car towards the locations and see what you can find, see what he spots out. Sometimes the wheels get spun out, sometimes the wheels get shot out. Most of the times he does a good job, especially on especially on Vikendi. We see him do a lot of good scouting on this map. I remember a specific map towards the beginning of this tournament where he zoomed out towards the northeast of the map, secured them a really strong position within the circle, and was able to lasso the rest of his team and pull them closer into a decent position. Right now, just a couple of teams giving it a good old crack, and it's BTR currently versus Yudu Gank. And we've seen Yudu Gank come up against Bigatron before when they were really feeling themselves, when they were in their prime, and actually absolutely demolish them, really.
Well, we have seen Bigatron lose 1 or 2 fights, you're right, to
just one or two
other teams. I mean,
not too many.
It's not entirely common, but when you pop Ryzen in the head like that, then you start off pretty well. Bigatron take that early knock down south towards Abbey. I don't know if Yudu Gank want to mount up and push this just yet. It could be pretty tricky. There's a little bit of retribution towards Team Secret, actually, for TSM Entity, but it is answered almost immediately by Mad Toy. with the SLR, I believe, across the way. Yeah. Reses should be able to come through as they are all very much in cover, I believe. Gank, there we can see their sightlines over towards Bigatron.
The issue is there for TSM Entity is that even if they get a knockback onto Team Secret, it's more delaying tactics for them. For Team Secret, on the other hand, because they have a compound TSM Entity out in the open, they can actually go for knocks, they can go for flushes, whereas Team Secret are able to just like really recuperate. So I think for TSM Entity, what needs to happen probably soon is for them to either make a push into a new location where they're no longer spotted out by Team Secret, or take Team Secret's actual compound if they can find another knock. Unfortunate situation, it was a knock for knock, so it was more delay. But Nexo comes in. Once again, very, very kind. Not really much happening at the moment. No one's had to move. It's you level up. To be fair, it's you level up, TSM Entity, and that's it, who have to move into the circle.
Yeah, they are going to have to figure out their way through. Gang still with a pretty decent compound in the southwest near a loot crate. They might want to go for that. Box Gaming just a further out to the west of them on the hillside. You can see Drax will be holding off, scouting those angles. Louis actually sneaking up, and I think Loki's moving around. They're priming themselves to rush down here, Blank. They're priming themselves to try and potentially take Gank's position here, but Bigatron might be able to third-party this. There are sightlines towards the top of this hill from Abbey.
There are a couple. Box Gaming would love to have a good game here. Ooh, that MK14 looks mighty juicy. But we know what happens when Gank tends to pick up a loot crate. Things go a little bit awry sometimes. Now Box Gaming make their way down to Yudu. Fredo, though, immediately a shot onto Loki, which is actually a huge pick onto Box Gaming. We know Loki is that off-angle player, provides a lot of support for the rest of this team. Now Gank might want to think about really pushing their advantage here, but currently with Box Gaming, with that hilltop, it's slightly more difficult for Gang to aggress upon them.
And that's going to clue Bigatron into the presence of Box Gaming as well. They're going to hear those shots, they're going to see that kill feed come up, and they'll know that Box are near to that position, which means that they can pick up potentially a third party, a couple of shots, and it's Box Gaming who would really come off the worst in that situation.
It's John. Now Mamparang moves out wider a little bit, trying to find some shots onto Louis himself. Orange Rock, you see them off in the distance. They're a little bit far away. Mamparang just taking some cheeky little shots there. Now, BTR, like you said, also clued into this fight like Scooby-Doo. Already, the vehicles are taking damage. Jumper and usually puts stock into the fact that these will come in handy later on when the circle does eventually move away from us, as we're right on the edge of the circle. Forgiving a hard shift, but that is very much towards the west. RQ happy, King of Gamers Club very happy. Megastars are in a good position to start clearing some angles off to the northeast.
And Box Gaming disengaging that fight earlier.
Box fort
early. That means they can move in, and in fact they do have a box fort out to the west of this next circle, Blank. They didn't want to take the fight with Yudu. They didn't want to commit to that push. They knew it probably wasn't smart, and it really was the right decision in that situation. So credit to them for making a heads-up call.
Very, very, very quick, like you said, John. Nice and sharp rotation from Box Gaming. They see that they have the box fort available to them. That's BTR, Team ST1 missile dropping to the floor. Saden's already down 2, John.
Zuxi is spotted on the hillside here. Missile takes the spray, but Zuxi just clutches it out. Beautiful spray. Nice turn coming through. We'll hit the deck. We'll look for the heel. Ryzen now trying to push forwards. Even with the cover of his snowmobile, beautiful stuff coming in. Ryzen wants the flush, but ZZB, he gets put out. That's GXR Celts playing third party here. To Bigatron near Abbey. They have to make a rotation. The zone will crunch towards them. There's a tanky. Is that a 6x on a Bison? I think it might be. Or is that a 4x? I think it was a 6.
That's the way to go, John. It's the new meta. But BTR, it is unreasonable the speed at which they 180 flick. That's Luxy with a beautiful little shot with the M24 onto one of the players from T1. Now Zuxi starts to make his way up, and they're already focused on a new team here. They know that they want to get rid of GXR Celts. If they can clear more of these, they can get into the circle.
Hey, Blank, what does this remind you of? One player left from T1 early on in the game. Well, I'm saying second place.
It's a coming.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this time it's Youngjun, and Youngjun was actually the one who was able to, I think it was a 3v1 onto Gank by himself, which was crazy.
All of these pushes, Blank, are coming in towards Orange Rock, and they might just try and play spoiler. We saw one knock just come through.
It is a parallel rotate for all these teams. Bigatron get into 2 vehicles. Microboy heads out first, but it's Marvi, Scout, and Anto all very, very close immediately. Scout there with the headshot onto Microboy to begin this fight.
Oh, the circle pops. It's a hard northwestern shift. That's huge, and Box still in it. Bigatron trying to make this push, but Marvi spots out Ryzen, who is going to go down. Luxy tries to hop out to go for that res, but they are in last chance saloon here. You can see Zuxi just leaving this situation entirely. Does not want any part of that. 3 players alive. Ryzen is down. IND get eliminated in the meantime, by the way.
Yeah.
They are going to fall out. I think that was a blue zone.
Yeah, it was a great wall on the eastern side of players, but now it's Marvi moving up to BTR.
Ryzen already down. Luxy holds the rock. Has the G36, but does go down. Anto with the micro. Is he able to eliminate him? And now 1 player left for Bigatron. Zuxi, who's sent all the way to the middle of the circle.
Orange Rock, really fantastic push from them. Scout opening with a pass ahead shot, beautiful shot from him. I mean, Scout's been playing fantastically over the past this week, in fact, but now Drax in an awful spot there.
Oh dear, yeah, plenty of utility being thrown at his way. You level up trying to stop this rotation, but that's Winter actually getting flushed out by Box Gaming, who have their box fort on the western side, as the next circle has shifted their way. You level up, trying to give Yudu a real hard time, but they're down 2 players now.
They are. There's a fight between King of Gamers and Morph Gaming that should be coming through shortly, as they are literally rotating on top of one another. You can see it here, King of Gamers starting to get the better of them, but Morph is not done yet. They are still retaliating.
Trying to get what they can, hold it down, but there's plenty of fights popping up off Blank, and it's the Megastars versus Founds the Murder that we're going to tune in with now. And we're going to tune out of it, I'm sure, because that one just finished. They got burnt alive there. Nicely done for the Megastars to hold down the compound. 4 players alive on the northeastern side. Now Team Secret trying to rotate past. That's Zuxi getting eliminated. So did Youngjun out in the zone, as well as Orange Rock falling down. This is a Thanos circle if I've ever seen one. Snap and half.
It's
rough.
rough.
Gone.
It's rough. The circle gave everybody a false sense of security that it lulled them into. That it was so nice, and then suddenly, bang! Up to the northwest here. Box Gaming were very happy with their late rotation down to the west side. They're able to make it in, and now teams are feeling the pressure. Very much a barren, open circle towards the end. Just two compounds really in it that are right on the edge of the circle. No one wants to move from it yet, but Box Gaming, they get gifted a loot crate in front of them, which they can hit up with a V on the vehicle and create a pseudo compound.
Oh dear, King of Gamers. They get delivered 2 kills there by U level up. They go down 6th place. Goodness me,
Ooh.
1 circle. I think we've gone from about 14 teams down to 5.
Immediately. It has been insane how quick it's happened. And you'd be surprised, I just talked about that loot crate just then, but you'd be surprised how much of a lifeline these loot crates are in these final zones when you really have no compounds around you. Braga just pops out. Beautiful shot there from him to take down RRQ, one of their players, but that was G9.
As Avenger likes to say, he just went braga. They got the frag for it as well. Unfortunately for him, though, he has RRQ taking some shots at him from up the top of the hill as well. But the next circle will be towards them, and they have the only buildings in the next zone.
So that is Megastars as well, taking some heavy punishment. G9, the player that Martin was touting on the desk here, doing fantastically well so far. Just moves around the corner. Okay, Gamers are still sitting pretty, but they took that fight with Morph, so you imagine their resources might be a little bit thin from the little amount of movement they've been doing during this game. Box Gaming with 4 players, they've got to decide about making some movement soon. But look at this. It is a really nice ending to this circle. We've got so much hard cover in terms of the rocks available, so it's going to be hugely dependent on mechanical skill from these teams, and RQ definitely has that, but I wouldn't say they were in the best position to get into the circle right now.
Box Gaming, they've moved forwards. They've got Louis in a position to play for the next zone, and they're sending in 1 by 1. This is slow and methodical. It's what you like to see. Box Gaming now out in the fields. Megastars yet to make that move, so King of Gamers will just be able to bide their time. RRQ as well, they're going to have to crunch in, so every team has 1 point of the compass on this next zone, Blank.
Exactly. Megastars, though, a big focus on trying to get all 4 of their members into those final zones. Sometimes they take some slow rotations, some safe rotations, but if it leads them towards the top, even if it means little to no kills, they still get those big chunky points from placement.
Placement points can really help you out in a time like this. Mega Stars, Encore. Unfortunate, gets flushed. King of Gamers still just holding behind their walls, making sure that they have all of the sight lines covered. Break trying to move forwards as well. They can use this loot crate to their advantage. Oh, I think he just spotted D2E under the car, but doesn't quite land the shot there. Drops the smoke on the ridge.
This changes things massively, actually, as the circle heads up towards the northeast. This actually favors RRQ, but they've been under so much heavy fire that it's going to be difficult to kind of recuperate, rehabilitate themselves here.
Oh, Pime. We talked about how good this guy is with a sniper, and he lands it straight on towards Beer. One player behind the rock now as it goes up in flames, and I think that's both of them down for RRQ behind that position. So one setup for RRQ left in the duo of G9 and Ernie.
G9 and Ernie, though, what a fantastic duo to have towards the end. But King of Gamers with a lot of players still alive here. RRQ, they're running with a little tiny compound that's set up with this vehicle, but it's just outside of the zone. Box Gaming, 4 players alive. They had that box fort. They've laid down the drawbridge, and the troops, they start to march out.
4 kills found already blank as they crash on into the next zone. Again, they're moving forwards 2 first, and then the rest of them soon to follow. That's finally the kill coming out for Box Gaming, so they are up to 5 now as RRQ with the duo behind a single rock here. They're not in the zone. They're going to have to move.
And into open ground, so you better hope they do. What was that from nowhere?
Oh my goodness me, they were watching Froz's nade breakdown because that was a perfect bounce. Huge stuff. And RRQ get wiped out. Box Gaming now in pitched warfare with King of Gamers, who have the walls to their advantage.
They do, but already Soup is down, and Box Gaming, they're flooding the field. The spears are out and ready.
5 kills found, they want more. 7 for the King of Gamers. They try to go for the spray, but it will not happen. Box Gaming finally leave their compound, and when they do, they are there to fight. A lovely nade found as well to wipe out RRQ, the threat from the northeastern side. Dismounted.
It's crazy. The Knights of the Box Gaming, they start to don the armor. The shields are out, the spears are ready, and they move forward. It is incredible. You love to see it.
Knights better than kings. That's what we're here for. You heard it here first, guys. Fantastic stuff. We're gonna head it over to the desk to break it down.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers. It looks really exciting. Why not have a try?
That's right. Box Gaming says no thank you to the first couple of circles on Vikendi, but really enjoys those last couple of circles on Vikendi as they are nice and they are able to get themselves good old points coming in. And Avenger, Froz joining me. Froz is a happy chappy.
I mean, of course, Box Gaming bringing it all the way home. No, but it played very well. We were talking about how they were really good on holding down a compound. They were holding down compound, but we didn't see a lot of action coming in when they were doing that. They came in very late into that one as well. But it was all about the end game, how they were taking in control, make sure we're going to be all 4 up for this fight. We saw them trying to poke a little bit on what was it? King of Game? Was it? No, Yudu. It was Yudu they were poking a little bit on. It didn't work out, so they were like, hey, we'll just move on.
Overall points for this game. Let's see what Box Gaming could do, as well as some of those other teams up towards the top. 27 points for them. 7 kills. Very even kill distribution, actually, for this game. King of Gamers, 21 points. RRQ Athena, 16. Avenger.
Very even kills on Vikendi. I've never seen that before. Imagine that. No, it's good to see it's evened out. It's obviously the teams that are trying to step up here on the last Super Weekend to make sure they can get a bigger share of the prize pool, guys.
Froz, Nova Godlike, 7th place, 9 points. That's below the average required.
That's a pretty good average. I mean, it's a little bit below, but at the same time, you don't need to get everything at the same time, okay? Chill out.
I'm going to come to you every single game.
Look, them doing this good, though. Them doing this good. This is going to put them up there. It's going to put them into a spot where they can actually contest Reject Scarlet, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, Frost, you said it was Morph team that should have 12.5 damage, or had 12.5h points per game.
13th place.
Not even 13th.
They both need it. They're both starting off on 0 points.
That is true.
An uncharacteristic difficult time for a Bigatron to start things off in the first couple of days, but that's how that's going to be.
I've tried that before.
Yeah, and then they came back and got like all the wins
and won.
Topped the leaderboards anyway. Let's take a look now at Box Gaming and their numbers. Not many numbers.
That's very low total damage. Very low. But also you see the total heal. That's once again, they were peeking a little bit. They were poking here and there, poking a little bit there, but it didn't happen a lot.
Yeah. Just like I poked you the other day.
Yeah, exactly. No, we saw them knocking Yudu knock Loki, for example.
Yes.
And then they just were like, it's no reason for us to fight this. They want to see if that compound was free. It was not. They popped the tire and just moved.
I think one of the important things probably for Box Gaming in that game, and correct me if I'm wrong, whilst we take a look at the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments. In fact, I'll get onto that later on. Martin, tell me about the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments.
Well, there's many moments where I was doing the do, but the majority of the moments, the other guys were doing the do. No, jokes aside, overall, a very, very quiet first 3 circles. Then we got the 4th circle, and the vast majority of the teams is in. And this is where it becomes really difficult, because when you have 55 plus players alive in 4th circle, then the 3rd circle is going to be a monster, and it was the 5th circle is going to be a monster, and that circle shifted very far west. This is where some of the teams, they capitalized on that. Box Gaming was one of the teams that took one of the compounds, but overall we saw so many teams forced to fight on the south and the southeast. U-Level Up was one of them. They took out some of the Yudu guys here, and they were in a really rough position. Yudu was actually sitting on the south side of the circle for a very, very long time. They could potentially have pushed into a better position. They could have breached. They had so many opportunities, but they decided to wait on the edge and try to get as many kills as they could.
They were getting held out by, of course, Box Gaming. Box Gaming, TSM Entity, and Orange Rock were the 3 teams that were pretty slow to getting into the 1st/2nd circle. We saw that TSM, they tried to go in from the northeast side. Orange Rock, they actually went from the west side and went straight in, while Box Gaming went on the southwest.
Was this the highlights of Vikendi, or was this just the highlights of the G36C? Because every single person had it towards the end. It was just nuts.
It's all over the place. It's so many bullets as well. And also, the recoil on that gun is absolutely insane. That's why everybody's trying to get a 6.6 on it. It's insane.
Something to talk about, though, whilst we were going towards Circle 5 and 6, was that Froz was talking about it a lot during the game happening, is that Box ended up taking that kind of box formation. It was all over the place, Froz. Why we so much?
There was also the other one. They were boxing their way into the circle in late game.
No, but it comes down to how they like to hold a compound. They like to be able to just put a box up. We saw that the compound they were holding was kind of like a square like this, and they just had one in each corner. And that's a stronghold. There's one thing to it, though. You cannot get yourself knocked, because if you get yourself knocked, there's a weakness in the boxing. It becomes a triangle.
That
doesn't work out.
And you've got to change your team name. That's unfortunate, I suppose.
But they're really good at this, making sure that they're not getting themselves knocked and just holding down the fortress.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the overall damage then from this game. And will it be, Sanhok numbers?
That's Vikendi numbers. But it's kind of similar. Yeah, but okay, so when we have all these teams, especially, so either it's third party on third party and teams die to that, or it's team being forced to move into a circle where they're not able to. Then they're going to be fighting on the edge. We often see that on Sanhok as well, but it happens on Vikendi a lot. But I like to see a few of the guys here in late game is the guys that took positions early and took a chance of getting into a better position early. Box Gaming was one of them that did not have that compound. They scouted it. It was free. They took it and defended it very well.
Box Game, Mega Stars and Arcupina.
Keep going.
There were 2 of the teams that actually took the compounds in Circle 1. And then we saw that the circle went towards them, and they were basically just holding it out until the late game. And of course, that beautiful nade from Concept on R.
Damn, that was the best part about it. Was for us as the observers, it came out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden just.
It was a nice catch from the observers. We just saw it going off. It was like beautiful.
Very nice.
That passive play is what happens when RRQ goes from 4 people to 2 people. They stop playing super aggressively. They stop taking aggressive positions and better positions, and they try to wait it out and try to third part of the last fight rather than be the excellent ones.
A big problem was they didn't have much terrain to work with.
They didn't have a lot of terrain with. There was difficult terrain as well, and also they did not have enough smokes, because otherwise we would have seen them smoke up in front of them. They would smoke the rocks. They were getting shot under the cars, etc.
Well, they are one of our contenders for the top spots currently for the league play, and they actually put out more damage than even Box did during this game, but a little bit of a resurgence to some aggression, but I think you want to see them even more aggressive. That's the kind of, they're the Terminators we know, the more aggressive style coming out from our arc.
Yeah, we want to see them more aggressive. Even if they're down to 1 or 2 players, they need to keep up the aggression. I feel like a lot of times, as Avenger said, when they go down to 2 players, we see them being more passive. They don't want to take the fights, but this is their strength. This is how they thrive. When they are aggressive, that's when they get the points, and we want to see them do that. I don't care if they're 1, 2, 3, or 4 players up. Do it all the time. That's what we love to see from that team.
And especially also, like, if you're in a position where, you know, you're getting a couple of shifts towards you, that's where you need to start working on it a bit earlier, right? Because if you're sitting and waiting on the edge, you need to start setting yourself up better for the late game. Start scouting to make sure you have a better position. If the circle goes in the worst possible scenario, you have to make sure you have a plan for that. Like, when you're sitting and you're inside the next 2 circles, you need to have made plans for what's going to happen next. And you cannot be surprised. You have to say, okay, guys, once we're in, like, once we have on the edge, the next circle is most likely not going to sit on us. So that's why you have to have plans, no matter if it goes east, north, west, southwest, north, anywhere.
I'm just going to say this, though. The overall leaderboard is going to be pretty tight now.
It's going to be spicy.
BTR, they've gone out pretty early now.
Yeah.
And then we had Box Gaming and RQ, 2 of the teams that are chasing. Also, of course, Megastars that is up towards the top there. This is getting spicy now.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it later on. Let's take a look at our top players from this game, of course, as well. As it's going to be quite close, I think. Even, you know, someone like Ultron from GXR Celts being able to pop on in there too. So not too bad. Why are you smiling, Avenger?
The Concept and Braga's there. That's super nice to see from King of Gamers.
Well,
obviously, yes, they get 7 kills. They got 21 points, but nice to see 2 and 3 kills as well. Yes, it's low, but it's Vikendi, and it's a good size and a good amount for Vikendi.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a low count. If you're on the top player list, it's always good.
Nice.
All right, let's take a look at the overall rankings and see what's what. Ooh, the difference is being made up currently here. Bigatron Red Aliens, yes, is in first place. However, RRQ Athena and Box Gaming are on the catch-up.
Well, look at King of Gamers, though. They've gone up to 4th place. They passed Megastars. Still
no chicken dinners.
Chicken dinners.
That's insane. Like, when they get a chicken dinner and, you know, 15 kill winner, so they're straight into the top 3.
No, if they had 2 chicken dinners on the board, they could be number 1.
No, if they had 2 chicken dinners on the board, they would have, let's say the second place is right, they would have 12 more points. They would be 3rd.
Very close to number 1. Like, if you think about the 40 points.
Third place versus, yeah, sure. Let's look at the bottom though, guys.
All right, so once again though, Nova Godlike and Morph Team, they are chasing. We're gonna keep on talking about this because this is an important point. And look at Nova Godlike, they got 90 points. The average would be putting them on 25 right now. They're not right there right now, but they're close enough.
Up until we tell you, don't look at the arrows between Nova Godlike and Morph Team. When we say you can look at those arrows, you can look at them. But don't look at them right now. It doesn't matter. They're just going to be bouncing between one another at the moment. Orange Rock will move up 1 place. Synergy currently not playing here. So they're just waiting, biding their time, hoping that they don't lose some money here in the regular play.
Yeah, it's rough when you're just sitting there and just waiting.
The Yudu gank effect.
And you don't have control over it yourself because, you know, that's how it is sometimes. You didn't make it, you're not playing, you just got to wait for everyone else to play, and you're just biting your nails.
Well, I'm off. I'm going to, you know, head on over to the other desk as we now go and see our next commentators for our next couple of games. It's Imperium, it's Maxman, looking quite dapper, I must say. Got a little trim going on there as well.
I got that trimmed like a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, you did that before. Now it looks a bit more pointy.
Well, I'm trying to go for, I don't know, whatever you want to call
devil look.
Yeah,
yeah, nice. I like it. You've also, I see, done something with yours too.
Got rid of it completely.
Oh,
it's coming back slowly though.
yeah.
It's slowly lurking in. Okay, maybe at the end of PMWL it'll be back completely.
Nice. Are you looking forward to these games?
I am, but at the I'm gonna kind of, you know, King of Gamers have performed well, but said before, unless you can close out a chicken dinner, with all due respect, I just don't think you can get it done. They need to get that chicken dinner, otherwise, you know, with all due respect to them, I can't see them winning it.
Max, thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with that, definitely. I'm happy, especially with You Level Up, you know, a team that has been now consistently getting some good results on the two first games. They need to keep on getting these good results in to try and get themselves in just a safe position overall.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be coming back to you for the next couple of games as I head on back to my desk, sneak on over a little bit, and take a look at the schedule. So we have 3 more games coming at you for today. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel on the way. It's going to be good because now Avenger has a big beaming smile on his face without me looking at him.
That is true.
There you go. He likes his Miramar.
Miramania!
Mainly because the cartoonish way of your movement over here, I really like that.
It's bizarre, isn't it? I'm trying to keep it bizarre.
I like that.
That's the word I'm describing all of my little walks and jibs and jives.
I'm a little sad though. I mean, King of Gamers Club, yes. Imperium just said they don't have any wins. They don't have any chicken dinners. That is true. And I feel like he just cursed them. They're not going to get any more wins today. You think?
No more box formation?
Look, I'm going to tell you this. If they keep on playing like they're doing, they don't need any wins. First game, third place, 6 kills. Second game, second place, 7 kills. If they keep up this consistency, they're going to get top 3.
If Box Gaming, after your prediction of Box Gaming, if they get number 1 after all of this, I owe you dinner. Because that's a sick prediction at the beginning of the day. To see
you already owe me dinner.
No, I don't. What? From what?
I don't know.
I think you guys owe me many dinners after I paid for the cinema in Germany for how many weeks?
All the time you invited us.
German cards.
You invited us.
I did not invite you.
It was a maximum of 20 weekends.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget the popcorn and everything.
That was a lot of money.
I will say though, you invited us. We were just giving you company, you know.
Shut up. It's time to look at Miramar closer. Talk about Miramar.
Oh, look at the team.
Wow. This is very even between the teams. But as you can see right here, Bigatron only got 1 chicken dinner compared to RQ Fina and Team Secret that got 2 each. But look on the damage, the kills. It's very, very even.
I will say though, this is very satisfying to look at. 14,000 straight flat damage.
That is very satisfying.
If they can continue this up, I am cheering for them for the rest of the week.
All right, gentlemen, everybody out there, time to leave these freeloaders as we now head over to our commentator team to bring us Miramar. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Kilaris. Miramar indeed is going to be intense. And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be playing out. But so far, we saw a lot of pressure coming out on these teams because this is the last golden opportunity, especially for the teams down below, to try and get themselves to the league finals. But you know what? Pressure makes diamonds, and we had a lot of great diamond plays, worthy plays here.
110%. You know, they say you can't get enough from a diamond in the rough, and you know that you're dead right with regards to the bottom of the table. It's a huge mountain that the likes of Morph and Nova God have to climb coming into not just this game, the rest of the day, but of course the rest of the weekend. Then of course you have the battle at the top for that prize pool, for that juicy first place coming into the league finals, which will send a message and have that strong mentality.
It's all about statements over here, Imperium. As we're looking for, but here it is, the playing path. Miramar is going to be under play for the only time today. We'll have 2 other Miramar games throughout the entirety, of course, of this Super Weekend. But the plane is going to go from Minas del Sur all up to Torre Ahumada. Pretty good one. Teams like to go mainly over on the eastern coast. Might have to struggle a little bit over there, but otherwise this is still a pretty decent playing path. Really nothing to complain about here.
No, it's going to be relatively pretty standard stuff. What I am interested to see throughout the rest of the weekend of Miramar is, because all these teams are going to be going up against each other, there's no different groups. If we see an evolution of drop spots and rotations from these teams based on this first game today. So I'm really excited. I know a lot of these teams have faced up against each other, but when you do add an element of a Nova God, and a Morph team to Super Weekend where they haven't been before, that does change things up.
Definitely does. We see Bigatron get himself for Picardo. Picardo, you know, my favorite drop-in location, reason why allows for a lot, and I mean a lot of rotation potential in any kind of circle, so you love to see that kind of rotation coming out from them. I think this is the first time we see a circle like so hardly shifted up north on the west. And this could be really interesting. Maybe an El Pozo finish could be happening this game.
And it did kind of complement the playing trajectory initially.
Yeah.
So a good few teams, although in saying that, like Megastar is always dropping Monte Nuevo, RQ always dropping El Pozo, and of course Le Cabrera by Udu Gank. But when we talk about this circle, and we said it time and time again, you're looking at towards a crater field slash the high ground to the east of El Pozo. It's such a key area to hold on to push teams back around and create that space. Like we see jumpers already in crater fields. That could be a huge setup for Udu to get a strong result.
It was lucky that they were next to crater fields and the circle went on top of them, and that position is pretty central. Now, can they use that location? Because Udu's been a team that we mentioned many times, right? They started off greatly in the Super Weekends with 3 chicken dinners. They just fell off pretty hard. They need to try and reclaim their lost, dynasty?
Motivation,
something positive. You've got like a lot of different words you could add to. But
I guess.
I mean, that's mostly me, Imperium.
Okay,
I think they've got to try and reclaim their lost, performances that they had before and try and get some good games here. So even though they have a great position, can they use it to its full potential?
Exactly. Looking at Box Gaming, they normally do drop in Picado. Okay, and that's all well and good, but what I find interesting is that they have a little bit of a 4-man split right now of 1-1-1-1, and that's all well and good, but because there's so many teams around the eastern and southeastern area of the map, if they don't gather up and join up as a full squad or even as a 2-2, we could see them getting picked off in the next couple of minutes as the Blue Zone closes its way in.
Hopefully they'll be very, very careful about that kind of rotation. We're also looking at a lot at San Martin right now. We're going to have 2 teams. That's going to be T1 and also Valdes del Murder in 9th and 10th position respectively.
Yeah.
You know what? At the end, you're still fighting for that top 16 where you want to be to get yourself to the league finals. But not only that, you're also fighting for the top of the table to hit that little Super Weekend cash prize. So you know what? You've got 2 fights happening so far. These 2 teams, I think that they know that they want to avoid that fight early on. They took it already in the past, but it didn't really work really well in any team's favor.
Yeah, when we talk about these teams and what they're kind of fighting for, at the end of the day, they don't necessarily need any more motivation to win. They don't need any more motivation to try to be the best team that they can be, because they have that pride. They have that, we are playing against the best teams in the eastern side of the world. We are trying to be the best, and that's kind of enough. Of course, when you add the prize money and the spots, of course, that helps from a storyline perspective. But they know all these teams, they want to come out on top.
Going to be seeing Bigatron. I talked about the rotation potential from Picado, sending 1 player forward. Was the player who got Luxy in the lobby this one. I know Luxy that I'm going to flex. No weird flex, but okay. But he did follow me on Instagram. MaxmanCast on Instagram, but guys, go check it out, please. It's pretty cool to see these teams ready. RQ Athena position. They already played around in the past, especially against T1, I do believe it was.
Yes,
it did work out for them really well. So they're going to try and just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. And we do see Peme sending himself forward in a similar position, a little bit more lower ground, but it's a same principle of getting into the high ground, and that's it's not quite the same, but that's some pretty nice hill climbing right there.
That's not really realistic physics, right? Remember, I think you can do that. But you know what? That's okay. They're going to have 2 mountaintops under control. They're going to be able to scout pretty nicely. But we already saw an issue like that a little bit. I think it was a Chumacera in the past where you can scout up there. But the reason is you're an immobile scout. If teams know you are there and you want to try and rotate away, you might have just lost your scout. So it gives you a lot of information, but it's just at the point of time where you want to disengage from that location, that's where things could get tricky for your scouts.
I would generally agree with that, and it's more the fact that the rest of Box Gaming have not joined up as a team, which does worry me. And BTR, you talked about their rotation coming out. Picado is heading up close. Peme now going to look for Beer, will not connect those shots off, but does send that message to Beer to say, hey, we're here. Be careful where you peek.
Just trying to pop the wheels, maybe. Because here the car is also a good way. We saw RQ Athena do that in the past also, is that you just get stuff into the car, drop down, you don't take any full damage. It's an easy way to go back to the surface level. Now the rotation's slowly going to be coming out. Galaxy Racer South's down south, going to be trying to get himself next to Monte Nuevo. Should be a pretty nice position overall, but no team's really occupying the north or really heavily the western side, except for Megastars. You also have yourself You Level Up and Morph. And talking about You Level Up and Morph, they're going to take a little bit of a skirmish in the open here.
It's going to see Hasbro proning himself way down. Winter on the high ground has that advantage, but he's also being careful not to peek too heavily. Huzan on the other side as well, but on the low ground. So hopefully be able to get a little bit of information. But with the smokes being thrown out, that is basically prime. Yeah, and he's going to get knocked out. So nice play by Winter.
I love this position of the two players of you level up. You got the high ground, you got the low ground. 2 points of pressure on the two players on Morph that they just can't really fight back in any way, shape, or form. Zay is going to have to just try and avoid detection, but Winter knows exactly where he is. They're going to send Yogzan to potentially go for the flush onto Zab just to make sure they can confirm that 1 point, because they're a team that are pretty low in the standings. They need to get every single point they might get.
That's the thing. You know, when your back's against the wall, in my opinion, Morph should be sending the full squad to get the fight up on towards you level up. You know...
He's in the bush. Oh, you got him. There you go.
There you go. You know, like, it's just, it feels like it's a little bit too passive or maybe a little bit too late. Of course, JXC now, along with No Mercy, are going to be using that little bit, dip of the ridge on the side of the road to try and get a couple of shots off. But now it's still Morph with the disadvantage. But great knockdown by JXC.
They want to give you level up a little bit of their own medicine. Kemal will be joining the mix. Winter's got the high ground, still really denying Jakes from pushing over, especially as the road is also a blank kill protection for them. But you level up doing a really smart play. Always, they love sandwiching up these players of Morph. You love to see it. Going to go for the compound a little bit further away, and like that, they just no way for them to really defend himself, and he knows that. Jakes is going to swiftly get himself to the car, but Kemal is not going to allow that rotation to come on through. They are spraying absolute hell on this guy.
Like, we saw them do it against BTR. We saw them do it against numerous teams. They're a team that are very confident, split up one by one. Of course, we do see Box Gaming being punished by BTR. I did call it.
Yep. Loki did have a little bit of a cart issue right there, but that's what happens from time to time, is okay. But No Mercy with a nice high ground position, trying to potentially allow his ally, JXC, to make it over to him, but they are putting just so much pressure. I love the control from You Level Up.
Yeah.
They know, like, every position has a meaning, has an intention, and they use it so well. I love to see that.
You know what that says to me? Communication on point.
Yes.
The communication of the players to know and of course strong eye gelling as well to position each player in the right play. That is a big sign for me. So great initial start coming out from You Level Up.
And there's someone getting run over right there apparently, but that's okay. Yeah, Morph still going to have to try and rethink about repositioning away from this fight if they can, but the Phase 1 circle is about to close up. Imperium, where's it going to take us? I talked about our pod, so it goes up north. We rarely have these northern circle finishes, potentially Imperium on Miramar, so I'm really intrigued to see how these teams will adapt, because this is a circle that these teams don't have a lot of experience with.
True. We've seen some great rotations from Nova as well, coming in from the east and the north, just outside the Cobra area. They're a team that have definitely evolved on their rotations in the first 2 games alone. It's what's gotten them some really solid results in the first 2 games. It's also the similar with TSM Entity. They were looking a little bit separated by Hacienda, but send themselves now as a full squad into the circle, a more centralized location. That's strong for them.
Yeah, JXC got headshot through the smoke. No idea how that happened, but great connections from Kemal. And now No Mercy knows that the res is not going to come out, so he's just going to swiftly try and escape. That was a close one. The car was indeed fuming. He makes it to a compound, but he can't move away from this compound. If You Level Up really want to, they could breach that compound and take the control on it. But I think that Mercy's definitely going to try and put as much pressure as he can to stop them from coming by. But again, multiple angles. They definitely want this kill on No Mercy.
All the while we do see RQ getting into a little bit of a tangle with Galaxy Racer Cells, getting a knockdown. RQ have a little bit of a 3-1 split for now. And we're going to see Team IND join in on the fight down in the south tip outside the circle. But You Level Up sending them back.
Shots on Kemal to Kratos, but Kratos now he's got himself the high ground. He's got himself out of the car, so he can try and fight back versus You Level Up if he wants to. They'll be pushing forward slowly but surely. But now they find himself in a pretty similar situation, of which, Morph were just a few seconds ago. So, interested to see You Level Up not trying to rotate away from that position, because it's a scary place to take a fight, but JXC does indeed get confirmed by Kemal. That's going to be their 3rd kill so far. But You Level Up, I got to say, really consistent on the 2 first games. They got like 6 kills on the first one, 4 kills on the second. They're hitting those consistent averages that we want them to see connect with.
It's amazing how much respect we're seeing from these teams on their rotations overall, realistically. Like, you do getting close to Mega, but not enough that there's any huge engagements coming through. Of course, we know Miramar is a vast area, right? So, you have that kind of maybe more natural space. But the fact that they're being so aware of each other, we saw it in the last game in Vikendi, where kind of phase 3, phase 4, we basically had the guts of every single player up in every single team. So this is what we're expecting when it comes to the best of the best in these super weekends.
Always seen Nova Godlike pop over in the kill feed. With TSM Entity also, Nova, they can't afford any bad results into this on some third parties indeed will come out. Even King of Gamers joining the mix. Where's Team ID? Where's You Level Up? Where's also No Mercy of Morph? A lot of mixes in position rich. Normally fights happen on a very, very rare occasion, but they're just going to continue by. They know that this is not a fight worth taking. Position in the circle is way more important at this point in time.
And you're also even looking at Orange Rock that's getting close to potentially Nova Godlike T1 and TSM Entity, all the while on the outside of the circle on the eastern side, just basically outside Hacienda, you have Valdez, The Murder, Team Seeker and Box Gaming close by to each other. So wondering how those kind of rotations are going to fare for those teams getting closer to each other.
At Bigatron, they're going to be on the road, a little bit risky. Winter did go out. Will not take any sprays as of yet, and I think the Bigatron saw them, so they're going to go a little bit on the dip side to make sure they can't get attacked from the south. So You Level Up just going to be potentially giving up on that one, but they still have to rotate in circle. But so far, you talked about earlier, right, the high ground position up north on the eastern side of El Pozo. No team's already over there so far, and I think it's interesting that might create a little bit of a power vacuum in some point in time if team want to try and take that position under control. And it went exactly in that position we were mentioning right there. Now teams have to take that position under control, and the first team to do so could have a huge advantage going into this game.
Well, you already see TSM Entity essentially have the north side under control somewhat. Like, you don't want to be inside Crater Field, so you want to be on the high ground around the edge of Crater Field. That's going to be imperative for these teams.
And we saw that go RQ Athena. For the first time we saw them actually in the feed. Got himself a little bit of a nice upper hand onto Galaxy Racer Celts. And confirmed the kill onto Rocks. A few nice little kills that we weren't quite able to see, but because it's been a really passive game, but we know that that's just like the last game on Vikendi, right? Yeah. Really passive early game, and then you have one circle. Shifts everything, everyone's their favor, and that's when the big fights will be coming out eventually. So you keep your eyes out on the minimap, that's where things will be happening. Bigatron, Team ID, You Level Up, and still have yet to really get far away from each other, which I was expecting potentially teams to go hit high up north.
And because we did initially see a lot of teams basically on the east and the southeast based on phase one, a lot of teams kind of decided to shift around and move towards the west. So there is actually a little bit more space for the likes of Valdez, Team Seeker, and Box Gaming to get onto the high ground area. So interesting on how they're going to play around it, like I said, with RQ right in the center. But Kratos on the BTR.
Yeah, Rising will get knocked out. I don't think that a res will be, unfortunately, really a worthy play for Bigatron. They know this is going to be a needed casualty. They shall continue by. Also because Team ID, they got the high ground. They don't want to take a fight when they do not have the advantage. Ryzen does indeed get confirmed out by Kratos with the M4.
That's a risky rotation from BTR.
That's extremely risky, as you just mentioned, Imperium, but the distance a little bit too big, a little bit too fast. I think the Bigatron might make it up, but Box Gaming, they got the high ground right up on the eastern side, especially so You Level Up. There is an El Pozo. They're not out of the woods just yet.
No, definitely not. Then on the edge of El Pozo, you have You Level Up. But of course, Jackson coming in from behind. Snacks does not spot him. He doesn't get the... What? Okay, it is what it is for now, but Jackson is going to reposition around. Going to look to throw out the grenade. Snacks responds quite nicely. That was a weird one.
He's only got 6 bandages right now. Snacks, he can't really take this fight head on. That grenade was a close call for Jackson. Will not connect nonetheless. Team ID got to try and reposition himself because they just crunched himself into the compound without really thinking of taking a fight directly, but Jackson was around the corner, forcing an instant response from Team ID. Grenades coming out from Still Kimal and Winter on the high ground.
Yeah, but because it's that cliffside that's so harsh, they're not able to really do anything about that. You know, you Level Up, we're not able to take advantage of that, and it's protecting Team ID, giving a little bit more focus on the BTR in the distance.
Pretty big distance there. Bigatron will not be taken out just yet. But the central position we mentioned earlier, right? RQ Athena were the first contenders to go for that position. They got into control with Yudu just around them and also allowed us the murder. They'll have to just keep a little bit of zone around them, take a few shots to make sure no teams get too close to their safe area. But I see Jackson here has a great angle on Team ID. They're just going to go a little bit around that cliffside you mentioned earlier, Imperium, to try and remain safe for the time being.
Really like the rotation from Orange Rock. They were initially to the east of Nova Godlike, but they basically wrapped around the Cobra area and have come in from the north to the west of Nova and basically past King and Gamers in T1. That's such a nice rotation from the Orange Rock boys.
I'm really hoping to see you do good performances because Blank touched upon that earlier, right? The fact that even if they gifted good circles, good positions overall, good loot, they're a team that will fall off a little bit. So this is their golden opportunity to potentially get themselves their 4th chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. So I can't wait and see how that's going to be coming out. You Level Up just rushing away from this compound of El Pozo. Again, spray from the backside by Ultron of Galaxy Racer Celts. They seek him out. Can they connect it? Pushing me low, and
Nice.
it does indeed work out for Ultron. Nice connection, nice spray on the M4. It will get the frag.
And then, you know, and just to kind of talk about Orange Rock's rotation, because it was so strong, they've actually gone ahead of TSM Entity off the back of that, so really nice play indeed. But as the grenades are going to be thrown out by MJ, yet to connect onto members of U level up. Jackson coming in from the sideline, try and put pressure on the Celts guys, but it's not going to be enough because a tanky is ready to get the job done with MJ using a first aid.
Yep, and now they're just a one-man army. They're going to go for the final push. Oh my god, it's right behind them. They do at the end get the player done. That's U level up eliminated in last 16th position. Not the result we're really expecting from them, but they did get a few kills, so just, you know, try and recap this game a little bit in their favor.
King of Gamers on the north side against T1, and even Nova Godlike swinging their way around to join in on the fun. Missile low on health, Lonely Young. Of course, with this knockdown, Vamp will be also knocked down. That's going to leave Nova with one player left standing. That's Haster, the IGL.
Yeah, two teams that need good results that are really struggling in this third game of the day. Team ID slowly pushing uphill against Bigatron. T1 do get confirmed out of the lobby. Also, we do have to mention that Bazuxi there in the dip. Grenade could be huge, but no, Slayer's pushing, but he just doesn't know he's cooking up a grenade. Otherwise, I think he would have committed for that push. Right side, Zuxi. Can he make the clutch happen versus Team IND? Unfortunately, they last bullets will not connect. Slayer will slay down Bigatron, eliminated in 30s. Now we're seeing more and more teams get taken out because it's a more and more flat area in the circle, meaning that all the teams are getting pushed above that lip of the hill, and they get angles on every team almost.
Just want to really quickly talk about Team IND, though. They're a team that in the second week, they kind of struggled a bit, but now in the league play and this Super Weekend, they found a really strong note as Team Secret clash onto TSM.
Just like sardines in the box of sardines, they just can't make it out. Great grenade, nice little bouncy right inside the container. Should connect the kill normally for Team Secret. He has to run out. Oh no, wait. That timing was so off. Clutch God actually makes it out of the container, but it's just going to be a little bit too shortly lived. Team Secret going to be eliminating TSM Entity. But that was surprising. How in the first place did they end up in the container? I have no idea.
It was just a rotation from TSM Entity that kind of, they got caught out initially by Orange Rock. Gill got a knock and a kill, so it put instantly TSM down to 3 players. Then, of course, Jonathan got knocked and it just went from there. It was what it was. As we're down to 11 teams, 35 players as the blue zone is closing its way in. RQ once again, and you touched upon it earlier on, they're still sitting so strongly down on the south side of Crater Fields in the center of this circle.
They definitely have a great position to play around, but what I'm expecting also this next circle is really what's going to be dictating the course and the pace of this game. It's going to be taking us. It will be a hard shift. They will be going up north, mainly over to the eastern side. That's going to be great for RRQ Athena. But now, Megastars, Galaxy Races, like really is all of a slope. If you want to make it to where RRQ are, it's a slope or uphill or downhill. RRQ got the advantage, but it might be a bit too much. You have so many squads still remaining. There will be a lot of pressure on RRQ to potentially take this game.
One thing I did think Vamp was actually knocked down previously. My apologies, he was actually still up, so he's joined up with Hastar. 2 members left of Nova Godlike as they have to sweep their way in from the northwest. They have U-Do in front of them, they have RRQ, of course, and then down south, you have the likes of Megastars and Galaxy Racer Celts.
Yeah, Valdez, they're going to be one of the first teams actually getting closer to RRQ Athena, so we'll have to make sure that things go pretty well for them. But especially down, like Orange Rock currently, also they're on the slope of the hill. They're going to have to potentially. It's an interesting location, but they will have to push. They have a little bit of slope. They got a few areas to work around, but it still will be hard to push in a circle. There's a lot of teams around them.
Yeah, but because you're on a slope that is kind of initially for now avoiding them getting spot out from the likes of UD and RQ, they kind of at least can focus on Team Secret. If they can push them out with Mavi in front, you can see him on the front line. That could definitely be a really strong point of contestant for Orange Rock if they can take out Team Secret.
I mean, especially seeing Yudu gank. Their team to go himself a little bit of the high ground up on northern side. They could have a great angle on those two teams. Even potentially even concept of King of Gamers. They could really get rid of that rotation and shut it down in the course of action. And now the circle's going to be slowly moving away. We're already 1 quarter done. The concept is going to do a run for it. And we might have a big clash between Team Secret and Orange Rock because they don't want to get backstabbed as they go uphill. They need to take this fight head on.
Talk about getting backstabbed. Coming in from the west, you have Megastars in the fields outside Crater Fields, coming in and knocking a member of Yudu Gang.
Yep, going for a nice little bit of a re-engage. I mean, Megastars, they really have no choice, otherwise they'll end up on a slope on the edge of the circle, and that is never a great position to be into. We're still 33 players in the lobby, 11 teams total. Things are slowly getting cut down as we go by this game. But yeah, that position we were talking about, right, Megastars, they have to make it up. They do have a little bit of a dip, you know, to hide behind, really, to try and push and get a few nice scopes onto you to gank. Nice spray onto the car, but Paradox will get punished because of that peak, and the blue zone is right behind them. They might go down because of this move.
Talking about going down, we have lost Nova Godlike in 11th place. I don't think they've captured enough kills, enough points to hit that average that they kind of need to. So it's going to be a poor game 3 for them, as Box Gaming are also going to go down, followed by King of Gamers. They drop one by one as we get into the next phase, Max.
Great grenade from Vexy. He wants to be known as the best grenader of the lobby. And you know what? He is definitely living up to that title. Megastars going to be sending the full squad over. They're making it over. They're going to go for a little bit of an angle, but it's going to be won by Vexy. Nobody does it better than Vexy himself right here. That's going to be giving the man advantage over to Megastars with Swag and Vexy still remaining. Encore, the rest could still potentially come out, but it's still a risky play, especially knowing the Galaxy Racers themselves are very close to this fight.
But of course, Galaxy Racers have actually third party and gotten a knockdown on the Swag. That means Vexy is now on his own. He's going to see Jumper in front, and he comes in and sends that message, wipes him down. Can they get the revive onto the likes of Swag and Encore?
That's the 1v3 by Vexy Imperium. We do have to mention that. Huge plays from Megastar, 7 kills so far. A lot of them coming out from Vexy, of course. But the Circle did do a hard shift up north. Going to be good to the advantage of Orange Rock and Team Secret. But once again, it comes back to the situation we talked about earlier. The first team to go for that rotation uphill is going to get backstabbed by the team remaining in the compound down below. It's such a risky position. It really depends. Do you want to take the fight before rotating or take the risk?
So many options, and that's where the strong IGL, the experienced IGLs will come into play to make the right decisions, to make the calculations in the split-second moments. But RQ, they're going to look to punish Valdez along with Team Secret coming in from the east side.
Oh, the south, a lot of action is indeed coming on through. And Team ID, they delayed that rotation, was going to be risky at the end, but you know what? Because so many teams are potentially losing players down south, that might actually allow that rotation to come on through. I'm really intrigued, but Ernie's got himself the high tippity top of the mountain under control. He's got visibility on every single player remaining in this lobby. The amount of control and information they have is just mind-boggling, and it's going to be extremely hard to respond. But Team ID trying their best to just zigzag around the corner, just do a little bit of the jiggle to avoid those bullets, but it's sending D2E on the forefront to potentially take that 1v2.
You talk about uphill battle. This is literally an uphill battle for Team IND. You never want any player up on top of a hill looking down upon you, especially when it's RRQ. That is, of course, though, giving a tiny bit of time and space for the last player, Valdez to Murder, to in some way creep closer to the southeastern side of the circle.
Galaxy Racers out, and 1 split second after that, Megastars falling. So you know what? Megastars will be taking 6th position, stealing it away from the other squad. Nicely done from them indeed, but now 5 teams remaining in the lobby. You've got Orange Rock, Team Secret, Team IND, also got RQ Athena and Martin of Valdez the Murder, but this race through the smokes will come out, and a big fight is happening. We mentioned, do you want to go for the push or go for the fight? The fight will indeed come out first for these 2 squads. The smoke will give a little bit more time. Scout on the high ground position. Don't really expect it, but he's getting shot from the high ground too, I do believe, and Team Secret wiping off Orange Rock away from the lobby, and now it's down to only 3 teams.
Yeah, it was that initial double knock that came out, I believe, from Mad Toy. That was the crowning shots and the crowning knocks for Team Secret to clean that fight up and then continue on as a full squad as they hold on to low ground. RQ up on the high ground. The last player from Valdez and Murder got into vehicles, been able to find his way in, but not before Ernie finds him. That's going to be another kill, and now we're down to the final 2 teams.
Martin goes bye-bye, and it's going to be intriguing. 4v3 Imperium, 3 players for RQ Athena, 4 players remaining still for Team Secret. They still got to go uphill, and the circle did go to the advantage of RQ Athena, but that man advantage might make up for that little bit of a weaker position. Ernie, great spray, going to make it out. Even Steven, fight 3v3 potentially, but they clap. Oh my god, from the low ground, such a nice fight coming out from Rex of Team Secret.
When you're at the very late stage of the game, being on the low ground is more advantageous because you only have to peek a little bit to spot the bodies of the players around you. Now, of course, RQ initially stopped that quite nicely, getting knocked down, but with that counter knock, that's given that little bit of extra space for Team Secret to slowly creep their way up.
I love the fact that they used Ernie getting knocked away to actually push uphill. They used that golden opportunity to try and make it uphill. You love to see it. But now they've got a 2-2 split. 2 players down below, 2 players on the mountain top. They're still not quite there, especially I don't think they expect G9 to be behind that tree. The Sprout Matoy coming out behind the van, but the van gives you a lot of coverage. Will not be able to connect any bullets on that trade.
That prone position by Madtoy in a split-second play. But G9 spots it. That's going to be a grenade flying its way through. What a nice connection. They call G9 one of the strongest naders in the PMWL.
You see Ulysses and Vexy trying to lurk off and take that position away of best grenade in the lobby. We'll have to see. So far, G9 is still holding strong to that title.
No,
it's interesting.
It's risky.
Gonna go for the res. You know, I did go downhill a little bit, but the time is ticking. The blue zone's right behind them. That might be a risky move. You might lose 2 players because of that.
Of course, that could provide a little bit of a distraction for the other 2 members of Team Secret to hug the side of the wall. That 2-2 split by Team Secret, that's why it was so important for them to keep them together as a full squad.
Oh, these grenades are way too close for comfort, Imperium, and those smokes are really stopping Team Secret from going too high up because that's denying information, denying visibility. And once they go out of the smoke, they just have no information where the players are, and it will be easy pickings for RRQ Athena. And now that 2-2 split once again, the amount of control, Team Secret, that is their speciality. They love to play like this, and I think this is the kind of play style that might reward them with a chicken dinner on this Miramar game. iShot's going for the flank towards G9.
You got an initial grenade which took G9 down to half health. The medkit has been able to pop off, but of course he's got a little cover, but G9 finds iShot.
We also mentioned the circle did actually go up north in favor of Team Secret, forcing RQ Athena downhill. But they're going to be committing and picking up that 1 extra kill onto iShots, making it now a true 3v3 even fight. But now Madtoy, because he lost his ally on the side, he's potentially going to try and reposition next to the southern section, to the northern section, center in circle. He's going to hold the circle, whereas Rex and Yuhai, they're going to play the offenders. They're going to try and push RQ back in the blue.
That's the thing. Madtoy is the insurance policy for Team Secret. He's in the circle, he's down the hill, he's basically out of sight, out of mind for Team Secret. It's going to be up to Rex and Yuhai to try and create that space. Madtoy is going to creep on up, going to get a couple of shots off onto Rex.
Not quite able to get the knock as of yet. D2E once again is still pretty damn low. He's still going to be healing himself up to full health. D2E gets the knock onto Yuhai, and now they're going to be trading off knocks. It's down to 2v2. Ernie's going to go for the drop shot, but does not quite work out on the other side. And now it's going to be turned into a 1v1 on this one respective fight. RRQ Athena versus Team Secret. Who might take the Golden Crown Imperium on this game? We'll have to wait and see.
This is so crazy. This was initially RQ in the high ground, Team Secret on the low ground, but now it turns into a switcheroo with Rex on the side, on that little bit of a high ground. G9 on the side of the tree, being careful on what happens.
Oh, Rex getting himself prone in time. G9, I think, had an opportunity to go for the spray fight back. G9, oh no, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar game will be won by RRQ Athena. They wanted a game. They're trying to catch up to Bigatron. These are the performances that they need to do that.
One of the nicest 4v4 fights I've seen in quite a while. 4v3 or 3v3. Basically one of the nicest fights I've seen in PMWL so far.
It's been really intriguing. Like, the circle shift did work on both ways. Team Secret still had a really good chance of going up here. It was still a really good attempt from them. A lot of players on Miramar, way too many, so we're going to break them all down over on the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Oh, RRQ Athena, playing with everyone's hearts and doing big numbers, to say the least. They get themselves the win on Miramar to start things off for our first Miramar of the Super Weekend after glorious fighting going down with Team Secret. Avenger, Froz joining me. What a fight that was. A 4v4 at the start, I think it might have been, or a 3v4 eventually resulting in. Team Secret really brought it to them, but it wasn't to be.
I mean, the thing was that RQ, they had the high ground, right? They had the upper hand.
Right.
But at the same time, they were only 3 guys compared compared to Team Secret that have 4 people up. But Team Secret, they played that very well, I'd say. That was down to the 1v1 in the end. It was close.
They got the circle, but the sweep from G9 and to make sure that they put the pressure on, and the pincer maneuver was just so well played for them. Shutting down, it's really hard to win a 3v4, honestly. They got a knock in the beginning, but Team Secret managed to get him up back on his feet, and it was a 4 versus 3 again.
And if anyone was observant towards the end of that, they may have seen some of the numbers that some of the RRQ players were able to put up. We'll take a look at that later on. So let's look at the map standings even from this one, I should say, as 34 points goes to RRQ Athena. That is going to push them into first place.
I'm looking.
You're looking.
Bigatron. Oh. I don't see them here on the top 8. That means the RQ Athena, they're going to push themselves towards the top. Is it enough to take over RQ BTR? We'll have to see.
Guys, the 200 IQ move for me here. I'm predicting Bigatron basically giving them a curse, apparently. And then RQ, my boys, gets it.
Whoa. Steady on. That was a week 1 meme.
Predictions and who you're cheering for is 2 different things.
You're pulling a Mustache Dave here. You're trying to go around things. No, but great game, of course, from Team Secret as well, getting himself a lot of points with that second place and 9 kills. But look here, towards 9 to 16th. Towards the bottom, TSM Entity.
I mean, to be fair, though, for RRQ Athena, we've mentioned that they are the Terminators of the lobby, but this performance for the start of the day for us has to feel a little bit rejuvenating from them. We've seen in the past couple of days, it wasn't really the RRQ Athena we know. These couple of games has been.
But the thing is, normally when we see RQ Athena, we're seeing a team that is pushing around. They have to make their way into circle. We're talking about RQ Athena in this game that was in the center more or less. We saw them with Bear taking the high ground again, scouting from up there. But then straight away, they adjust their position when the circle shifts, make sure that they have a good position to play from. And this is where they were holding their ground.
RRQ Athena stats, let's look at it. Let's see what's going on over there. As we have 2,900 damage. Oh, we're getting teased. We're not seeing.
We're getting teased right now.
We'll see in the top players.
No, but I think this still tells a story, right? 16 knockouts. They've been knocking a lot of the players that they were not able to finish, or finishing a lot of the teams as well. So this is a very high count, and this is also the reason why their total damage is so high.
I mean, the high ground advantage, not only in the final fight, but also against a lot of the other teams. Generally, was very powerful Avenger.
Yeah, both mid and early game, they had some really, really good positions, high ground positions, where you, first of all, you get insane scouting abilities from these positions here, and you get so much information, but also the poking ability, right? You're sitting from a position where you're 300-400 meters away, you can be poking at people trying to get close to you.
And also, Froz, this game, this result, how everything went down, we've kind of been building to that for Miramar for a few weeks now. We've seen them take ridiculous high ground positions thanks to the weird car thing, and then from there, they're gaining so much information, they're gaining so much high ground, and then it has culminated in this.
But you can also see how they're sending one player up there straight away, and that is to get all the information they can to make sure, okay, what is our next move? This compound is free, this compound is free, well, this one's taken, no, don't go there, but we know this one's free. They're preparing themselves for the next circle. They're not just waiting for a circle and just go for a Hail Mary. They're making sure they're prepared for everything. But it was kind of nice to see as well. It was not only RQ and Bear that was up there. We also saw PMA from Box Gaming. One little tower each.
Trying to counter it,
So early, he didn't even have a bag, I think.
He didn't have a backpack.
It's Mountain Dew Do the Do moments here for our Miramar game of the day, and it was a very, very good game indeed, Avenger.
Yeah, well, I'm actually really, really happy because this is the kind of Miramar games I was looking to have when we had our Miramar days, and we didn't. And then with the first game here, but that was a nice shot as well. Q-Mao as well, some nice shots, and Morph having a bit of a rough game here in this one.
That Mao coming in there with a counter flag on Jakes, it was so important because he literally shut them down. Jason was playing from that little ridge line there, taking control over a whole of you level up until Mao went for the flank. This was such a good play to make sure that, okay, they're not gonna shoot at my teammates anymore.
Right. More shots here from the south. Bigatron having some really rough times here while they're trying to move the rotations. They lost Ryzen from this position here, and they had to continue to do that. RQ in the high ground position here, they took early on. They literally shut down anyone trying to get close, and then eventually Gate kept everyone trying to come in from the west side and controlling the top, making sure that their back was safe, and then they could easily enter like the very late game.
Yeah, on a map like Miramar as well, you're going to have a lot of cluster here and there where people try to rotate. They get stuck in a rotation because the team is fighting or shooting against them, and they want to take that fight. And that's what we saw a lot of the times, a lot of clusters overall, all over the map.
Nice shots there from Pime, and the box guys managed to explode a few cars, and from that range, it's just insane.
There you saw the high ground there on Ernie, how he was able to just like shoot at people. And you also know that, hey, he can just dip down. If someone starts shooting at him, he just gotta make sure he has his full HP and don't get knocked by that bolt action. It's rarely we see the bolt actions.
Yeah, it is. I actually love the bolt actions. It's so insane. You see some of these skill shots here. More shots coming out from Ultron, from GSX, Cells, Rex as well for Team Secret. And this late game position here, that they managed to clean out this easily and also survive as a 4, that really enabled them to get into a great spot and to get second place after.
Yeah, you can see there how Scout had a good position against him, but he was just overwhelmed by the whole of Team Secret that went for him as soon as he started shooting at them.
It's high ground shot again here from Ernie, and this position actually ended up giving him a lot of knocks, and he kept that high ground for a long time.
You also see all of these smokes that was there. That was Team Secret putting out the smokes to smoke out the vision of RQ so they could actually push up towards RQ, because RQ had the circle up there and they needed to make a move, and they tried to do it. They also got the res off, of course. That was an important thing, very important factor if they wanted to win the game.
All right, let's take a look at the total damage throughout the lobby and see how the numbers stack on up. Of course, we were at another 2,900 damage. Team Secret was able to keep up pretty decently, all things considered, with the low ground.
It's funny how we have RQ with 2.9k damage and we're not even impressed right now.
Right.
There is one thing that stands out for us.
Something that is gonna be coming.
Yeah, eventually. Avenger, thoughts?
Eventually. Now, good to see from Megastars also getting 6 kills in this one, 1,200 damage, getting above the 1,000. But again, we are waiting a bit for a bit of a surprise.
What surprise?
We will see.
We've alluded to it like 6 times already.
It's too much now.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right, top players.
Yes!
All right, let's see.
Oh! G9 with a 1,500 damage. Oh my god.
That is nuts.
He got as much damage as Rex and Vexy got together.
That's insane.
I mean, when you look at the other names as well, we're like, yeah, these are really, really good players. And then,
right.
And then G9 is just like, all right, hold my beer.
No, he's
what
like
is this?
Beer. He's like this. Beer, hold my beer.
No, wow. Amazing.
That was bad. But no,
I made the old guys laugh on the chat. Let's go.
Of course, we see RQ with
all three of them.
with 2 players up here. And of course, they also have Vexy and Rex, 2 players that are not very unfamiliar for us when we look at the top players when the teams is performing like this.
Yeah, it's been, wow. What a result. What a result. But gentlemen, before we actually continue things on, we're going to talk to one of our players from one of the teams that's trying to challenge for those top spots here right now. We're going to have Vexy from Megastars. So, can you hear me, Vexy? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, you can.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Firstly, thank you for joining us. You got yourself 5 kills throughout that game.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic stuff. No, perfect. So, talk to me. You're one of the players that has significantly impressed the desk from Megastars. Coming into the PMWL, did you expect to be putting up the performance that you've done? What do you think?
Yes, my performance has been booming since PMPL South Asian Finals. And since then I've been performing well, and I knew I would do my best here as well.
Fantastic, fantastic. So in the last 2 Super Weekends, you guys have been 6th place and 6th place. What are you expecting to get out of this Super Weekend? Does the team have any expectations for this Super Weekend?
Our expectations are get the top 3 spot, because in the overall Super Weekend table we are on 4th.
Yeah.
And we would like to change that to 2nd or 3rd, because 1st is like there's a lot of points difference, but 2nd we can still achieve. So we'll try to hit the 2nd spot.
Okay. So, and obviously at this point you're guaranteed qualified going into the league finals, which is the last 4 days of play. What are you expecting there as well? Obviously, there are names like Bigatron and all these other names that are big favorites to try and win, but how much of a dent do you think you guys can make?
Yep.
Did you get that or no?
No, the voice lagged out.
Ah, okay. We'll try again. Going into the grand finals, what are your expectations there, basically? Because you guys have done really well so far. What do you think for the grand finals?
In the grand finals, we would like to maintain our consistency since day one, so that we can try to hit that #1 spot, and we will try to take more chicken dinners and more kills. In the kills, we are lacking in the kills department right now, but we'll try to take more kills in the finals.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Vexy. A pleasure having you here. As I said, the desk is a big fan, so keep doing what you're doing, and good luck in your next games. He's disappeared. Ooh, okay, that's fine. You know, sometimes these things happen, but
it's pretty impressive. Like, we were talking with Vexy on the other side of the world, basically, right? And he's coming with clear answers. We're able to see him as well, and also. One of the best players here is sitting currently on 13th place in terms of kills out of our 80 players that have been playing here so far. And they're just 9 points behind 3rd place right now. So I think it's very realistic, and it's ambitious, yes, but it's very realistic that they're capable of contesting for that top 3 spot.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see how they're being able to move up against all the other teams. They do take that 4th spot, as you mentioning, but RRQ Athena has stolen the #1 spot. The Terminators of the lobby are here to try and take Biggitron Red Aliens down. However, it has been a turbulent start for Biggitron Red Aliens. We're expecting to see them rise eventually.
Yeah, but I mean, they also put themselves in a really good spot from the Super Weekend 1 and 2, having a lot of good points. That put them up there with a good cushion against all the other teams, except for RQ Athena, I'd say. But RQ has just been phenomenal so far here in the Super Weekend. So it's kind of expected that it would take over BTR right now, but at the same time, there's still so many games to go.
Yeah, I want to say something here, but like I'm happy that I picked Biggitron because it is the obvious choice. Somebody had to do it. So I did it, but I'm also happy that RQ is able to step up to the level here.
You can't use this as a scapegoat.
No, it's not a scapegoat. It's not a scapegoat. I'm not.
This guy's doing double teams here.
Yeah.
I don't think this is.
Guys, who have I been cheering on kind of since the beginning?
Biggitron Red Aliens.
Oh wow, okay, nice. Thanks.
No, but we saw of course Megastars currently being in 4th place with 338 points. They are roughly 10 points behind Box Gaming on a 3rd place right now. And as we heard from Vexy, they're aiming for a top 3. That is totally fine. They can do a top 3, but I think they can do better than that.
Yeah, you think
so?
But
where does that put Box?
Wait, are you taking 2 teams now as well?
No, I still have a prediction on Box, right?
Yeah, of course.
But I still think that Megastar still can do good. We've seen them do really decent here throughout the 3 first games.
I'm glad you're sticking with your prediction, unlike mine, who's trying to...
I'm sticking with
anyway, we have our overall winners. We have TSM Entity, Box Gaming, RRQ Athena coming in. Sanhok and Erangel are coming up. And of course, Sanhok provides Sanhok numbers sometimes. So we're going to have very even damage distribution, maybe kills as well.
Did you see the predictions there, and did you just notice that as well?
Wait, was there
all the teams? No, not predictions. This is kind of what we've seen so far. All the teams today have a name that starts with 3 letters and then goes on with 6 letters. All 3 teams.
And yeah, great analytical work.
That's gonna be the same for the rest of the day.
By Avenger here at the desk.
Great.
You guys don't get it. I'll prove my point in the next game, okay?
This is why Avenger makes the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on quickly, as fast as possible, because you could be lucky at home. Imagine that. If you're watching in-game, you can be spending some of your points that you're earning by watching in-game on getting yourself a little bit of a draw, and then maybe you'll get yourself some permanent skins as well. Froz, still unlucky?
I haven't used my points yet. I'm still saving. I'm gonna save them up for the finals, and that's when I feel like, I get the gut feeling.
You think you'll be lucky then?
That's when it's time. Time to strike. Get that psychopath set.
You just wake up one day and like, I can tell. My stomach is telling me now. Now is the time to spend the points.
All right, so here for Sanhok, Biggitron, this could be their road to redemption, Avenger.
Yeah, it could be. 10,358 damage and 3 chicken dinners in just 11 games. That's insane.
We say redemption as if they need it. They're Biggitron Red Aliens. They keep getting 1st and 2nd all the time. But anyway, let's head over to our commentary team now to bring you Sanhok. It's our penultimate game of the day, #1 for the Super Weekend. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Team AFK. It's not just Maximum and Pirum. I also have my PUBG Mobile friend Kevin to join us here on the desk to bring us this fourth game of the day. And what a last game from RQ. That damage done by G9 was incredible.
Almost 1.6k damage. Not even Kevin can put off those numbers, I think, in Imperium. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Sanhok clock back at it again. It's time to have some, Sanhok numbers, as they mentioned earlier, on the desk. And yeah, really intrigued to see who's going to be taking this one. I think the one favorite team going into a Sanhok match, of course, would be Bigatron, and rightly so. But that will be fine. But really, which teams do you think can have some good performance on Sanhok here?
Hey, look, I haven't said it in a while, but walking to the jungle, we've got fun and games. As you see, the teams drop indeed. T1 going to be making their way towards boot camp along with Morph. Now, there's no chance team this time, so it's only going to be 2 teams vying for that boot camp area.
The trifecta is into play. I'm here in the desk over there just talking a little bit, and you know what that's going to be meaning? Some potential rotation and mid-rotation kills and squad wipes coming out. Intrigued to see, but T1 and Morph team going to get a little bit of an early clash over here in boot camp, as Zara was knocked away prematurely. 2 members going to be pushing out, but ZZP's got the shotgun. Not really a great weapon you want to have in the early stages. It will be an even trade-off so far. 3v3 fight still coming on through, but the Rays of Yunjun could still come out as you go for No Mercy. Nice headshot from Missile. This is already a huge raging fight in the early stage you're not really expecting, and they destroy Morph. Absolute destruction here.
You know the way we normally pass it over between each other, right? That happened so quickly, you just didn't need time. Just, Magic Man, now you see me, now you don't. And look, Morph team, they need all the points that they can get. Their backs are against the wall. So on one hand, I kind of think, why did they go to boot camp? They knew they were going to be contested by T1. But on the other hand, I will give them a lot of respect for basically saying, hey, we've got nothing to lose. Let's full send it. If we die, we die. At least we go out trying hard.
I feel bad for Morph. T1 didn't even leave them play some PUBG. No, go back to the lobby, go play some gun game. It's a pretty good game mode. You have some fun, but you're not going to play in PMWL right now. We'll see you next game, and that's okay. But one team that I want to see once again some good results because it plays around the trifecta. That's Orange Rock. They're a team that has always struggled, in my opinion, holding the Riverside. They never really got good results. But I think that now, with the amount of games on Sanhok that we had, I think that they were able to get a lot of information, able to learn how teams play around this area. And I think that we can maybe expect Orange Rock to get a significantly better game because of that amount of information they gathered throughout all the other Sanhok games.
And because we don't have Synergy playing in this Super Weekend as well, that does create an extra 4. It basically takes 4 more bodies away from that kind of eastern side by Painan and between Painan and Boot Camp. So that's why Team I&D are looking even more confident. Instead of dropping by Camp Alpha, they're dropping in between Painan and Boot Camp and taking control of that trifecta tipping point on that southwest island, which could put a little bit of early game pressure on TSM. We'll have to find out.
Indeed, with Team Secret got himself next to Quarry, up on the northern side of Quarry to be completely exact, as Novagod slowly going to go for a little bit of rotation. Not a great game last game, it did fall off a little bit earlier than expected. They still picked up a few potential frags, so hopefully things can go better throughout this game for them. But they are very split too, which we do have to mention.
They are. Remember last time we had a Sanhok game and they were rotating across the road and I believe it was T1. It was just like that's that kind of circus carnival game where you have the ducks going across and you shoot the ducks. It was kind of like that with Novagod. So the rotations in Sanhok, in my opinion, are probably not the strongest.
I want to talk about one rotation specifically. We know that, actually, always check out the map. That's actually perfect timing. Hatin, you normally see 2 players of Bigatron there and also 2 players on the eastern side of the river, right?
Yeah.
The fact is, because the circle has a pretty big chance of potentially shifting more central on this map because it's going to be moving away from the water on the west, they're going to go central and Hatin, and they're going to fully commit to the northwestern island, which is maybe a little bit of a risk, but also I like it because there's a big chance it might go up there. It's a big gamble.
Here's Kyra Ward as TSM entity. Going to take a couple of shots into members of I&D. I like the aggressiveness from TSM at the early parts of this game. They dropped it around ruins. They haven't been slow to rotate out there after looting up. Clutch God is to the side, so he has that little bit of a flank position. And the members of Team I&D are actually being passively prone down inside those buildings now. The fact of the matter is that TSM should know they're there, but it's a matter of what building are they in.
Exactly. I think the TSM definitely, they have learned a lot how to play around the trifecta area, because this is an area that at the start when they were in the area where they were really struggling a lot, this is an area in which they died quite a few times on Sanhok, especially during Sanhok week, right? And I want to see them play a lot safer on this one. If you don't have to push this area, don't go for it, because it's only downhill towards the compound.
but I'm actually going to throw out a caveat of disagreement in the terms of if they leave it too long to engage, you could easily see a third party from either RQ or T1. So that's something they've also got to think about.
Okay. I think it's just maybe a fight you want to commit to once the circle does somewhat confirm on that location.
Okay, fair.
But you know what? That's completely fair. So far, they sent a 2-2 split. So they're going for like both what we said. No, they're doing what I said a little bit, play more passive, and also getting more aggressive, as you just mentioned. So I think that's fine. But I'm seeing... Oh, no, please don't. I'm seeing TSM going for a little bit of a bike play, and we know how that can work out on Sanhok. But they're going to go nice around on the riverside just to make sure they can't really get shot at. It's the safer rotation in.
Like, I actually don't mind that. Of course, they're not going to be able to surprise Team IND because that bike does make quite a little bit of noise. But the fact that they're kind of, hard committing somewhat, I really like this from TSM. They're pushing in as a unit.
Yeah. Nice indeed. Jonathan might try and play on the lob of the side, but now they got Snacksters very close on that little tower on the side, and they have no clue whatsoever. And he's going to potentially wait as long as possible to make sure they start pushing towards Team ID, so he can actually go for the re-engage from the backside and just sandwich up TSM Entity. That'll be the better play to do it, but you just mentioned earlier, right, RQ Athena. They got the mountaintop, they got visibility on the entire fight.
Exactly, you just said it, and there are a couple of shots being fired. T1 onto Jonathan, the third party. I hate to say I told you so, guys, but I told you so, and he gets confirmed.
Yeah, get taken out of the lobby.
Yeah.
Trifecta's starting to get into play pretty heavily. T1 they did rotate early from bootcamp, which you like to see because teams could rotate on the eastern side, and if that does come on through, they could get denied that rotation early on. But RQ now, they're slowly going to be just crawling and creeping their way towards both TSM and Team IND. But one rotation I want to talk about up north is Megastars went for the boat play to get himself up north next to Bigatron. And it's a good rotation, especially because of the playing path. There's not going to be too many squads up there, so it's a pretty safe rotation. I like to see it as TSM getting pressured down. Neo almost getting knocked.
It's a kind of thing where after Jonathan going down, TSM, I feel, have kind of now lost a little bit of confidence into this team fight, but you also are aware of the fact that third party coming through on the hands of T1, and this is something Team IND should learn from. Don't go out of those compounds too loosely. He paid the price by being away from those buildings and basically just like a open season.
Like, that's the issue with this compound here. Literally any angle could be your death.
Yeah.
If you're not careful enough of how you move around, a team that has a high ground that always next on the other side of the riverbank could try and profit of that situation. But we've seen RQ's really, really trying to get themselves closer to that compound because they need those kills. They want to try and potentially take over Bigatron, but Nova God like a team that they need kills, they need good results. They're pushing upon Team Secret. Mator gets the angle, hits a bit of damage down onto Exis. Hastar will get knocked away.
Rex was able to get that knockdown indeed, but of course Hasser is going to be able to get a little bit close to Vamp, but with the grenade popping off, it's going to hit against Rock. It's not going to connect, but at least it's going to, kind of send that tiny bit of a message with another grenade. The good thing for Nova Godlike is that, nope. That's right in between. That's going to be a goner. No way.
I thought that had a Yango actually perfect.
Oh, that one does, though.
Okay, there you go. I thought for some time they were not playing PUBG Mobile, but Squash sending grenades back to themselves. But you know what? Actually, they are connecting a few grenades right there. That's what we love to see. Still got Exist and Smokey on the side. Exist get confirmed out. Smokey will be left as a one-man army. I mean, they were pushing it downhill in the open towards the compound where they knew a team was there. That is a risk that should not have been taken in the first place by Nova Godlike.
Also, I don't get why Exist went for the shots. He shouldn't have gone for the shots because he got himself spot out. And now it leaves Smokey on his own. T1 are the third-party champions in this early game of Sanhok, able to get 2 kills onto TSM and IND, and now they're looking to get the shots off on towards Team Secret. Really nice play from the South Korean team.
Yeah, this is the T1 that I want to see personally. A team that goes aggressive, that's been working out for them pretty nicely on the past week or so. So hopefully a few more frags. Already up to 7.
Yeah,
Imperium and the Phase 1 circle has just closed up to go towards Phase 2, and it will indeed go to the northwestern island. That's going to be a great call for Bigatron and also Megastars. Calling those rotations early, that is worth it for them.
And you do have you level up, have so much space on the southwest side. They were on the southwest island. They moved across the water into the northwest island, opting not to go on the bridge, which I think is really clean. And RQ are actually going to go past the likes of IND, TSM, and even Orange Rock. And that's going to send them into a bit of a promising position.
And these are the kind of shifts that should be working out perfectly for Orange Rock. They already got punished in the past, especially by one team specifically. That was Valdez the Murder. Valdez, they're going to go for that rotation up on the western side of Bootcamp. Orange Rock, I don't want to be disappointed. I want to see these guys actually control this area properly, because if they do so, they can pick up like just so many frags, even go for even 20 kills if they want, because they have the best position.
And I don't agree with them being in a 2-2 split at this case. I believe it should be 3-1. Have a scout right. But in my opinion, 3-1 would give them a lot more control, aggression, especially with the likes of Valdez rotating in from that mainland island across the water.
T1 still taking a few shots, not going to resign too much. But Bigatron, they're taking control of the nice high ground position on the mountaintop. It is pretty central, so I do think that is a pretty decent call after all. But the M16 shots of Mad Toy will be coming out. Not going to do too much as of yet. But T1, I think that they are slowly putting themselves in a weird position. They did start going downhill. I think they should just remain on the mountaintop. But Valdez making that cross over the river, that should not have been allowed in the first place, in my opinion.
It shouldn't have been allowed. I totally agree. It's initially a little bit easier, but the fact that Orange Rock have been a bit more passive has definitely given Valdez a bit more space to cleanly get across and position themselves for an engagement.
Yeah, because this happened in the past, and Valdez has been I think twice on Sanhok, the team that actually eliminated Orange Rock.
So yeah.
Really, they should start preparing themselves a little bit more efficiently up against these fights, and it will be because of that 2-2 split. You were not a fan of Imperium, now they have to take a 2v4. If I were them, I would disengage it. But it's hard because you're going downhill. If you move away, Valdez, they're going to know that. They're going to go for the backstab.
And that's why kind of Orange Rock are at least in some way dispersing themselves and backing off a bit, knowing that they don't have the man advantage. And just one thing I want to point out about Orange Rock real quickly, though, as much as I've kind of, criticized this position, I do want to say that Scout, as a player, has been the best from a fragging point of view that I've seen him in quite a while, all across his PMWL. Every time I kind of see him looking in the direction of somebody, I'm scared for the player that he's looking at. That's how much stronger Scout looks.
Yeah, he had a time where he was struggling a little bit, but the support of the community overall has been definitely a really big help for him, so it feels really nice. So all the guys who supported Scout, thank you very much in the chat. You can be proud of yourself, you guys are floor gang, no problem. But yeah, Valdez now, a little bit of utility will be indeed coming out to make sure they potentially go for the angle, but I still see no response from both Anto or Gil. It seemed like they really want to leave Scout and Mavi take care of this on his own.
And all the while, they're kind of allowing time for the likes of TSM to kind of make their way across and get closer to the two-man team of Orange Rock. So it's just, Sanhok, you have such a limited time to make a move, to position yourself, to get that engagement off, effectively. And the longer you leave it, the less control you have on that engagement. But we'll have to see how that does weigh out, because we are getting in towards phase 3. There's quite a lot of teams down on that southern side. You have U Level Up, RRQ, King of Gamers, Team IND, even Galaxy Racer Cells, along with Team Secret and T1. So if phase 3 shifts up north, that's going to be hard.
Mavi confirms on JCZ. That's going to be nicely done. Going to be confirmed out of the lobby now. A 2v3. Maybe you want to try and send the entire cavalry over, but the circle did shift pretty central, mainly over to the eastern side. The high ground is still available for Bigatron. They need to try and take control, but now all the teams down south, they're going to have to cross on over. That's RQ Athena, King of Gamers, TSM Entity, Team ID, especially also T1. T1, I think, is in a really scary spot right now.
Scout is able to get a knockdown onto Martin. This is Orange Rock. The frag power is definitely proving to be pretty strong and saving their risky position. But Mavi is going to get confirmed. Scout has to back off, and that revive is going to go over onto Martin and leaving it down to a 3v3. But talking, to kind of talk about what you were mentioning about the teams down south, you're dead right. But the reason why I actually don't mind the circle shift is because if it had to be more north, it would have put a lot more pressure on the teams down south, and it would have forced them to clash together basically outside the circle earlier than this kind of situation.
Because they're not getting pressured by the blue zone specifically, they can just buy a little bit more time. But exactly. Angle held by Anto, going to go for Martin, puts him low, hit 1-2, and now 3 bullets. Nice headshot to finish it off for Anto. Now they've got to full send it, the entire squad. But they have been responding pretty nicely. Godar just in the open, thrown down, but taking quite a nice response right there. And because he knows he got some pretty big damage down onto Gil, he knows he can potentially run back over to Martin. He's going to try and do the jiggle left and right and barely makes it out of range of Orange Rock. That was a close call for sure.
Okay, so I don't get why Scout has been so slow to actually wrap around on the back line of the rest of Valdez and Murdy. He's kind of doing it now, but I feel like he should have executed that a little bit earlier, because the rest of his team were doing such a good job to keep the pressure on Valdez.
Yeah, but Scout is slowly going to try and wrap around on the side behind the players of Valdez, so you know what, they're going to try and make a sandwich. It takes a lot of time to set up together, and it does indeed going to be making things a little bit harder, but Arm Jones trying to heal up. Another grenade, that one was not cooked enough, unfortunately, will not be exploding above the head of Arm Joan. But now he healed up a little bit, he's going to go for the push. Still not trying to confirm that 1 kill, which I'm surprised of. I think the Valdez would try and confirm those extra kills.
Not to take away from this team fight, but one thing that I did saw on the kill feed, you know how dangerous BTR look? I've just seen them get a knockdown with an MK14.
Ooh.
That's a spicy meatball right there.
Oh, that is not going to be meaning really good stuff for the squads around them on the long run. Now Gale on Scout remaining. Scout slowly getting himself more involved. He did cross over the road, which you like to see. He's got a little bit of a high ground, but still, Valdez were allowed so many times to pull off their reses that in my opinion, the first play should not really happen. They have a hard time like finding those finishing blows to really try and diminish the man advantage of Valdez. The Murder's going to go for the push onto Gale. Puts him pretty low, but Gale fights back. That's nicely connected. Still got two players. Scout might try and join the party. They get two knockdowns. Greatly done at the end of the day. And now Martin will be left alone, the flanker of the hour, but he might just have to leave the scene entirely. This is not a fight worth taking for him.
Yeah, like Orange Rock definitely don't look as sharp as they have in the past, but I definitely got to commend them for recovering from that. Scout joining up with Gil, providing that support, leaving them in a 2v1 situation. Of course, there is a bit more space because we have lost Nova Godlike down in the southeast. T1 have yet to make their way across. The next circle does shift up, and it goes down south right in the favor of RRQ.
Damn, once again, just like the Miramar game last time around. Might be able to do the back-to-back, but Martin...
Don't turn your back like that.
Scout. Yeah, you got to be careful. You never know. You didn't get the squad wipeout, so you always got to be careful about one potential player coming from an undesired location.
1v1.
Gil is going for the engage. If he wants to go for the res on Scout, he has to get that finishing blow. Nice. Gets to push Martin down. One more bullet will beat up, but Martin comes back from the ashes, eliminates Orange Rock. That was a fight that should have been won in the first place, but no, they allowed Martin to take the 1v2. Orange Rock get eliminated. That's disappointing.
It's disappointing. But at the end of the day, Valdez and Murder are an incredibly strong team. Martin is a fantastic player. So you can't be too disappointed with losing to a team like Valdez and Murder, even though that's going to be bittersweet for Orange Rock.
A little bit of player. That was Braga. Apparently found himself Z-God of TSM Entity. That grenade note in a shack like that. You know that those are really easy to connect. That was how it happened. There you go. Now we know. Having answers for our questions we were deeply looking for, but that's okay. But now Bigatron, they went for the mountaintop, and because you said it's going to the slope a little bit further down south, they're going to have to go downhill, making it really good for potentially Megastars and RRQ to pick a few frags along the way.
Well, when you look at the position of Megastars, they're totally avoided by BTR. BTR cannot see them at all, so Megastars can hug that sideline and look a little bit up towards the members of RRQ. It's not going to be easy because the closer Megastars get to BTR, the easier they're going to be spotted. Sorry, to RQ, the easier they're going to be spotted by BTR.
You know what? Trying to go through the water section. They're able to send a few players over, but it's not done quite yet. Jumper will indeed be a casualty. The chance of a res are going to be very slim. He's going to be in the blue very, very soon, Imperium. Now they find Drax. I mean, Galaxy versus Celts taking control. They love playing around these areas where teams try and cross over a little bit too late. That's one of their specialities, and they are definitely showing up to the party so far. You like to see it, but Man Parang trying his best as a one-man army of Yudu Gang to get some results in. At least he is in the circle, so if he can just buy some time, he could potentially gain extra positioning points in this game of Sanhok.
It was essentially because of the fact that Galaxy Racer Celts made their way across the bridge, or their Yudu were further away, so I kind of still got to give credit to Yudu for in some way making their way across into the circle at this stage of the game. But of course, when you leave it so late, there's always a higher chance you are going to get caught out. But now the next phase is about to pop up. Which direction is it going to go?
I'm really intrigued to see, but one thing for sure is, should be normally going onto a slope, and we know that slope finishes are not really fun for these players to play around. But Galaxy Race itself is going to be doing a smoke rogue. Grenades in response of Mamparang will be indeed coming on through, connecting a little bit of tick damage on the board, but the circle hardly shifting down south on the east. Some water will still be in play. Mamparang could be just trying to escape away from Galaxy Race itself, get himself in circle, maybe even playing the water, because he's going to get cornered between them and also with King of Gamers.
If he can make... See, I don't think he can even make his way into the circle, because it's not just getting into the circle, but you have that bit of time where you're fully visible. Of course, you level up, could third-party Celts, but it's a ticking time bomb, I feel, for Man Prang as Team I&D are eliminated in 12th place.
We got a big cluster of teams up north. That's going to be Box Gaming, Megastars, T1, BTR. They're going to have to go down here, and you know that the first team to go there will potentially get attacked from the backside, but Galaxy Race has got two players. Oh, wow. Oh, RQ stealing away.
I like it.
Galaxy Race has so much utility for that kill, but yeah, it's stolen away under their very nose. That's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, but honestly, that's kind of okay, because as much as a kill has been stolen away, that now says to Excels, there's a team looking up above. They can see where we are. We need to position ourselves away. So honestly, as much as that's a point away, that could actually result in a squad wipe, potentially going in the favor of Galaxy Racer Cells, because RQ have to make their way downhill. But you level up, ready to join in on the fun.
G9, top fragger last game, top damage dealer last game, insane grenade versus Team Secret, and now he's taking a 5 versus you level up. The Blue Zone is going to be pushing upon them really soon. They get Jackson. Kimao's going to go down. I mean, there you have it. That was easy peasy, my dude. G9 with the grenades once again popping off. I mean, are we surprised by now? Not really. We're used to it.
And also, let me remind you, that was only 2 of the 4 RRQ team as Ultron gets knocked down. It's going to leave Rox left on his own as G9. The other 2 members are going to look up on towards the hill of the side of Megastars as they try and fight their way in, but it's going to be too much. RRQ are now going to stay up as a 3-man team to fight their way in from the west. What great play from RRQ. They found their magic.
I want to talk also about Bigatron right now. They actually did their rotation down the mountain. Actually, when the fight was Megastars, was Box, was T1 up north, was actually happening because they used that as a distraction to find a position in the circle. That was a great timing from Bigatron. You'd love to see it with Zuxi and Microboy still remaining in this game, but is once again on the slope. It's not going to be fun for the team down south. RQ Athena, Galaxy Racer Cells, King of Gamers, they're going to be having one hell of a bad time here.
Like, you know, they're on the tip of the circle, but they're not out of the woods just yet. G1 said himself in a buggy. I think that's a little bit weird at this late stage of the game. I don't think you really need a buggy. It kind of makes more noise, but that is the confidence of RQ at this stage of the game. 6 kills so far with 7 teams and 14 players left standing. Galaxy Racer Celts are going to get stopped by the bridge trolls that are King of Gamers.
That's just not going to happen. The Blue Zone was just too much for them to bear with. Microboy getting himself a nice little bit of an angle on RQ Athena, going to connect a kill onto P11. 4th kill so far for Bigatron, then they're looking for more. We're still 10 players alive in the lobby. They could potentially go high up in the double digits. But King of Gamers still with 4 players. We saw Team Secret do that last game on Miramar. It's even harder and very hard even with 4 players alive. But the angle is going to be connected and Microboy eliminates this team then as RQ Athena. No back-to-back today, my boy.
Oh, but we do see Valdis Murder Martin, the last player, took down Arndrock earlier on, getting the shots in amongst the smokes onto the members of BTR. And Microboy had to disengage away from the side of the rock. The circle shifts down in the favor of King of Gamers. King of Gamers, they've yet to get a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. As said, they need to close one out if they are going to find themselves in contention as Martin gets eliminated.
Zuxi, the nades are huge, but now Bigatron, they play really passive in the early stages. That means they've still got a lot of utility in their back pocket. That utility could potentially save this game for them as they go downhill in the open arms of King of Gamers Club. But you know, there's going to be one player going for a little bit of an angle, and that's going to be Soup77, trying to potentially deny that utility away. If they attack from the side, they can't fight back. There's no way, Jose, that's going to happen.
Exactly. It's a King of Gamers full squad against a 2-man BTR team fighting their way downhill. They've thrown out the smokes. They're sending down those grenades, trying to push that back the members of King of Gamers. But like I said, King of Gamers, they want to break the duck. They want to send that message. They want to say to me, you, everybody else, that they can get the job done.
Here it is, the run and the race is happening for Zuxi and Microboy. His member's going to be knocked away. Nice connection for Microboy. Did so much work for their side. Holy moly, man. That was insane. Nice attempt at the end, but still King of Gamers Club getting their very, very first chicken dinner in a Super Weekend. They were so consistent. That chicken dinner might just propulse them up in the top 3.
Now I can say, King of Gamers, you are contenders. You can get the job done. I can see you closing out the league finals. Of course, that's going to be a long way to go, but credit where credit is due. King of Gamers getting their first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
They took control, they had the circle win advantage, and they used it perfectly, even against one of the top leaders of this game, which is Bigatron. Huge plays. Last off the breakdown, we're going to be sending it over to Team AFK.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around!
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good!
One more?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
King of gamers, quietly, consistently, cerebrally able to get themselves such strong positioning throughout today, and a chicken dinner as well to boot. They'd already got themselves a third place. They'd already got themselves a second place during the day. Froz, what's going on? King of gamers, they're gaming.
They are on fire right now. But question is, they got a third place, second place, and a first now. What is left? Are they going to keep on going for the number one now?
Zero place. Don't know how that works.
Avenger beat the record of the amount of kills in one game, 24-2.
That would be nice if someone was able to beat the record in this final Super Weekend.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah,
I like that. But King of Gamers, what a great game for them.
Yeah,
that's going to propel them up towards the leaderboards.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game and see what's what. King of Gamers with plenty to boot. They got themselves a lot of kills, 12 kills in total. T1 though.
Yes. T1, they are on fire. Look at that. They got themselves an 8th place with 11 kills. That is just on point. I mean,
Morph Team gave them a special delivery, let's be honest.
Well, this is not the T1 we normally see. Them, of course, having to contest the Morph bootcamp in the start, but after that, they just kept on going and taking out all the teams. But they also had a super good rotation after that.
Right.
Coming in from the north side, trying to get into the circle. It didn't pay out, of course, but King of Gamers, ooh la la.
20 points for Bigatron Red Aliens as well. It's their first step up for the day, and it would have been a great number of points had it not been for RRQ getting 15 here, Avenger.
Yeah, they've been trying to come back now, and this was a great play for them. Honestly, they were having a bit of a rough time up in the north, and they weren't having the best of times with the circle. So 20 points from this game, considering the circumstances, was actually very respectable for Bigatron.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well. Not too many kills coming on in, so not really too much to look at. It was unfortunate for Morph Team. They got wiped off. I think that's our fastest team wipe actually for the tournament so far. It was by about 1 minute 30. They were out of here. Sorry, Team Morph.
Well, at least they tried. They tried to take bootcamp. It didn't work out. Then also, of course, T1 not only taking out Morph that is chasing for that final spot, but they also were third-partying on Nova Godlike as well.
And when you look at this game overall, Avenger, a trifecta circle doesn't make it easy for a lot of these teams, let's be honest.
No, but they've been tried and tested so far as well.
There's been a lot of them.
We've had so many, but still there's so many things you can take away from this because it's such a hard game to play when you have to take the river taken into consideration and playing uphill with not too much covers. There's not too many rocks. You can see in the very late game as well there, when you're playing uphill with no trees, or if you're playing downhill for that matter, with no trees, no rocks, the only thing you have is smokes, and eventually you're going to run out.
I almost got flashbacks to Grunto Esports win on PMPL, but it just shifted a little bit more north than that from PMPL Americas. Let's take a look at the team stats for King of Gamers, as they took a compound that actually was the same one that Grunto took, and then were able to sweep up from the north with 1,600 damage. Very Sanhok numbers.
I actually thought they would have more damage, considering that they were playing in the trifecta there. They took the fight against TSM and took the north side and was basically holding other teams out. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you only have 1,600, you only have 1,600. They had a lot of points, and that's what matters after all.
Yeah, I was hoping for the 1,700 Sanhok number damage there for the top, but maybe some of the other teams have it. We'll see.
Maybe we'll find that out in a few. And let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do the do moment.
Here we go. That was so quick that we didn't even see it.
We're gone. Just like blink and you missed it.
But yeah, as we can see, T1, they just kept on going. IND, of course, we see them going towards trifecta now instead of going on the northwest, which is not a bad thing, but this is the fight I was talking about. Team Secret and Nova. But then, Missile from nowhere started third party, and he was joined by Satan, of course, as well.
Yeah, I was, again, it's a third-party map. That's what you have to get used to. And if your fights drag out too long, you're going to get third-parties. And if they drag out too long, even after that, you're going to get fourth-party and continue so on. But overall, I actually really liked how they were able to third-party that and how well they were able to stabilize. They got a few kills from it. The nades and some of the skill shots from that was absolutely nuts.
And we saw this fight between Orange Rock and Valdez, of course, on the east side here of the Northwest Island. That one was going on for a long time as well. But in the end, it was all about Jill. He was attracting the attention of Valdez towards him. And with that, Scout could actually go around and flank and get come from behind him.
Jill, eh? Moving on. Soup getting himself a few shots in towards Fredo. Not too bad. With the QBU, like that gun.
Once again, King of Gamers, of course, playing from Trifecta. We saw that they forced Yudu Gank actually to go on the west side of the river instead. But over there was another team called GXR Celts that was actually holding them out. So Yudu Gank had a rough time trying to cross that river. And that's why it's so important to try to take control over the Trifecta.
And this is actually one of the moments that was actually really important for RQ to get a few more of those kills. They managed to deny some of those positions they were trying to take, but it took them so long that they were not able to smoke up and get into the circle safely, so they got just shot from two angles. King of Gamers Club had a really, really good angle around here from the south, and obviously the guys from the north also put some pressure on them.
And you know that BTR is going to be happy about that, taking out RQ. That's the biggest rival right now. The biggest rival we have towards the top there. Who's going to be the #1 after this Super?
I mean, as soon as Microboy got the first knock, he was like, I am not leaving this site. I am keeping an eye on them forever.
Because, I mean, even if they take out RQ, for example, and they lose 3 players, they're down to 1, they still win because they got more points and they're still alive.
Yeah, very, very nice stuff. Let's take a look at the total damage throughout this lobby and see where we end.
It was actually very not Sanhok numbers. You have a lot of
downs.
No, a lot of over 1,000 damage as well. Good to see. 1,680 on T1, of course. Close to 1,700. And 11 kills as well. Very nice from T1 for us.
How much of that T1 damage was micro Uzis and shotguns?
Well, it's not often we actually see a team being on 8th place doing this much of damage, especially being #1 in terms of damage for the lobby. But T1, they were just going ham. As I said, they were just taking out everybody they could, and they had a really good rotation. I was hoping they could do a little bit more towards the end.
Felt like the flow was there for T1. Not quite easy, of course, to get across on the trifecta situation for us to try and, and win out the game, but it did feel like they were in a decent flow in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they went all the way to the northwest of the circle trying to get in from that side. But the thing was, it was so congested because of how we have the slope and the hill on the east side. Kind of all the teams went for the west.
And actually, top players time, so let's take a look at that. And Avenger, if there are T1 members, yes, there are. Missile shows up. Is that this could potentially be one of those moments where we see top players, and one of the top players is from a team that didn't get the best of positions overall in the game.
Right, but this is what we take away from Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
We have so many fights, both Soup and Missile ending in 7 kills. Outstanding individual performance with them, both with over 700 damage. Very efficient killing here from those guys.
But look at Missile, though. He has the top damage here, and on top of that, he died so many minutes earlier than all the other people. 17:45 is his survival time, while the others were around 22 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a lot of more time you have to play, and you can get more damage on.
What you're saying is Missile was the better player in this top 4.
Yes.
Nice.
There you go. There you go.
Missile is a great player.
I'm still missing the Missile.
But like, I mean,
to be honest,
even it's good to see him here in the top players. That we also saw him in our first game where he was able to clutch, 15 points total as a solo player. And this is, if you're able to both frag out and strategically get into great positions as a solo, not much more to give you, right?
I want a Missile interview. I've already done an interview with him, and he's got good English.
Oh, nice.
Which actually is kind of rare for South Koreans. For the hundreds that I've interviewed and talked to when it comes to esports. But here is Missile, of course. Overall, and actually taking a lot of damage relative to the damage that he's been able to put out. But that's kind of been the story of T1 for the most part.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we see T1 often taking sort of not their early fights, but they stay very passive, and towards the end, they kind of just get shut down because they're trying more to get into a good position rather than fight for a good position. And when they lose the players on the rotations to the good positions, that's when they get weakened and they can't do much after that.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see what is what. Up towards the top. Oh, first team to breach 400 points are RQ Athena, but only 10 points behind them, Bigatron.
But we also have King of Gamers, of course, finally getting himself that chicken dinner. And you can see that 1x there. And it's nice to see. And that also, of course, propelled him up there in the leaderboard.
Yeah, finally that first chicken dinner on the board relative to the rest of the lobby.
Still pretty close here between 3rd and 5th. And remember, guys, it's a massive change in prize pool from, I believe it's 12,000 down to 7,000 from 3rd to 5th there. So it's a massive difference. You can nearly double your prize pool if you go to 3rd compared to 5th.
When does the cutoff feel like for us? For a Nova God like a Morph team, we're having these points after 4 games. When is the cutoff in your mind? Is it now? Is it 2 games in the future? Because it's going to be difficult. It's going to be rough to keep up the average that you previously mentioned.
So yeah, we were talking about Nova and Morph, of course, trying to reach up to Reject Scarlet's counterpoints. But if this keeps on going, they might be chasing you level up, for example. It's hard to say right now because the performance of the teams hasn't really been right there, both from you level up, but also from Nova and Morph team. So I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, we're still keeping an eye on it. We'll update you as the current situation does develop. But before we... Newsreader again, I don't know what I'm doing.
Nice.
Before we move on to our next game, of course, let's check in with the Royal Pass Season 14. That's right, chances of fog with some sunshine afterwards here and a speckling of shotgun shells as we continue things on. Great stuff. Let's get into potentially, actually no, not potentially, guaranteed our final game of the day.
Oh!
What am I even talking about?
Some cliffhangers right there. I like that.
Yeah, I'm going to end the show with, and on that bombshell, yeah, the old Top Gear all over it. Well, we've got Erangel on the way.
That is a guarantee as well.
Yes.
What a potential what map we're going to choose.
That's 100% correct. Let's take a look at the schedule then. Save me. We have
Look, we're guaranteed.
There you go. Yeah, it's happening right now. TSM Entity, Box Gaming, RQ Athena, and King of Gamers Club have been able to put themselves chicken dinners on the board. And with that one more game on the way, our previous circle was a little bit rough for some teams because they were committing to the potential of it moving down towards Military Island Avenger. And then from there, they all had to accommodate to different locations.
Yeah, but still, like, it's the worst thing when it goes all the way around. Like, when we have to scramble to get south. Scrambling to get north, it's very few teams that, when it goes north, very few teams that decide to bridge camp. Because when it goes far enough north where it's not worth bridge camping, then it doesn't matter. If you have a 50-50 circle in second circle, on the other hand, that's where it gets dicey and you have to make a decision where you want to stay. So them trying to get up there, fine. But I want to see some more spicy circles, though, guys, here in Erangel. It's the circle we had here, it was kind of rough, but TSM Entity managed to play it out really well here in our first Erangel.
Let's take a look at these Erangel numbers. Statman Froz, break it down.
Break it down. Of course, we have, my 6 chicken dinners for Bigatron. While we see, of course, Jigsaw Celts got 2 and RQ Athena got 1. This is why Bigatron is the king of Erangel. They are able to rack up so many chicken dinners. On top of that, of course, they're trumping up on the kills and damage as well. It's all about how they're playing, how they're rotating. They're dropping on the east side, north of the bridge there. And that is such a good, strong point. We also seen, of course, try to bridge camp Megastars just once.
Right.
But it's unexpected, and they don't know when it's happening.
Just to strike fear in their minds.
Yeah, and of course, these top teams in the world doing very well on Erangel. You could be doing well at home, too, if you're watching currently. You could potentially be top 100 of the viewers. If you're earning all the points, you could gain yourself some exclusive rewards through doing that. Let's head over now to our commentary team for the final game of the day. Definitely 100%. It's Imperium and it's Maxman.
And we are ready. It's going to be the last game of the day. It's going to be intense. And you know what? After today, we only have 2 more days before we know which will be the top 16 teams to go. and qualify for the league finals is going to be intense. These are one of the last few games that these teams can play and try and have an impact on their standings, who might take the last game of today.
We do have a playing path, which is going right from the south up and towards the north in the middle of the map. Nothing crazy, nice and central, giving plenty of space for teams to get to where the hell they want to. Now, T1. Build a power or no?
I would say yes, really. I mean, there's no reason for you to not go there. Like, it's definitely a good position because of the playing path. You can try and go for it. And you know what? Morph has started going for another position, and that is South George. So, you know what? That's a position that is still free and completely available for Milton Power. So I think that T1 are going to be easily going for that location. But Team ID, this playing path, yes. It's going to be, of course, you know, military base taken under control. Instant drop, instantly for them.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be able to leave them in position of looting up relatively early compared to the other teams around us. Hopefully, they'll be able to react to the circle and rotating in due time. Of course, while we are waiting for this next phase to show up, just want to say hashtag Watermelon Gang in chat for all you watermelon lovers out there.
When you think about it, it's like Watermelon Gang, this Pineapple Gang for me, this Banana Gang. We need to find a gang for John.
Articulate Gang, because he's very articulate with his English.
So it has to be a fruit in Miramar.
Man,
okay,
he could be Kiwi Gang because nobody wants a Kiwi Gang.
Okay.
Anyway, but
at the end of the day, we're all PUBG Mobile Gang.
Exactly.
That's what matters.
Exactly. Phase on circle, very central, complements the playing path. This, in my eyes, is set to be a damn good game.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, really intrigued. I mean, one thing that we got to keep in mind, right, is that the circle is not going to be good on Sanhok Island, going to be forcing Team ID and Megastars an instant response to go over to the mainland up north, so you'd like to see that. But also the river up north, from Yasnaya all over to Georgepol, where it stretches over to, could come into play pretty heavily. Like, we've got to keep that in mind for these players.
We do also have Potato Hill in terms of as an area for a team to lock themselves down onto. Normally it's Synergy. But with them not playing, RRQ could easily overtake that area. And we know RRQ is a team that are not afraid to hold their own as 2-2 splits. And that could be the kind of area where you can really complement their playstyle and their aggressiveness to push teams back. So let's see how they look once they disengage away from Pachinki.
Also, they're very close to Potato Hill, which is a position on which normally one team would like to play around. That's Synergy. They're not here, right? So it's just a lot of free positions in the center position of the circle. So interested to see if teams will try and use that to their full advantage. Let's go over to Megastars. Currently in Novo. Rotations could be happening. You've got GXR sales, you've got yourself also Bigatron, you've got T1. They're really close to the eastern bridge. They've got to keep that in mind. And this circle, having so much coastline up north and also on the eastern side available, they could really, if they want, play the boat road and just safely rotate in circle.
And look, I've said it before about Megastars. They are so consistent. 4 games today, they've gotten... Okay, they started off only getting 3 points. But game 2, they got 12 points. Game 3, they got 12 points. Game 4, they got 10 points. That is just so consistent. Of course, we saw the interview with Vexy, and that's where they've kind of been focusing. That's where they had been focusing on. But now they want to look to try to be more aggressive, to ramp up, to add to those kill points, to of course, help elevate the consistency. And I think we have seen that throughout the last couple of days.
I mean, they're in 5th position, so definitely they have been doing something that has been working on a pretty consistent basis. But what they are looking for right now is to get ever a little bit higher in the overall standings, just like King of Gamers. And we talked about King of Gamers earlier, right? That chicken dinner last game on Sanhok allowed them to propulse themselves up in 3rd position right now. Huge place on them. It's going to be seeing slowly but surely Bigatron moving away early on, as they like to do. They don't want to stay on the edge of the circle, potentially allowing them Megastars to go through the eastern bridge.
And, you know, to kind of then go on the opposite end of what I talked about with Megastars, a team who really needs to go on the Megastars train is TSM Entity. Let's call a spade. Won the game 1, great, no problem. But the games after, 15th, 12th, and 14th, that is not good enough, realistically. Now, of course, they were dealing with some issues, but they've got those alleviated. They should be able to get these consistent results. I know they can do it. You know they can do it. They know they can do it. I just want to see it happening.
Yeah, I think that everyone wants to see that. And they did go for Yasnaya Polyana back at it again because Reject Scarlet, you know,
that makes sense.
Here, so it makes sense. It's just free real estate. They got all the loot in the world they might need for this game. There's no reason for them to not have a good rotation also on this first phase.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, intrigued. But one team I want to see try and take control. That's one team that needs to get points. That's Nova Godlike. So far, they're Northern George Pole. They have all of the northern area available because you only know that there's only one team to really try and play around that location. That's Yudu Gank. And there's just so much room. I want to see Nova Godlike try and take this early stage into control. Maybe not playing aggressively, but just points of interest that could facilitate your rotations later on in the game.
It's also when you're being straight up about it as well. Right now, after 4 games, they're currently lying on an average of 5.3 points per game. And for them to even find themselves sniffing towards the 16th spot, they need a minimum of 10 points per game. So they're half of that right now after 4 games. After today, they're only going to have 10 more games. So really, they just need to go big or go home, so to speak.
Yeah, is this going to be a lot of pressure? And talked about the very start when we started casting, right? No, pressure makes diamonds, and we have been seeing some half-decent results from them, and now they just got to continue in that path. But I'm seeing one push, especially down south on the bridge, on the east, which is very unusual, and that's actually Bigatron coming back, because they don't want to allow Megastars to cross on road. Like, no, you shall not make it to the next stage of the game. Go back to play gun game.
To take a Lord of the Rings quote, I believe, you shall not pass.
I think you shall not pass.
I didn't want to sound too loud. I didn't want to scare the audience, you know, like. You know.
What are you talking?
No, yeah, you're gonna try and continue this.
I can't.
But now. You know, like Megastars should be used to that, right? Because we've seen them kind of get somewhat bridge camped before. BTR know they land there. The plane path complimented. And honestly, it was just BTR kind of just sending a tickle of a message of like, hey, go near us. And we're looking at you. Yeah. You know, and it's nice mental play from BTR that goes a long way and is one of the many reasons why they are one of the best teams out there.
I thought you were going to say that is the reason why they are BTR. It's just they are BTR. Like, just all you have to say. Really. It's Bigatron. We know what they can do. And if you get too close, you might just burn your wings. So you've got to keep that in mind for sure. Nova Godlike already starting rotating away from Northern George. There's still one player, which is Exists a little bit far behind. Not moving too much. Hopefully he's in the lobby still. Would be interesting to see. But they already got himself a decent position. But they might have to cross later on down the line. So hopefully they will have some good rotations to come on through. But Team ID also moved away from now military base. No one's going to be remaining there except for Trance. But he's going to be moving on the other side pretty soon. So now all the teams on the main island. This is going to get more and more interesting as time comes by.
It is, and you know, when you talk about Team ID, once again, you know, they have a little bit of safety of the fact that No Chance team aren't playing in the Super Weekend. Team Seeker tend not to always go, you know, down on the south side of the mainland. They'll come in from the west in terms of basically by ruin, so there is a lot more space and comfortability for Team ID to make their way over to the mainland, so it's going to be good for them.
So Team 1, they're taking a little bit of a risky idea. That's getting himself towards the underground section of Shelter. I talked about that many times. I'm not a fan of teams committing early on because it does make your rotation a little bit harder and easier to predict on your responding side. So especially for you level up. Also Bigatron, there's a little bit of high ground, but they're just not going to stop. So they will not really be part of this equation as of yet. But seeing Orange Rock and Morph getting involved next to Watertown. They were getting dangerously close earlier. And Morph should know that there's a team in Watertown that's always going to be Orange Rock. They had to keep that in mind. Unfortunately, they're going to have one player knocked away.
And also when you take into account that Nova Godlike and Team Seeker are around there as well, and the fact that the Phase 2 circle has shifted down southwest, Morph team are finding themselves in a very sticky situation.
I like the fact that Nova Godlike are already trying to rotate early on. They don't want to get pressured by the circle shifts or by the Blues in itself. It feels nice, but there's still a lot of teams around them. They might not make it over to an actual proper area to try and call home. We'll have to see. But Orange Rock, they actually left their compound. They really want to put pressure down onto Morph towards Rins, which I think their compound was fine. I don't think there's a big reason for them to move out, but you know what? If that works for them, it's fine.
Like, I know Nova Godlike have nothing to lose, but the speed of the rotation was great, but the actual way they rotated, instead of going in center, they could easily have actually gone outside the circle, gone on towards west of Everest, and come in from Gatka, and that would have put them in a much stronger position coming into the next couple of phases.
Especially knowing that No Chance is not here, right? They always rotate around Gatka, you know? There's only one Team Seeker, and they always rotate up north of Gatka, so you could easily try and predict it. But you know what? they are now going to get himself in a bit of trouble. That's going to be with Valdus. That rotation, as he called Imperium, was not the best idea. They're going to be losing one player instantaneously, and they're surrounded by not only also Valdus, but there's also King of Gamers, there's RRQ, there's so many squads. That was a risky call to go center, and they can't defend it really well.
Especially because they didn't even do it as a full squad. They left Exist on the edge of the North George Paul, but it is what it is. They'll have to try and deal with that. Leaves Vamp pretty much on his own with Existence, trying to make his way across, but going to get challenged probably by Erangel. We're seeing Box Gaming rotate quite nicely down on towards the southwest, along with BTR and Megastars. Team I&D are on the hills to the south of Pachinki, which is a very strong position. But once again, it's kind of out in the open. They're going to have to hold on to create that space.
Pachinki here is one of the positions that gathers the most information. Vamp OP, okay, tried to do a run for it, but he's going to be taken out. I mean, Never Godlike. You know what? This is, normally I said earlier, pressure does diamonds. Right now the pressure's just making Nova Godlike crumble to pieces. They just can't hold their ground on this game.
It's genuinely, it's just, with all due respect, poor decision making from Nova Godlike. They made their bed, they're lying in it. At least they still have one member up, which is inside Watertown, and that can be the kind of area where once the circle stays around that, you can get a strong result from.
We'll see if he can pull off a Jonathan, but Mad Toy going to be able to find was the rest of Team Secret one frag, and it will be confirmed by iShot with the SKS. Playing around the mountaintop is good visibility, is on the edge too, but they're going to have to try and, with that information, set up a rotation into the circle very soon, so that's fine. You like Team Secret, always trying to look towards the future, aiming to gather information first, then pulling off the rotation. It's very simple, it's very by the book, but that is why we call it by the book, because it's simple yet so effective, and Team Secret, they know that.
Box Gaming still rotating pretty close towards BTR. They've yet to really kind of find a full home as a squad similar to BTR, but they seem to be moving their way towards a compound. What I find interesting is that TSM have actually occupied Potato Hill, the west side of it, instead of RQ. RQ have opted to go onto the compound that is basically overlooking school ruins, Watertown and Roshawk. So that's a really nice area and rotation from RQ.
Oh, well, there you go. The Grenade of Godar will connect onto Mavi. Orange Rock during that rotation did struggle a little bit, but that's fine. But like, if they just held on to Watertown, they would have had really no issue. There was no reason to push out that heavily. But Anto, the cavalry, is going to be sent over to Mavi. The big pressure from Scout trying to allow Anto to make it over to Mavi is going to be coming out. And you know what? It will actually have a big amount of success. They will get there. But Scout, that high ground position is great. Stopping Valdus from peeking and putting pressure down onto Anto is very nicely played. But now Valdus, they're going to try and respond in some way. With JCZ going to rotate forward.
Yeah, just kind of wrapping around to another angle, but he's getting spotted out by Gills. So this is great teamwork by Orange Rock. A great response of what was off the back of what was initially a hard start, having one player knocked down. Orange Rock looking good.
But I'm seeing one team specifically, and that's T1. They are getting re-engaged off the Valdus. They're going to be swiftly making it out of this engage. I mean, can they? That's the question to be answered. It's a nice few shots on Missile. They will make it, wait, out of range? Question mark? Okay, they're behind the mountaintop. They should be okay normally. They make it back into Roshawk. Is on the edge of the circle. Is a little bit risky, but at least they can heal their wounds over there pretty safely.
And you were talking about if they had stayed in Watertown. You know what? You're dead right, because the next phase did actually shift up north once again. Now, the good thing is that it is most likely going to end on the south of the river. But being in Watertown could have been a little bit of a stronger full squad position for Orange Rock. What I've noticed is that there's a lot of space in the center of the circle that nobody has yet to dare go into because it's so risky, it's so out in the open.
Yeah, one team did that in the past in an Erangel game, and that was King of Gamers, allowing them to take a win. You know what? So it is risky, but you want to delay that rotation and that repositioning as late as possible, because otherwise every team will have an angle around you. Is like the value of headshots, as the other casters like to call it, and I think it definitely does deserve that name. But Galaxy vs. Sultan and Team I&D is going to be taking a pretty big fight down south, but Team I&D, they're both in a circle with Galaxy Racers. That fight really shouldn't result in any kills happening just yet.
I like the position of TSM and D, disengaging away from Potato Hill, occupying the high ground, overlooking the likes of RQ and King of Gamers. Don't take any shots just yet, TSM and D. Wait for the next circle to show up. Gather that information so that when you do need to pounce, when you do need to bite, you have that bark behind you. Just stay safe, TSM and D. You're looking pretty good.
I do have to agree with you on that one, Imperium, but Now, Megastars, they're going to have to potentially cross on over the road because the next circle has a very slim chance of actually hard shifting an FF. It could happen, you never say never, but it's still going to be a very, very small chance of that actually happening as Team IND got multiple angles into control. Like that great line of sight puts so much pressure, really denying any kind of protection from Bigatron and Megastars. It's a nice way to apply that pressure.
We do lose Valdez, ironically, in Rozhok against T1. Oh. It's kind of like, they've come home. It's like, what was the first couple of days craziness has returned in the last Super Weekend. I just think it's beautifully, poetically ironic. But the next phase does shift to the west. Ruins is a hard area, but in my opinion, a team should still not rotate to Ruins because you have a lot of high ground and the value of headshots is still prominently in place, so don't instantly go in to Ruins.
More forward into Ruins, and I think it's actually not that
That's
bad.
okay when you're already
if they take like the castle section up the top, you get information of the teams. I think it's not all that bad, personally. It really depends on how you control it. But now you level up slowly, getting closer and closer to Team Secret. Team Secret, very spread though, do you have to mention that? There's one player which is out, which is iShots, but iShots potentially gathering a lot of information for the squad of where the players of you level up are currently localized.
Exactly, being spread out, of course, has that risk, has that reward. You have that flank potential, you have that other angle that can compound onto the members of the opposing team. But of course, if one of your players does get knocked down, that's going to be bye-bye, take care then. But of course, you do have a couple of teams that could be wrapping and rotating in behind them. That's going to be BTR, Team IND, Box, and Megastars.
King of Gamers taken out. That was a team that I thought, that was one team that I thought that with this kind of circle would potentially perform really well, but TSM, they were popping off in that fight. Greatly done. We're going to be seeing Box Gaming and Team IND and BTR. Like, that's a big fight down south. You've got to keep your minds on, but now Team Secret, Yuhai going to go for the spray. Onto Kamau of you level up. They did get the knock onto Yuxian, but that res is going to be pretty hard to connect on yourself. iShots now has to join the party. He needs to get involved in this fight because otherwise Team Secret being so spread might make things a little bit harder actually on themselves.
It's more the fact that they won't be able to take advantage of that knock. And like Avenger said plenty of times, you have that limited amount of time. But Yuhai is able to get knocked down with the grenade and Kamau. The rest of the Team Secret are going to push themselves forward. Winter trying to hold his position down along with Jackson.
Yuhai finally getting knocked away. I mean, I was damn sure it was going to happen eventually. But iShot's got the perfect angle, bridging himself into the compound, leaving Winter as a one-man army versus the full forces of Team Secret. Going to be cornered up in that little shack, and they have it. You level up, taken out in 14th. That was a great comeback from Team Secret. You know what? They didn't have the advantage, but once they had Yuhai and also the other player coming over on the other side, it was shots. It just they played that perfectly. Greatly done.
And just one thing to comment on the TSM entity fight against King of Gamers. It was more the fact that remember what I said about TSM waiting and biding their time so that when they did bite, they had the bark behind them. That's exactly what they did onto King of Gamers, and now they're ahead of the likes of RQ and Team IND in that prominent position.
Never gonna lie, just saw them get eliminated and lost in this lobby. Once again, the 10th position. This is not what you're expecting from these guys if they want to qualify, making things harder for them on the long run. But Bigatron, they have to do a last resort push. I mean, Luxy behind very, very low. Ryzen was able to push himself forward. Very close call for him indeed, but now PMWL from Box Gaming going to keep the pressure down. They don't have all their players in circle currently, but they have two, which is the most important thing, so they can really try and deny Bigatron from rotating anywhere forward. But Ryzen is going to get absolutely destroyed. Man, Box are looking strong on this one.
Also, Team IND have just eliminated RRQ. Team IND looking pretty good on the south tip. But down goes, I believe, Megastars. Indeedy. Gonna finish in 11th place. Box Gaming, they're in the potential running of getting into the top 3. So this fight is very important against BTR.
Luxy, those smokes actually able to help out. Might be his omen into this fight. The car could explode pretty soon. You've got to keep your distances pretty safe. But Yuhai also of Team Secret could have a little bit of a sneaky angle onto Luxy. PMWL gonna get knocked out. Luxy's making it happen. Can he clutch it versus Box Gaming? So this one is turned into a 1v1 versus Loki. Things could go in his favor.
But the circle did... Yeah, I was just going to say, because the circle shifted down south, Max, Team Secret were automatically magneted, whatever you want to call it, that magnetized down to that south tip of the circle where they're able to punish BTR. And of course, now they're looking for Box Gaming.
Yeah, Box, I don't think that's going to be working out whatsoever. They lose one player and they confirm, leaving Loki alone. Pimai is pretty safe behind that rock, but Loki is not going to cross on over. That will not be okay. They're both going to be in the blue zone. I think what Team Secret need to do is push on forward, then try and put the pressure down onto Box, because right now they might allow one team to take that position away, but they've already sent eye shots, right? He's going to be the scout, holding up that location, having a big fight happening with T1 and Orange Rock, leaving Gil alone, and Orange Rock will be overwhelmed. But man, T1,
baby.
This is a different T1. This is a deadly T1. I love to see this.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, because when I talked to T1 a couple of weeks ago, you're saying that lack of confidence. Now we're seeing the confidence shine through. They're aggressive. They're taking control.
Well, the fights in Ruins ended up on a very, very sour note, unfortunately for Morph. They still got one player, which is No Mercy, is the more central location, but it's hard to really move away because a lot of teams got the high ground around this Ruins area, so making it really hard for them. But TSM Entity trying to find a way in, scouting on the high ground. I think they have a great opportunity, but once again, just like we mentioned earlier, right, no team's quite ready to go dead center, because otherwise every single squad will have an angle on you. So they're delaying it as much as they possibly can before having to fully commit to the center.
This is actually genuinely a TSM kind of game, right? Yes. They're able to get those headshots off. They're able to take control around the edge. We're seeing them punish the likes of T1. They're not really super close to Team Secret, so they're able to just really focus on where they need to create that control. We also saw them take down a member of Team IND on their push into the circle the last phase.
Just got to mention also the fact that there's one compound remaining in the circle. It's held down strongly by Galaxy Racer Celts. As now Clutch Gold with the connected, nice with the DMR, putting so much pressure. T1, they just can't really fight back. They're going to take the blue zone damage pretty soon, and they didn't even need the blue zone damage. TSM Entity, 7 kills ready. They are looking for double digits. That was a great spray.
You know what? It makes sense, because we saw Gatak troll the members of TSM by giving them an ice bucket challenge when they only got a number of kills in the last league day. So now that message has been sent, it's a bit of fun, and they're back with a bang for the last game of the day.
Otherwise, it's going to be a cold shower for 1 week, and I'm sure they do not want that. U-High gets the perfect angle, but even Team Secret, they're just absolutely popping off in this game. Double digits confirmed for them, at least. And I'll have to see, but Udigank indeed, they get eliminated in 7th, but now one team just trying to go center. That was TSM Entity, but before that, the circle actually moves away from most of the squads. Galaxy Racer Celts still have a bit of their compound remaining in there, but now that's going to force all of the team to go downhill, especially Team Secret.
But here's the thing, because Galaxy Racer Celts have stayed in their compound for too long, they've kind of allowed the teams to get around them a little bit too much. For the teams to the west, it kind of made sense because it was uphill, so they couldn't really see them. But now they've let TSM get too close, and they're kind of paying the price.
Yeah, they made it over to the little dip section, of which you can easily hide behind, and you can't really get pressure down from that compound analysis with grenades. But No Mercy, still alive for Morph Team. And might encounter ice shots really soon into Ruins. You want to keep your eyes pried open for that engagement. It could be happening dangerously really, really soon for them. But one thing I do like is Snacks of Team IND sneakily making his way behind TSM Entity, because they cleared all of the east. They don't expect a sneaky player to be behind them.
Yes and no, because if they've kept an eye, this is where, once again, the kind of job of the IGL, actually no, Snacks has gone down. Yeah, because when they were taking down the members of IND on their way through, it would have been a knock, it wouldn't have been a definition kill, so they would have had an idea that potentially there's a player behind them. And on a side note, Team Secret have also helped TSM by taking down Udugank on the north side of the circle, so this is going to be really interesting as we get down to the last 5 teams.
Yeah, Team Secret, they're going to force send it in the circle slowly but surely. They've already got 2 players currently in the circle. Still got to send the 2 other players. That 2-2 split could still make things a little bit easier as they just send half of the team, then the other half to just follow up on that engagement. But a lot of utility in response by Clutch God. He hears the footsteps, he hears the cars of Team Secret. He's going to try and get an initial knockdown so they can try and get the man advantage. But that man advantage so far that they got versus this one player is huge. U-High's got to be respectful. You want to push back and wait for the re-entirety of your team to follow up.
Of course, Mad Toy now coming in from the flanking position side. Prones out instantly because he's aware he might get connected on and spotted by the members of Galaxy Racer Celts. We do lose Morph Team finally going down. 4 teams left. Box Gaming, Galaxy Racer Celts, TSM Entity, and Team Secret.
Still not too bad for Morph. You know what? 5th position, I'm going to count that as a win for them in this game. I'm pretty happy with their performance in this one. Now here it is. Rex going to be peeking over. Gets absolutely destroyed by Neo of TSM Entity. Now the man advantage goes over to them. It's a 4v3. They could still try and go for the flush onto Rex. As I say that, they do put him down to 1/3 health. But now a really big split coming out from Team Secret, but they're especially going to be sending over Clutch God. Do they expect iShot staging? Not iShots with the M4 gets the upper hand onto Clutch God. 3v3 fight will be ongoing. And now they have the intel onto iShots. They got to extend it with 2 players. They need to try and overwhelm him. They go for spray, they connect it, get rid of that 1 player of Team Secret as they get the entire squad eliminated in 4th position. 3 squads still in play.
Really great play by TSM. They started a day with a chicken dinner. Are they going to end the day with a chicken dinner? But you can't take away from Galaxy Racer Celts, right? They came into the PMWL somewhat as an underdog, but they won the PMPL. They've been consistent, they've been strong. They are now not an underdog team. They are up there with the best of them.
Well, they send Ultron first to set up a car so they can use that defensive position. For the first time, Galaxy Racer Celts, their compound is not in circle. I'm sure they can feel their heart crack and be extremely sad as they go on through. But the rest did come out from TSM Entity players, so they shall remain as a 4-man squad. It's going to be a 4v4v2. It's 2 sneaky players of Box Gaming that I think that not really many people are expecting into this game.
And this result by Box Gaming could pretty much put them actually over King of Gamers in 3rd place, and that's why I said these games are so important for the team. Fighting in the 3rd, 4th, 5th position spots as Neo gets dropped with a grenade.
Grenada, you love to see it. Galaxy Racer Celts.
Another one.
Another knockdown. Another one gets pretty close to Jonathan. Not quite there. These are like completely random grenades, by the way. That smoke is denying visibility away completely, so they are not being the most precise. But you know what? Just a shot in the dark might result in 1 or 2 knockdowns. That is all you need if you want to fully send it over to TSM Entity.
They're on 11 kills so far. They're looking good from a damage point of view. They've really taken this game in the palm of their hands and pushed their way through, controlling it all the way through these phases. Box Gaming, proning their way on. They could have a couple of angles onto the members of Galaxy Racer Celts. I think looking for Ultron. Spotted just about as the smoke is about to disperse his way through behind a car. Loki gets spotted out. Nice play by Ultron.
A little bit too much. Now they know the player is going to be over there. May still keeps the hopes of his team alive into this one. But Galaxy Racer Celts and TSM Entity know that these 2 teams are really focused on each other. They don't really want to care too much about Pime just yet, until they really have to. But the circle's still moving on forward. It's going to be going to phase A, and now we'll really decide which team will have the advantage. Unless it goes dead center, still forcing the teams closer to each other. That's going to be interesting. But you do have to mention also, right, that TSM Entity were able to pull off that res. They remain back as a 4-man squad once again.
And also, they're on 12 kills. Galaxy Racer Celts are on 0. So when you look at the core points, Galaxy Racer Celts kind of need this win, right? Because it's going to be 6 extra points on the standings, whereas, without those kills, there's nothing really to perk themselves up. Of course, if they take down TSM, that's going to be 4 extra kills, but that's not the point. They kind of need this chicken dinner.
Galaxy Racer Celts was 2 chicken dinners so far, looking for their 3rd potentially. Could be going pretty nicely, but I do like that Pime is still not taking the shots. I think that it should have been the same also for the other player earlier. Just for Loki, just don't take the shot and try and just get the backstab later on in the game. Now some utility will be coming out because I know this is potentially the point in time where GXR Celts will be pushing towards them. The circle did shift harshly up north to the advantage of TSM Entity. That's going to be pushing Galaxy Racer Celts above that lip of the hill, making them easy targets for TSM.
I would like to see Galaxy Racer Celts, though, spread out. I feel like they're too much as a unit, right? When you look at TSM, they're 3 in one area, but they do have that off angle on the other side, which is Clutch God, the IGL, and that's where it's giving them just that little bit more control against Galaxy Racer Celts. Of course, the only thing in Celts' advantage is that they can peek up and towards the hill and try and push TSM back little by little. But a grenade MJ down onto TSM. This is going to be the opening. How will TSM respond?
MJ, that was huge. He just opened a golden door for the entire squad. They even get Clutch God. MJ might pull off the 1v4 versus TSM Entity. The 1v4 of MJ comes on through. Now then he got 1 target to take care of, and that's the last player of Pime of Box Gaming. They take it home. Galaxy Racer Celts MJ. What the hell was that?
This is why I said Galaxy Racer Celts cannot be ignored. They are not an underdog. They are there with the best. What a chicken dinner. The opportunistic grenade got the double knock. The push came through and TSM got owned.
And he got a 1v4 versus Synergy. Now he gets another 1v4 versus TSM Entity. Just a little grenade. Whoop, a little bit of a Kobe, and it connects perfectly.
Brilliant.
Love to see it. That was the final game of the day. We're going to break it all down over on the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
And on that bombshell, we see GXR Celts going from consistently consistent to exploding the lobby. What was that? MJ, you beast. What a performance here, being able to come on in at the very end and get themselves the big old chicken dinner. Froz Avenger joining me. Froz was like, TSM, no problem. And then all of a sudden...
Right.
That nade.
I will say though, like, obviously insane nade, but I feel like TSM kind of cornered themselves there. I feel like they could have done a little bit differently on the ridge line and maybe been a bit more aggressive to them rather than put themselves all the way with their backs to the wall and they were going to get pushed from that. Because like that ridge line all across the Yellow House compound there, that actually has some really good kind of attacking angles. Obviously, they were fighting for some time and they're kind of forced there, but they could potentially do 2-2 split or something else there to kind of have an anchor in the back. But very interesting game, very insane, nice Kobe.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game as well. Miles Frost talks to me about his opinions.
I mean, you got to give it to TSM though, getting himself 12 kills in this game. Of course, they shouldn't be happy with a third place. This should have been a win from their side. They had their high ground.
I mean, TSM Entity and Team Secret, Erangel today has been all them, baby. Like, they have been doing so well throughout Erangel here, Frost. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, fair to say, of course. Jigsaw Celso, we know that king of consistency, coming back in here. They had 0 kills going into the last fight there. 5 kills. 4 of them, TSM Entity, last one on Box Gaming to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
That show you that sometimes you just need to step back, play a little bit more passive if you can, keep everyone up until the end, and that's when you strike.
Strike.
From king of 4th game to last place in this game.
Yeah.
King of Gamers Club, of course. They need to continue this if they want to kind of contest for the top spots, but very unfortunate day for Morph Team and Novacod like so far.
I think the funny thing to take away from me for these standings and as well as the whole day is that at the beginning of the day we were like, yeah, Bigatron, yeah, RRQ, yeah, Box Gaming. Bigatron has had a little bit of a rougher day, whereas our 2 teams have put up quite a decent numbers to the point now where all of the 3 of them, when we look at the overalls, are going to be pretty equal.
It's going to be...
So it's actually
really close.
Equal throughout the whole day. We have a lot of teams that are sitting around 60 points throughout the whole day. And it's not just 1, 2, or 3 teams, but it's like 5, 6, 7 teams.
It's going to make the Super Weekend super interesting.
That's right. Let's take a look at the team stats here for our winners, GXR Celts. Consistently consistent.
Nice.
And MJ, you MVP of this game, you, because, I mean, GXR Celts didn't do much up until this point, but when they did it, it mattered so much.
Right. It came down to them, like, they were playing there. They didn't need to move that much, and we saw that everyone was congested more towards the southeast, while they were towards the southwest there, playing it very passive. But it wasn't a bad play at all, because getting that chicken dinner, getting 5 kills, that's what I'm talking about. You can get those kills in the end. 5 kills is not bad, even if you get the win. 5 kills is always going to be good. Any kills, of course, but I mean, it's all about getting those 20 extra points.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
Closing out the winner chicken dinner is the most important thing. And again, sometimes you have some insane games where you have to fight all the way through, but being able to defend and make sure that they get this win here is what you want to get, of course, and you take those wins as well.
It's Mountain Dew, do the do moments. Let's do it. Nope.
Oh, it's Super Weekend though.
Of course, I gotta say though, TSM played that very well. We saw him taking the hills out in the field there pretty early and playing that. It's not a bad play. It's super hard to play actually because you're so exposed. You can have one side cleared, but then you're gonna be totally exposed on your backside, and that's what they did so well. Always making sure they had one side cleared and able to play those hills there. And that's exactly what we're talking about there. They're focusing on the right points.
Yeah.
And this is what makes TSM Entity such a good team. They know what and where to focus.
Exactly, and then making sure that their positioning for that is gatekeeping situations is so well. We saw some really nice long-range shots, some really nice 4x sprays. Another one from them of Ryzen here. Also Team Secrets was in a rougher spot for that one, but they managed to come back. And Team ID here, Trance with some really nice shots with the 6x AUG. I love that guy.
AUG,
But also, I gotta say, T1 though, once again putting up with 7 kills, even though they went out on 8th place. 2 8th places in a row for T1, but 11 kills in the first one and 7 kills in this one. It's pretty amazing coming out from that team, considering what we've seen from them earlier in the season.
Absolutely. Here's Loki as well, unfortunately, end up going down to Mad Toy after a big spray on towards the vehicle. And sometimes, if somebody's hiding behind the vehicle, why not just spray it down? Why not make it blow up?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole situation. And you often see it where teams, they feel safe behind vehicles and you want to try to keep them, but in a late game situation like that, just get rid of it, then they're also destroying their opportunities. This was the push your team secret from TSM, and this is where I really wanted them. After that, that's where I really wanted them to push on to the ridge line there. Nice nade from Ultron again, and they felt those nades all night long.
That kill there on Loki was actually a steal as well. It was Ultron who knocked him, if I'm not totally wrong. And then we saw, of course, CSM stealing that one. But MJ, with that nade, almost getting a triple. This is why you can't group up when you're within nade range, especially towards the late circle.
I feel like TSM Entity was pretty lucky that Neo didn't die to that one.
Exactly.
Now that I look at it. Because looking at it back, he could have quite easily gone down as well.
MJ played that so well. Straight after getting those 2 knocks, he knew straight away, we got to put pressure on this. He started running straight away, had his back covered by his teammates, and he just went for it.
Let's take a look at the total damage. I mean, we can make a compilation of that.
2,000 there for TSM Entity.
And it comes from the back of them playing in the hills there. Again, having to focus on so many different teams all the time, defending their back. And it's such a good play from TSM Entity, even if they only got a 3rd place.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Box Gaming, though, getting themselves that 2nd place. Not with too much damage, but a few kills in hand. Very nice 2 Avenger.
Do you remember how many kills GSR Souls had? 5. How many did MJ have? 5.
Well done, MJ.
Very good job there in the end, MJ. That was a clutch for him. Very good push, very good play, very good.
I mean, even if he didn't end up getting all the kills, he opened up the possibility of them having those kills, right? And that it can be more important than anything, to be perfectly honest. For sure.
But it's rare you see like 4 versus, or the 9 players alive, 4 versus 4 versus 1. 1 player gets all kills. That's pretty rare.
Yeah. Definitely so. Let's take a look at the top players. Who got the top, maybe?
Let's go, MJ!
Actually, he got a decent spot. But Neo got 8 kills.
Yeah.
That is pretty good because
Clutch God got 8 knocks.
Look at it.
Well,
look at Clutch God's damage though. On 900 damage, only getting 2 kills, of course. But this is what we usually see from Clutch God, from Jonathan, being up there, being able to make a lot of damage, a lot of impact.
Yeah, ring the police, 911. Clutch God here. He's on a rampage. Jeez Louise.
Basically, what we're seeing there is that Clutch God is doing a lot of the work itself. He's putting a lot of damage into the enemies. And then we had Neo, of course, coming in maybe with the last 1-2 shots when Clutch God is probably reloading or something.
I mean, he literally stole everything. It was 2 it was 2 kills to 8 knocks. It was 8 kills to 2 knocks. So, you know, by the by. Very impressive stuff coming out from TSM Entity here. And overall, today has been fantastic. Of course, we haven't seen Bigatron, as mentioned, step up as much as we expected.
Yeah, but they're just making it interesting.
That's right. Right. Okay. Okay. You think they're just making it interesting?
We saw on the weekdays, and we're like, oh my God, they're far behind.
What happened?
What happened? And then the next day,
they went from 19th place to 1st place
in 2 games. Day. Was it in 2 games though?
Yeah.
And then the last.
It was actually 2 games.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
But that shows the caliber of that team and what they're capable of. So you can't write them off yet, even though they had kind of a mediocre day today.
Yes.
Because you never know when they're about to strike.
I concur. They are the kings on the throne, and long may they sit there. We'll see if these other teams are going to be able to challenge them. All right, it is time. Let's look at the overall rankings for our first day. Oh, actually, I thought
9 points. It's 9 points, guys.
I thought Bigatron may breach into that 400-point mark, but it's not to be just yet. RQ Athena still sits at the top. And Box Gaming takes King of Gamers off of their 3rd place here, so they're still trying to live up to Froz's expectations.
I mean, it might be my expectations, but it's also the potential of the team, what they can do. We saw them here, once again, not having to circle, but even though they were mans down, they were able to get it into a 2nd place, even with only 4 kills. that means a lot of points with a 14 placement points.
Overall, when you look at the rankings of Endra, it kind of, the 1 to 10 even, it kind of shapes up to my mind's vision of the tournament as a whole.
Right.
Aside from like Team Secret and TSM Entity, that had a bad week to start. They're kind of in the place that they should be, considering that they had that first bad week to start.
And if they didn't have such a rough week, they would have been up there, and our top 6 would have been so close. From 3rd place and down to 8th, though, guys, 372 to 320. That is still extremely close. And remember, there's a massive change in the prize pool.
T1 though, T1 being on 9th place right now, you gotta remember, they are coming from a region where they're not usually playing against these other teams.
Right.
So they're coming in from maybe like just owning their region because there isn't as good competition.
And not that well represented, as you say. Like, the game isn't that big there just yet, but South Korea is a region that when they get taking esports seriously, they really take it seriously.
And it's so nice to see that they're actually contesting for being so high up in the leaderboard.
That's true.
Because of that.
We're just so excited about all of these moves up and down. 11th through 20th as well, as you can see here. Morph Team and Novagod like, don't pay attention to the arrows yet. We've told you, don't pay attention to them yet, as they are just jostling for position down there. But it is going to be a tall order, once again, Avenger, for them to try and strike up at the positions that really matter in the next 2 days.
Right, they're going to need 165 points. In 2 days, that's a 16.5 average per game play. That's going to be very, very rough. It's quick maths on desk, so you love to see it, right?
One thing that makes it a little bit more rough for Morph Team and Novagod is that they haven't played the first or second Super Weekend. So they haven't been really playing around with all the maps, except for when we had the opening weekend.
Yeah.
They've been basically only been playing Erangel and then one other map during the week plays.
Right.
So it's much harder for them to coming in here to adjust to this
flexibility.
Kind of yeah, exactly. Compared to all the other teams.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule as well, because we just have a few games coming at you, and of course it will be the same 5 games as we've had today. Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and we will be back same time, same place. It's going to be a good time because we've only got 10 more games remaining for our full league play to have concluded, and then of course we'll be moving on into those grand finals. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. Thank you very much, Avenger and Froz, for being you and being good friends, you know? Just being good friends.
Likewise.
Yeah, there you go.
Look,
great yeah, thumbs up, thumbs up. It has been a good day. It really has. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PMWL East.
Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
The beauty of the World League is that we get to witness teams from across the globe battling out to, well, be crowned the kings of the world. Now, before I talk about our next team, let me just give you a little insight on the organization. Now, this organization has their fingers in many pies, bringing home accolades in a myriad of games before venturing into PUBG Mobile. The team is Brazilian and usually 4 will play the game at any time, but I have all 5 members on my screen. It is B4 Esports and I'm joined by Mixera, Pedro, Levi, Maxin and Bergizes. First of all, gentlemen, congratulations for making it to the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile. And just to make sure that we are not lost in translation, we have their manager, Knight, who's going to help us out. So again, a heartiest congratulations to you all. And Mixera, my first question is going to go to you, of course. Now, this isn't your first rodeo. You have been on this stage before. How does it feel like being back?
Cara, é uma experiência incrível. Me sinto muito bem por estar com esse time. A gente vem se esforçando bastante. Eu acho que a gente tem muito a demonstrar ainda nesse Mundial.
Well, that's what it's all about, self-improvement. Now, since we did brush up on your past experience, Pedro, this next question is going to go out to you. Now, in the PMCO fall split, you managed to finish 24th, after which we had the PUBG Mobile Start Challenge World Cup, where you all finished 6th, and of course, the PMPL Americas, you guys made it to a top 3 finish. Now, what is your secret for this exponential growth?
Acho que com certeza nunca desistir, velho. Treinar bastante, ter foco.
Well, short and sweet, the secret over here, ladies and gentlemen, is never, ever give up. And of course, you can always reach the stars. Brilliant. Now, Levi, let me ask you a little bit of a candid question. Of course, you guys are one of the top dogs in this tournament. But is there a team that you are looking out for? Is there any competition out there for B4 Esports?
Sim, eu acho que o time que está do nosso nível é a LPS e a Team Queso, somente.
Well, there you have it. As far as competition go, B4 are only looking out for a few teams, but of course, they are bringing their A game forward. Now, Maxin, let me come with a question to you. Now, geographically, North and South America are divided by the Isthmus of Panama. In PUBG Mobile, do you think there's anything differentiating North America and South America as far as gameplay goes?
Acredito eu que não.
Well, that's PUBG Mobile for you. You only have one aim, to wipe out the enemy and make sure you walk away with that chicken dinner. Now, Bergizes, let me come with a question to you. Now, recently, you finished 18th in the PMWL scrims. Did that dampen your spirits, or was that by design as to not let your secrets out?
I think the same happens in PUBG Mobile Pro League scrims, and in the championship we'll show everything.
Ah, so it was a calculated move. I guess if you want to see what B4 Esports is going to be doing in this World League, we are going to have to wait and find out. Now, Mixera, let me come back to you. You, of course, are the IGL, and you have that daunting pressure of leading your team into the battlefield and hopefully walking away with the chicken dinner. So what's your secret? What is it that you are going to do different?
Eu acredito que o segredo é eu conseguir controlar as armas do time, que é o nosso frente e o nosso suporte. Então, com esse controle dentro de campo, acredito que vai ser difícil parar a gente.
Well, I guess versatility is going to be the word for the day. Now, this is a team which is confident on aggression and at times staying back and holding down the fort. Now, Levi, let me come to you. I do have an idea that you all are obviously sitting together, so you are at boot camp. So I've got to ask this question. Who amongst all the players gets up to the most amount of shenanigans? Who is the problem child in the group?
O player que mais dá trabalho no time, com certeza, é o Pedro.
Well, at least this team is owning up to their shenanigans. B4 Esports, once again, thank you so much for dropping by the studio, and we wish you all the luck in this World League, and hopefully you bring in those chicken dinners.
Damaging down Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing spotted out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone to our third and final Super Weekend here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm Jason Kaplan and I'm still here, so you know what that means. I'm not the only one sticking around here for the show. I have two lovely people to help break down all the matches that'll be coming your way over these next 3 days where we find our 16 teams to move through into the finals. We have Seven Worlds Gaming and we have Glitter Explosion going to be joining me here to talk about everything going on PUBG Mobile related and of course West League related, because we know Seven West is the best.
That's right. Maybe even the show too. No, you know what? No, not even maybe. We are the best too. Tell them, Jason.
I mean, I will say
this.
I will say this. The East opening today was fantastic. They had Frost come out and intro the show, and then James like, no, that's my job. I think James is a little bit too afraid to analyze the games. But Glitter, you're not too afraid to analyze the games. And we got to talk about what's coming on the line here. Next 3 days will determine which teams get through to the finals.
Yeah, these are definitely going to be a wild next 3 days, to say the least. There were definitely some shakeups this week during league play, so I am excited to get into these games.
100%. I can't wait till we jump into it as well, but we have to do the dirty work here to explain what we're doing for you in this tournament. If you missed out on everything before this, I still wonder, what have you been doing? Hopefully you have a good excuse, but you know what? I'll let your excuse slide this time, even if it's not great, because we're into that third Super Weekend. What we had happen was our opening matches, which determine seeding going into our league play, which spans across 2 days a week. Now, the top 16 teams from those games moved into the Super Weekend, where points accumulate each weekend and each weekend and each weekend until we have our top 16 teams, which will conclude finally at the end of this week. However, you can see the other league plays. The points were reset back to 0. Teams had to re-qualify into the Super Weekends, and now they have their chance to get through into our league finals, spanning across 4 days with 6 matches a day. Tons of PUBG Mobile action to come your way. We have to see how they can even get into the finals as well. We got to talk about the points, right? That's what's all about. How can they get themselves that placing? And it's all about the kills. But then again, a lot of it's about placings here, Seven.
And it is. If you end up getting a chicken dinner, it's going to go ahead and give you some cool 20 points. And if you're able to back it up with a bunch of kills, guess what? You're going to get a point per each kill that you get in the game. And we've seen some teams just take full advantage of that, just being able to get a win, getting a chicken dinner, and on top of that, backing it up with a lot of kills, they're able to just go ahead and propel themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, propel themselves up. That's what a lot of teams did in particular, thinking back to Footballists and how well they really did in league play. But what are they playing for here, Glitter? $425,000, and we got to see the breakdown of what you could earn from where, because one team in particular will be saying goodbye to their chances of taking home that 50 grand.
Oh,
damn.
Man, rubbing it in already. That is rough. I mean, like you were saying, $50,000 is on the line right now for the league play portion of PMWL West. And then, of course, moving into the finals, there's a $100,000 grand prize for that first place spot. But don't forget, there have been weekly prize bonuses. There's a $1,000 participation bonus. And, of course, there's the $10,000 MVP award. And I'm actually really excited to see who that ends up going to after everything is all said and done.
I mean, if we're to take bets, it's probably Carrillo at this rate. I mean, come on. He took it for the first 2 Super Weekends.
People stepping up, though.
That is true. That is definitely true. I'm just curious to see if they can maintain that kind of play. Footballists in particular really outshined every other team out there. But let's take a look at the standings from our last week of league play so you get an idea of what we've been talking about with Footballists and, of course, what 16 teams did make it through here. And right off the bat, you can see 68 kills, 69 placement points for Footballists. They made a killing here in league play.
Yeah, and it was, most of those were honestly on the first day of league play, because they ended up getting, I think it was 2 wins with 19 kills total, and it was just it was just astonishing what they were able to do. But another team that we kind of wanted to talk about even more was Nova Esports. With our roster change, they were able to get second place, definitely their best finish so far in league play. And then Team Queso, one of the teams that has been super quiet, well, guess what? They were able to step it up too and get themselves 48 kills and 98 total points there. As we do go down the leaderboard here, some of the other teams, Pittsburgh Knights, I know we're going to be talking about a certain fight there with Pittsburgh Knights probably calling call it the $45,000 fight because they did end up knocking out Cloud9. And you'll see why I mentioned that, because Cloud9 is currently not here on the first page. So wait until we go to the second page. And just some honorable mentions there with Headquarters. Headquarters is going to be qualifying to their first ever Super Weekend. So I'm hoping they come out with just that bang. And now, as we see here, the second page, Glitter, Cloud9 in 18th place means that they're not going to be able to play here on this Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I think everybody was a little bit shocked, to say the least, to see Cloud9 there in that 18th position, but also not seeing Alpha Legends in the Super Weekend, and they've qualified through twice before, not seeing KHK, and this was their final opportunity to make it into a Super Weekend, and not seeing SWAT 69 after we saw them qualify through last week. I mean, but even some of the teams that did make it through, we have yet to see Frag Machines, so that's going to be really excited for them, and you'd already called out Headquarters, there's another team we haven't seen, and then, we're going to really be looking at UDR Killers as one of those, as the team that was at the very bottom and is going to have some of the newer teams kind of fighting for that position.
See, I feel bad for one team. Well, I feel bad for a couple different teams, I'm going to be honest. But for SWAT 69 in particular, because like you said, Glitter, they did play last week. They came within 34 points of UDR Killers. And now if you think about, the overall scope of things, right? Frag Machines and Headquarters on the chase for those 93 points UDR Killers are sitting at, SWAT 69 had a really good chance of closing that gap. But as we are talking about UDR Killers, we are talking about Frag Machines, and we are talking about Headquarters, we need to dive into these three teams in particular, because honestly, these are the three teams in contention for that 16th place, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's going to be something we're definitely going to be paying attention to throughout the entire weekend. So now if you guys missed kind of what happened, both Headquarters and Frag Machines are actually coming into their very first Super Weekend here in our final Super Weekend. UDR Killers is coming into their second Super Weekend, having qualified in the first one and then missing out on the second. So now UDR Killers, like Jason, by 1 point, exactly. And like Jason also mentioned earlier, UDR Killers have that 93-point lead currently over Headquarters and Frag Machines because, they haven't gotten any points up on the board yet. So this is going to be a hectic weekend for those teams because if they want to be able to secure themselves a spot in the finals, they have a lot of heavy lifting to do ahead of them because not only do they have to surpass that 93-point mark, but they also have to be able to make up for whatever potential points UDR Killers will get this weekend. And we saw them during League Play 7, and they were almost a different team with how strong they were this week.
They were a different team, and I think with UDR Killers, they kind of knew. Right? They kind of knew that they needed to go ahead and step it up. They needed to qualify for this Super Weekend because teams could pass them. And one of the teams that definitely stepped up in my eyes with Headquarters. Headquarters for the last game of League Play, they ended up winning the game. And also on top of that, getting 7 kills. Now, something I do want to go ahead and mention here is that Headquarters in the last week of League Play, during those 8 matches, they were averaging about 9.3 points per game. Now, if you go towards UDR Killers, they were actually averaging about 11.8. So you can tell that UDR Killers has definitely changed the pace here, and I'm hoping with teams like Frag Machines that was averaging at 7.25 points per game, I'm hoping that they kind of outperform UDR Killers every single match, because if they want to make it into that top 16, that's something that they're going to have to be doing here. Just outperforming UDR Killer, and not just by a little bit, they're going to have to outperform them by a lot, because if they're not able to, guess what? UDR Killers can just kind of play it safe here, and depending on how the first day is going to go, they could just kind of secure that 16th place, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, we've been talking about this and we'll keep talking about the entire Super Weekend long. UDR Killers 93 points in the lead. So not only do Frag Machines and Headquarters have to catch up on that 93 points, they also have to catch up on any extra points UDR Killers get throughout these 15 matches, which is already going to be tough. However, at the same kind of note, Cloud9's not there. So the question comes, can teams start to excel with C9 not playing? Will Loops maybe come in to dominate the entire thing without having a challenger? And we can see kind of a breakdown here of Frag Machines across the 3 weeks of League Play. As you were already, scoffing at or surprised at here, Glitter, we can see some, pretty consistencies across the board in general. However, it seems to have been enough, at least in this third and final weekend.
See, and that's kind of actually blowing my mind a little bit because it's showing that Frag Machines didn't have like a crazy standout week or anything, right? That they were actually almost very, very consistent across the board. But that means, was Cloud9 having a bad week that big of a change to the overall lobby for the players. Like I said, we saw even Alpha Legends, who's previously qualified twice, didn't make it through to this week either. Are those changes what allowed, kind of like opened up the door for Frag Machines to qualify through? Because I was prepared for maybe dramatically different numbers, and they're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big point here, Seven, is that the fact Frag Machines didn't get drastically better, as Glitter was saying here in our third and final week of league play. And what they were doing before in the first 2 weeks was enough to even qualify for the Super Weekend. So will it be enough for them to now close that distance against UDR Killers and then still surpass them later on?
I don't want to be a dream killer, but if they go ahead and continue those consistent performances, it's not going to be enough. Especially on the kills alone, you're going to have to take more advantage of the kills. And I think with this teams, that consistency just leads me to believe that even though their game plan wasn't really working, if they wanted to go ahead and be in the top 5 teams, they stuck to it. And I would have loved to see some kind of change there from that team. Maybe they are just very consistent, but that's just not going to be good enough, as we're going to be looking at headquarters information coming up. And that's one team that I do want to go ahead and see a difference. You got to be able to see it right there on the damage alone. 6,000, almost 7,000 damage on the last week of a league play. They had to heal a lot more because they were getting into more fights, kind of staying a little bit later towards the end of the game as well. And the kills, they stepped it up by a big time, by 10 kills. That's 10 points alone. So love seeing the more aggressive, in a way, headquarters here by being able to go ahead and pull up their stats. And this is what I want to see. Now, in my eyes, headquarters has a bigger chance of actually catching up to UDR Killers just based on what I've seen and based on the performances here. They have been consistent, Jason and Glitter, but they have also stepped it up at the end.
Yeah, and Glitter, what a difference, right? As you were just talking about with Frag Machines, it's consistent the entire 3 weeks. We expected a big increase in performance, and we're at least seeing it here out of headquarters.
Yeah, see, and this is what I was expecting, right? Because when we talk about the teams that hadn't been able to qualify through and then did this week, you almost expect it to be because of some sort of a standout performance. And here you see like 4.8 from last week versus 6.9 total damage for headquarters. That's a massive difference. That's clearly them being more aggressive, getting into more engagements, and having them be more successful when you see a number like 29 kills versus 18 and 12. That's what I was hoping to see from these teams, because they're obviously very capable of that. I think I'm just kind of surprised with the first average for Frag Machines.
Well, I'm assuming as we go into now UDR Killers and their stats, we're going to see the same kind of increase we had for our last team for headquarters, if not even more, considering they placed themselves 4th overall. And yeah, you're seeing almost a 3K increase off the bat, kills as well. And for me, Seven, seeing an increase in kills is going to be so important, because you have teams like Loops, you have teams like Team Queso, Football, is a lot of teams you have to be able to frag out against if you want to be the best.
That's absolutely right, and I'm so glad you pointed that out. And it goes back to the point that you were trying to make with Cloud9 not being part of this Super Weekend. Maybe UDR Killers is going to be able to take advantage of that. Now with this team, something that I love from this graphic is just seeing their progression from week 1, week 2, and week 3. Look how they have gotten better every single time. It's not the likes of what we saw with Frag Machines, that everything was the same. It's not the likes of headquarters, where there was 2 weeks that was pretty much the same, and then they kind of had the outlier. So with UDR Killers being able to perform like this, it's starting to get hot. In a way, they were warming up, and now they're there. I love seeing that from them, and I think it's going to be very hard for those teams that are making it to their first Super Weekend. I think it's going to be very hard for them to catch up to UDR Killers, especially with the performances they have had. Now, out of UDR Killers, something that I would love to see is I would love to see them try to stay this whole weekend towards a top 5 or a top 7, because if you're able to get into that kind of form, guess what? Going into the league finals, if you do end up qualifying for that, that's going to be a great confidence booster for them. And not only that, it's going to go ahead and kind of make other teams think twice about challenging them. As we saw last week, whenever Cloud9 was doing pretty bad, everybody was trying to challenge them because they knew that they weren't going to go ahead and perform to what they expected them to. So UDR Killers is being very impressive so far for me.
So Glitter, there's something I want to mention and bring up here while we look at this graphic, is that week 2, so from week 1 to week 2, they got better, right? No one can argue against that.
Right.
They still didn't qualify, though, for the second Super Weekend, even when they played better in week 2 than week 1 in terms of their damage, in terms of their kills, in terms of their knockouts. And then they continued to get even better into week 3, where they did requalify for the Super Weekend. So this is what's kind of insane to me, is that UDR Killers, they've been getting better over time, pretty consistently, and yet they still failed to qualify when it came to week 2. Is this finally going to be their chance to break out and maintain that 16th position and potentially get themselves farther up that leaderboard for more money?
I honestly think it's going to be hard to catch UDR killers for those other two teams. I think that, like Seven said, not only have they consistently improved, but it's only been 1 day from league play until now. So it's not even like there's a lot of downtime. They could stay hot, and if they can keep up that momentum, there's already such a significant gap that we've seen one team try to close and not be able to do so already, that when you combine that with the potential points they're going to be getting over the next 3 days, it's going to be rough.
That was a team trying to catch up when UDR Killers wasn't even playing, and they still couldn't do it, right? And now that they are playing, can anyone really pull it off? And that actually leads me to ask a couple more questions as we get through the entire Super Weekend of, if you are at headquarters, if you are Frag Machines, do you play extra crazy? Seven, do you come into the first day and try to play out of your mind? I feel like you almost have to, maybe 1 or 2 games. All right, fine, play normal, see where you get. But from that point on, you're playing catch up no matter what, and you have to go big or go home.
I think it goes based on how UDR Killer is going to go ahead and perform in the first couple matches. If they are outperforming the teams like Headquarters and Frag Machine, then yes, Headquarters and Frag Machine, they're going to have to go ahead and do that crazy stuff. Now, if towards the first 2 games, UDR Killers is only getting 1 point, and then Frag Machines and Headquarters is maybe going for those placement points to at least kind of start being comfortable, get themselves at least not have to worry about placement points. Then maybe later on, maybe in day 2, maybe in day 3, we'll go ahead and see crazier plays. So it's just for me, it's going to come down to how the teams perform within the first 2 games.
Well, we're talking about crazy plays, and one crazy play we have to talk about, as you of alluded to before, Seven, was the $45,000 shot coming in out of Pittsburgh Knights.
I was actually thinking about it as we are going to go ahead and start showing the play here. It can be actually more than $45,000 for certain players. Remember, Adder was in contention there for that MVP, and the MVP was going to be $10,000. He could go ahead and lose that. Now, this year, the start of the fight, the reason why we wanted to go ahead and highlight Raven is because we actually got to see J7's perspective here on his Twitter. If you don't follow him, make sure you do. And this man, as soon as Raven died, he switched his whole persona. He said, oh, it's Cloud9, it's Cloud9. And he told the team, and by the way, that amazing shot right there that he was able to get in uneven, that is so hard to do. And something that my boy Hot Jukes actually pointed out very great is that it was the beginning of the match and they didn't really have armor. So shots like that were a little bit more easier to do, even though the shot itself was just super hard here, Glitter, as we go into the next section. And I think this one right here, also Jason was saying that it was going to be the $45,000 shot, $45,000 fight, Glitter. Him being able to knock Beowulf was huge.
It was massive, and you can see right here too with this overview just how far away Carnage and Jagger are right now in this situation. And after Raven got knocked, J7 was just by himself in this battle the entire time, and you can even see his health there as he's able to finish the squad wipe on Cloud9 completely alone. That was not only huge for PK points-wise, for the day, but huge for literally every other team, because that was the final chance that Cloud9 had to make any sort of points, and they took them out first in that entire game and completely took Cloud9 out of the Super Weekend.
So
Something I wanted to say real quick in regards to J7, I think him being the IGL, and it was just one moment, not only just the fights that he won, but him being able to rotate with that buggy and get an off angle and kind of throw off Cloud9 with him shooting at them, knowing that Pittsburgh Knights is going to be coming from the other side. I think that right there was just so much bigger than him knocking everybody else, because he just gave his team a chance of hope, and then him getting those knocks were even better. So J7, that by far has been one of my best highlights so far this season.
Well, the reason we've been saying it's a $45,000 shot is why you're going to see right here on the overall standings. Currently in first place for Cloud9. Yeah. If we took the averages that the teams have been getting throughout the Super Weekends and say they're going to play average coming into this third and final one, then Cloud9 could potentially drop down to 7th place. So they go from making 50K to making only 5. That's a lot of money they're going to be losing out on. But now, like you said before, Seven, like Pittsburgh Knights, not only are they super happy that they knocked out Cloud9, every team in the entire lobby playing through these next 3 days are happy because they have a chance to get further up on the leaderboards to earn some extra points as well. Actually,
one of the things that they're going to be looking at is towards the end of the game. Because remember, we always mention it. If Cloud9 has all of their 4 players and it is a top 7 situation, top 5 situation, they're more than likely going to be those teams that end up winning. So
they have 5 chicken dinners.
About that.
Yeah,
not having to worry about that is huge for them. Not having to worry about a team that can get 146 kills so far on the Super Weekends, that's even better. And teams like, I'm actually going to be looking at teams like Tempo Storm, teams like Wildcard Gaming. If they are able to go ahead and put themselves in situations where they're end game, those are teams that can actually go ahead and frag out too. Those are teams that can get those kills and get those wins. So those are the teams that I'm going to be looking at very closely here as we go towards the second page. And I know one team, we even mentioned it, one team that really stepped it up in week 3 was Team Queso. They're going to be looking to kind of move up the rankings too, because remember, if they move up the rankings, Glitter, they're going to be able to take more money home.
Oh, 100%. They actually had probably one of the strongest showings we've finally seen out of them in a while now. And same thing with Nova Esports. You know, after the end of our last past Super Weekend, they've just continued to kind of steamroll their performances, and they've been doing very well for themselves. I'm actually excited to see the type of jumps the likes of Team Queso or Nova or even Konina Power can do as far as kind of climbing the leaderboards here during our final Super Weekend.
Well, speaking of the final Super Weekend, let's take a look at the schedule that's coming up, and you can see what the order of the maps will be. Starting things off on Erangel as we head over to Vikendi 2nd, Miramar 3rd, Sanhok 4th, and of course, Erangel as our 5th and final map. But one thing we're always going to be talking about now is the Cloud9 effect. That's what we've been alluding to this entire time. With them not in the lobby, how many points can you potentially grab? I'm also really curious, as I said before too, is anyone going to be able to challenge Loops? Because Cloud9 and Loops fought so many times pretty early on and later on. Will they feel like they have no challenge now and they can just take the entire lobby themselves?
Nah, they have a challenge. They have a challenge in Footballers. Remember, week 3, that league play, Footballers was absolutely destroying everybody. We saw a different kind of aggressiveness from Footballers. It wasn't just that kind of blind aggressiveness that we've seen out of them. It was more of a tactical aggressiveness, not only with utility. I think at one time we saw, I forgot the name of the player, but he had 21 kills just alone with grenades. Yeah, Lutz. So overall, I think Footballers is now challenging that aggressiveness that we're so used to them with actual tactical plays behind them. And I think that's going to be huge just going into this.
So, Seven, does that mean your prediction is going to be Footballers as we go into our first match? Is that what you're going to say?
I'm actually going to surprise you with this one. It's not going to be Footballers. I am going to be picking them, but not for this match. It's going to be
Cloud9
for a different map. Imagine. Now, for this one, I'm actually going to be going with Nova Esports. We've seen just such a huge performance boost from Nova Esports. I'm hoping they actually go ahead and continue that train going into the league finals, because that's going to be, it's so good for a team like that was just struggling so much to have such a rapid change after being able to add Cat to their roster as a sub. I'm hoping to go ahead and start off with the win here.
All right, Glitter. I mean, he made some pretty good observations there. It's kind of making me want to repick to Nova, to be honest. What about you?
See, the thing is, I already did pick Nova for the first game. I picked them first in our last day of league play, and they did well for me, so I am going with them again. And like he said, you know, they have been picking it up. I agree, and I'm actually really excited to see how they do in our first Super Weekend match.
Well, my condolences to you two, because I picked Loops Esports, because they're going to decimate the entire lobby and come out with like 23 kills or something ridiculous. But on the flip side of that, this is actually, for me, is a really important match for Loops, right? We saw Cloud9. We had a couple of like rocky games in the last Super Weekend, but then they had a very rocky league play in week 3. If Loops continues to underperform from what we've seen before, I'm worried they're going the same route as Cloud9, and they might be falling off towards the end of the tournament. But you know what? Time will tell, and we'll check in with you guys. We break down that match when you guys get back here on the screen after we're done with the first match. And you guys at home, you still have chances to get lucky. Yes, I mean the lucky draw going on within the game. You can win a limited time outfit if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. If you're not doing it now, make sure you do it. You can also watch on YouTube, on Twitch, and you still have the entirety rest here of the World League to win one of those limited time outfits. And of course, you guys can also tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL and let us know your thoughts on, well, not only the matches, maybe on us. Maybe you want to give us some nice little words of encouragement. Maybe you want to talk about how Cameron Davis is looking fantastic. Maybe you want to talk about how Viram is from Canada, and that's a great thing. I don't know where I was going with that. I just think about what we're talking about in rehearsals. But let's start things off, guys. Okay, so we talked about a lot here. Headquarters, UDR killers, frag machines. These 3 teams are in our eyes, just like the top of the leaderboard, currently chasing that #1 position. How do you feel like the bottom half here of this whole tournament is going to go, starting with you, Inverum?
I think this Super Weekend is going to be very, very telling to our finals weekend for these teams that can make it here, because I feel like a vacuum was kind of created. When Cloud9 left the server, I feel like the energy was transferred elsewhere. I think Seven touched on it a little bit in the start, the idea that as C9 fell off, other teams sort of picked up the slack. And now that they're, C9's not here and these other teams have that opportunity, I think this is great. This is such a good opportunity for them. And I think that even teams that we thought were safe before who've made it into multiple Super Weekends, I don't think they're necessarily safe. 15 games. Anything can happen in 15 games.
You sound like a physicist here. I mean, talking about a finite amount of energy in the universe. And obviously, when one team comes out, the energy's got to go somewhere and into the other teams, unless you're Goku and you steal it all for a Spirit Bomb. Cameron, what's your thoughts, though, going into this? I don't know if you guys watch anime at all. The bottom 3 teams.
I dabble. I just hope to see the tempo of this lobby continue to increase. We've started to see it a little bit last week as well. Wildcard and Nova are the 2 biggest examples of teams that started slow and have started to ramp it up a little more. And because this is the final weekend, this is the final chance, I just need these bottom teams, or in fact the entire lobby, to actually make these dynamic plays instead of trying to just be safe in the game.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's like 50K on the line now with Cloud9 not here playing, but I think it's time now for us to get into our predictions, which we also have 50K on the line. It's just imaginary money, obviously. And Viram, starting off with you as your prediction here in match 1. Who do you got?
Excited there for a second. Got me excited there for a second, Jason. No, both our analysts made some excellent points going into the day. Nova's a team that starts off well. They do well on Erangel, so I'm going with Nova.
Okay, so we have 3 Novas, 3 out of 4. Cameron, are we going to have 4 out of 5?
No, actually. I am going to be going with a different team. Cloud9's not here, and they've been really struggling even before the obvious lack of qualification for the weekend. So instead, I'm going to go with Loops. They're usually they've fallen off their Vikendi path, and they just start off really strong, I think. So I hope to get a lot of points out of them in the very first game.
I hope to as well. Thank you very much, Cameron, for siding with me on this one. Why don't you gentlemen take us into our first match here of our final Super Weekend.
Thank you so much, Jason. The plane is in the air. The players are ready to drop, starting things off for our 3rd and final Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm excited to get this day started. I know the players are as well. Cameron, we've had our caffeinated beverages to start the day. We feeling hype? We feeling energized?
I haven't been that caffeinated to be going off the deep end there, but yes, I am ready to go. But what is also ready to go is, I hope, the engines and the tires on these vehicles, because this is an awful plane path, and I expect to see a lot of teams have to make a little more lengthy of a rotation to their initial drop spot. You know what would make this worse? A military island circle.
Ooh. That would be a little rough. I feel like we start the day a lot with this plane path. Am I crazy? Am I a crazy person, Cameron? Yeah. But I feel like we always start down here, and always we see sloppy mid-games because of it.
It's not always at the bottom. Sometimes it's on the east side, but yeah, I feel that the first couple of plane paths, confirmation bias, I haven't actually looked back and tallied the numbers, but it generally does start off in a pretty bad time. The second time we hit Erangel, that's when it's a little more even of one.
Yeah, and I'm already noticing something interesting. Footballists, so they had the option to potentially go for their standard Novo drop. They're actually just playing outside of Prim here on the west, which is interesting to me.
Did someone call it? Who called that? Who called
it? Did you call it? Oh, did you call it?
That was me.
Did you call it?
That was me. I did it.
That was you. That was you. You were the one. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. That is like a hard melee. That is like a hard melee circle. Okay. Now, what does Wildcard do here? Can we ask the question into the ether? Do they still go Severny? Is this still the plan? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so as well, because they should have noticed during their initial parachuting that there was a number of teams going up around their area. We can see that there's Umbra, Loops, Udyr Killers, and Nova here. I was curious about this, actually getting the first initial kill. But that's not against the team that I expected it to be. We can... Oh well.
What a time to be alive. You drop, you immediately find a scar and a vehicle and a player with nothing. Yeah. I mean, HCL's just got to be like real happy to start the day. Like that's a good omen, right?
Yeah. That's like actually a very, very sloppy start for Gonzo from Canino Power because they drop in Milta. They have the entirety of Milta. Sure, Milta is not crates. Milta is not the military base itself. It's not Novo, but you don't need to stretch that far. You don't need to go to Sharkfin, those double warehouses there, past like south of Farm. I'm not to victim blame, but he was asking for it.
And it's funny because Gonzo's one of these players who is really like, especially over the last week or so, I feel like his game has really started to step up. Like I felt like we constantly talked about like, oh, Pixie, and like, you know, we're still sort of resting on the idea of, you know, all the way back in the first opening week of how good Tixie is playing. But I feel like Gonzo's one of these players that he's where you least expect him to be. And not that this play wasn't that, but it wasn't a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I suppose it's on brand.
It is on brand.
Yeah. But B4 here, who routinely loot up on military base, the actual base itself. Mixed results playing on this island. It's actually been very interesting contrasting them with Wildcard, because those are the two teams that play the most extreme sides of the map. But for right now, Nova, they're actually trying to go big, trying to go for more, going very aggressive onto Queso while they can.
Oh, so close. Oh, but he gets the 360. Hang on. Hey, but they're being chased. Wait. Who? Wait.
Tempo.
What? So the team that is chasing Team Queso is also, go up on the two wheels. Come on, land it. Okay, we are just witnessing Demolition Derby like Evel Knievel style stunt racing right now. What is going on, Cameron?
Very, very active circumstance, I want to say. We did see Tempo Storm leave Pachinki very, very early, and that's because a lot of teams are banking on it going towards Sosnovka Island. I don't know if it's what the percent chance is. I'm going to call it more like a 50-50, but I guess a lot of these teams would rather get on the island rather than have to come onto it later if it does swing towards the south. I don't know. Maybe it's like 60% Sosnovka, 40% main island. But yeah, this is going to be a weird circle to play around with. No engagement, no real damage coming out between those three teams, Queso, Tempo, and Nova. But they're at least making their presences. Is presence plural? Can you pluralize presence?
Definitely not presence-I. That's all I know.
Presence-I.
Definitely not that.
Prezi?
Prezi? They're presence.
Cool. Yeah, they know they're there.
Whoa, okay. The vehicle usage today has been, I mean, Bandar's still dead, but that was sick. That 360 to pop behind the rock used as cover, like that could have been dope. Do we wander into the Fast and the Furious? Like, this is like Erangel Drift? Is that what's going on today, Cameron? Is it gonna be that kind of day?
This is what I'm saying, though. You gotta, these teams are starting to get their engagement up a lot faster, and especially because there's a real chance of this ending on the military island. We've seen what happens when engagements wait until that point, or when teams try and wait to engage, they just get in the worst situations. And so if you have a spot to take a fight, and it's a favorable one, go ahead and take it now while you can, especially there's no chance of third partying coming in. Fortunately, J7, low ground, Jamas trying to hit him with those grenades. They're not exactly going to land. And HQ with already one player lost, do they want to commit to this? They do have the high ground, but it's against a wide spread of Knights players. And Raven here, I don't know if he's noticed. He has a really good angle.
Yeah, I think the high ground pretty much gets negated by the spread, and you can see the minimap as well. Carnage on the flank. This seems to be a position he's getting really comfortable with, playing scout, playing flanker for Pittsburgh Knights. And if J7 can continue to hit the shots like he did in that last game of the regular season, our league play up against C9, HQ's in a rough position as the kill feed continues to light up this circle, evoking a lot of early fights, Cameron.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Nova and Tempo that are still fighting each other. Nova is chasing Tempo. I think Football's involved as well, but we can go back down there once this fight concludes. And it might take a while. Yep, yeah. So that fight's just pretty much a standstill at the moment. This is a three-way tussle. Nova chased Tempo Storm, met up with Footballist, who took a boat from Primrose, which is a move that they all generally do every single game, but I don't know if they expected to come into this.
Yeah, and I loved, you talked about it. Jason was like, what do you want to see in the idea? You talked about aggression, and I knew, and tempo. And we're talking about tempo, Storm Cameron, but I knew what you were talking about. You're talking about idea of teams pushing the pace, continuing to press forward, playing more aggressive. We saw Wildcard do it. We've seen Nova do it, and now we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights doing it as they're pushing up into HQ, who've got the vehicle and almost drove into the grenade. Not the start they want. They did get the one down, but ID7 is trying to find the angles, but Raven is here. Can he get the spray? Yes, he does. And now HQ have got to run.
This is really, really bad. This fight's taking a little longer than I think Knights would have wanted, but because they're coming out on top with so much success, not losing a single player just yet, I think that's okay. Maybe not. Loka there off a side angle. Got an SMG and maybe prepping a grenade as well. This could be huge. He's waiting for the revive to start to happen.
Nice.
I don't know how well it's cooked, but it goes a little too far. Yeah, landing the grenade on the side of that ridge like that, very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough angle to try and find because the way the roll works, you have to have it perfectly cooked. It needs to be just, crispy on the outside, soft and tender on the inside, and also a grenade. As we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights continuing to push in now onto HQ. Jam is the last man standing, and he's just going to try and run for the hills, and that is going to be the end of HQ, the first team knocked out in game number 1.
He should have. I know he had a teammate left standing behind that rock who even got that first initial down, but Jamma should have just continued on the escape.
He should have bailed. Yeah.
It was a rough situation. You don't want to opt into a 2v4, no matter how good your position that you're in. But yeah, over
rough
here,
situations.
Nova losing 3 players in that engagement, so trying to fight early, they overextended, and I don't know how involved footballists were in that, but it's the circle shift. It's officially Sosnovka at this point. Novo, dead center. Unique, dead center. And there's still a lot of teams that have yet to make their way over.
Yeah, this is going to get very crowded around the bridges, especially on this eastern bridge. Unique, Kunina Power playing Gatekeep on the eastern bridge. Cameron, I've never seen that before. Heavy sarcasm.
Yeah,
this is their spot.
Heavy sarcasm, yeah.
Heavy sarcasm, if that wasn't very obvious. Unfortunately, though, they actually don't get a lot of kills doing this.
No.
It seems. They play really far back, where they're just getting a lot of intel, but they don't actually gatekeep very hard. But we'll see as Frag Machines is moving in now, if they're going to be able to do that. And we'll see this continued. I can't believe Tempo was the one who kind of came out on top during all this in footballs as well. I thought Nova was in a primo position, but Tempo only losing 1 member for this fight is kind of mind-boggling to me.
I mean, we know how good Tempo can play. But, of course, Nova as well, being the aggressors in that situation, really is so much a coin flip. And that does show you the risk of taking these early fights if you don't have a significant, severe advantage that we saw the Knights have up against HQ. This is sort of the opposite side to that same coin. Sometimes you just end up putting yourself in position to go out 16th place, but loops. Federal
water
is Federal is not in the water just yet because he's protecting his teammates, but I think he might have accidentally fallen off. I don't think that was on purpose because he was in a good position to protect his teammates, but at this point the angle that he has can't really do too much with that, and so he might want to start swimming as well to at least make landfall faster.
Yeah, it's time to finding Nemo at this point. Just keep swimming as the rest of the team is across. He has done his job. They have not been shot at quite yet, but I agree 100%. He was playing as the man back, but Spring.
Yep.
If there's any player on the side of Wildcard who can hit these long-range shots, it's gonna be Springs. Look, he's up there as well. Oh my goodness. Kayowski pokes his head out of the water to have it summarily chopped off. Oh boy.
Well, Tadine and Carrillo, I think both landed just a little bit sooner, and so might not be exactly within range. They're taking shots that direction, so not exactly clear on what they're able to recognize from this distance, but Federal, that's the real danger. If Loops lose a second, it could be a really rough situation because they're coming into a circle with no vehicles. That's the biggest downside, outside, of course, being shot from the coast as what just happened. Biggest downside of crossing by swimming is that you have no vehicles for your next rotation, and it is still early enough in the game that you want to have that option.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Having vehicles for these later circles, we've seen it time and again. The ability to deploy mobile cover, to react to hard shifts in the circle is key. giving up those vehicles to make this crossing is, and especially losing a player, is going to put Loops at a huge disadvantage. But I remember I talked about how far back Konina Power plays, the idea that they really don't actually play Bridge Troll. I mean, because we're seeing this right now. I talked about a potential fight with Frag Machines. They haven't taken that fight. Frag Machines just took this area completely for free, and Konina Power is playing this hyper passive. At least they're still in the circle, but I think, like you said, this is going to be a Sosnovka circle. Like, they're going to have to move, and now Frags is between them and the circle. Oh, okay.
That's big. That is huge for B4, and it is negative huge for everyone else. Like, it's huge, but it's not in the way that they wanted it to be. This is going to be an interesting one because the shape of the terrain at this part of the island is essentially one big, giant, open ramp coming down from the radio tower on that mountain down towards the coast. There is so much, like, little area to play, and I'm not even just talking about the fact that water is covering 60% of this circle.
Yeah, I cannot believe it that we after all this, the final shift, we got so much in water.
These teams do not want to fight, they just want to move.
Oh!
Alternatively, fight now, get your points now, because you know you're going to have a very slim chance of it. You have to pick one. Either try and play macro or try and play micro. There is no in between.
Yep, you've got to try and take these early fights, and Analyst is doing that with the jump shot around the tree. Multiple members of Frag Machines going down, whether it be by vehicle explosion or straight out gunning. But this time, Analyst is not going to be able to continue on. Salmon is able to get that kill. Only 2 members of Frag Machines still left alive. As we're seeing another fight breaking out between Tempo Storm and Team Queso. Team Queso, a team that really stepped up over the last 2 days of league play and picked themselves up a chicken dinner. Now fighting up against Tempo Storm. Tensa, Big Daddy Tensa looking for the grenade. Can't quite find it. Cannot put that one through the uprights, but that second one may have been good. It is. This Team Queso is now forced out completely. Tensa is keeping up the pressure.
But he's not getting any knocks. And the other pair of Queso is coming in from the opposite side. Footballers do go out in the meantime, out in 15th place, second team out, and it's early on in the game to see that happen. But I mean, come on, what do you expect when you get a military circle? However, Tempo, Spec, that backstab was going to be huge for Queso, and it just got completely deleted.
It did indeed, and Footballists and Nova going out in the kill feed as well while this fight's going on. So all the teams that fought going on to Military Island to start this off, it is Tempo Storm that is surviving and thriving, especially with Tensa able to hit nades like that, but they may end up getting third-partied here by Yala Esports. 3 members of Tempo Storm still up. Ayala in position, lobbing nades. Can he get the shots through the door? Goes in with the Uzi, gets the shots. That is Tempo Storm eliminating Team Queso.
They've taken a bit of damage themselves, though. And it's just over a shack. But them putting that much emphasis on a single shack shows how little area there is to play. And so that is still a pretty big pickup for them. And the fact that it wasn't a full commitment. I was worried about Tensa going in by himself, but they didn't want to give up this full map control that they have. Spec still needs to get back behind cover now that Yala has arrived, but they have a spread. They have area to play around with. But where is the next circle shift going to go? They're actually backing off of this. They don't want to be in engagement when they have to move. And yes, good thing they're in their vehicles because they're going to have to move continually east.
Yeah, I call this area the steps because there's just these tiers and tiers of hills going up and down. Yeah, and, you know, I think making sure you're on the right step, you're in the right position, you're not too high up so that you have to make these crazy rotations down, but you're not so far down that you're going to get caught out by teams who are further above you. It's you talked about the idea of a coin flip. You just have to make a call and hope you get a little bit lucky.
Listen, I think Loops are in a great position right now. We know how comfortable they are pushing and being aggressive, and this is the perfect terrain for that. They already deal some heavy damage to Wildcard. They're going to need to continue to move into the circle, but over here, the Tensa Yala standoff, I'm a little worried for Tempo right now, if I'm being honest. Yala are getting a complete spread around them. Tensa needs to go huge on the high ground, on the upper step, as you called it. But the grenades coming out from Yala, if they find their mark, if they get an initial knock, a bit of damage under rain, is a little scary, but no full knock just yet. But at some point, the smokes are going to dissipate. And who's going to get the knock? And is anyone going third party? That's some tracers in the minimap. Someone is shooting at them.
It is. As we can also see Spec getting full info on this. Sees a wildcard rotation coming around as well. What began as a third party may end as a block party as all of these teams are rotating. And look at this. All of the UDR killers here, Tempo Storm, Yalla Esports, Wildcard, all of these teams have the potential to get involved. As Zana is actually going right into Ulysses. This is the exact moment the Spectre is choosing to strike, the second that they opted to reposition. And this is actually huge, but I don't think they're expecting to find somebody here. UDR Killers, though, is not going to be able to win that at all. Zana, despite taking some damage on the retreat from Tempo Storm, was able to win that fight, and Yalla Esports is still in this.
For now, the blue is coming in, and there's a couple of positions that they play on the south side, but I feel that Zero especially almost finds an angle onto Spec there. Is wanting to play aggro with their position. You see that there's a compound. They're not going towards it because they know that it's likely not going to be in the next circle. But they might want to consider that for plan B. Spec does go down. Tempo is going to have to put some resources into getting that revive if they want to stay in this fight, if they want to stay confident in this game. But Zero just continued to put on the pressure.
Yeah, Zero continuing to be sort of the anchor for his team, allowing them to rotate around him, and they are actually going to opt for that compound. Just to stay safe a little bit longer. As you mentioned, I think there's a very good chance that it will not be in this next circle, or definitely not the circle after that. It looks like it's going to be just wide out in the open, maybe a tree, maybe a little bit of a rise. That's really all you've got in terms of cover, and you're going to have to play it, well, like a pro. Which makes sense here in the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, the final Super Weekend, the top 16 teams. Matic is still alive, the last hope for Dream Eater here on the flank. Bukanina Power are aware of it, and they're trying to take him out.
Oh, you see his tracing. He knew where Matic was running. Good game sense there. The nade doesn't hit, doesn't go far enough. His arm's not that strong. He's not exactly a Tier 1 baseball player. He's just a Tier 1 PUBG Mobile player.
Yeah.
But Matic able to make his way inside the circle, crawling in, trying to not get spotted, but he's out of meds. He has a single drink left. And that no more life, and that's gonna be Loops. That's Loops all the way at distance. But this circle shift, another hard shift.
Oh my
fully
goodness.
Towards the east.
Oh my goodness, Cameron, these circles have not been kind.
No.
Game number 1, we are putting our players to the test. They say, hey, you qualified for the Super Weekend. Welcome to the server. Game number 1, one of 15 matches they will play, a marathon this weekend. Over the next 3 days, you're going to see the best that the West has to offer. And whoever can put their stamp on game number 1 will certainly be starting off the weekend right. And you're looking at Loops Esports. Despite losing one player early, they are now in a pretty fantastic position up on the high ground, but they have a lot of teams to work their way through to make it to this next circle.
That's the problem. The advantage is that they have opportunities for kills. Disadvantage is if they don't find those kills and if they don't find them quickly, they're just going to have to run down this open hill that we're looking at right now into what is almost certain death. The Knights, however, they are in a great position. That is, you see a member of Frag Machines right below them. If they aren't aware of that position, then they could get shot in the back. We've seen multiple times what can happen if you don't properly scout out every single potential rat, but B4 holding the line against the push. An ambitious push. Just a wild out in the open push by Yalla.
I mean, Zero driving face first into the spray from Levi. My goodness, he'll be cleaning that one up, no problem. As the nade goes through, Zero is out. Pedro to help secure that one. Great nades from Pedro, also connecting on to Zana as well. As Tempo Storm and Wildcard are trading back and forth. All of the action is breaking out now. We can see it in the bottom right, the pitcher and pitcher as Tempo is just pushing in and summarily destroying Wildcard as they go out in 10th place. The aggression that Wildcard has been so known for over this last week used against them as Tempo Storm is stepping them up, one-upping them here in the first game of the day.
That's honestly one of the biggest weaknesses of those shacks, is that it's just there's one direction to push from. It's one direction to hold, but at that point it's just who has the better manpower. And Wildcard already lost 2. Tempo, they grab a little bit of a lifeline. We'll see how well it keeps them safe for now.
Wow.
B4 holding Yalla out with ease, not even breaking a sweat. But over here on the west side is Loops. They're pushing down. They've picked up a couple of kills in the meantime, but it's just Milky Way for Unique. Only 3 kills for his squad. They tried to go a little big, tried to be a little active, but they're getting punished for that right now.
Yeah, and Dadine is he going to get it with a vehicle? Yes, he is. They know he's in the smoke somewhere. Look, a bullet is very small, but a buggy, it's a lot bigger. A much higher % chance of connecting with the target in the smoke, as Federal is experiencing right now. But I love it. This is the Loops we've come to know and love. This is the send we like to see. But they put themselves in a bit of a rough spot. Not a whole lot of cover to work with, but at least Okay, well, no, that's another hard shift. PK! Yo, PK, you're having a time right now.
Ooh, B4 as well. You can see the line of sight they have from this compound, but they're going to need to move. The circle isn't very friendly for them either. And yeah, it's just all on PK at this moment. Loops want to get these revives. Kunita Power, do they want to stick around and make sure that Loops are dead before they move? Or do they want to just focus on getting into the circle and dealing and picking up the scraps later on?
I think they're going to opt to rotate. I think they're seeing the kill feed. They're seeing how many people are shooting at Loops right now. I think they're thinking that, we have a lot of other targets. We have other priorities, and one of the biggest priorities is getting into this next circle. Tempo Storm is taking out Federal as well, so only 2 members of Loose Esports are up. Ramdini is going to rotate in with the rest of the team, and for some reason, no one's shooting at them. It's a big, wide open field, but the way the hill works, the way this terrain works, they have a surprising amount of room to work with, and they're creating a little barricade here with these vehicles as Frag Machines and Pittsburgh Knights are fighting it out.
Okay. The fight happens, but another send by Loops. They don't go in the direction of Kunita Power. They go in the direction of, well, B4. And they're going to be at least attempting to backfill where B4 are leaving from. Surely B4 heard those vehicles. Surely B4 know that there's more kills to pick up on this side, but they're just having to move forward because the pressure of the blue. They don't want to be stuck out in it.
Is that 12 kills for Tempo Storm? My goodness.
Wow.
My goodness. What a game number 1 for them. I talked about Tempo Storm being good in first games. We've seen them win multiple chicken dinners, game number 1 of the day, but it's been a couple of weeks. That trend had kind of fallen off a little bit, but I feel like the trend is back up, even if they don't necessarily win here. They have as many kills as the rest of the server combined, pretty much. I mean, they have been taking fight after fight, and yeah, they've taken a single casualty, but they're in a good spot right now. The problem is, of course, they're facing down all 4 members of B4 and 2 members of Loops.
They're not in a good spot because that shack is just barely not in the circle.
Oh no.
I'm sorry to break it to you.
Oh no.
They have nowhere to run to right now. Look how prone everyone is. Tempo prepping a vehicle. I think Spec was the one that got in the UAZ. But there's so many questions on where it's even safe to go, if it's safe to move at all. I mean, it's still too early. There's still 16 players alive. You don't want to give yourself up to the blue to deny points just yet. But that grenade might make them think twice. Mixera and Levi specifically from B4 are just grenade masters, but another one comes in from Loose. If they don't know that there's someone behind them, surely they do now.
They must. They absolutely must. They've seen those nades go in. Spectre going to continue to lay down the wall of smokes, but multiple downs. It's Loops moving in. They're downing B4, but then Tempo Storm is taking it to Loops. Hang on a second. Loops may have just inadvertently helped out Tempo Storm so much here. They've broken the line of B4, and now there's just one man standing for Loops as the play zone's going to take out Carrillo. There's just one man standing. This has created so much of an opportunity as Loops goes down. Hang on.
That's another team out, but as you mentioned, the damage onto B4 might be a little bit too much for them to correct. Tempo Storm using smokes and their vehicles able to make a little bit of a barricade here.
Levi?
He's trying to go aggressive, but that might be just to get a revive. Tempo Storm could capitalize on this, find their way into the circle, because finally the circle does not favor the Knights, nor does it favor Frag Machines.
Oh my goodness.
I don't see Salmon on Freak really being able to climb up that just basically big giant rock wall.
No, PK is still in a great spot, despite the fact that they only have 2 members up and remaining. B4 still has all 4. Levi was able to go over and get the revives. They were able to chain those revives off, able to get the heals up, so the damage that Loops did is now totally negated. As Frag Machines going out in the blue down on the other side of the cliff. They would not be able to make their way back up there, I don't think, regardless, especially not fighting into all the teams, as Levi is going to go down once again. I cannot believe how long Tempo Storm has held on here, but there's still a lot of raid bosses to deal with. Kunita Power, 3 members up. B4, 4 members alive. One of these 2 teams, I think, probably has the best claim, especially as Spec goes down.
A lot of damage on the Tempo Storm. But what exactly are B4 going to do? Mixer is just trying to keep the pressure up, keep them from moving, because neither team is in the circle, and the blue is almost on them. And when they do push into the circle, Kunita Power are there waiting. The Knights are there waiting. They have been engaging, but no, they've actually been engaging with each other. Jacker getting a drop and a full kill, but look, Tempo are taking a lot of damage from nades from B4. Who would have thought?
Yeah, those nades continuing to rain in, and I'm not just talking about Rain, who is down, of course. How many grenades do these players have? As Tensta is the last man standing. Nice little shimmy, but that is finally going to be it. Pedro sealing the deal on Tempo Storm, who survived for so long, get a 4th place finish. They're going to be happy about that, but there goes the send. Mixera taking a lot of damage, though. PK and Konina Power are there, but the fight is going back and forth. This is absolute chaos. All three of these teams are fighting simultaneously. B4 trying to get the best advantage of the camp. Jagger is in the back, trying to leverage the angle as Maxon able to confirm the kill onto Raven, but it gets down for good measure. Thirsting it is the last member of Pittsburgh Knights. Konina Power in a bit of a rough spot, but Axer is still full HP. They're all going prone. The snakes in the grass. Who can confirm the kills? That is the question.
B4 should not be alive at this point. They were silhouetting all over the place, middle of essentially a crossfire between the Knights and Konina Power. But those two squads respected each other too much to be able to just focus 100% on B4. And B4, they just fragged out. Rob's down. There's only one member remaining for both teams outside of B4, who still have 2 up.
Yeah, a 2v1v1 right now. Konina Power, Pittsburgh Knights, and B4 Esports. Jagger has almost no more meds. I think he was actually able to loot up there and grab some. He was fully out of meds, but I think he was able to loot some up. That was the small breath of life the Pittsburgh Knights needed. But look at this circle, Cameron. No one, I mean no one is in it. Everybody is going to have to move. And B4, they're going to have a target on their back. Their communication, they need to pick left or right. Who can find the shots? It's Jagger to start this off. Levi is there. He gets them both. Jagger going clutch. Can Axer find the shots? He can. Axer comes in. Third party's the final fight to get the win for Konina Power in game number 1.
There is no way that B4 should have let that happen. They should have known. Maybe I misread something. Maybe there was some information that I thought that B4 would have onto Jagger's position, because the way that if they knew where Jagger was, they should not have let that happen. But Jagger finds an opportune moment. He's forced to peek up, but it ends up being great timing for him. Gets a double spray down. Unfortunately, isn't able to clutch out the win because of Axer's position, but still finding a clutch second place after that amazing B4 first is going to do great for the Knights standing.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, especially considering their placement overall in the Super Weekends. They had about 100 or so points they needed to make up to fight for that first place spot. And that's definitely going to help them along the way, and I 100% agree. B4 knew he was there. They blew up the vehicle. That gave him a bit of permanent cover, which helped him survive a little bit longer. He was able to, I think, loot up one last first aid, put himself in a better spot, but not a chance. They knew. They knew he was there. I said it's 50-50. It's left or right. Do you look at Konina Power or do you look at PK? I thought they had the intel, but clearly not able to get the communication there like I talked about. But still, congrats to Konina Power for capitalizing on the chaos that was those final few circles and walking away with the chicken dinner. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break down game number 1.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
I finally figured it out. We've been asking this question. Why are you laughing? I haven't said anything funny yet. What's going on? We've been asking the question of, is it the second day of opening weekend that makes Konina Power play well? Is it maybe the second week of league play they'll do well? Is it the second super weekend? No. Maybe it's the final sections they do well. The final day of the opening weekend, the final super weekend, and they showed up and take themselves the first chicken dinner here of our very last super weekend. Let's take a look at the standings overall so we can see how many points they did accumulate from this one, and of course the points other teams got as well. And even though they got themselves a chicken dinner here at Glitter, they didn't get themselves first place overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and Seven and I were both surprised when we realized that they only had 2 kills with that chicken dinner. So it just was not going to be enough points to get them the first place overall, with Pittsburgh Knights coming in with 9 points and that second place finish that Jagger was able to pull out there at the end, which was just impressive. But B4 and Tempo Storm, 13 kills onto Tempo Storm, 11 kills onto B4. That is a strong first game. coming out of both those teams. Very surprised that B4 actually didn't end up with the win there at the end, because they were the only squad with 2 people up against 2 solo players. You know, just didn't have the right angles that they needed. But then moving on down the list, Loop's coming in 5th. Frag Machine's actually doing well for themselves, able to secure 9 points here in the first game, which will definitely help them out a little bit. And then Yala and Unique in 7th and 8th place, respectively.
I'm happy seeing this first page. I'm so happy.
Are you?
Tempo Storm, one of the teams that I was saying, they've been so quiet, but they kind of been there. And I feel like with Cloud9 not being here towards the end of the game, they're going to be able to get more kills. Well, guess what? They were able to get so many kills. It makes me happy. And then Wildcard Gaming was one of the other teams that I also mentioned. They weren't able to go ahead and do what Tempo was, but at least they were able to go ahead and collect some points there. And Nova Esports, I know our pick there. Oh man, Glitter, we definitely jinxed them here, as they were only able to get 4 points. And now with the ones that we kind of saw, UDR Killers, Headquarters, and Frag Machine. Frag Machine performing the best out of all of them. And keep in mind, Frag Machine was one of those that actually wasn't performing the best once we saw the kind of breakdown earlier. So interesting stuff so far.
I'll say this for you though, Seven. I don't think you guys jinxed the pick out of Nova. I think we just didn't really know what to expect out of them, because even Loops didn't play well. Footballers didn't play well. Like, without Cloud on here, we expected the top dogs to continue to reign supreme, but it seems like things are being thrown all completely wild as we're going to take a look at Kanina Power stats from that last match. You can see here, not much damage, but then again, not many kills. And at the same time, it's not really a big deal they didn't get too much damage or kills, because I still think winning the game alone and getting those 20 points helps shoot them up the leaderboards even further, Glitter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and especially because we've seen them struggle now in the Super Weekends period, and overall they were on the second page and have kind of been there since the very first Super Weekend. So this is going to be a very strong start for them. It's definitely going to jump them up in some placements, I think. And I think that's just also the boost that they need going into a 3 days worth of games. That's going to be very good for them.
They were last place.
It goes back to something, yeah, I was going to say, this goes back to something that we mentioned in the last show match in League Play, is that Kanina Power seems to be focusing more on placement right now and not being as aggressive as we have seen them be. So, and they're showing that right now. So I cannot wait to see how this is going to go ahead and progress as the days go on, and they start adding that aggressiveness that they know that we have, that they start adding that fragging power that we know that they're capable of. It's going to be a scary team if they continue to do this.
They were last place at the end of the first Super Weekend. I think they had 73 points. I think UDR Killers had 93. And then obviously they played in the second Super Weekend, so they kept building up points ahead of them. So we can't forget how they started off things not doing too well. And, well, kind of the opposite of that. Let's see who was doing well in our top players from that last match. I'm assuming we're going to see a mix here between Tempo and, of course, Pittsburgh Knights. And, I mean, off the bat, you know, Tenza, he's been playing well the entire tournament. But for me, Seven, Jagger, having to fill in the shoes of Sixless for PK, did a phenomenal job.
I'm so glad you mentioned him. He deserves all the credit here. Being able to get 5 kills, and keep in mind, this is one player that was almost subbed out again.
Yeah, right?
With a different player from North America with Juicy. So for him to be able to do this is kind of telling his team, hey, slow down. Let me go ahead and just play a little bit. Let me go ahead and showcase what I'm capable of. So congratulations, Jagger, there, being able to go ahead and get those 5 important kills for his team. And then another player that we've seen consistency out of, it's Raven. He has been consistent over and over again. He's always been one of those top players for Pittsburgh Knights, so I love seeing that. And then with Tensa, I mean, we kind of been talking about him since the first day of the tournament. We saw what he was capable of. He's always been in the top 10 in regards to players overall. And then Spec, I know you like this one, Glitter. Seeing another player there from Tempo Storm and Spec having 4 kills, that's big.
I think that's also just in general good for Tempo, because we've said a few times now how Tempo has just been kind of quiet. They have certainly not done poorly. They just haven't done fantastically. So I think this is a very strong start for them with 13 kills and already 2 of their players as part of the top 4 best for that match. This has definitely helped Tempo with their momentum.
I want to jump back to Jagger just really quickly, because just imagine the moral fiber he has, not as a player, but as a person, right? To kind of, you know, sub out for his team, let Sixless play throughout the entire tournament, then come in when they need him, and then be told, okay, well, we're gonna bring Juicy in for you. Can you sub back out again? And so, yeah, sure, go ahead. And that doesn't work out. So he comes back to playing. Like, for him, massive respect to him as a player and a person in general to really put forward his best energy and his best competition he possibly can here in the PMWL. Let's take a look now at our Do the Do moments, though, from that last match. I'm assuming we're going to see probably Headquarters getting stomped right off the bat, as we talked about, you know, welcome to Super Weekend, as we heard in Veerman Cameron talking about. And then even Kanina Power having a little bit of a rough start here, as you see Gonzo just turning tail and just, well, not for too long.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason maybe why they didn't end up getting that many kills, because they were getting into fights early on in the match that they just didn't want to go ahead and take, and it maybe go ahead and made them be just more passive overall. But Pittsburgh Knights has been so aggressive, and this is one team that I was wondering how they were going to react after they lost 6-less to the ban, and this team has react perfectly, in my opinion. For them to be able to have the performances that they have had so far, for Jagger to be able to also show up in a way, step up to the spot that he needed to be on to support his team the way he needed to do. I think that's huge for him, as we do see here Tenza, the man himself, just destroying people from that roof. And then Headquarters, I know we talked about this one. We talked about how Headquarters needed to go ahead and outperform UDR Killers. Well, guess what? They didn't. They only ended up getting 1 point this whole match, and that's just not gonna go ahead and help you, as we do see there Spring shooting at Loops Glitter.
Yeah, and this was actually, Spring was able to take Kayowski out very early on, which was definitely a blow to Loops, but good for Wildcard. They needed at least some points, because that ends up being the only kill that they do get throughout the rest of the game, which was kind of surprising because we saw them start to pick up that momentum there towards the end of league play, as we're jumping back on board with Tempo into some of their later game fights. But one thing I did want to point out about Konina Power, you had said earlier too, Seven, that Konina Power played probably a little bit safer because we saw Gonzo go out really early, right? And we've seen them kind of switch their playstyle a little bit to play more for placement points, but we actually saw Gonzo go out early during league play as well, and they did the exact same thing, played very safe, and ended up having a very strong game because of it. So maybe this is what they're starting to switch to. Maybe it's working for them. Obviously, you don't want Gonzo to go out, early in the game every time, because that's definitely not what you have to rely on, but it is starting to become a little bit of a trend that they are just playing more conservatively.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was wondering if you were going to say maybe they need Gonzo to start going out at the beginning of the match for them to perform better. No, but it's good. It's good to see those adjustments, right? We want to see teams be able to just adjust to whatever the game gives them. If they, for some reason, don't have the full squad towards the end, if they lose somebody early, at least adjust to it and maybe perform even better. I think that's something we love and something that a lot of champion teams are able to do. And as we're seeing right here, Carrillo, Loops Esports just going on the full attack, being that aggressive, but being outside the zone is so hard to be, it's so hard to be aggressive there. And then Jagger, once again, just knocking people left and right there with the AKM. B4, I think B4 had a great match as well. They ended up with 11 kills themselves, being very aggressive. And to be fair, they did end up getting most of the zone.
Oh, yeah.
Which kind of allowed them to go ahead and frag out a little bit more, Jason.
That was exactly what I was going to bring up here, is that they had the zone so many times. I'm actually more surprised that they didn't win the game actually here because of the positions they had it, right? Like some of the first zones are going towards military, towards the east side of the island, and they were just sitting there like, all right, well, we don't have to move. We can kind of gatekeep teams. I was really hoping and expecting them to get more done, but still, the kills they picked up, the points they placed overall, that's not a bad start here if you're B4 Glitter.
Yeah, no, and I'm a big fan of B4, so I'm glad they are able to start with their momentum early on in the game, because hopefully they can just continue to do so. They've sat, in that top 5 position pretty much the entire league so far for PMWL.
They have 0 chicken dinners, if I'm mistaken, too, right?
Yeah, and while they did get 1 during league play.
Right. But in Super
None
Weekend,
during the Super Weekend, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a look at our total damage.
So it'd be really nice if they could do that.
I mean, maybe this is their time, right? Cloud9's not here. Maybe they can really step up and build some extra points for themselves. But like you're saying, I mean, it's important to show that they have like no chicken dinners in Super Weekend, and yet they're still placing extremely high. And well, speaking of extremely high here, Seven, Tempo Storm in the stratosphere with their damage.
Listen, you can't see me right now, but I'm kind of dancing, all right? I'm kind of happy for this.
Is it the glitter dance?
Teams that needed to step up. No, different. But teams that needed to go ahead and step up are doing so. Tempo Storm, we talked about it so many times, saying that, hey, they're one of those teams that just has a lot of potential. They're currently just staying there within the top 7, within the top 8, just within striking distance. And for them to go ahead and show up and have this performance here, I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do in the next matches. And hopefully they can continue that, because guess what? Teams like Footballers didn't even get a single kill there. I think they only ended up with 1 point themselves. So this is big for them. And then Loops Esports also didn't really have one of the greatest matches that we're kind of used to seeing out of Loops. If more teams are going to be able to take advantage, they're going to be able to move up that leaderboard even more. And guess what? There is a prize pool for the Super Weekend stuff, so they can take even more money home.
I'm glad you mentioned Loops. I'm so glad you mentioned Loops, because I said before we started the first match, for me, this is going to be an indicator of how well they're going to do not only in the Super Weekend, but potentially the finals, because they have started to drop off as well. Them and Cloud9, if we think back, were 19th and 20th at the end of the first day of league play. And Loops was only able to come back off the back of it like a nice chicken dinner. So maybe they're falling off. Maybe they peaked too early on in the tournament, as we've been talking about time and time again. But we need to see some more life out of them because they need to carry that momentum over into the finals and pretty much hold on to their crown as being the PMPL America's champion. But I want to see now maybe how these standings have changed up, because as you said before, we had Frag Machines, really good game. They got 9 points. UDR Killers got 3 points, and Headquarters got 1. And it's all about that chase for 16th place. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look at our first page here. Again, Cloud9 and Alpha Legends not going to be playing here this week. But Glitter, we have seen Tempo Storm go up to 5th place.
And I'm not surprised by that. That is definitely going to be a good boost for them. And the reason this first page is going to start mattering so much is because, like we've mentioned before, these final overall rankings are going to start determining who wins that $50,000 first place prize. So anytime these teams can jump up, they're making more money for themselves. So the fact that Tempo is starting that early, that's huge for them. And it's definitely going to be a morale boost.
And yeah, for me, it's going to be the second pitch because guess what? Alpha Legends is not playing this weekend. So that means some of the other teams that are currently below 10th place can actually go ahead and move up in the ranking even more. So I cannot wait to see here the second page coming up. And yeah, Tempo Storm, I think we hit that on the nail. I think it's huge for them to go ahead and have those performances moving up on the leaderboard. They're going to be happy about that. And then Karina Power also moving up on the leaderboard after getting that win with 2 kills. Now that's 2 chicken dinners so far this on the Super Weekends that we have played. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if the team continues to perform the way they have, even in league play, if maybe we could go ahead and see some more chicken dinners out of them. And then Nova Esports going down. That's one team that we're kind of hoping they would use this whole week of play to just test out new stuff with their new player Cat. It seems like things are sometimes go their way and sometimes doesn't, but now to the 16th, it's not close. It's not close, and if UDR continues to at least
close
get
now.
First match.
It's not close now. I was expecting them to get 90 points in the first match. I don't think that's really possible there. But what is important to see is that Frag Machines got 7 placement points and 2 kill points. Now, it's not bad for first match. I want to see more kills out of them if they really hope to close that gap up against UDR Killers. But then Headquarters, we talked about this before, 7. If you start to have a bad first couple of games, do you just say, screw it, play all out and try to pick up kills? I mean, obviously the first one, you can't really put too much emphasis on that. But they are going to have to look to change things up as this day goes further and further on, because they're going to be running out of matches here to close that distance.
I said the first 2 matches is going to be able to tell the story. First match is done. They didn't perform to what we kind of needed to see them perform. The second match is going to be the big one. If they're not able to get within the top 5 situation here, and on top of that get a lot of kills, then we might see maybe some hunting down along the likes of what we saw before with Cloud9. We saw teams hunting them down because they knew they needed to do that early on. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, especially if the second match didn't perform well, we could probably see that, just Headquarters hunting people down and changing their whole strat.
I'm also curious on the other note of that. Does UDR Killers do the same thing? I mean, they don't really need to play their own game right now, but if they start to get close, maybe that's a challenge they could go for. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking a little bit too far ahead. Maybe I just really want to see some bloody battles. You can see our predictions coming in here as well. And oh yeah, Nova not working out too well for you, but I'm not even gonna hate on you for the pick. I respect it. I think that was a legitimate pick. It just didn't go their way that time. And then Loops even only getting 10 points for us as well, having a little bit of a rough match. So pretty much everyone out there, I think, in the talent pool had a really rough first game. Really hard to get an idea of who's going to be reigning supreme without Cloud9 playing currently here in the Super Weekend. But either way, we're going to have to move on into the next game, right? We still have 4 more matches to go today, and we have our second one going over to Vikendi. And of course, you can see here on the schedule, we have more matches to come up later on with Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to end things off with yet again. This will be the exact same schedule for the next 2 days. And then going into the finals, we'll have 6 matches played a day. But I'm not going to tell you what the maps will be, because honestly, I just don't remember. I'm completely focused on this Super Weekend and this Super Weekend only. But let's now start to talk about here our second match. We have to go into our predictions, because the game is coming up very, very shortly. Vikendi, it's been a while since we've seen it. I don't want to be the first one to predict this time, so I'm going to throw it over to 7 since he's asking for it. Okay. You're asking, you receive.
Bring it. Yeah. I'm actually going to go with Loops Esports. Something that you were pretty much basing it off what you were saying, Jason. We really haven't seen that loops that we're kind of used to. I want them to go ahead and start performing better. They need to go ahead and collect more points because anything can happen in the future in regards to points. And I feel like they need to have that fragging power again. They need to have those big wins again, because I feel like that's one team that also feeds up that kind of energy, having those wins and having those skills. That's when they perform the best. So Loops Esports is my pick.
Okay, Glitter, you want to go next? You want me to go next?
You know, you're the host. You can choose.
You go next.
Okay. All right. So I'm okay. I respect the Loops pick, and I think it's a great pick, 7. However,
but
kind of bummed.
But
I'm actually kind of worried now because I ended up picking Konina Power for this game, but I didn't know they were going to win the first one, and I don't know in the Super Weekend with how some of these teams are performing that back-to-back wins are going to be possible. So I don't know. I think they'll still be good though.
7, you can't hate on her for picking it, because when was the last time you picked Konina Power?
I think it was like the first week.
Yeah, exactly. I think the same for me, so I can't even make fun of you. My prediction going into this is a team who didn't do well in the last match either. Footballists, actually. I think they got out with 1 point, but you know what? I have high expectations for them. I want to see the same Footballists we saw in the league play this last week, because that was a Footballist that could easily take home the $100,000 as we get into the league finals. And like always, we have to shoo you guys out of here. We'll check in with you guys after our second match. Don't be so sad, 7. I'll miss you. I'll miss him. Anyways, you guys at home who are watching, you can still be earning points as well as we're earning it with our predictions. You can earn it while watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. We're not eligible for it, unfortunately. I checked in, and because we're working on the show, we're not allowed to win any of these giveaways. I know, I'm upset, but it gives you guys better chances at home. And you guys can obviously still tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL. Give us some feedback on the show. Maybe support your favorite team out there. Maybe what they're missing is your support, so make sure to throw that in there when you guys can. And we'll bring in our commentators for our second match now. We got Cameron Davis and Enviram joining me another time here on the show. Both looking happy, both looking fantastic, and we're finally seeing a new teams take some chicken dinners here. Cameron, I'll start off with you. Konina Power, they pulled it off after losing Gonza early on, but hey, even with only getting 2 kills, they still won.
Yeah, it is still a victory, which is of course good to have in any base of the game, but only 2 kills, and it was honestly just a couple of scraps that they had to pick up at the very end there. So I'm not 100% sold still on Konina Power being back. I still think that they're still looking like the inconsistent Konina Power that we've come to expect. But who knows? Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe this is going to be that's the head start that they needed of having a week similar to opening weekend.
And I do actually want to follow up on that too, because I'm pretty sure that Konina Power actually broke 2 records with that game. Not only did they break our lowest kill chicken dinner record, going from 3 to 2, but I'm pretty sure they also were the first team ever to have the first player knocked out of a lobby and still win. That just goes to show that a team is never counted out. They lost the first player, and then they went all the way through and able to win the game.
Just because this horse broke its leg, don't shoot it. It still can live to run again. I don't know, that was a little grim there. Yeah, let's talk maybe about Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo Storm. We talked about you're not 100% sold necessarily on them, Cameron and Viram, as we talk about these 2 in particular. I'm kind of sold on them because they made some big plays, and we talked about Jagger as well, having a massive amount of kills for the team.
Yeah, I think Jagger, especially coming into the team, is going to make this... who knows? Maybe it's going to give the team a little bit extra life that they were wanting. I personally would want to see them play a little more aggressively like they did when Jagger was on the team originally. And so who knows? Maybe that's going to little feed back in.
Okay, well, prediction time. Your favorite time here of the day? I mean, besides obviously getting to talk to me. And Viram, starting with you off the bat, what's your prediction as we go into Vikendi?
I'm going old school. I'm going Loops. We've seen them. I still think back to that 4v4 against Cloud9, that epic finale finish they had on Vikendi. I know they can do it. They've been a little hit or miss, but I'm going to hope for a hit here in game number 2.
Okay, Mr. Davis.
I've fallen off the Loops train. I'm not confident in their Vikendi anymore, but now that Cloud9's out, the next team I feel that's going to fill that void is going to be Footballists.
Oh, no. Actually, no. Hey, I'm keeping proud. We both picked the same team last time. We're picking it yet again. Let's get some more points for us, Cameron. I would be happy to see it. And I'm also happy to see you 2 gentlemen take us into our second match.
Thank you so much. Game number 2. Game number 1, I think just by virtue of the circles, brought us a lot of action. Map number 2, by virtue of being Vikendi, is gonna bring us a lot of action. Therefore, I am very excited to get into this second game because the analysts, they touched on it. The idea that every single point matters so much more, not only for the teams that are fighting for the top 16, but for the teams that are fighting for that $50,000 first place prize. In terms of the scope of competitive PUBG Mobile, I mean, that's one of the single biggest prizes, especially for the teams competing here from North America, that they've ever had the potential of winning.
Yeah. And I think coming into the rest of the day after that shocker of a first game, I hope that these teams are experienced enough to be able to give themselves a mental reset, because not only was it a military island for the very first game, the hardship, so much water in play until the very, very end. This circle is so much more fair. Yes, the river cuts in between. It could be impactful, especially if it goes down around Castle, but at least until that point, there's a lot of playable area and you don't have to cross over from one island to the next.
Yeah, and of course, those rotations, the timing of those rotations, how proactive you're able to be are so critical in a game like PUBG Mobile. We've seen time and again teams who rotated late get punished for it or just dropped, and Cat decides to slaughter you. You know, good times either way. Wildcard, good times. Cat just been such a force, obviously, you know, coming on in as a substitute for this team. And really, not just in terms of gun skill, but in terms of leadership, Nova really stepped up. There's a reason that I picked them to win in game number 1. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do here up against, I would say, even a new and improved Wildcard. I love this aggressive play style from them.
I am going to give it a little time before I do agree and say improved, but it is definitely a new playstyle. The problem with these aggressive playstyles that we see coming out from both Nova and Wildcard, Sam giving a couple of shots, is that they're inconsistent. Placements are still so impactful in terms of points that you get that you really need to be able to recognize winnable fights. And Sam here, he's recognizing at least a little bit of damage. Wildcard, I think losing Spring, they're not going to make their way all over to Volnova if that was the initial plan. And so, this is the first time that we are seeing no one in Volnova because Kunita Power aren't there as well.
Yep. I think that actually gave a little bit of surprise to Nova Esports as we're going to look back at that first kill. Cat just able to drop it and find the gun. Oh my goodness. And Spring, oh, there it is. Actually, Cat was able to just clean it up.
Oh, he stole the kill. It was AZ.
Yeah. It was Here I was
AZ.
we know and AZ's going to watch back in the VOD, but it was me. I did it. Yes, you did, AZ. It was all you, buddy. You crushed it. Absolutely stellar. But again, sort of back to the point about Wildcard, they were finishing a lot of these Super Weekends in like 16th place. Anything is better than that at this point. They have certainly, I think they just needed a change. And if the change is just full send salmon 100% of the time, yeah, maybe we lose a couple of members, but we're going to wipe a squad. Maybe that's the way you got to play.
Wildcard are actually, surprisingly enough, in 5th place on the overall Super Weekend standings. I know I didn't expect it to be that high either, but I think at this point they know that they're going to qualify. And so if they use these games as a way to push this play style, I actually talked to Acer the other day asking about the inspiration for this more aggressive maneuvers. And he says that they know that on the team, they've been playing too complacent, it hasn't working out for them, and they have such good fraggers on the team, why not utilize it? And it is going to take them a little bit of time to understand where exactly that sort of line is, how much is too much, how far is too far. But with the observation by both of us that the entire lobby was also speeding up, also getting more aggressive, whether it's inspired by loops or inspired by the fact that these teams are really trying to climb up the leaderboard, being able to fight more consistently is going to be a strength coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons that I have so many misconceptions, and I went back and looked at the stats, and I'm like, you're right, they are performing on the Super Weekends. Why do I have this perception that they're not playing that well sometimes? It's because in terms of league play, they're down in like 12th, 11th place, but they're in like 5th and 6th. When it comes on the Super Weekends, when the pressure is on, they step up. And that's a very cool thing to see. We talk about this idea of the clutch or kick. You know, when your back is against the wall, do you step up or do you choke? And when it comes to these more intense Super Weekend style formats, clearly, Wildcard knows how to go clutch. So we'll definitely keep an eye on them. But another team that certainly stepped up, it was Umbra. oh my goodness, the performance they were able to bring out in the league play for week number 3, finishing in 8th place. They had 4 third-place finishes and a second-place finish. They were so close to a chicken dinner so many times. Speaking of close, HH24 has some company.
Oh, he wasn't expecting them to actually make their way up the stairs. The molly is going to be perfect as well. It's going to be actually shots from Solke to finish him off, but a very good clear of the top floor. We didn't see how exactly Footballers got the information, but they obviously had that information. Go in, clear that player out, and take this compound away. It's a really good 2-2 split they have, but that's Queso arriving on the other pair. Is this duo in position to give assistance?
Oh my, yeah, that's the question. The other members of the team are on the other side of the road, are potentially going to be in a position to help this out, but that is all 4 members of Team Queso. The cheese has landed, but Solke and crew, now with Lutz here as well, they're going to have the intel on this. However, I love the position on these roofs. Cameron, I'm like, I should have been a roofer? Is there a specific term for people who make roofs? I like the roofs on Vikendi,
I think,
okay?
yeah,
It's a roofer?
I think it is a specific job in terms of construction, but here, good follow-up by the Footballers. They all group up. They, of course, heard the vehicles arrive, but Queso, they didn't attack fast enough, and that's because the duo of Footballers on this west side didn't give them the opportunity and waited for their teammates to arrive. And the timing worked out very well for them. And now it's going to be a 4v4 if either team does want to take this fight. I could definitely see a reality where they both just hang out and wave at each other. Maybe a little aggressively. Maybe there's more fingers up on than others and some fingers down while they wave, but it's still different than actually shooting.
It is indeed. You get the go button. That's the big question.
I lied. I'm totally lying. Lutz is prepping a grenade. They want this fight.
Here we go. As the nades are going to go through. Lutz, of course, the player with the most grenade kills. We always hype up Solke's nades, but I actually looked at the stats. Lutz, I think it was last time we checked, 21 grenade kills was the number for him, which is a hilarious. That's more than, I think Jason made the comment, that's more than some players have kills here in the PUBG Mobile World League West. If there's any man who I believe knows how to properly toast a grenade, not just cook a grenade, toast a grenade.
Toast it to
toast
perfection.
the opponents. Exactly.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit crispy, but it can't be like totally black and useless.
No.
You still want it to be edible.
Just
you
a
know
little
what's
bit.
perfect on toasted bread? Melted cheese. Let's go.
Oh!
Okay, they're not. Okay, I was hoping that the timing would work out, that the fight would happen then, but that would have been great. But hey, it's fine. We tried. We tried, but we can't be 100% in the heads of these teams. But speaking of which, this is a very, very interesting crossfire that Ayala has. There's actually no. It's another team on the north side, but Football is still sticking their toe out a little bit too much. But yeah, there's that Queso player way far to the north.
Yep.
That is trying to surround Footballers, and I hope they recognize this. Footballers play this a little bit too slow. Are they going to stay here? Are they going to cross the road again and go back to the previous compound that they took from Tempo? There are a couple of options here, and I think they're going to
Part of the problem is they're dead center of the circle. There's nowhere safe to go. And there's also kind of no reason to shift, because if you're going to shift someplace, you've now waited too long. You mentioned the point. They've waited so long that where are they going to go that's not already taken? Yeah. They are right off the river. They are literally dead center. It is 50-50, right in the middle of this circle. So their incentive to move is very low. And in fact, if Team Queso keeps shooting like this, there's actually maybe, they're kind of hoping that maybe the third party comes in and gives them an opportunity to capitalize on Queso. We'll see if that happens, as we're seeing a bit of a standoff here between Pittsburgh Knights and Loops Esports.
Nope, we're back.
Where is Loops Esports? Because I only
got it down. More nades coming in. That might be good too.
Starting this off, one member, like you mentioned, Solke. Is the push going to come in from Team Queso? They do not want to overextend. No, they traded downs.
Yeah.
So a full reset from both of these teams, playing this very, very smart. Realm not quite able to hit those shots on the Mystic.
Yeah, a little bit of a spot there, and things have quieted down again for a second time. A smoke actually to help Ayala cross into the vehicle, and they're just going to leave. They don't want to take this fight at all. Their teammate on to the north is calling out info. Are they coming back? What's happening? What's going on?
They're totally shifting.
Speed? Oh, that's okay. And we see what happens there. Rom, with a sliver of an angle, gets a second knock. And Queso can get this revived, but it does slow down whatever move they were hoping to do. And look at the push from Footballers. They see that the space has cleared, the space has opened up. But Axial, can he protect his teammates?
You talked about this off angle being held earlier, being the lifeline for Team Queso as Footballers is pushing up the hill. Mystic's going to have the angle. Can they find it? Ayala is up and is healed. Mystic taking a lot of damage. Marco's going to try and leverage the flank as well. But Realm steps too far forward. Mystic prone. Can he land the shots? That's the big question. Solke's got to back up and reset. They were just barely able to get their teammate back up and in the fight, and Team Queso weather the storm, and now Footballists have to totally rethink this push, and now they've actually put themselves in a worse position, thirsting for it, tunnel visioning for it. Solke is going to have to land some 6 shots.
Luckily, he has good vision over that ridge line. In Queso, they're backing off. They don't want to push into this engagement at all. There's a reason that they left in the first place, even if that exit did slow down. But I'm still really, really worried about Axel's angle. Luckily, Footballists are putting a player to pay attention to that side, both using a player as a resource to sort of counter each other out. But the engagement has stalled away. It's backed off. And this is because the next circle has spawned. It's gone a little bit towards the east. Phase 2 of Vikendi doesn't shrink too much. So I don't think either team is really going to move, but they are going to want to start to focus on the eastern side of the map. Dream Eaters out so early.
My goodness, of course, Dream Eater, the team we hype up on. Miramar does pretty well on Erangel as well. Traditionally not been the strongest Vikendi team, and going out first in this second game of the day. There's so much fighting happening between Footballists and Mystic that I completely missed. I believe it was Umbra that did end up taking them down, but Dream Eaters out in 16th place. Not ideal for them. They're definitely one of these teams that is sort of fighting for the spots. They kind of just snuck in 60 points to make it into this Super Weekend. Not the best for them overall. And definitely not looking back to that second Miramar week of league play. Boy, were they looking so solid. So they definitely have a bit of a mountain to climb in our overall leaderboards here. As they're in 8th place right now. Not out of the money by any means.
Ooh. Not out of danger is Nova. They're crossing through, and Yala are hiding, being very, very sneaky. They don't want to give a position away, and they might have a really good opportunity because these 2 players of Nova on the hillside, we could see if Lord just peeks around the angle just a little bit. But the rest of Yala don't really have a good angle to assist, so he'd be engaging in a 1vx situation, and that might not be the preferred fight despite having the high ground. And so instead, he's just going to give it up, fall back, hop into a vehicle. I think Nova might be aware of this, might have heard the vehicle arrive as well.
Nova don't want to have a repeat of last game where taking early fights cost them dearly. They are going to play this a little bit safer. HQ as well. We saw Bandar get picked off very early, despite some sick driving skills in game number 1. But they're going up against Frag Machines. These teams, they've all been fighting around the bottom, fighting just to even make it into this Super Weekend. Frag Machines, 18th overall on the leaderboards. HQ 9th, look coming into the overall standings in terms of, just the Super Weekends. So they need to step up in these games. They need to start to rack up the kills and being able to take out the other teams at the bottom that you're vying with, that you're competing with, vying for the spots. That's actually huge. If one of those teams could take the other one out, that would be massive for their morale.
Looking back over to Umbra real quick, we did see confirmation in their score that they did get all 4 kills against Dream Eaters. As I'm assuming what that 4 means. It's pretty close. The circle shift, going to center a little bit towards the south, but again, Phase 3 doesn't shrink too much, but we are seeing more teams that are outside of this next zone, and now, as I mentioned, the river, especially around Castle, so much water there. How is this going to affect teams' decisions? How is it going to affect Loops? Federal, he's kind of coming in over to Castle as well. Wait, is that okay? Where's the rest of Loops?
Yeah, this is literally every single time we've been out of action. I've been trying to figure this out. Loops is up by just north of Podvosta, and Federal dropped southwest. He's down by Castle. They split drop. Whether he had to go to the bathroom and missed the plane. I don't know what happened, but he is not with the team at all. They are completely split. So for those of us who picked Loops this game, definitely a little bit of concern there because they're not going to have all 4 members together, at least for now. They've got a little bit of space. The team that's trying to create some space, though, of course, is a B4 who let that last game slip through their grasp, but the team that doesn't want us to let anything slip away, of course, it is HQ. As multiple members of Frag are here pushing in. Hamudi, 1 player down, trading up with Bandar in terms of downs, though. So we are seeing the nades come out. ID7, nice nade to pick up that kill. Oh my goodness. We're talking about a golden brown cooked to perfection, but oh, thirsting to kill, gets punished for it. The player further up the hill is able to get that. So now multiple members of HQ are still down. 2v2 situation turns up. They're getting third partied in the distance. Who is that shooting at them? Wait a second. That's the opportunity that Freak and crew needed. What is this? Actually, this is terrible. HQ, it's falling apart. Frag Machine's pushing in on this opportunity. Can they find the shots? But the third party potential is still here. Can Freak get this? They're going back and forth. Loka, can they find the shots? Trying to find the angle. Freak, can he get them? Yes, he does. Oh my goodness, able to confirm that as one member of HQ is still alive.
Gemma's mollying the stairway below him so the push can't happen, giving him enough time to pop a first aid kit. It was a little bit slow of a push by Frag Machines. HQ almost survived that onslaught. But no, the third party, as you mentioned, from Unique across the river, just did just enough damage to allow the surviving remaining members of Frag Machines to push down. ID7 is still alive, though he is bleeding out. Jamas wasn't able to complete the revive, and now it's going to be a 2v1 push. Another molly comes out to stop it. And Frag Machines, they're pulling away. They're finding a different building. They want to try and find an angle into that top floor, but will Jamas find the spot for the revive? No!
Jamas holds on a little bit longer, doesn't thirst for it, needs to get the revive though, is able to play this out a little bit slower. Here's the nades potentially coming on through. He's trying to make the decision. Oh, nice reset room actually, making sure that if the nades go up, they're totally going to be throwing the other team for a loop. But he is opting to go for the revive, trading revives right now, but the third party comes in. No! HQ just cannot catch a break. Unique is being a thorn in their side. Let me go, let me die. This is ID7. As Jamaz is needing to reset here. They're pushing in. They know where he has to be, and they just delete him. Oh my goodness, that looks so good for Unique. It was a comedy of errors. It started with ID7 trying to thirst to kill. The third party came in. The Frag Machines took full advantage, and the way the shots came through, it seemed like Unique was only shooting at HQ as Frozen and Milky Way, the players stepping on in for the team today, able to do so much work to help take down one of their competitors.
I think Frozen even crossed the river just to find an angle to third party on that. And basically won that for Frag Machines, but Tempo in another fight against Footballists again. This time Tempo's gonna come out on top.
Not a grenade. Lutz doesn't win that fight. As Tempo Storm carrying over the momentum of game number 1, the 13 kills they were able to muster for themselves in that game, now being leveraged against Footballists. So we're gonna need some fancy feet in these close range fights if they want to take down Tempo Storm in what I believe is a 4v3 situation. Close range, you can hear the shots coming on through. But Solke, watch him as he plays around these corners. He goes for these really unique jump shot angles. He's not afraid to throw his body into the problem, quite literally. Sometimes he gets punished for it, but sometimes he's just able to go clutch.
Okay, they're able to secure this building for themselves. Tempo in one, Footballists in the other. But these are really hard buildings to hold, and both these teams only have 3. In fact, Tempo is only playing 2 inside those buildings. There are so many windows, not just to get third-party shot from, but also access points on the ground floor. But Podvosto, at least the west side, is dead center. This might be another Podvosto finish. We saw what happened last week on the east side. What's going to happen on the west? There's a lot more buildings on this side. That's, I suppose, something to consider. Quick replay here of the initial fight of HQ versus Freaks, and such a great grenade, but we might see
it was this thirst. It was this thirst, and then he gets knocked. Boom. That headshot to take him down was massive, and then Freak was able to pick up that. That was really the linchpin in this for Frag Machines. If Freak had not won that fight, it would have been disaster. You can see the shots coming in from Unique, but really they just ended up just doing so much damage to HQ. Frag Machines able to just, dip, dive, and dodge their way around those shots coming in. I also want to, speaking of dip diving and dodging, Federal he's traversing the river. He's making his way all the way in from the southwest, all the way up the river. Sorry for your eardrums, everybody. Up to Loops, and they are now still in this. If he could actually meet up with the rest of his team, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the film of Saving Private Ryan. If you're old enough, I recommend it. That's basically what Federal is doing right now.
Wait, but he's saving himself, though. Isn't Saving Private Ryan, they send people in to go retrieve him? He's just escaping on. It's more like The Great Escape, which is an even older movie.
Or The Rock, which is another fantastic movie starring Sean Connery.
He's doing it. He's making it.
He's actually doing it. He's actually doing it.
And how much information is he gathering by walking this direction? Oh, no, they might not know about Wildcard. Okay, he's running now. Footsteps, and he might get spotted up by Yali. Yeah, he's in a rough situation at this point. Gonna want to hide and play just solo Rat, perhaps dealing a little bit of damage over towards Wildcard, which surely...
Those Acers here? Oh my goodness. Okay. We have a man inside. Unfortunately, he's inside. Oh, and he almost wins that fight. Oh my goodness. After all that, Federal, I may have jinxed you. I am so sorry. Oh.
Loops still have 3. Loops still have 3. And also a really, really good position in the circle. This is going to bring into question how good are Loops at playing center. They tend to do better when they have to force themselves in from the edge. However, they are not the only compound in the dead center. There's going to be a lot of chaos going around because this is essentially going to be a city finish. It's smaller than Yasnaya. It's smaller than Volnova, but I'm going to consider it a city finish nonetheless.
Yes, and this is the one, you can see the buildings that Yala have right now. That is where Cloud9 made their ridiculous final stand. I actually believe the wildcard was basically in the building that they're in right now. They were able to hold on for quite a long time. Speaking of a team that's holding on, despite quite a few little fights here, it looks like, is B4, as they're going still toe-to-toe with Team Queso. And we've been seeing Team Queso fighting literally this entire game. Literally this entire game.
Yeah. They fall away from one team for flawless and they run into another, but no, who's running into them? It's B4, but are they coming out on top?
Oh, that's the question. Marco, they actually get a look at the explosion on the card. Secure the kill. That's the second one down. Oh no, B4 Esports, that was a disaster. As they push in with 2, get instantly delayed at the explosion, picking up another one down, and now there's just one man standing as Levi up against the world. Can he slay the Titans that are Team Queso pushing in towards him? I don't know. That's going to be the case as he's just blind firing, desperate to try and connect, but no. All of Team Queso push in, only a single player down, and B4 down and out.
Listen, B4, when they push into Queso, didn't realize that they'd be pushing into UDR Killers and Tempo Storm, both of which either got a knock or picked up a kill from that fight. So Queso, very fortunate to have a couple of other Guardian Angels overlooking them, but now with this space, what can they do? Because they're going to have to push into the circle. It's another hard shift, medium hard shift, towards the north, a little bit towards the west. North side of Podvosta, and this puts Loops in a good position to catch a number of teams traversing through the city. But teams on the north side, these rooftop positions could get countered. If anyone takes the north, I'm looking at Frag Machines, I'm looking at Unique, I'm even looking at Queso here.
I mean, and this is a time where you wish you had Federal still with the team. He's the player who sits back. He is their eagle eye. He's their Hawkeye who just looks out over the battlefield and sort of helps to make, I think, a lot of these calls with the team, with Dadine, as we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights. Yala Esports, I think, caught out a bunch in a vehicle there. Oh my goodness. But yes, looking towards the north, Loops is in a great position. But another team that could get in a great position if they can take out Tempo Storm, can take over this entire complex, of course, it is Umbra, who had such a fantastic week of season play. Those last 2 days looked oh so solid for them, and they now have eyes additionally on Yala Esports.
Smokes come out because they know they need to continue to push up and further, but Tempo Storm want to counter this out. Spec watching the exit, watching the push, gets one down. Can he get a second?
Oh my goodness. Oh, put them in the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing. Force them all in. Pro Lord finally falls. They just ran into a meat grinder. Oh my goodness. In an instant, they are down and out. Tempo Storm sitting back, holding every single angle, up the stairs, up to the side, and Uzi's out. They just mulched them.
Did you see Reigns run around flank? Yep. For the dealing, the final blow, holding it strong. They do get a player knocked, but it should be an easy revive. But again, they're still not in the circle, and it is closing on them. So yes, they stopped the attack, but now it's going to be their turn to be on the aggressive.
Oh no, and a bit of a little comedy of errors there, I think, as Zero actually kills himself with a grenade. And now that gives the opportunity maybe that Nova needs to push on in. Anas is still there. Cat, the last man standing, jumps on over with the blue and cannot get it done as Nova Esports has eliminated Yala, despite some bit of a sloppy play there from them, able to take down multiple players, rack up a ton of kills for them as the damage that did to PK finally does pay off. And Loops, a little bit of circle luck there for them. You talked about the angle that they have, looking up at all of the teams to the north, and I cannot believe it. Somehow, after all this time, Unique and Frag Machines still haven't killed each other.
I think there's been a couple of trading back and forth because Unique looks a little smaller of a team than it was earlier, but I don't know for sure if that was from Frag Machines. That's just a guess. It's just an estimation, but perhaps not. Who knows? But both teams do have, I want to say, priority in getting a northmost position. Is that a position that will give them priority in this game? I honestly don't know. I think it depends mostly on how active these teams in the South are going to be, how much chaos is going to occur. Because Tempo Storm, they're forced to push in now. More smokes come out. And Tensa here on the roof trying to get some information. But ultimately, Konina Power, they're waiting for the push to happen because they know that they can't let Tempo backfill behind them when they push into Wildcard.
And Wildcard, as all these teams just sort of pushing down the row here, they eventually will need to deal with Wildcard. Dixie goes in, finds it. The blender still happening this time, though. Oh, no, actually, Spec able to clean that up. Nice, actually helping to steal that kill away. But like I said, you still have to get through Wildcard. This problem still has not been solved.
Yeah, that's exactly why they should have tried to take the fight against Tempo before Wildcard, because then they just got sandwiched like that. Yep. And just completely deleted, completely removed. But Tempo Storm, they're still not out of it just yet. Wildcard received 0 damage from that push by Konina Power, but a good grenade to start things off, and a smoke tunnel. The push is coming. The push is going in.
This is how you do it, Konina Power. Tempo Storm showing us how it's done. They've been the defenders. Now it's time to go on the attack. But Sam holding back from the second building, a little bit of the distance, the gap in between. His rain does go down as well. Wildcard still able to weather this. The one man standing for Tempo Storm here. 2 are down. It's all up to Tensa. Tensa, the hero for Tempo Storm. Time and again, no! Instantly deleted. They turn. They heard the footsteps, the perfect line, the perfect trace, the perfect execution from Wildcard. Dealing only aces this time around, but the ace is on Tempo Storm.
Circle still favors Loops in this shift. It's no longer going towards the north, it is towards the south, and giving Loops that itty-bitty building to play around with. But Yala actually able to cross the river, taking a bit of damage from the blue while they sneak up. It's like SEAL Team 6 level play from them right now. Slowly crawling up the coast. Perhaps undetected by both Wildcard and Loops.
I think they've been able to make it in as Loops deal with the team immediately to their left flank, taking down Queso. 4 teams up remaining. Wildcard now need to push into Loops, who are kind of split though. Dadine is up on the roof. Unique might actually be able to find an angle here. Frozen is able to poke his head up over top. Dadine is playing around these rooftop angles so well. Pans out, of course. Guys, if you're wondering why the player's doing that, it's because the pan can block that first shot if it comes your way. It gives you an extra second to react, to reposition. As Anas is pushing in, that's the footsteps though. Dadine's gonna know he's there. Wildcard's gonna know they're there. It's Lord and Anas. Lord in these close range fights, yeah, I'll take that. But up against Slicky and Sam, might be a tall order.
Spoke way too soon. Wildcard wasn't even in the building and just had a great angle up that staircase. But ooh, is that a grenade that just came in?
Yep. I believe it was, as one member of Unique does go down. Loop's able to continue to hold this. Nas goes back in, though, from the blue. Hang on a second. And now they're probably just going to try and heal strat on through this. Anas, the last man standing, doing a bit of damage before he goes. Slicky's doing it as well. Loops is in a great position. All these teams just trying to heal on out. Who will survive longer between Anas and Slicky? I wasn't able to get a full assessment on the meds, but just means it's Frozen out here against Loops, who were able to fight off all comers. They took this building so early, despite Federal unable to great escape it right on in. Loops was able to get the circle time and again fight off all challengers for the position. Frozen's not going to go out quietly, though, able to pick himself up a kill and another placement point, but this is Loops' game to win in a 3v1 situation, as Wildcard will eventually go down.
First molly from Frozen misses. The return molly from Dadine also just barely misses. Just an inch too far from Frozen. But you already know. You already see. Loops know exactly where these last 2 players are. Dadine heard the footsteps as well. Going to peek over trying to get more kills. Because it's a bit low of a kill win for Loops at the end of things. But if they can increase it to 9, and that seems to be the case with the push around onto Frozen.
And that's going to be GG. Game number 2 going to Loops Esports. Back on the board here on Vikendi. 9-kill game. Not the most we've seen from them, but definitely still solid. You talked about it, Cameron. You talked all the teams rotating in from the north. That's what we've got to watch out for. And that's where Loops was watching. Because basically what ended up happening there is Wildcard played bodyguard. All the teams that tried to push in, whether it be, I think it was Footballists, I think it was Tempo Storm. Everybody who tried to push into them just goes Konina Power. Everybody who tried to push into them, that's the one. They just got shut down. Wildcard was at Loops' back the whole time. The Dean was on the building as well to make sure that Wildcard couldn't get aggressive on them. And because of that, Loops was just given free reign. They just take over the entire north side of the circle, and they made it look easy. Congrats to Loops here, the win, the chicken dinner for game number 2 of the first day of our Super Weekend. Let's send it back over to the analyst to recap game number 2.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
Well, I guess all of my worries about Loops have been brushed aside to get themselves a chicken dinner here in match 2 of our first day of the final Super Weekend. There was a lot of questions, to be fair, about how will they be able to perform today, considering they didn't look too great coming up into the league play. But hey, they shut me up. I think they shut a lot of people up out there. And they get themselves a chicken dinner here, Glitter. That's got to be a good start for momentum and for confidence to be built back into the team.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be good for Loops. And, you know, we've seen them be pretty strong on Vikendi, so it's not too much of a surprise, but it is nice, especially kind of coming off of the back of a little bit slower game for them in our first match. So this was a good showing for Loops. And I'm sure Seven is also happy with this pick.
Heck yeah, I am.
I didn't think there was things worse than Glitter's dance, but you proved it wrong, Seven, or proved me wrong on that one. Let's take a look at our standings from that last match before Seven hates me any more than this. And they do get themselves 29.7. Wildcard as well, though, getting 18. Even Unique, who is one of those teams that struggled to even barely qualify through into the Super Weekend, got themselves 18 points.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it. Wildcard was able to recover pretty well after that first game. Just going up with what I was saying with Tempo Storm, those are two teams that really need to go ahead and perform really well this weekend and hopefully bring in that momentum into the league finals and kind of take advantage. We mentioned it over and over again, to kind of take advantage of the Cloud9 not being here. And another one too, Yalla Esports being able to get 7 kills. I don't remember quite well what was their stat. I think in the previous one they got 8th place, if I'm not mistaken, and 3 kills. So for them to go ahead and improve, that's huge. Now to the storyline that we kind of all been worried about, UDR Killers. Remember, they do have teams like Frag Machines and Headquarters trying to go ahead and pass them, but so far UDR Killers is doing what I expect them to do and just pretty much outperform those 2 teams. And if that continues to happen, Frag Machine and Headquarters, no matter what they do, they're just not going to be able to go ahead and catch them up. So I wouldn't be surprised now if to move it up to the 3rd game and the rest of the weekend, if we see Frag Machines or Headquarters maybe trying to go ahead and hot drop them, or maybe kind of pushing the action a little bit more towards UDR Killers.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. I'm kind of hoping it does happen because I think it'll make for some interesting games. But we are moving on to the second page here, and we see Kunina Power there in 10th. Headquarters at least getting a couple points for themselves. Definitely not going to be enough if they want to surpass UDR Killers right now, but they did pull down 3 points. Surprised to see B4 and Footballist at the bottom of the list here. I think this was just a bit of a rough map for them, but I feel like, and I think we've talked about it a little bit when we were watching the game, I feel like Dream Eaters are struggling a little bit today, Jason.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a struggle. I think that's why looking forward to the rest of the day. I don't know if I can necessarily predict them to win a match, even though the next match would be over on Miramar. On that note, you were saying before, Seven, coming into Frag Machines up against UDR, we did have Frag Machines actually get ahead of them by 6 points in terms of earnings in the first match, but then they fell behind them in match number 2. And like you're saying, that's not enough, right? Even just going on par, even points isn't going to be enough. You need to surpass them by quite a large margin, just like the large margin of damage we're going to see out of Loops here as we take a look at their stats. And it's going to be in typical Loop style at 1,500. That's a little bit low for them, to be fair. But 7, they still get 9 kills.
Yeah, and honestly, not surprised to see those stats there from them, especially with the healing, because I noticed they had the zone for most of the time, and they weren't really trying to find anybody. They were just gonna let everybody just play out their own, and hopefully third party some of that stuff. Something that I did mention though at the start of the game was how far away Federal ended up from his team, and this is something that I was pointing out to Glitter. We saw 3 players of Loops Esports towards the north, and then for some reason Federal, I'm not sure what happened, he was towards southwest, I believe, by himself, just super far away from his team. So not sure what happened there. Something I will definitely go ahead and keep a close eye on, because if that does happen in the future, oh man, it could go a lot worse here for Loops.
Oh yeah, it definitely could, and considering they're on the chase right now for first place ahead of Cloud9, or trying to surpass Cloud9, I should say, who's not playing here in the Super Weekend. Let's take a look though at our do moments from this last match, and honestly, there was so many crazy moments throughout this entire game. We were looking at like B4 in particular trying to crash onto Queso, and that not working out well for them. We saw a lot of frags early on, even some like disengagements out of, was it Footballers and Queso? Yeah, right here off the bat here, Glitter. We were surprised to see neither team go for that full-on fight, but I think that's the pressure of the final Super Weekend getting to them.
I think that's definitely part of it, especially when, you know, we're so early on in the Super Weekend, right? We're only the second match in on the first day. These teams still have some time to get points under the belt, especially when you're a team that is kind of somewhere in the middle like Team Queso that's steadily having better games for themselves. They don't want to risk an early engagement against a team like Footballers and potentially lose out on a good chunk of points that could work, you know, to help them make a little bit more money. We're going to keep talking about that prize pool because that's what these players are now really kind of grinding out for. So definitely a little bit safer play from a lot of these teams, but we're actually seeing a couple kills coming in for Headquarters going up against Frag Machines, and I believe we're going to be talking about this a little bit later on with 7, because that's definitely something that's playing into the storylines that we are talking about here, but also seeing some of these teams come up big. We saw Tempo with 6 kills and Yala with 7 kills, and we just saw Tempo on the highlights here. Some of these teams are actually being very consistent today, 7.
They are. And another team that we kind of saw get lucky in some kind of way was Team Queso. We saw Footballers trying to go ahead and just fight them early on. Team Queso, luckily for them, they were able to go ahead and knock down a player from Footballers. And Footballers just look very different today. They don't seem as confident as what we're usually used to seeing them, especially after week 3 of league play. So not sure what's going on with that team, but as we're mentioning, Team Queso at least being able to cause some damage there, getting some knocks and try to finish that. It didn't end up working out their way, as we do see Rain, and then later on we're gonna go ahead and see Tensa just kind of get killed there. But Wildcard, I think this was one of my highlights for this match, and that's because I kind of talked about him at the beginning of the show. I said this is one team that can definitely take full advantage of just Cloud9. A team like Cloud9 not being here, that is so huge, and just less worried for some of these teams. And for them to be able to come back after not having the greatest performance, 10th place and 1 kill, and being able to get there, what was it? I think it was 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, or 3rd place, and 8 kills. This is huge for them.
Can I actually jump in on that?
Getting a lot more kills there. Go for it.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, in league play, like we talked to Beowulf, and he said like one team that is kind of being slept on, but he's also surprised at the same time with how well they're doing is Tempo Storm. This is a team you can't really underestimate. They've been slowly, you know, getting points on their belt. Maybe not necessarily getting like a lot of chicken dinners or stomping games like we've seen Loops do, but they're a team that's consistent, and they're consistently doing well, and that's definitely a team who are setting themselves up nicely going into the finals.
Exactly, and I think that's the main thing, right? You might not hear us talk about Tempo Storm because they're just not getting that many wins. But guess what? Even though we're not talking about them, they're still securing those 5th place, those 7th place. And even if they do end up going out early, more than likely it's because they're taking on those fights, and they're gonna go ahead and get some points of those kills that they're able to make. So even though they have been very quiet, I wouldn't be surprised if, especially this weekend and then on league finals, if they're one of those top teams that are probably gonna be gunning for that 1st place.
100%. And actually on that note, let's take a look at total damage and see how high maybe Tempo did stack up on this one. I know they had a couple players get into our top 10 overall in terms of damage and kills. Let's see if they can make it work when it comes to this. You can see here, Loops, yeah, about 1,500 damage. Tempo Storm still at least breaching the 1,000-point mark here, Glitter.
Yeah, but this is pretty impressive kind of as far as the entire damage goes, because there's not one massive outlier. You see Wildcard with almost the same amount of damage as Loops did, and we saw them kind of gatekeeping that building for a long time, able to take out so many players as they were trying to make the rotations through. Queso with 1,300 damage. The fact that Yala has 7 kills with under 1k damage is super, super impressive. Even UDR Killers breaking the 1k damage mark, and then there's still more teams that went out super early on that are at the 1k damage mark as well. This was, I don't know if it was just a consistently aggressive game for everybody or just pretty fair across the board, but these are surprisingly decent numbers for almost everyone, 7.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be teams like Kanina Power, Pittsburgh Knights, and Nova. It's actually interesting seeing them all together right there, because those are teams that I feel like this week they're kind of using it to test out different stuff, especially with roster changes for Nova Esports and also Pittsburgh Knights. And then for Kanina Power, we've seen kind of different play out of them. So it's interesting that they're all just grouped up with very little kills and very low damage there on Vikendi.
It kind of happens. I mean, we still have Sanhok to come up later. I'm curious to see if we can have teams really excel when it goes to that map in particular. But I hear we have a clip that you wanted to break down, 7, that we want to talk about here. Can you give us a little bit of a breadcrumb of what it's about?
I can definitely go ahead and tell you a little bit more about this one, as we're going to be pulling up the clip between Frag Machines and Headquarters. Now, the reason why this was so important is because, keep in mind, these are 2 teams that have made it into their first Super Weekend, and they're trying to go ahead and catch up to UDR Killers. UDR Killers so far has been outperforming them, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of see more of this in the future as well. Frag Machines and Headquarters, by the way, the reason why there was 2 players knocked at the beginning of the fight between Headquarters and Frag Machines is because they were fighting before that, and it was actually Frag Machines that was a lot closer to them. As you're currently seeing, Frag Machines is missing out 2 players, and that's because Headquarters had caused that damage. Something that I did love that I didn't get a chance to highlight there is how one of the players from Headquarters was able to stop the push by just kind of throwing a Molotov there and stopping the Frag Machine push, allowing him to go ahead and heal up. And then from this, it's going to become more of a tactical play. And you see how actually even these teams are, because they're just slowed down. They're trying to figure out how they're going to go ahead and attack each other. They're trying to figure out what's going to go ahead and happen. And you see the Headquarters players also go ahead and just throw more Molotovs, stop the push. Something that I do love is this different angle that Frag Machine gets here to get a different perspective. They're like, well, hey, man, if you're going to go ahead and continue to throw Molotovs there, well, guess what? We're going to go ahead and try to flank you and just get you from a completely different angle. So I really love that from Headquarters, and from Frag Machine, and Headquarters being able to knock a player there. That was huge as well. Something that I just didn't like here, and I definitely wanted to go ahead and point it out, is I'm not sure if maybe it was heat of the moment or what was going on, but Headquarters deciding to revive that player there when there's just so many windows that they can maybe go ahead and get their party on is something that I don't love to see. This is something that you kind of see people make mistakes, amateurs make mistakes, classics, because I do it myself. So it was interesting to see, and you're going to notice that he actually backfire for them, because they're going to start getting shot from a different angle, and he's going to have to stop that revive. He's not going to be able to finish up that revive, and I think that right there was when everything just kind of went downhill here, as you're going to see Frag Machines just push up and ended up destroying the player from Headquarters. Glitter, did you have any input into this fight?
Not anything crazy, but I do think, like you said, you mentioned at the very beginning, it's something that's important for us to be paying attention to, because if these teams, one, are going to start taking more engagements with each other, it's really going to be chipping away at one or the other team's points. And that's going to be huge if Frag Machines continues to win these engagements in that fight to try and overtake UDR Killers. It's also potentially could change up some of their playstyle, but it's going to be giving one team more confidence over the other. And we've seen how that can start snowballing for some of these teams when they have a good couple fights or a really strong game, how that kind of then bleeds into every other day and every other match. And if Frag Machines just starts becoming that dominant force consistently over Headquarters, it could be curtains for Headquarters.
I mean, I thought Headquarters actually should have won that fight, because I think it was I87 who was trying to thirst someone for Frag Machines. He was peeking out of a window, as like Environment Camera talking about, and he gets knocked because of that thirst instead of playing a little bit more safe and playing with this team. But you know what, who also thirsted in that last game is my boy 7 here. As we take a look at our talent predictions to see how many points he accumulated from that last match. 29. You and Enviram both coming up big. Only 5 for me, Glitter only 4, and Cameron only on 5 as well. A little bit of a rough game for us, but hey, you got the win. You got yourself a chicken dinner.
Oh.
Oh, what's up?
Not only do I want to go ahead and say that I picked the winner, but you're not able to see it there. Shout out to my boy Mustache Dave. He also picked Loops Esports for the last one. So a lot of people just kind of expected Loops to finally wake up, and it's good to see them doing so and taking advantage that they don't really have to worry about Cloud9 and Vikendi anymore.
Well, I mean, Dave was polling Frag Machines or headquarters because remember he had the double down. You know, if Cloud9 get the chicken dinner in the last match, he gets double points. Otherwise, he gets zeros. So, yeah, I don't think he's gonna have a chance to get anything other than last place here. But let's take a look at the overall standings now and see how everything has maybe shaken up from that last game. You can see Loop still closing in on that gap here up against Cloud9. But realistically, Glitter, I see no world where Loops doesn't pass Cloud9 and take that first place position away.
No, especially if Loops is able to really start kind of getting into their typical play style, if you will, where we see them just getting tons of kills and making these aggressive pushes onto these other teams. There's no reason that Cloud9 doesn't start dropping down those overall ranks, which will definitely hurt to watch that for them. That's going to be super upsetting. And then moving on down the list, we actually see Wildcard jumping back up over Tempo. I feel like we're going to be watching these two kind of battle it out for that position for quite a while today on the first day here. And then Unique actually also jumping up a little bit. But like you said, Jason, B4 is steadily holding on to that top 7 spot and has yet to get a chicken dinner. So if they manage to do so, I am concerned for some of these other teams.
What's crazy to me also, if you look at Frag Machines, I think it was SWAT 69 last Super Weekend. They had 13 points at the end of the first day, and they've already able to clear 17 here on their first 2 matches. If they continue this pace, maybe they could catch up to UDR Killers, but unfortunately, headquarters, we need to see something change up for them because 4 points in 2 matches is not going to be enough to catch up and close that lead between them and our 16th place team. But either way, you guys at home who've been watching the show and have been playing PUBG Mobile, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 out. If you haven't checked it out just yet, you're in luck. I'm going to show it to you another time here so you can see what you're potentially missing out on. Well, if you guys haven't picked that up now, make sure you do it right away. You're not going to want to miss out on all the fantastic things you can get within that pass. And now we're to move our eyes and our attention over towards another game coming up here, our 3rd match of the day. It's going to be over on Miramar. Things are going to be heating up here on the server. And I do wonder who's going to take themselves a chicken dinner. One thing I did want to mention, guys, is that football is 2 matches now, as you saw them in 3rd place. I think they've gotten like 6 points? Or they have 1 point in the first game and then 3 points in the last, 3 points in the last game, 4 points. This team, if they want to take second, the thing is, there is a realistic world where they don't catch up to Cloud9 and they stay 3rd, or potentially drop lower if other teams pass them.
I'm so happy you mentioned that because when I was seeing that first leaderboard page, all I kept thinking about was just how bad Footballers is performing so far today and how good some of the other teams that are kind of under them are performing. Temple Storm is right there, Wildcard Gaming is right there, and on top of that you have Pittsburgh Knights that's been able to go ahead and put up some points on the board as well. If this keeps going for Footballers, they're gonna have to start worrying about those teams maybe passing them, and then their eyes are not pretty much on Cloud9 right now. They're gonna be just on the back looking out at what Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard Gaming, and Temple Storm are gonna do.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can recover from this is what I will say, because that could be costing them a lot of money as well. Let's actually take a look at a brand new shiny graphic we have here to talk about our map damage scores that we've been seeing across all of this here between B4, Footballists, and Dream Eaters as we go into Miramar. And well, it's pretty even, at least between B4 and Footballists, but Dream Eaters, who did have, 2 chicken dinners in back-to-back days on this map, only 11k damage done, but B4 really showing that they're a team to mess with, to contend with here when we get to Miramar.
And I think this is one we've been expecting here, right, Glitter? We always tend to pick B4 for Miramar, and it's for a reason. They just perform so well here in comparison to Dream Eaters. And to kind of give you some insight too, those Dream Eater stats, and I think the first 2 wins, if I'm not mistaken, that was on the first Super Weekend. And then after that, they just haven't really performed to what we expect them to. Now, Football is one team that I'm actually surprised they don't have a win yet in Miramar, Glitter.
No, that's because B4 is going to be taking that win, 7, okay?
Hey.
I like seeing the concrete numbers just showing how strong B4 is on this map.
Not
it makes
happening.
me very happy going into predictions.
Not
I
happening
love those
today.
stats, by the way.
I don't think it's going to happen, Glitter. If you're so confident, let's get your prediction. Let's get it written down in paper and here on the show. Who's the team that's taking match 3?
It's set in stone. It's gotta be B4 all day
Hell yeah.
on this
Wait,
map.
wait, wait,
This is their
This is what?
What?
this is their bread and butter. Okay, they're confident. They play this map very well, and the numbers just illustrated how strong they are on this map. So I feel good
Well,
about
as you said, it is bread and butter. It's not gluten-free bread. So maybe you're not going to like this one. 7 going into this match. That's a little inside joke. What's the prediction?
My prediction is gonna go to B4 as well, man. Usually I would pick B4 for Sanhok because going back to an interview that we did with them, they were like, yeah, Sanhok is our best map. This is our favorite map. Well, guess what? You're not really performing so well in Sanhok, but you are performing really well in Miramar. So I'm gonna go with what the data says, and I'm picking B4.
Okay. All right. Well, I have to spoil the unity we have here on the desk. I actually going to be going, I changed it 3 times. I went B4 at first, and I was like, nah. Glitter and 7 are pick B4, and I want to be different. And then I went with Dream Meters, and then I saw their first 2 matches, and then I was like, yeah, no, not happening. So I'm actually going to go over to Team Queso, a team I haven't predicted in such a long time, but I have some high hopes. They've been playing a lot better today. Right?
Bro, you flip-flop more than LeBron James fans. Jeez, you need to stick with just one team.
We all know who the GOAT is. That's always going to be MJ. We'll check with you guys when we're done with our 3rd match here. And we'll talk a little bit more about MJ as well and how he be slam dunking all over these guys here in PUBG Mobile. You guys at home, you still have some chances to be lucky. If you are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can get a limited time outfit within our lucky draw. So make sure you guys are doing that. Also watching on YouTube and of course on Twitch as well. And beyond that, you guys can obviously get involved with the show here by tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. You can tweet about how my outfit looks absolutely terrible today. Maybe you can tweet about how 7's predictions are wrong, or maybe you just want to ask us why I said it's not gluten-free bread. We can answer those for you guys if you do tag us all 3 into this one. Let's bring in our commentators though for our next match. Cameron Davis and Enviram will join us for a 3rd and final time today. Enviram, what's up?
Hello. Look, man, I don't know what to talk about the outfit. I think the length of those jeans is perfect.
It
I
is
don't know what you're
definitely
saying. Don't
short.
sell
I did
yourself
not
short.
realize it when I tried them on at the mall.
I think you're fine. I think you're look because like we could be wearing shorts. You're up there. You have to look spiffy and put
I will be
together all
happy
day
if
every
you're
day.
at a minimum wearing shorts, to be honest. Let's talk
Should have
about
worn shorts. It's too hot in here. I'm being honest.
You have air
Sweatpants were a
conditioning. You're in
mistake.
Canada. How does it get hot in Canada? That's not a thing.
I am in LA, man. It is
You're in LA.
hot.
Oh, you're just
I am
Canadian.
from
LA.
Canada. Big
Okay.
difference.
Definitely understand that one. All right, so as we look forward out into our 3rd match, we've had Dream Eaters really start to fall apart. Footballist, this team that they had over 100 points the first day. What's up?
They always start slow. We can't count them out yet, dude. They always start slow.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm just saying. I have them picked for my last game of the day. I'll preempt all the predictions now. I have Footballers picked to win in our final Erangel, so we'll see if they are able to rally over the course of the day. You can't count any team yet, dude. Like, this has been so volatile. All these teams are fighting. Nobody is out.
But Cloud9's not here, and that was the team to soak up so many points, and yet we haven't seen that footballist. We haven't seen anyone step up within the shoes that were missing from Cloud9 and be like, hey, we're the new #1 team.
Well, you're not just looking at 2 games, you're also looking at a game that is a extreme version of an already extreme military island circle on Erangel, and then you're seeing a city finish, which has chaos, a different type of chaos, but chaos in its own right. Those are the 2 games that you really, it's hard enough to look at that and use that as a benchmark. Like 2 of those in a row, I don't think we're going to know exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, you have a good point. We forgot to mention the 3rd Super Week. It's actually going to be played on hard mode. We forgot to actually tell you that in the settings. No, let's get into our predictions here. Enviram, I'm going to have you go first this time as we move into match 3. You're talking about footballs at the end of the day, but who are you talking about midday?
You showed that lovely graphic earlier talking about how well different teams are performing on said map, which is Miramar. And I'm going to go with the crowd on B4. With B4, the last time I picked them here, they did quite well for me. I believe I actually picked up a chicken dinner here.
You have like 7
days ago.
How do you even remember them all?
8 now.
Oh my.
8 now. With this last Loops game. Sorry, yeah, B4 Esports, they're always consistent. I feel like Miramar will be a good palate cleanser for all of us.
I mean, he brags about having 8, but he's also like in the middle of the pack in points. Don't worry,
it's weird.
I didn't hear that, guys. Cameron, who's your choice?
I'm also going to go B4. When you're looking at Miramar, we already saw the graphic. It's Football is B4 and Dream Meters. Dream Meters are way too consistent in general, not to mention the first 2 games that we've seen. And then I already picked Football, so B4 is my only option left.
Well, we'll see if B4 can get their first chicken dinner here of their Super Weekend, of the entire Super Weekends all combined. Gentlemen, take us into our 3rd match.
Thank you so much, Jason. I talked about it, Cameron. The idea that Miramar hopefully can be a bit of a reset from the chaos of game 1 and 2. Talk to us a little bit about like Miramar as a map and why it gives teams more options, especially when it comes to sort of these mid games, and why there tend to be at least a little bit less chaotic.
I mean, it ultimately comes down to the size. It's larger than Erangel. It's larger than Vikendi. And then it's also the fact that the compounds are more spread out compared to Vikendi. It just gives you so many more options. It's so much easier to play around natural terrain, what I call soft cover, even though you can't shoot through it. So it's not, it's not the same definition of soft cover as other games. But I call like natural terrain soft cover, and then a compound hard cover, because just the walls and the lines of sight are a lot more evenly defined and a lot more closed in. You can play around soft terrain a lot more as an individual, as a team, as a player, than you can when it's open field with scattered compounds, just because you're able to block lines of sight with rotations and the information that you can see and also give away. So that's all ultimately the biggest difference. And just there's no river that's cutting in between. There's no 2 islands. Okay. I was gonna say there is a reality. There is a reality that we see some extreme circles on Miramar. There's the East Islands, and then there's the Prison Island on the southwest. But no, we're staying even. Even though it is a southeast circle, there is a little bit of water. Unless we see hard shifts towards the south or the east, it's going to be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, comparatively. And I think that's a great point to make. It's just, how just the sheer size and the scale of the map and how important vehicles are. And obviously rotations are important on every single map, but they're so important here to not fall behind. But you have those additional options like you mentioned, and I think teams are going to be certainly looking to play around this. And I think slow it down quite a bit more in Miramar, because Miramar, just because you have such a bigger distance gap to close, unless you're fighting in a city, you really have to be very calculated about the fights that you take. Bandar, once again, the first player involved in a fight to start the day. Oh, and he actually finds the shot through the window. Oh my goodness, that was actually a beautiful trace under Abdini. Kunina Power to start this off. Okay, going down. Let's see if he can confirm the kill.
Hey, remember, the last time Kunina Power lost to the first player of the game, they won the game. So who knows? Maybe this was an intentional decision by Kunina Power to sacrifice a member up to the blood gods.
Blood for the blood god.
Not likely. It's going to be a secure kill. Kunina Power, I think they looted around this area pretty evenly. It's HQ that I was more curious about, once again being in a bit of an early game scuffle. They haven't had the greatest of successes on Erangel and Vikendi so far, but at least it's a single kill. That is, if they can confirm Rob. I think Rob was able to crawl into a position.
Did they lose Rob?
Yeah, I don't think Bandar is comfortable leaving that building just in case there is someone like Gonzo's position, but Jammaz is here for the counterflank.
And I want to point out something very interesting now that Axer is coming in, supporting this push from Kunina Power. Someone in chat made a very interesting point that I talked about, the idea that KP set the new record for lowest kill game, but they also have the record for highest kill win. They've done it all. I think it was a 19-kill chicken dinner and a 2-kill chicken dinner. Kunina Power has been a little bit all over the place, but I can't believe it. I actually think that Axer is going to be able to... Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was close.
And Bandar's also on the flank now that Jamma spotted out where the revival's happening. I like Axer. Oh, yep, there it is. Finds the angle. I like him moving the bus to block the line of sight to try and get the revive, but ultimately took way too long for the revive to happen. And that's actually now 2 knocks. against Konina Power, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, so it's just Tixie and Gonzo left to retreat. It was a good initial play, but Jamma's there with the counter. Gonzo punching the air out of frustration.
Yeah, that was big. I kind of wish that maybe Gonzo had sort of ponied up a little bit. He had the angle that potentially could have contest Jamma's there with those two teammates down. I think if you're Konina Power, that's just a tough decision because you're basically faced with, okay, we totally bail, we grab our vehicles, we go, we reset. They had a vehicle, they just sent it in. Or we go and do what we just did and we try and revive our teammate. Problem is they didn't fully commit enough, I think, to trying to get the res onto Rob, which means that they just, not only did they lose their vehicle, they lost 2 players. So whatever early game they had is now in shambles. They should have gone in on one of the 2 decisions, but instead they kind of just sat in the middle and didn't fully commit either way.
I ultimately think they just didn't expect the high ground flank from HQ. Once the first initial player backed off, once Bandar backed off, maybe they just expected a full disengagement. But no, Jamma's up here. Great angle while Bandar was able to run around. Not only pick up a little bit of loot, but find a secondary angle like this one. Really good play coming out from them. And Gonzo ultimately, he actually should have had an angle onto Bandar here. Maybe looking the wrong direction for a quick moment. I think that's the reason why Gonzo didn't move those, because he was so stuck in on trying to keep Bandar from finding that secondary angle. Didn't work out. Could have been a mistake. Could have been timing issues. But either way, Konina Power losing 2. As inconsistent as ever.
Consistently inconsistent, as they say in the biz. It's Pittsburgh Knights now rotating along the coast. I believe it's Team Unique up there, frozen. Yep, unable to land a single shot onto J7. The vehicle is in shambles. J7, of course, going to take that down. Wouldn't actually mind him taking out a couple of these tires as well. Okay. To help reduce the angles, as Annalise is able to find the shot from the flank. That was a nice little thought process there from J7, creating this bit of mobile cover, but this is a bear trap. I mean, you go in and the jaws just close in. There was nowhere to go. They held this beautiful, Unique's position here. That's disgustingly good. That is so good.
And you can't even knock the Knights rotation plan. They tried to take the low side so as they wouldn't get spotted from up on the actual road itself, but I don't know if Unique put themselves in this position specifically to counter out the Knights or anyone coming from the north side, but either way it works out. They get themselves, it's only 1 kill, but it also pushes the Knights away, and that could end up domino effect of a chaos that they can continue to capitalize upon because Nova are also coming in.
Yeah, and this is a potential pinch. Nova do this a lot, though. They go on these really long rotations. They're all spread out. But a team that's not spread out right now, it is HQ fighting. Well, actually, they're a little bit spread out. It's fighting up against Team Queso, who are all clumped up together. Jamaz, oh boy, went in to try and scout this compound on his own here. And now, Mystic with the nade. Can't quite find it. Back and forth. Happy feet. Serpentine. Got to try and stay alive. Nobody is nearby for him, but he's been able to draw them out so well that the rest of the team can find the angles. Look at them up on this ridge. They have this big angle onto Team Queso. They've done enough damage to force them back and save their teammate. Actually get him out of that. That was a great hold. HQ! Where was this HQ in week number 1?
I mean, we still haven't seen them, either game number 1 or 2. They like to take these fights, and so far they've been a little less successful, but they shifted into a different gear, at least for now. It's not a full commitment onto Queso, but it's definitely a good play to get Jammas out of trouble. Problem is, he doesn't have a vehicle. He lost that truck. It's still burning onto the right side of the screen, and he's having to move on foot, hoping that the line of sight stays broken. Wait, that's ID7. No, this is a surround. They actually do want to take this engagement.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
Axel calls it.
Who flanks the flanker? It is Axel. There once again. We saw Axel doing this in this last game. They fought off Footballists. They fought off, I can't even remember who the second team was that they ended up taking down. It was B4 as well. And Axel on the flank is now actually getting punished himself, but the damage has already been done. ID7 going down for HQ. That's a disaster. And the headshot from Ayala. Bandar goes down, and that's the opening I think the Team Queso needs to maybe look for a send of their own.
Ooh, I don't know about that. They're in a compound. They're going to wait to see if they can't catch HQ out. It's already going to be a reposition to get the revive onto Bandar. But Jammas, does Queso know that Jammas is still in close position to them because of that vehicle situation? The circle shift is going to be towards the southeast. It's not going to put this engagement into question. but a couple of the teams still have to continue to move in. UDR Killers and B4 on the southwest side going to be coming in from the south. And then there's still that standoff in the northeast between Unique and the Knights.
Yeah, that's really one of my other places that I want to keep an eye on for sure, is that battle between Pittsburgh Knights and Team Unique. Wouldn't be surprised if Team Unique actually just backs up and just resets where the fight is happening, just further into the circle. Just right outside, just sort of southeast of Minas Gerais. I think would be a decent spot for them. That's exactly what we're going to see them do. It's a really nice play there from Team Unique. They're going to just reset the fight, but keep it on their own terms. Keep them playing gatekeeper on the circles. Now we check in once again with Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, who their close quarters fighting, when they're all able to play together, is so impressive. But they haven't traditionally done as well in these longer, sort of drawn-out sight lines, these different fights. So, Cameron, we'll see if they're going to be able to switch that up a bit today.
We'll see. There seems to be making their way into Los Leones. It's an interesting decision for it being only phase 2. Are they just going to continue to hold this northern side? I'm not so confident in that decision, but either way, they would be fighting against Umbra because ProLord is here waiting.
The speed at which these players can ADS and shoot sometimes mind boggles me. The fact they're doing what they're like crazy to watch. The fact that these guys are playing on phones is mind boggling to me, watching them move sometimes. And it's moments like that. But you talked about it. This is a very early time to commit to a Los Leones fight because we know these can get long, drawn out, messy, sloppy. It's a great way to have your team caught out for so long that you just eventually die to the blue and are forced to shift in a bad position.
Spec here, he does get an initial knock against PRZ, and he seems to know where Halls is. A good nade. It's not going to land, but it's going to put pressure on Halls anyway. How is Halls going to retreat off of this? Or is he going to retreat? He's going to wrap around trying to find a separate angle. Who really knows? Because it's now onto Umbra to try and turn things back into their favor. ProLord is still up here close and personal, but look on the minimap. Look how surrounded he is getting. He's inside a completely different building from Rain, but we know how aggressive Rain likes to be. Trying to peek in through the window, doesn't spot anything. I think he was just moments away from death, but this spot, he seems to know what's up. The door to open to get the bait, and also baiting out the shots, reclosing the door to save AC, but Rain's still going to get the kill in the end.
Yeah, and I love that play from Rain, playing those angles perfectly while also simultaneously waiting for his teammate to come push in and help him out. Rain put himself in a win-win situation. They're playing the angles with TPP, juggling the wall, juggling the angle, and then, of course, waiting for, I believe it was Spec to come in from the flank. They were going to pinch him no matter what. That was, well, exactly what I was talking about. When you get Tempo Storm in these close-range situations where they're able to just play their game, they look like that, and I can't wait to see more of that from them in this last Super Weekend.
Gala also picking up a good kill, starting kill for themselves. And Footballists, again, a game that doesn't start off the best for them, losing a player. The other members are on the north side, just to the north of Los Leones, on the rock face once you leave the buildings. And how are they going to regroup is, well, it's a question for a number of these teams because the phase is about to shift into phase 3, into third gear. Are we going towards Los Leones or are we going away? Ooh, it's a hard shift away towards the south by southwest. And there is almost no city left in this circle. B4 in such a great position. UDR Killers with a priority position to get into a really good position. And the terrain here is rough. Yep. It is so jagged. It is so, well, rough, physically rough as well, that you can find all these little nooks and crannies.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And it's funny, my eyes were naturally drawn to this bottom southwest corner. I said, where's this next circle going to be? I was like, well, it would be cool if it was around here because it's wide open. It's going to cause a lot of these rotations. Every single team that played north, and even the teams that are in the circle right now, are going to fight as Dadine and Loops are pushing in B4. I think we're actually considering repositioning, and they've backed themselves out. They're going to try and keep their vehicles safe. Oh, they gave up that compound and let Loops take up the hill. They let Loops cross that for free. Oh, no. I don't know.
I just don't think that they're in a position to take that fight confidently. And I don't mind the idea to come back and just hold all 4 members in that huge warehouse. It's difficult to hold with fewer members. But Loops, they have their eyes set on completely different players. Cat going out. That vehicle went up instantly. And that's the power of multiple guns firing at the same target.
I remember, the concept of team shooting is not unique to PUBG Mobile by any means. But when it happens in PUBG, I think they lost one member early, then Cat, and then G-Fan. After you rotated in, I think Team Queso heard all the commotion, and they were the ones there to help clean that up. Team Queso have been getting a lot more involved in the action, and I like to see that from them because they're one of these teams that's sort of on the cusp of greatness and needing to get more of those kill points to help shoot them up towards the top of the leaderboards.
Oh, Cardio. Oh, Maxon! Only gets a single point, only gets a single tag on that spray, and now Loops are aware that B4 aren't just next to them, but ready to take a fight, and so they can't tunnel vision on the vulnerable, very vulnerable teams on the north and the east of them. You already saw them get another kill against Unique, who, as you recall, were on the northeast part of the previous phase.
I cannot stress how important not getting that knock was. Yeah, there's not a huge chance that they confirmed that kill where he was in the doorway, unless they could have got him earlier. But the way Loops was moving suggests to me they did not know B4 was there. Ooh. And now that the goose is up, you know, the goose is cooked. What's the expression? The jig is up.
I don't know. The jig is up.
There's the one. The jig is up. They know B4 is there now. I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make because B4 have the edge of the circle. Loops might have to rotate down south, but Unique is going to be there to, again, continue to play gatekeep. They eventually did let Pittsburgh Knights in. And now they're taking shots at frag machines. So I cannot believe PK survived as well as they did despite losing that first player so early. They've just been playing cat and mouse with Unique this entire time.
Frag also, not an engagement, but a rotation on this side, and Lubes are trying to punish every single vehicle in the area, but they can't really find the line of sight. In fact, that bit of damage, that was against running against a rock, I think, just judging the way that the car stopped. But Loops, they can't find the angle, and now they need to find their own way into the circle. B4 left immediately, and look at their position on this east side, highest ground in their immediate area, overlooking everyone. However, it's soft cover, not hard cover. Will the vulnerability be against them as well? Freak already gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't find a knock.
That was huge, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the exact same situation that B4 just did with Loops. They took the shots, they gave themselves away, but they didn't confirm the down. And now B4 knows another party, player 3, has entered the game. It is Frag Machines. And they are still continuing to fight with Pittsburgh Knights. They are continuing to start the work that finish the work that Unique started. But now B4 finally getting a little bit of revenge onto Loops, but the position they put themselves in, they're going to be taking fights on all sides. But if they can play this smart, if they can play with the buddy system, they're going to be in a pretty good spot.
Levi, they got that first initial knock against a member of Loops. The grenade is not going to follow up. And I just worry now. That building, B4 might have to put too much resources of their attention towards that area and give Frag Machines an opportunity to climb up that hill, as well as, well, whatever remains of the Unites and perhaps Unique, but I think Unique have rotated away. More grenades come out from both sides. Kayowski doesn't overextend himself with that, but it seemed to be a good throw, doesn't get a knock.
Ooh, very, very close onto Levi, but I'm looking at Tempo Storm, I'm looking at Kunina Power, all these teams that could potentially come in, they have to push up, and their grenade from Mixera confirms the kill onto Dadin Bacarillo. He's putting himself in an interesting position, pushing outside of the compound, trying to leverage an additional angle, but Pedro and Mixera are looking to potentially counter that. But I think you're right, Cameron. They need to not tunnel vision here. There are so many teams around them. The second they spend an instant too long looking at Loops Esports, someone will absolutely shoot them in the back.
Blue is pushing in Frag Machines. You can see them on the mini-map. It could be big, but also Tempo Storm coming up the side. I didn't know if they'd be close enough and they have the angle, but actually they're getting taken out, and B4 running away, and this gives Carrillo an opportunity with that close position that he was holding to toss some more grenades in. Pedro takes only a little bit of damage.
Oh, and this is what I was worried about. Now B4 have spread themselves out a lot. Ooh, almost able to, actually they were able to get the kill. They're almost downing HH24 in the process, but if you're B4 right now, if you're a fan of B4, you need to hope that they can continue to cluster together because they've been taking so many fights. The sound is a beacon. Everybody around them knows where they're at, and now they might actually start to get themselves a bit pinned down as everybody is looking their way, and Maxon is out on an island a little bit.
Shift goes away from them. And I want to think that this sort of alleviates the pressure from them a little bit, because a number of teams like Tempo Storm and the other ones on the west, well, now they're going to continue to push west, while Wildcard, they push themselves into another early grave, going out in 13th. Dream Eaters still alive. A much better start for them so far, and they have a good position for the circle, but Vindex, not the last remaining for Umbra, but he's the only one in the immediate area. I think Halls is all the way down on the south coast, just trying to stay alive.
Oh, Vindex. Oh, he had nowhere to go. I think they ended up, yeah, Yala actually ends up stealing that kill away from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, of course, who traditionally do so well here on Miramar. But we are seeing B4 trying to reposition. They're actually using the vehicles to get themselves back together. I like this decision from them. Not only do they keep the utility of the vehicles in hand, but they're making sure they're not biting off more than they can chew, trying to take fights with Loops and Tempo at the same time. However, because they have now given up the space on Loops, you talk about the idea of backfilling, Cameron. Loops can do that to them.
Loops can actually stab them in the back. That is, if B4 don't open up, don't use this crowbar to sort of open up the locked door that is Tempo Storm. So it is Gonzo from that distance, giving a little bit of help to B4 by taking out more members of Loops. Grenades roll past HH24. And I don't know if they know that he's there. I wasn't.
They're gonna know now.
Hanging up. Yeah, they definitely. Oh, or will they? He peeks out, but he does get knocked immediately. Doesn't really deal enough damage to make that position worth it, I feel. And now Tensa and Rain got to be holding the line, but all the smokes that are in play.
Yeah, Pedro's pushing up with the additional vehicle. HH24 does get the scouting intel, but he does go down, trades out 1-for-1, which creates a little bit of time and space. HH24 is going to get thirsted. They do get the res onto Max, and they're pushing themselves into this little gully. They've got the smokes as well to try and limit the lines of fire, but Rain and Tensa have a great angle, and now the health bars of B4 are slowly starting to go down. I talked about it earlier. Tempo Storm in these close range combats do so much work. Rain with the M4 just keeps on chugging, going right on through the smoke, but can he find the shots as Loops are going to come in on the flank as well. Max needs to be careful, beginning to get himself back to full HP, but no! Tempo Storm just shut it right on down with Loops in the back to continue to keep up the pressure. B4 is out in 9th place. Football is to follow.
The confidence that B4 must have had to even choose to take that fight, because there were rotation paths ahead of them to get into the circle and not having to push into a compound. But they felt confident. They want to take that fight. Tempo Storm, you can't count them out, despite having only 2 players up, and they're not done. Loops, they did one of those rotations, allowed them to get inside, but unfortunately, that rotation puts them in between Tempo and Udi, our killers. So, it's all about what fight you want to take, because you're going to have to fight eventually.
Pick your poison, as they say. Pick your poison. Who do you want to give your points to, or who do you want to take your points from? That's the question. As Sandro looking to try and confirm the kill on Carrillo, he picked up with the down, he picked up with that grenade. But Tempo Storm, I complimented them earlier. I said they have a specific set of skills, Cameron, that make it impossible for people like you, I'm looking at you, B4 Esports, to push in those close range fights. And we've seen it there. No amount of utility, no amount of send will keep you safe, as Tempo Storm able to take that essentially 2v4, which was really solid.
Okay, so they're on a similar situation that they had to push, and it's going to be through Yala. Marco inside the building. Shots coming out from both sides. The reload is called, and Marco's going to go down, but immediately traded out by Axial, who gets traded in return. It's all back and forth. And Anas off the side angle.
I cannot believe Ayala is still alive, Cameron. The one member on the outside, Mystic, goes down. Hang on a second. Anas is just going off. The last member of Yala. What?
That's it.
Takes him down. I cannot believe it. Zana, Anas, together, they just took them all out. Anas, the last man standing on the flank, just won like 3 gunfights back to back.
With almost very, very low health at the end of things, but does he have enough time to get his teammates revived, because they still have to push into the circle, into the next phase. And Dream Eaters heard this fight this entire time, and they are ready to punish. They are ready to capitalize on the wounded Yala. Anas trying to send it in, but he gets taken out by Meku.
Oh my goodness. You got to be feeling so good. You got to be feeling so hot. Your heart is pounding after just clutching up that fight. Basically a 2 or 3v1 situation for Anas, only to have Meku immediately put you in the ground. But luckily, because of the work you did, your teammates were able to keep up. They didn't actually get up 0 though. Oh, that's actually huge. I thought he was able to complete the res. Instead, he's prioritizing Zana, who's a little bit further in, but Dream Eaters are now in a great spot, Cameron. The other team we talk about doing so well on Miramar, they always keep their cool. They know how to play the angles. They know how to line up their shots, and they're showing it here again in the last Super Weekend.
Ralph's still alive. Rain still alive from the northeast side. Both teams very, very wounded, and Rain waiting for the information from Loops. That is them out in 5th place. Rain is still alive, still keeping the Tempo Dreams alive. Dream Eaters ready to eat that. Of course, once they finish off Yala, who got in 4th place. Dream Eaters, only 4 kills, but they have 3 members up. Their position, though, I question how strong it is, but it's going to be the team members That's what's in their biggest advantage. That's a sentence. Let's just move on. Rain, prepping a grenade, ready to take out Ulysses.
Look, Cameron, I don't blame you for being a little bit flustered. I'm a little bit flustered just watching this game. I can't believe trying to play in it, and somehow Rain is able to keep this up. He did get one down onto Ulysses. He's trying to line himself up a smoke tunnel, but Pocus gonna try and make a little magic happen as Meku actually steals out the kill. Rain cannot be happy about that one, especially considering UDR Killers is still in the game. You didn't even get an additional place. Like, getting your kill stolen, but you get an extra couple of placement points for it. Like, you can accept that. But Pocus is still in this, and Dream Eaters still up, involved with 3 members alive, 5 kills to their name, potential 2 more. A 7-kill chicken dinner. Cameron, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, seems pretty good. I honestly don't know what happens to Dream Eaters. Once they hit Miramar, they become a completely different beast. It doesn't matter where on the map that they are, they seem to find at least a little bit of success, no matter how badly they perform on the other maps. I'm gonna say it. This is their game to lose. We've seen games like that stolen away, but this is definitely more in their favor than B4's Erangel game earlier today. So it would be a much bigger shock if they lose this out.
I think the only way I see that happening is if Pocus is able to get it down, and then Rain is able to capitalize. And that's not going to happen. So I think this is very likely just going to be the win here for Dream Eaters. Congrats to Pocus from UDR Killers, staying alive, 4 kills, but he's going to get cleaned up in an instant. That's going to be the winner chicken dinner. Dream Eaters, another win here on Miramar. The Masters of the Desert back at it again, 7 kills to their name, and very happy to be back on the scoreboard here for the Super Weekend. Oh my goodness, 27 points? That's exactly what you need to continue to skyrocket your way up those leaderboards.
Yeah, and it's a very good game for them. We didn't see a lot of that action just because their action was a little less binary in the sense of like, we're on 100%, and then suddenly it's all quiet again. They were just sort of picking off teams throughout that entire match on the west side. And yes, that shift towards in their direction was very helpful, but you see what happens when you give yourself soft terrain, like soft cover to hang out in, like they did on the west side, compared to the sort of compound heavy, slightly heavier on the east.
Yeah, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head there, Cameron. They don't take these hard fights. They just play around the edges, around the outskirts, picks up kills where they can find them, and they stay alive long enough to get the chicken dinner there in game number 3. Congrats once again to Dream Eaters. Let's send it back over to our analysts, though, to break down game number 3.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, Glitter convinced me to not choose Dream Eaters, and I don't know why I listened to her. I should have stuck with my guns because the guns were ablazing for Dream Eaters. They take themselves a chicken dinner. 7, why does Glitter do this to us? She constantly talks us out of picking the teams we want to pick.
I don't know, man. This is like, it's the second time for you, and earlier today, she raised my pick too. I think she's trying to rig it. I think she's
guys
trying
are
to catch
really
up to
good
our
at
first
placing
place.
blame on other people when you don't do well, huh?
I mean, it's 2 against 1. And clearly the numbers don't lie here. But either way, Dream Eaters, what a great game for them. They had such a really rough first 2 matches of the day, but they come up big here. Let's see how many points they got in total and see how many points other teams got as well according to our standings. And you can see the 27 points for them. But even Tempo Storm here, Glitter, even though they didn't get first place, they didn't get second place, but they still got 9 kills and overtook UDR Killers.
Definitely a huge game for Tempo Storm with those 9 kills. And this is kind of lending itself to what we've seen now quite a few times in the past. You know, they were so consistent. They just hadn't had a stellar performance that was making us talk about them, but they were by no means doing poorly. They finally are able to kind of start getting to the point where we are able to start talking about them, and they're doing so well without even needing that chicken dinner yet. This is very impressive by Tempo. If I'm being totally honest, I can't see anything past that right now.
Hey.
So
well,
as we go to the second pitch here, I'm just gonna go ahead and imagine what's going on. But guess what? My feet's crashing more than headquarters streams are right now.
Well, luckily
because they were only able to go ahead and get 2 points.
There's someone here who can see all of the things because he's got a massive forehead and a massive nose. You got Football. It's 9th place with 6 points. Frag Machines do take themselves 6 points, but again, 6 points isn't gonna be enough when UDR Killers got themselves the 18. We see Headquarters in there with 3rd place. Kanina Power, who started off the day strong, unfortunately being knocked out in 14th. They're only 2 points in total. And Pittsburgh Knights and Nova Esports as well having some rough times here. So not really great games over the teams we've been kind of talking about here for Headquarters and Frag Machines. These are 2 of the teams who are in contention for that 16th place. But if UDR Killers keep performing like this, then I think we have our 16 almost locked in.
I think we do. I think it's safe to say that UDR Killers are going to make it into the league finals, especially with the way they're performing, unless they just start absolutely throwing, which I doubt it, because they're, by the progression that we have seen from that team, every single time they're playing, they're just getting better and better. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep putting out great performances this weekend.
Speaking of great performances, let's take a look at Dream Eater's stats here from that last match. 1,400 damage, only 300 healing needed. And of course, they got more kills than knockouts. I mean, a solid game. Actually, to be honest, to be perfectly blunt about it, an exceptional game for them considering the first 2 matches of the day, Glitter.
Yep.
That's true. We talked about how they had struggled. I mean, you even pointed out that they'd struggled the first 2 matches of today. So this is definitely a huge step up for them. But overall, I mean, we've seen them have really strong games, and 1,400 damages, that's at this point, that's kind of like close to the average for just a solid match for a team.
I mean, we also have to remember when we looked at the map stats for this match, we had B4, we had Footballists, and we had Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters had 2 chicken dinners. But when they got those first 2 chicken dinners was in the very first Super Weekend on day 1 and day 2. So it's been a long time since they've been able to get themselves some chicken when it comes to Miramar. Let's take a look at our top players as well here. Our top 4 players from the last match. You can see Rain's going to be on there from Tempo Storm. We got Ferrisit coming in for Dream Eaters. Ayala even getting onto there where we had that crucial battle between Queso and Yala Esports and then Tenza. I think that's why you're saying AE, right, Seven?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm actually saying it because of the 2 Tempo Storm players, man. So far, Tempo Storm, they have stepped it up. I don't know if maybe they were watching the beginning of the show with us telling them that we expected more out of them, especially with C9 sitting out. Well, guess what? They're doing just that. Rain, I know that's one of Glitter's favorite players right there, being able to get 800 damage with 5 kills.
We're not biased.
Let's go.
What? No, we're not. We're not. We just have certain players. Hold on, let me go Kalaris high real quick. There you go. But there is some players that do really well, and I'm glad to see Tensa just continue to be in top players.
You don't quite got the ginger hair appeal, unfortunately, to be Kalaris.
I got the height, though. I got the height.
I mean, you're better looking, though, which doesn't seem to be that hard.
Ooh.
Anyways, take a look at our do highlights from that last match. And it's going to be a crazy one indeed because we saw how many fights breaking out across the board. And I'm hoping things are okay on your guys' side as you look to break this one down.
Yes, we actually can now, as we saw Headquarters killing some Kanina Power players to start the match.
Is it Gonzo?
Luckily for Kanina Power, it wasn't Gonzo. It was not Gonzo. I think Glitter was not able to go ahead and jinx him there for every single match today. But then Axel, another player from Team Queso, and I know Team Queso, Jason, was one of the teams that you were picking here after flip-flopping back and forth so many times. They were able to go in and have a player there as a top player, and I think it's good for that team. Remember, they have a great performance in league play, and it's something that I'm going to go ahead and see out of them this weekend. Can they go ahead and continue to have a great performance as we are going to the league finals very soon? And then we're seeing some more fights here between Yala Esports. I think Yala Esports has become more than just a gatekeeper for me. Yala Esports has been very consistent today, especially in regards to just being able to acquire some kills. Usually we see them only acquiring 8 kills. Well, guess what? This last match, they were able to get 8 kills, Glitter.
Oh, absolutely. And this is now, the second strong game in a row for Yala that they've had where we've seen them pick up their consistency, pick up their aggression because they started off very slowly at the beginning of the league. But I don't know what they've, you know, changed about their squad, but it is definitely working for them because, like you said, they're no longer, you know, a bottom place team. They're no longer even just a gatekeeper team. They are fully sitting on the top end of these standings a lot of the times, and it's well deserved on their end. And then we're jumping on board with B4 actually here, and these were some of these fights that they were taking. They had started originally taking an engagement with Loops, and I think they were trying to take Loops out of the lobby early and just stayed on there for way too long, and Tempo was able to come up on the side and start putting a ton of damage into B4, and it did not work out in their favor in the long run. I mean, we had picked them 7. I know that I was kind of bummed about this fight when it happened.
Yeah, we were pretty bummed about this fight. And to be honest, one of the engagements there that actually surprised me was seeing a player in HH24 lose those close quarter fights, because something that I've heard before from that team is that HH24 from Tempo Storm is actually one of the best players for close quarter from that team as well. So it was very interesting to see him kind of get knocked there. But UDR Killers, what can we say about them? I mean, they have been so much more aggressive. They have been consistent in regards to placement. They have also been now consistent in regards to kills as well. And it's just something I love seeing from this team. They're not afraid to take a fight. If we go back and watch maybe the first week of actual play of this tournament, you would see that UDR Killers would not go ahead and try to take those fights. So not sure exactly what happened there with that team, but I'm just loving the improvement that we're seeing out of them. And then we're seeing as well why Rain was able to get so much damage. That man played that Snake right there, and it's so hard to play Snake, honestly, in Miramar, but he played that so well, and it's good to see not only Spec, not only Tensa playing well, not only HH24, but all of the team, all of the players there from Tempo Storm, you're starting to step it up. It's starting to become this scary team that we know that they can be.
Yeah, and again, we've had even players like Cloud9 talk about how good of a team they are, and that's actually going to lead us into our total damage from that last match and see where everyone ranks up against each other, because I'm imagining Tempo's going to be quite high up there considering what they did actually have in terms of kills. Let's take a look here on your screen just a second. And, well, we are going to see them as #1. And, well, not a clear #1 necessarily. You got to give credit to Dream Eaters. Like, again, they've had very lackluster first 2 matches, but to be able to bounce back that drastically into the 3rd game of the day is really nice to see.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of proving that this is a map that they're incredibly comfortable on, as they have managed to be so consistent across the board, specifically on this one map. Even, you know, we even saw those solid stats about them on this map before we went into the match. But looking down the list, Jason, even your pick Queso, like, put out a ton of damage, almost matching Dream Eater's damage, who came in first place. So like you said, Queso's becoming way more consistent. We see Yal up here with 8 kills and almost 1,300 damage himself. 7, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of surprised by PK there on that list.
Yes, I am too. Remember, in the last Miramar that we saw of league play during week 3 was Pittsburgh Knights being utterly aggressive. We even heard the comms from J7 saying, hey, it's Cloud9, attack them, just go for it. And not sure exactly what happened here. Maybe they were just playing a little bit more passive. Maybe they were trying a different strategy. Keep in mind, Pittsburgh Knights is one team that is already pretty much guaranteed to make it to the league finals. So this could be the time, the first day of the last Super Weekend. Maybe try out some different stuff that you haven't tried out before on other maps that you maybe didn't do so well in the past.
I mean, that's something we talked about with them, right? With obviously bringing Jagger back into the mix. Will they potentially just try to work on their synergy, go into the Super Weekends, and then try to bring it all out when it comes to league play for that $100,000 prize? But another team, another player in particular who are trying to go for that 100K themselves is going to be UDR Killers, trying to make sure they are into the league finals. We have Pokus going to be joining us here for a quick interview, and honestly, we could probably spend about half an hour talking to him here. But first of all, just got to make sure, Pokus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm just going to come out the gate swinging pretty hard on you guys right off the bat. I'm probably going to take one of these guys' questions. Second week of league play, you missed qualifying by 1 point. How did that affect you and your team?
That affect well, because we get angry about that, but we just realized that all our mistakes we did, and yeah, we didn't give up and just practice like we did, and yeah.
I mean, I think we can all tell you guys definitely practiced, because when you came into week 3 of league play, you destroyed so many teams out there. So obviously, congratulations to make it back in 7. I'm going to throw it over to you for a question.
Thank you.
Good to meet you, Pokers, and I'm actually not surprised of you saying that. I kind of lit a fire and just wanted for you guys to push even more with just being 1 point away to qualifying. Now, the question for me is, we have seen you guys do well so far every single week. Every week you are performing. What do you think has attributed to that? Has your game plan changed, or what do you think has happened here for you guys to just be able to do good every single week?
I think we didn't change our gameplay. Like, we changed a little bit, but we, like, before we played so nervous and didn't trust yourself, and like was playing so scared about the teams, about everything. But now we feel so comfortable, and yeah, we feel like comfortable pushing any teams and not feeling scared. Just.
Awesome, and I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because it's something we've been talking about, how much more confident you guys seem and how many more fights you guys are willing to take. I actually have one more question before we throw it over to Glitter. Was there a particular fight that kind of gave you guys more confidence? Was it maybe going up against Loops Esports and winning that fight? Or was it just pretty much confidence building through performances?
I would say that maybe the top 2. Like we are in Miramar, like against that boost a lot our team, and yeah, like the game of Miramar, I think that boost us and feel comfortable and not feel scared anymore.
Awesome. Glitter?
Very nice to meet you, Pocus. I'm just wondering, for you guys now in this final Super Weekend, you technically have 2 teams that are trying to chase down your score. Do you feel any added pressure that there's those teams trying to kind of match?
I think it's lag here. Nice.
Okay, try one more time, Glitter.
Can you hear me, Pocus?
It's lagging. It's lagging.
A little bit lagging?
Yeah, but it's lagging. It's lagging a lot.
I think we're doing better, but go re-ask it one more time, Glitter.
Okay,
just quickly, now that you guys are in the final Super Weekend and we have these 2 teams that are kind of trying to chase your overall point score down, do you feel any added pressure having them in the current group of teams?
We don't feel pressure, to be honest. Like, we feel comfortable, and we just we don't feel pressure for the moment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one last question, then we'll let you go, obviously, because you want to get ready for your next match. My last question is going to be this. What is your goal in this Super Weekend? Is it to maintain that 16th place so you can get in, or are you guys still trying to grind out for a higher prize earning from this Super Weekend?
The Super Weekend, the main goal would be the top 1 to get the bonus prize. So that's our main goal for the moment.
Okay. Well, Pocus, thank you very much for joining us here on the show, and obviously
Thanks.
wish you guys the best of luck going into the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
I like that.
Thank you.
Instead of going for the safe answer of, I just want to make sure we maintain our 16th place, like, nah, we want the money. We want more money. I love it.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's all about for these players. Listen, this is one of the best opportunities for them to make any money, and I think that's why we always mention Cloud9 by them not being here, because they just lost out on so much. But from teams like UDR Killers, you heard it here. Their confidence are currently at an all-time high, and if they go ahead and continue to keep performing well and put up performances like they have so far, it's going to be amazing what they're going to be able to do here in comparison to what they did in week 1. This is a very promising team.
Okay, well, on that note, let's take a look at how promising our predictions were in that last match. And I kind of kicking myself that I didn't go for Dream Eaters, but I still come out on top, albeit by 4 points. So B4, I mean, it didn't really work out for you guys. It's all good. I mean, to be honest, B4 was a smart pick, but I went with the cheesy IQ play and went with Queso.
Yeah. Congratulations. You did great, Jason.
Glitter, can I get a congratulations from you?
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
For picking, a different pick than your standard
I appreciate that. I haven't heard someone saying they're proud of me in honestly a long time. So thank you very much for that.
Oh God.
Let's take a look at our overall standings now after that last match has finished, and again see if anything has changed up here. And well, indeed we are. We're going to see Tempo Storm and Dream Eaters go up, albeit a couple of ranks.
Yeah, no surprise there. They have been performing so well today. They have had very going even to the first game. Remember, they ended up getting 13 kills, and slowly but surely, football is not having the day we kind of expect them to. Guess what? Tempo Storm is starting to pass people, and if they go ahead and continue this trend, I'm gonna keep on repeating it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we go ahead and end up seeing them towards first or second place at the end of the weekend.
I mean, imagine that would be kind of epic too, especially if they can leapfrog footballists and loops by taking advantage of their games when they're kind of a little bit off. And then moving on to our second page here, we're actually going to be seeing Yala jumping up a little bit in the rankings and Queso going up. And do not forget, guys, every time these teams hop up the standings, they're increasing their chance at higher prize pool, more money, and that's what they're all playing for right now. A lot of these teams are pretty sick. This is it. This is what they're playing for. So we know we're going to see in the finals, but the money, we just heard Poca saying they're playing for that right now. It's not about staying safe against frag machines and headquarters. It's about playing for some extra cash. I love to hear that coming out of the players.
And I think something that he said that I really enjoyed was that he said they're not really feeling any pressure from the other teams. And I think that is so good for them, because not having that extra added pressure is going to allow them to maybe take more time and execute those rotations or those tactics that they're currently doing good. And that's why I keep saying this could be a very promising team in the future, because right now they're looking pretty good.
Well, they're also 100 points above their next closest opponent. So they start off the day 93 points ahead, and now they're 100 points ahead. So increasing that lead over time as we get into our fourth match of the day. And things are going to be just as hot and just as steamy as we head over to Sanhok here into match 4. I honestly don't know which way this is going to go. I know I have my own personal prediction. I know we've seen Dream Eaters bounce back. We've seen them do really well on Miramar and Sanhok. There's always that potential for them to pull it out again. But as we get into prediction time, I think, should I start things off this time?
You usually do pretty good when you go first, so go for it. Who you got?
You're going to hate me. I'm going B4. I'm going B4. I saved my pick specifically for Sanhok. What's that? Look, 7. What's wrong? I mean, you got a chicken dinner today, so you're feeling pretty full. I'm a little hungry.
Okay. I thought you were going to go with the completely different team.
Who'd you think I was going to go with?
Okay. I don't know. I was looking at the wrong thing here on my head. I'll tell you who I'm going to be going for.
Glitter changed my pick and I didn't notice it?
No,
I think this might be no surprise to you. It's going to go ahead and be Tempo Storm. They've just been having an amazing day so far. And hopefully I don't jinx them, because if I do jinx them, you bet that I'm going to be receiving a message from their team manager saying, you jinxed us again. So Tempo Storm.
And saying, why didn't you wish her happy birthday? Probably in the message. Glitter, what's your pick?
So, I mean, I didn't pick them for Vikendi, and we all know how brawly Sanhok can be, so I am hoping that Loops can have another strong showing here on this map.
I think this is the first time today we've had such a split jury here coming into our predictions.
Yeah. What's up with today? Okay, that's interesting. This is actually going to be a very interesting with Loops, because they do land very close to Queso. I want to see if they're going to go ahead and engage. And another one for Loops, kind of on the plus side, is that they're not going to have to worry once again about Cloud9. We saw them fight before with Cloud9 in Sanhok, and they actually, if I remember right, they almost lost that fight. It was just one player that decided to go ahead and back off. So it will be interesting to see what Loops is able to do here.
Well, 7 and Glitter, can you guys make like a tree and leave? Because we got to get the next match ready. I thought it would be fun. I thought they'd laugh, honestly. I was expecting them to go, ha ha ha, a little chuckle. To make it funny, guys, not make me feel really weird now for saying it. You guys at home who are watching, you can not only earn points yourself, you have a chance to win some exclusive rewards if you're within our top 100 viewers in points. So make sure you watch within the game, within the Esports Center. And you guys can still tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL, and you can ridicule me for my terrible joke and making them feel awkward. I feel bad about it, and I'm going to talk to them after we do head into our next match. But speaking of that, we have to bring in our commentators for that to happen, and it's probably Hot Jukes. Oh, thank you, man.
Oh, Jason, you kill me, man.
I was going to go the other way. I thought you two were going to make fun of me.
Oh, man, you're hilarious, bro. That was on point.
Hey, Hot Jukes, I like your shirt. Dave, I like your face. Not that I don't like your face, Jukes, but I need to give Dave something.
Thanks.
Okay, I see how it is. Okay, so let's talk about the storylines we've been mentioning throughout the entirety of today, right? It's the three teams, UDR Killers, Frag Machines, and Headquarters. And I know Dave, he's been a proponent of Headquarters in the past. Going into the Super Weekend now, seeing the performances we've had so far, Dave, looking at this, do you think we will have that 100-point lead captured by one of these teams? Or do you think UDR Killers with their current performance are going to run away with it?
Yeah, I mean, UDR Killers, what they average around 6.8 per game. Frag Machines averaging around 7.7. So if they can just continue to maintain that in the next 12 games, I mean, I know we heard Pocus on the break, but Pocus should be a little worried in my opinion.
Well, I'm worried on that because if it's 6.8 and 7.7, they're gaining 1 point on them and they're behind by 100. I think they need to go play crazy, Dave. And that's what I'm going to ask you as a follow-up question.
They can do it. They can do it.
Or do you think they're going to play something crazy? Do you think that there's a time for them to say, okay, we just go for it because if we don't, we're not going to qualify?
I mean, it's 12 games. 12 games, they need more than 100 points, so they need at least a chicken dinner a day to even stay afloat. Maybe hot drop some teams, the weaker teams, maybe even hot drop UDR, honestly, or Team Umbra.
All right, that's also a talking point too, Jukes. If you are one of these teams, do you start to hot drop UDR Killers to take them out, to limit the points they have against you so you can close that gap?
I think it's totally possible. At the same time, though, considering where these guys are all sitting in the leaderboards, I don't think that they want to put themselves in any more risk than necessary. Like, I mean, I'd love to see the confidence saying that, hey, you know what, we're not scared of these teams. At the end of the day, I think that we still are yet to see these guys really prove that statement, you know? And I think that a good thing that these guys have going for them is that we're about to go into Sanhok. And I think Sanhok, I've said it 1,000 times, is one of those maps where I think anybody can win it with some major kills if you get the right position and the right setting. So, looking forward to see how it turns out here in match number 4.
Okay, well, let's quickly get some predictions in here. Mr. Mustache Dave himself, who do you got?
I'm going with Football List. I think they could do it.
Okay, and Mr. Hot Jukes, who do you got?
Tempo Storm. I'm going to go with Tempo. I like the way you see they put in work in the last match, and hopefully they can help me bounce back, because today's been a rough day for me for predictions, but Tempo, come on.
A rough day for everyone, but you know what? It's not going to be as rough as we get to hear your beautiful voices bring us match number 4.
Let's go. Here we go. It's a match number 4. Sanhok taking it to the jungle. Let's get it going right now. This is Snake City. The book has been written. And for those of you guys that don't know, Dave, why don't you tell them who is the author of the book of Sanhok?
Author, I think, let me check. I got the book right here. On the back of the book. Okay. Blue Zone.
Blue Zone. Oh. Man, wrote the book from start to finish. And I think that is going to be by far the MVP of this map right here. But man, you know what? It's just, you got to hope the teams that are all playing right now, they need to just have a good conversation with the Blue Zone and say, hey, come on. You know, we need your help on this one, because I think that's the only way to really succeed on a map like this.
They need more than a conversation. They need to wine and dine, you know.
There we go.
You know, definitely talk it up and get it on your side. And looking at the plane, we'll be starting up there, Camp Bravo, finishing down there just north of Tambang. And yeah, I mean, I know that Desk has been talking about this a lot. Cloud9, they're not here. So every single game they're not playing, they're losing money. Not yet. Loops is still in second place. Cloud9 still in first place. But with 12 more games to go, I mean, it's bound to happen.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, just kind of like from my perspective, looking at it right now, this entire pretty much Super Weekend has changed upside down. With Cloud9 out, not only are you losing one of the most like dominant fragging teams, you're also going to give away a lot of open spots. And I think that right now we're looking at it. We know Cloud9 likes to go to Paradise Resort, and now Frag Machines is taking this location wide open for free. So I love that Frag Machines was really doing their homework. They realized that, hey, guess what? Paradise is wide open. Why don't we go ahead and take it? And I think that is going to be really huge for them. But man, to be honest with you, Dave, looking at the scoreboard now, in my opinion, and you know what, I hate to say it, but I would be shocked to see if Cloud9 is even in the top 5 after the Super Weekend.
Wow, you're gonna put them down after top 5.
I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? There's still 15 matches left to be played. That is so many points that every single one of these teams is gonna be able to get right here. And if all these squads in reality just kind of hit their average amount of points, they should be able to achieve that.
I'm looking real quick at the league play breakdown. First place, 50K, second place 25, third place 12, and then fourth place 9. So that's, I mean, today Cloud9 are okay, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, there's 2 more days to go. They're currently sitting up there with 416 total points. Right behind them, Loops with 402, and Footballers 355. Like, yeah, they're definitely going to be slipping and sliding and losing that money to buy the new slip and slide. And hey, I don't know. You might just
be a tough summer.
It's gonna be a tough summer. Yeah,
yep.
It's
gonna be a hot one. Yeah, right there. That's
you need to get your own dish soap and squirt down the tiles and call that the slip and slide.
And just to give an example, I mean that's $50,000 compared to how much money that is in not just other mobile tournaments, but just regular tournaments in general. That's insane, and that's just one portion of the prize pool for this tournament. So I mean, to lose out on that, I know it's got to be tough, but I can't honestly wait to see when they come back what we're going to see from them. I know that they're going to have all kinds of aggression and everything right now, but first we got to get past this super weekend, and I think that this is a great opportunity for so many squads to kind of really make it happen here, and with this, with Cloud9 sitting out and you have so many opportunities from rotations, drive pathing, I'm really looking forward to see how these teams pretty much adapt to it. We're almost getting done here with day number 1, but there's still 2 days left to go.
Yeah, they are pissed. They are pissed. And, you made mention Frag Machines dropping in Paradise. Hopefully Frag Machine could kind of, just take the play out of the playbook from Cloud9 and just follow their rotations and maybe their pathing and which they normally do here on Sanhok. That could be interesting, and maybe that'll work out for them because they need it. They need as many points as possible. And, now one of the main stories, who's going to take that 50K? Who's going to take that first place? And I'm looking at football lists. I mean, last week, the league play, they got 2 chicken dinners, 19 kills for each of those chicken dinners. Talking to the coach told me the team wants first place. So they got the determination, Hot Jukes. They're determined.
I'll tell you what, I think every single one of these teams wants first place. You're going to have to work hard for it, though, and I think that's the reason why, is that every single one of these squads are going to be putting in their just maximum effort here to be able to get it done. And at the same time, I think you're totally right. Footballists, they're down around, almost 50 points. From Loops. There's still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here in the next 2 days, though, and it can go either way. I mean, we could still see teams that are currently ranked in 7th, 6th, possibly still take first place if they have a good enough day right here. So really looking forward to see how these teams now it's time for these teams to clutch it out. This is money time, baby. You got to get it done right now.
I mean, you say 50 points, but they can get a chicken dinner with like 40 points. So, I mean, they got it, dude. They got it. They can do it. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, we got a lot of storylines. We got the fight for first. We got the fight for that top 16 spot. Because remember, you got to be top 16. That's the main goal. You got to be top 16 to move on into the finals next week.
And that's I think the if you're right now sitting on that in the leaderboard area, and I think that's going to be by far the main storyline right here. You're going to have to put in a ton of work, and I think it's going to be the inverse from what happened to Cloud9. With Cloud9, they had a big target on their back to make sure that I think that teams they didn't make it here into the Super Weekend. As far as for the bottom 16, though, these top squads, they don't really have any incentive to really gun after them. So if you're on the bottom 16 right now, you have to really kind of prove yourself, I think, and you have to play exceptionally well because, to be frank, I think that a lot of these top squads, when they go against one of these bottom 16 teams, they're just going to full send it, and here comes Nova onto headquarters.
The prize right there. Cat will be getting the first blood. The first blood. I mean, we're 6 minutes into this game. The first blood. All these teams playing really passive here so far. We are only in circle number 1. Headquarters, though, I mean, we've been seeing them pop off here today, always in these early engagements.
Yeah, I think that is their biggest struggle. Them constantly kind of getting caught out, being separate, losing a couple players early on. I think it's that inconsistency is the reason why they are just not having so much success on the leaderboards compared to other teams. Now, when they do have that 4-man squad up and they are firing on all cylinders, they could definitely get it done. At the end of the day, I mean, they're here, right? Just to make it here to the World League West, you have to be one of the top teams on the planet. So if headquarters can just really dial it in, make these adjustments, especially with a team like Cloud9 sitting out, they just have to do it right now. They just can't wait any longer.
12 games to go. 12 games to go. They need to like dial it in yesterday. And losing one member real early on, that's going to set them back. Looking on around here, Jam taking some shots over there on that Ronnie from Nova. Looks like Nova, they know exactly who they are up against, and they got the determination. They look a little hungry right now. We see them making the pull-up just a little closer. HCL will be spotting out Jam taking some shots.
Risky movement right there. And I think that the reason why is, like I mentioned earlier, you know, and I want to ask you this, Dave, real quick, before I even get into that. If, for example, Nova got that thirst onto a Loops member, do you think that Nova would be this thirsty onto this team?
No. You can't, especially this early on. I mean, there's still 16 teams. You're just going to be risking too much. You're going to be risking too much. And that kind of goes to show you the respect level that some of these teams have, you know, developed over the past couple of weeks for one another. And yeah, you know, headquarters, you're going to be down there. You're down there at the bottom. So if you give away this precious information, such as who you are, teams are going to be looking for you.
And I think that that is a factor that is a major one that we don't really talk about too often. At the same time, though, I think that that makes it 10 times more difficult for these squads to really have success. When you are, you know, when you've been struggling so far and a team realizes that, okay, you don't want to, the last thing you want to hear is when another team, when they get a knock on you, they say, it's just headquarters.
Oh,
you know? You do not want to hear that. You know, you want to be like, oh, it's headquarters. We need to go ahead and you know, make some adjustments quickly here. So hopefully, you know, headquarters, they can kind of get it together as a squad and really just start putting in work. Because like you said, I think it's it needed to get done yesterday. But if you want to make it into the top 16, there's just no time to waste.
And to be clear, it's not BM. You know, it's not BM. It's just the truth. Facts. You know, it's just facts. It's looking at the scoreboard, looking at the leaderboards. I mean, headquarters, they're all the way down there. So it's not like oh, headquarters, you know, this team, that team, yada yada. No, it's because of their results here so far that they might be getting bullied. And here we go, looking at this zone, we will get the next shift, and it looks pretty decent for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, pretty circle shift indeed. Now, I do have to mention, you know, now if headquarters was going against pretty much almost any other team in North America, they would be dominating right now. You know, just that.
Oh, true.
There's just the skill cap here at the PMWL West is so high. As look at this, D7 gets the revenge onto Cat.
What was that about? I mean, talk about letting your guard down. Cat just strolling across the street, D7 popping out saying hello. That's going to even it up right now. That's going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, just one little blunder, one little mistake, and you can just have one member down and out so quickly. And I think Nova finding this out the hard way. Not sure exactly what that rotation is. D7 hears them.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Molly! The Molly!
The knock!
Oh, HZL going to be tossing that Molly. But D7 taking down three of them. Taking down 3, now it's just up to AZ from Nova. One member from headquarters is just destroying Nova.
ID7, he is just crushing it right now. Being able to get 3 kills is just huge for his squad, especially, I mean, Nova, they just kind of pushed in one by one, and he was just waiting for him. What a big play coming out from ID7. And AZ, he stuck out. He's not sure what to do. Does he come and help, or does he just try to run for placement points? What a crazy blunder from Nova. Oh, no, and look at this. He's getting caught out right now, and it's over.
Boom. Boom. Just like that. Headquarters coming into this game, 4 kills. Yes, they lost one early on. At the end of the day, they walk away happy. They got that happy meal.
I'll tell you what, if Nova was saying it's just headquarters, they're not saying that right now, you know, as they made a great play right there. ID7, and that just goes to show you that all these teams, they deserve to be here. They put in so much work. They're at play at such a high level. No matter who you are, you cannot slip up. You cannot, you know, let off the gas, because just like that, they can get turned around on you as we're switching over to Frag Machines at Team Umbra.
Ooh, I like how Hall's got that suppressed vector. Will be just pre-firing on into the smoke. Hamudi from Frag Machines is going to be bleeding on out. Crawl and Solomon also knocked in that exchange. Vindex looking to get the confirmed, looking to get the thirst, but cannot move very far because there's so many shots erupting right now. Everybody trying to get the third party on this.
Yeah, you can just definitely see the pressure starting to be applied to all these teams here. We're still in zone number 2, about halfway through this next circle here. ProLord throwing some nades up on top, trying to get a little bit more thirst on the Frag Machines, but Team Umbra's getting third-partied.
Yeah,
all the
don't
way
be too
across the map.
thirsty. Don't be too thirsty. I mean, you already got the knock, right? They'll eventually bleed out. If nobody can spot them, they'll bleed out. You'll still get the point. You don't want to get knocked in the process here very early on.
I think that's one of the biggest struggles when it comes to Sanhok. We see it time and time again. It's like almost these teams have an internal clock in their head. The second you shoot a shot, that is just a big old sign saying, hey, here we are. And speaking of here we are, Vindex catching Freak right there on the rotation up. You just can't try to run towards your knocked teammate. That's a dead giveaway. And yeah, Team Umbra putting in work on this hill.
Like Outplay able to get on over here and attempt to get this revive, but we see the aggression coming out from Umbra, and yeah, Umbra just gonna be pre-firing on into that smoke. Looks like Outplay gonna be hitting that dirt right behind that bush, but Prez will be spotting out Outplay is gonna be spotted. Outplay is gonna be taken down and out. Solomon with the barrel, trying to get the retaliation right now. Can they do it? No, they cannot. They took out one, but they didn't get the thirst.
Yeah, you can just see frag machines, they got caught out wide in the open, and there was a really interesting just kind of laydown play, but Team Umbra with the quick spots, really good eyes to be able to get that knock and just turn that fight around. Well, the fight was in their favor in the beginning. At the same time, though, it could have easily turned around on them, but that flush right there sealed the deal, and I think that's a good solid 4 points for Team Umbra.
Yeah, I like how a lot of teams are sealing the deal very early on here. First set, cooking this grenade. They got wild card right in front of them. Wild card.
Oh, big nade from Sam.
Attempting to return the favor. Going to be cooking one of their own. And here comes the Mollies on the road. Sam will be right across the street. I see Team Queso in the distance. They might be able to third party. Acer going to be bandaging up right now. Dream Eaters looking to possibly get aggressive. Miku needs to heal on up as well. Everybody just peeking these corners, just waiting for that little pixel to show so they can unleash the beast.
And I love to see these kind of kit plays. You can see these teams being so good, just trying to throw all the utility they have to get an initial knock, and that's going to be the big advantage going into this fight. Matic, he's got that Molotov at the ready, just trying to find the right angle, and it's a really tough spot for him to be able to get it. So right now, I just think we're just seeing wild card of Dream Eaters in a big stalemate right now.
Yeah, first set, looking to catch some alternate angles right now in this building, but it looks like their position will be compromised. Here comes the pull-up, so all the members from Wildcard are going to be available for this engagement, and like you said,
I don't know if it's going to happen. They're in the zone. They're in the zone. They're still in the circle right now. I think that's huge, so I don't think these teams are really looking to kind of just full send here. You could definitely see the kit coming out. Now, if one of these squads gets a knock, you know for a fact they're going to come in hot. At the same time, though, with having this zone, this circle, I don't know if it's worth the risk. We see the kill feed going off, and that's it. Football is getting taken out to Loops and Team Queso.
Wow, yeah, at boot camp. Okay, that's interesting. We should have a replay for that in a couple moments. But yeah, we're kind of at a stalemate right now.
I don't think
Crossroads right here. Everybody just, waiting for that misplay. First set might be able to get a knock from their position, but we saw Molly in their building earlier on, so you have to assume Wildcard are aware of Verset's position.
Look at this high-level play, though. I mean, these teams are sitting right next to each other. At the same time, both of them realize, hey, we're in the circle. Why do we want to risk dying right now? We don't want to lose a single member early on. Hey, why don't we just go ahead and hold this spot together, and then once the circle shifts, then we'll fight it out and see who wins it. Because look, this circle, it's coming to bring the pain right now. As B4 is getting caught out, they just hit the blue zone right now. We're going to have to make a rotation. This is only zone number 3. It's not going to hurt too much. But, man, once you start hitting that zone 5, that's not a blue zone you want to be in, for sure.
And you got Dream Eaters and Wildcard passing each other notes on their door said, hey, I'm going to get you. You better
you look that way, we'll look this way.
I'm going to get you. You move a muscle, I'm going to get you. B4 out here in the blue. Next zone does go on up. Looks like Maxon, the last remaining member alive, just running right now. Running. Going to be picking up that first aid. Much needed first aid. Probably won't be able to get the revive on to Levi. Yep, you're down. But, hey, there's a buggy, so that should help in your progress moving forward.
Yeah, and the next zone did end up popping. Wildcard and Dream Eaters are still in this circle here. So I think they're definitely just opting to kind of wait it out, wait for some teams to go down, and then fight it out in the end. But right now we're looking at Team Unique, Frozen. He's got them Spidey senses tingling as Pittsburgh Knights is right across the way right now.
So is Jagger. Jagger's got the Spidey senses tingling, and if those spidey senses weren't tingling before, well, these grenades will be definitely erupting right in front of the Knights and alerting them of the push from Unique. Unique sending Frozen and Milky Way across that land bridge to get up close and personal. Frozen able to get behind this boulder. And here comes the Brigade coming on in hot right now. The Knights need to defend.
Team Unique coming in real hot right now. Knock, knock, who's there? Team Unique,
Jagger
with the laydown, gets caught. Oh, they're just sending it on to Pittsburgh Knights right now.
Yeah, 2 members for the Knights gonna be down, but Unique looking to crawl uphill. J7 still behind this rock. The last one that's actually up right now. Unique just searching all the nooks and crannies right now, making sure they don't get backstabbed. And you know, best case scenario, J7 has some meds to heal on up and just go underneath the radar and get some points for the Knights.
This is looking like a different Team Unique, I got to admit, man. They are just full sent together as a squad. I love to see that kind of play style coming for them, especially when they're so far out of circle. Now, look at this again. Oops, Team Queso. They're sitting in the dead center of zone right here. And I think that we could have the same situation, just kind of like a waiting game. Axel, option to throw a grenade. Does he catch anything? So right now, you can just see the pressure coming down right now. More nades coming out. Loops opting to play it really carefully. And they just seem pretty calm and collected right now.
Yeah, they're calm. They're tucked away. So these grenades, we see them. You know, the attempts from Team Queso, they're going to be getting deflected. Looks like if Team Queso want to get a nice grenade on into there, they might need to expose themselves to the elements on the outskirts. And Loops currently getting ready, tossing out some smokes. They got a nice little spot right here in this zone, so they are in no rush to take any type of fight. And spotted. Unique, you said it moments ago, looking like a different team.
Crushing it. Yeah, they are just pushing together so tight right now, fragging out of their minds right there. Oh, Frozen with the jump, just gets caught by Tensa in the mid-air right there. And now it's Tempo's turn to put on the gatekeep onto Team Unique, but the zone does shift on over to them, so it looks like Team Unique is going to be able to make it in here, but now it's time for Wildcard, all those teams to start rotating into the circle.
Yeah, it's like all the teams keep passing each other the gatekeeper hat right now. Tempo Storm, they got that gatekeeper hat right now. They have Konya Powers down there to the south. They got Unique over there on the edge, and Carnage and J7, you know, from the Knights also in that same general area. So Tempo, they have a nice spot. They should be able to rack up some points. And this is right on the edge. Team Queso Loops still on the edge, still going to be safe for the time being. Now, will they want to take this fight? Well, that's up for debate.
Yeah, it's still in the zone right now, so the pressure is not on them. The pressure is on all the rest of these squads trying to get in the zone. Carnage, he's going to be bleeding out right now. 7 on top of this hill, just with the laydown. Team Unique, they're coming for him though. So you got to be really, really careful right there. I think that might be a couple smokes coming from J7 to stop. Yep, that is going to be some smoke to kind of stop their sight lines. But man, he's got to be really careful because if Team Unique pushes up like a squad, that's going to be a team to be reckoned with.
It will, but they also have to keep in mind Tempo will have sightlines on them from their compound. So J7 will be tossing out those defensive smokes, and hopefully they can continue to survive as Yala Esports will be taken out. So right there, J7 able to get some additional placement points. Now will be attempting to toss some grenades, and Unique, they're pinned. They see some enemies out there in the distance.
Look at this, already only 9 teams remaining now as B4 goes out right here. Zone number 6, this is where the blue zone really starts to hurt. You cannot stand in this one for just even more than a few seconds. Tempo Storm are on the edge of the circle. And like you said, it's like musical chairs, but musical gatekeeper. Wherever the zone goes, that's who's gonna be gatekeeping now. And now look at this, Loops and Team Queso. They're out of the circle. They have to fight right now.
They're out. I saw that initial knock on the Mystic, and I'm surprised. I am surprised Loops did not decide to make that push as a 4-man unit to breach that compound and take out Team Queso. Looks like Marco was able to get that revive on a Mystic. Mystic needs to heal on up. Here comes that blue zone. Both squads are going to need to just make the mad dash, make the push. And Marco going for that pre-fire on into the smokes. Looks like Loops, they're going to be sending 2 out in the open to wrap around the compound and keeping 2 on in the building. Dadden will be going for that spray down. Federal right on top of the squad mates from Team Queso. Mollies are going to be on out. Oh, Team Queso forced to take some blue damage, and I love the musical chairs going on right now for Loops. Loops going to be holding down Team Queso on the outskirts. Here comes Team Queso moving on in with 3. Axel gonna be taking some damage. Dadden gonna be popping down Carijo, able to take out Axel, and now there's just 2 members up for Team Queso. There goes one. It's up to Marco. What can Marco do? Swapping on over. Marco spotted and backstab from behind, and Loops still alive after all that madness.
And Loops just opted to play that one really slow, just kind of gatekeep and wait to see what happened right there. And they do end up the victors out of that battle, but there's the war coming with only 22 seconds left on the blue zone, and they're at the bottom of this hill. Team Umbra had some really good sight lines right there, opting to kind of head towards zone, though. There's still a lot of members up from Loops, though. Anything can happen.
Yeah, so if Loops can get that revive, get the reset, they're going to be the only team with 4 up. The only team. On Umbra, they got 2. On Dream Eaters, they got 1. On Tempo Storm, they got 2. So they'll definitely have the numbers advantage, but it is Sanhok, and it's a
They don't have the blue zone advantage, that's for sure, because here comes the blue, but they do have some smokes right here, so you can just definitely see the pressure come on. They're on the thick side of the circle. The zone's going to close a little bit faster on this end, so now it's up for Team Umbra and Dream Eaters to gatekeep. But oh, here comes Loops.
Dadden with that jump shot with that Uzi. Now it's up to Pro Lord behind that boulder, but don't count out Matic. Matic might be able to backstab him. Matic gonna be out here taking some blue damage, and it is going to be taking them down. Loops, 6 kills, still 4 up. Managed to keep all their members up in that entire push uphill, and now it's up to Spec and Ray and the duo. What can they do? All the way down there, Kowalski already locked in, loaded, ready to take out Spec. Will be right on the other side of Spec's rock. Oh, Spec not moving a muscle. Kowalski bandaging up.
Not moving an inch right now. I don't think they know. They have no idea where Spec is right now. So Loops, you can see the pre-fire coming out. Oh, he does get caught though. It's up to Rain now.
Spec, yeah. 1.
Good luck, Rain.
Or Kowalski already getting aggressive,
and it's all Loops,
like
baby.
That. Loops, yep, Loops. Such an important fight with Team Queso. After that, they are set up. They were able to keep 4 up. They were able to loot those crates, get some more smokes, and we saw how they used it to push up that hill and pretty much just get the GG after that.
I'll tell you what, man, if there's any team when it comes to having a full squad up and they're just pressing out of the circle, you couldn't put your money down better on any other team than Loops. This squad has just proven to be that team. When they have all 4 up, you can just always see something magical happen right here. And what a great execution and well-played game coming from Loops Esports.
Yeah, and I know we didn't catch the fight, but we saw them take an early fight in boot camp as well. So that kind of contributed to their kill count this game. Massive game for Loops, though. I mean, looking to take that first place spot from Cloud9.
And I think they might have just done it with some insane points on the leaderboard. Of course, can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this one right after this quick break from our sponsor.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around.
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good.
One more?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, again, if there were any doubts for Loops and whether or not they'd be able to perform today, they've definitely shown they can with their second chicken dinner. I wonder if they're getting full, because you know what? I think they're getting full just watching them pick up a chicken after another chicken. And I think they've even gotten themselves first place now over Cloud9, if I'm not mistaken here, Seven.
Yeah, more than likely they're going to. And guess what? One of the fights that I was mentioning that I wanted to go ahead and see there was them fighting Team Queso. It did take a while for them to go ahead and fight. I think it was mostly the zone that kind of forced them to fight. It did seem like Team Queso was going to win it, but Loops was able to just come out on top of that. And I think that was huge, because once they won that fight, guess what? The other teams only had 2 players left, and two, and then a 4. So Loops just playing that perfectly.
All right, let's take a look at our rankings then. So many points they got, so many points other teams got, because there was a big fragger in here, Glitter, and we can see in second place.
Oh.
Yeah, massive game coming in from Team Umbra with 14 kills. That's just a huge game for them. Obviously, both, you know, in points, but in overall play, very, very strong showing from Umbra. And then moving on down the list, you see Tempo Storm also having yet another strong showing. So today is just a very, very good day for them today, and I'm sure you're very happy about that as well, Seven. And then as we go farther on down the list, we see Team Queso still being consistent. Headquarters showing up in 8th place with 5 points overall. And then moving on to the second page, it kind of fell off a little bit here, Seven.
Yeah, UDR Killers, I know we just kind of did an interview with them. They were only able to get 5 points, and then we kind of see them from Pittsburgh Knights again, not having the best of days here, as they were also only able to get 5 points. Wildcard Gaming, it's kind of like a hit or miss with them so far today, only getting 4 points. And as we go down even more, Nova Esports, that was one team that we're expecting a lot along the lines of footballers, and today just doesn't happen to be their day. Nova Esports overall for today alone, before this match, they were 14 and 15th place just on points based on today alone.
I think it's been a rough day for quite a few teams we've actually been seeing in there. I mean, we've had Queso kind of shine up and do some decent placings and some decent kills. We had Umbra kind of out of nowhere actually really show up as well, which is really nice to see. Again, we talked about Umbra as being a team who normally played for placement points, but it's good to see them actually get some kills here as we went into our 4th match. Let's take a little bit of a closer look, I should say, into Loops Esports and what they got themselves here in that last match in terms of statistics. Not that much damage. A ton of healing, to be fair, though, here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just another, which is wild that this is even what I'm about to say, but this is another conservative and you know, a smaller game for Loops. And the fact that this is considered not a strong performance for this team is just speaking volumes to what we've seen them do in the past and what we know they're capable of. But they have been consistent today. So, like you said, Seven, you know, excited to see where they end up overall for those leaderboards against Cloud9.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe all of their 8 kills pretty much came on that last circle when they had to make that push towards the top after they destroyed Team Queso. So yeah, they have been very conservative. This is something that we're not used to seeing from Loops Esports. I wonder why. Maybe they're gonna go ahead and just switch it up in future games, but it is interesting seeing so little damage and in a way not as many kills as we're used to seeing from them.
I wonder if they've lost confidence. I mean, again, Cloud9's not playing here. That was one of their biggest contenders when it came to who could win the match. They have free reign of the entire, you know, zone, and yet they're not really picking up the kills or damage that we're expecting out of them, but they're still winning games, right? So we can't really knock them too harshly. They were one of the few teams to get more kills than placement points when it came to like the first 2 super weekends, it felt like. But either way, let's take a look at our do moments and see some of the highlights from that last match. Maybe we can talk about a couple of them as we went further on into the actual game. And well, Nova, I said before, Seven, they had a tough one here.
Yeah, for me, it was actually awesome to see Cat win that engagement up close. But then guess what? Headquarters was able to go ahead and surprise, especially ID7. If I'm not mistaken, Glitter, I believe he ended up squad wiping the whole squad. We will be seeing that in a little bit. And then we see some shots here from Wildcard. And once again, ID7, this was just such a good play by him. He was patient. He made sure he got the angles. He waited for the right moments. And then not really sure what was going on there with that push, Glitter. It kind of ended up backfiring for Nova.
And we've seen Nova do that same push time and time again. They have rushed so many squads at this point, and a lot of the times they do it at the right time. It's typically coming in some sort of a third-party situation where they know the team is on the back foot, and technically that's what that situation was. They knew that they had taken out all of Headquarters except ID7, and so why wouldn't you rush up in a potential 2v1, 3v1 even, because we saw another Nova player up farther in the back. I think that they thought that it was going to be a little bit easier than they was, but ID7 was having absolutely none of it and was not going to allow himself to go down without a fight.
Yep, and then as we're going to other engagements here between Team Queso and Futbolis, this was just such a surprise. We have been expecting a big game from Futbolis, and it hasn't come yet. Not really sure what's going on with that team. And then with B4, going back to what B4 said, they always said that Sanhok was their favorite map. They just don't seem to perform well on it by only being able to get, I believe, was 1 kill and 3 points total there for B4, as we now are seeing Unique, even though they have been a little bit quiet, it feels like they are having one of the best days so far in regards to performances here in Super Weekend, and then now going to the other one. I cannot wait actually to see what kind of damage Tempo Storm was able to put out, because they were a lot more aggressive than the teams like Loops Esports, and I wouldn't be surprised also if we see towards the top there, it's going to be Team Umbra, because remember, they ended up getting 14 kills. This is maybe the most kills Team Umbra has gotten in a match for the whole tournament, Glitter.
Oh, easily. I think it's a team, like you said, that had typically been playing for those placement points, and then this was just a stellar standout performance for them. And now we're actually watching how some of those Tempo players did go down to PK, as they only had 2 up there in the final zone going up against Loops, I believe Umbra, and then maybe a solo from Dream Eaters as well, which ended up being a really, that's the push right there coming in from Loops up onto Umbra, who was above them. And that was just, once we saw, or at least once I saw that Loops had all 4 and the rest of the teams were kind of 2 here, 1 there, I was pretty confident in Loops' ability to be able to push up, even though they didn't have the zone and the blue was at their back. Once I saw that situation, I knew that they were going to be able to pull that out of the bag.
Yeah, we saw Rain getting pushed there by all 4, and it was just, we knew it was game over. It wasn't, there was nothing that he was going to be able to do, because of the push that Loops Esports did. They just given so many different options to shoot at and not standing in a single foul line like we've seen some teams do.
That's the aggression we expect out of Loops the entire time, and yet we only get to see it at the very end of the game. So I really do wonder what's going on within the team, but I also wonder what's going on with the damage from that last match. You're talking about Glitter, you're expecting Tempo to be extremely high, and you know what? I'm going to join you on this one, and we'll see here in just a second how high up they really were. And funny enough, it wasn't even them with the top damage. It was all about Umbra with their 2k damage.
Yeah, that's that is by far the most, especially with the 14 kills. That's really impressive to me. And then we see Loops there with 1200 damage, 8 kills. Tempo with 1300 damage, 7 kills. And going to what you were saying here, Jason, as we see some of the other performances, Team Queso being able to only get 4 kills, Pittsburgh Knights 0 kills, Wildcard 0 kills. In regards to Loops being more passive and maybe worrying about placement, remember how we were always talking about one of the advantages that Cloud9 had over Loops Esports was that their placement points. Cloud9 would always have really good placement points. I wonder if that's what's starting to affect Loops Esports here, if maybe they're just trying to improve a little bit more their placements, not be so aggressive at the start of the match, and then be aggressive towards the end when they realize, hey, now we at least have some placement points secure. Could this be the time to now push for the kills? So I wonder if they're starting to adjust their gameplay accordingly to what they've seen from Cloud9.
So are you saying they're doing that specifically for the Super Weekend to make sure they take that first place away from Cloud9, or are you saying that's what they're expecting, or maybe we're expecting them to do going into finals?
Going into finals, that's the main one. Because here, honestly, they're more than likely going to go ahead and pass Cloud9, regardless of what happens. It's Loops Esports, unless they just start throwing and getting only 1 point per match, then maybe. But I think they're just maybe starting to adjust their gameplay a little bit for the league finals, because they know they're actually going to have to go up against Cloud9, and they know Cloud9, whenever they are like everything's going their way, they can get those placement points, and it's something that's always been a little bit of a downfall there for Loops Esports.
Okay, well, I believe we do have a clip you guys wanted to break down for us. I'm going to guess it was probably Headquarters up against Nova, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it definitely was. And as we're going to be seeing here, our boy ID7, I love that he waited for the right time, and Cat had no idea. And you can tell he had no idea by the way that he was just, everything just happened. You're going to be able to see him there destroy 1 player. And something that happens here that actually surprised me is that Nova Esports is just going to be rushing here 1 by 1 in a way, Glitter. You saw Cat just get destroyed by ID7, and then you only see HCL pushing up. And then after that, that's when you see Shifan now getting in the car and starting to push as well, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is the crash that I think we were all very surprised by, because as that happens, ID7 does take down HZL and then instantly takes down Gfan after he crashes into the side of ID7's hut. So at this point, we were just kind of watching it happen, and it was like you said, had they not gone in one at a time, because you can see how far away AZ is at that point, there was no way he was going to be able to come in and help his teammates. But at the same time, had they rushed together, had HZL not gone in first by himself, then Gfan not followed right away, if they'd gone and just waited 5 extra seconds for each other to catch up, that fight could have gone entirely differently. And because that's not the choice they made, ID7 is able to take down both of those players. And then all that's left for Nova is the confetti. That's what's left, is the confetti.
I'd be careful though. That confetti
What's left is them going back to the lobby. What'd you say?
You gotta be careful though. That confetti can go up in flames really quickly. But the thing is,
not here.
not here. On headquarters note though, they get the 4 kills there, but they only got 1 placement point. So they got 5 points in total. So the 4 kills is great, but it's not going to be enough to catch up to UDR Killers. And well, right now, as we take a look at our prediction points, it might not be enough for me to hold on to my first place, because you know what? Glitter is coming for me. 28 points with your Loops pick, but 7, you and Hotchooks with your 21 from Tempo Storm.
Hey, I said it. Tempo Storm's just looking hot. There's no missing with that team. I wish I go ahead and pick them for the next one, but that's it's not possible because the Commissioner Center. We cannot do it. So
well, the funniest thing is,
congratulations, Glitter. That's the 2nd win so far. Hell yeah.
You see the IDK pick coming from Mustache Dave, because he said football was on air, but he had Nova in the document, and Nova only got 1 point anyway, so it didn't really matter in the end, I guess, for him. But he's still pretty much on 0 points anyway, since he did the double or nothing. Even though he wussed out and didn't go for the reconditioned double or nothing. But either way, it's just the end of the league play, right? We still have the finals for us. Let's take a look at our overall rankings now between all the teams as we move into this. And you're going to see Loops Esports will take the 1st place position. But I will say this, though. Obviously, when we start off the day, you might have noticed Loops might have fallen a little bit further behind Cloud9 than expected. But that was because they were deducted points from games on the 26th when we were in the Super Weekend because of unsportsmanlike behavior for PUBG Mobile. So that's been adjusted, but they took 1st place back either way, and they got themselves, at least in its current track, its current iteration, 50K in their pockets, Glitter.
Yeah, and you need to just take this into consideration though. We're only on the 1st day of the Super Weekend, and it is official, Cloud9 is no longer in 1st place. So moving forward, like we've said a few times now, there's potential to keep knocking them down the list, and that's something to be worried about for them. We see Dream Eaters moving up a few spots before getting knocked down, Queso managing to get themselves up into the top 10, Konina Power and Umbra jumping up. I'm waiting to see when Alpha Legends actually, or if it happens, kind of drops below that top 16 mark, if it's possible, or how far down they can go.
No,
I think no.
There's no way they'll drop
no.
top
They're
16.
not gonna drop below 16. I think they'll drop maybe to 16th place. If UDR Killers continues to perform the way they have, and they continue to just get better every day, and with Team Umbra, Yalla Esports, we've seen how kind of consistent they have been able to do this weekend. I think Alpha Legends could possibly drop to 16th place, but there's no way they're gonna go ahead and drop below that unless Frag Machines and Headquarters just goes absolutely nuts and pulls out a footballist.
Will they get over 203
league play day 1 days?
Yeah, if they pull a footballist, they definitely could. But speaking of footballists, I want to say here, if you guys didn't notice, Loops is in 1st place. What? Huh? What? Loops is in 1st place with 430 points, right? In 3rd place is Footballist with 357. Loops almost have 100 points more than them in our Super Weekend. So I think the threat of Loops not getting 1st place is going to be, not much of a threat, to be honest, with the way they've been playing, with how far of a lead they have. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, and if they go ahead and continue to get chicken dinners, placement points behind that too, I think the storyline for me now is going to be how far down is Cloud9 going to go. Yeah. Right now, in my head, I have them predicted to be maybe in 5th place. I see maybe, quite possibly, teams like Pittsburgh Knights, obviously Footballers, and then Temple Storm, with how they've been able to perform. I think they're going to go ahead and pass them. And then after that, I'll be looking at other fights, like who's going to be fighting for 2nd place, because if Footballers continues to play like this, and Temple Storm continues to play the way they're doing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a good fight there for that 2nd place.
Well, we talked about Loops as well in the 1st week of Super Weekend, got 0 chicken dinners. Now they're on 5. They They've definitely improved in their chicken dinner game, maybe able to close out the matches a little bit better and get themselves up to 5. And you guys at home can also get yourself some sweet things as well, as the Royal Pass Season 14 has come out. You guys haven't checked out and you don't know what's going to be in it, you're lucky. Again, but for one of the last times, you better go cop this and pick it up yourself. Let's see what the pass has for you. All right, as we move into now our final match of the day over on Erangel, let's take a look at the schedule. You can see we have had Loops indeed get themselves 2 chicken dinners. Kanina Power, where have they been? They got the first chicken dinner of the day, albeit with 2 kills, but they've been non-existent since, it feels like to me, Glitter.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we saw that when we noted how safe it was. They were playing down a player and they only had 2 kills, like you said. We haven't seen them have those explosive performances that we saw them have at the very start of PMWL West for opening weekend. And I don't think at this point that they're necessarily going to repeat them, only because they've switched their play style so dramatically. They've now gone for more placement points and they've played so much safer. I don't know if that's going to work for them in the finals, though.
Yeah, it might not work for them in the finals, but one thing we can at least look at here as we get over to Erangel is our map chance graphic. And what that means is it's kind of the top 3 teams and who've won it the most and how much damage they do, as well as how many kills they've gotten on it. And what a surprise, Loops Esports with first place, 27 matches and 3 chicken dinners. But footballs have come, actually even wildcard. Yeah, let's talk about wildcard first of all here. I know, Glitter, you're a big proponent of them. They actually have some pretty damn good damage here considering the teams they're up against.
Yeah, this is actually really impressive, and I'm loving that we can now kind of see these individual map damage stats and kill stat breakdown. I didn't realize how consistent they were on Erangel. I do typically tend to pick wildcard for the last Erangel match of the day if possible. The fact that they technically have more wins than Loops does on this map is really impressive, Seven.
Yeah, and for me, I think the reason why wildcard has performed so well in Erangel, it goes back to how good wildcard was being on the last match of every single time they play Erangel. Remember, that's when it was a clutch factor. At one point, I don't remember if it was a league play week 2, if I remember right, wildcard almost didn't even make it to the super weekend, and then on the final match they stepped it up. They got a bunch of kills, they got 2nd place, and ever since then they just have been performing every single last match. But for Ballas, that's one team I'm definitely gonna be looking at, because they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners one time with both 19 kills a pop.
So as we head into predictions, what I'm hearing out of 7 is Footballist. Is that right?
Nah, see, I was gonna go ahead and pick wildcard, but then I saw Footballers, and I'm actually gonna go with Footballers. They haven't had the best of days so far, but I got a feeling that they're gonna go ahead and wake up. That's one team that wouldn't really surprise me, so Footballers is my pick. Hopefully they go ahead and get 25 kills, please.
I thought you and Glitter were gonna team up on me again on this one. Okay, well, Glitter, who do you have?
I mean, you said it yourself. I'm always a big fan of wildcard, and it is the last match of the day, so that's who I'm going with.
I can see it right now in Twitch chat. Wildcard saying, "Please, no, don't do that to us." That's Footballist does. It seems like every time. It's hilarious. My pick. Can you guys guess who it's going to be? I want to give you the chance to guess who I'm picking.
How many points do I get?
None.
Nah. You got to pick headquarters.
How did you know? How did you know? What did you say, Glitter?
Tempo.
Oh, okay. Glitter, she can read my mind. I went Tempo Storm headquarters.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was Tempo Storm.
Cheated.
What do you mean cheated?
I actually didn't cheat.
I didn't think you did. Don't worry. You don't have to prove yourself to 7. So we got a Footballist, we got a wild card, we got a Tempo Storm. I'm really curious to see what Hot Jukes and Much Less Dave are gonna have as well. And we'll check in with you two after the final match has finished off to break things down.
Bye-bye, Jason.
All right. Oh, 7's so nice. Glitterness says bye to me. 7 does, even gives me hearts. So as we obviously move into our final game of the day, you guys still have some chances to win some sweet, sweet in-game items with the lucky draw currently going on. If you're lucky enough, you can win a limited time outfit that is available here within our lucky draw. You guys can just watch within the game, within the Esports Center. You'll have your chance to win it. And you know what? I'm hearing a lot of you out there are getting lucky enough to pull that one through. Just like you can tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL and maybe talk about how sometimes Glitter's mean to me. To be fair, I'm mean to her as well. And 7, he just likes to be liked by everyone. Just like these two are going to be coming in to join me here for the final game of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hi, guys.
What's happening?
You always look so happy, Hot Jukes. And Dave, you always look so surprised.
Oh, yeah. Just being able to even cast like this level of tournament and get to watch this, I'm just in love with it from start to finish. So I'm always hyped up. Let's go.
Dave, so as we get closer to predictions here, you did say footballist on air. You did choose Nova. I don't know if I can believe in a commissioner who can't tell me the truth and stick to his guns.
Dude, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter at this point. You do what you want. You change up the scores on the fly. You change up my team on the fly.
I didn't change anything, and I can prove that.
True. One day you say what you say on air is what has to be on the dock, or what's on the dock has to be on the dock. Man, you make up whatever rules. So, you know, it doesn't even matter who I pick at this point, because even if I win, you're just going to change it anyways. That's the truth. That's the truth.
All right. You know, if you want to play it that way, Dave,
That's the
I
truth.
will absolutely prove that I did not change any of your predictions and make you look like a fool. But you know what?
You know, I could
I'm not
look
gonna do
at
that
the
'cause I'm
edit
such a nice
history,
guy.
so you know.
You can see
I'm
the
not going to
history.
post screenshots or nothing, but it says
Let's
exactly.
move past
who
it. Let's
types
move past it, even though there's a history that shows who changed what. Hot Jukes, moving into our final game of the day. Loops. I want to talk about Loops in particular. They're in first place right now, but this Loops has definitely looked different than the Loops we've seen in the last few weeks.
It's like a chill loops, so just the kickback loops. You know, with Cloud9 not being here, it's money time for loops right here. So yeah, with a 100-point lead right now, I just think right now they are getting all their shopping lists ready to go.
Okay, well, shopping lists. You got to get some predictions on the shopping list. Much less, Dave. Who do you have for the last game here?
First of all, it's National Avocado Day, so make sure you eat your avocados out there. Who do I have this game? I got Wildcard as well. Erangel, you know, the first map of the day wasn't too hot for him, but I think Circle 1 will definitely go up there to Severny, and they can just, like, you know, hang out, relax, and have a good time in a big-time party that I'm going to.
Yeah, you might do that after that on the beach. Lucky man gets to sit there next to the beach and go chill out in the sun. Hot Jukes, you have a different kind of sun in Texas. Who's your prediction?
And it is hot down here, and hopefully I'm hoping that B4 Esports has a hot game, you know, going into this last match of the evening. Come on, B4, I need them points. Let's go.
Okay, well, gentlemen, as we do have the next match ready to go here, why don't you just drop us straight into Erangel and cover everything that's going to be happening here on this crazy last match of day 1.
Here we go, match number 5, taking it over to Erangel, the map that every single one of these players just loves to play, because this is the one that they have the most experience on, and I think that every single team is more confident on this one than any other map. So here we go, Dave, finishing it out here today.
This is it. This is it. Game number 11. Or no, after this we'll have 10. So we got 2 more days left. So this is the 11th game of the Super Weekend. You know, facts. You know, keeping my numbers in line and looking into the game. Footballists will be the first squad to drop on out, and we'll be on over Corey. We got the Knights right after that. Bada bam, son. I'm looking for, hey, Loops overthrowing Cloud9 that last game. This is, I thought we were going to see this tomorrow, honestly, when Cloud9 started to kind of slip down the leaderboards, but it starts today. And we're already going to see them. That was 25K. They just lost 25K. In one game.
Man, it just
30
goes
minutes.
to show you, like 30 minutes, just like that, how quick the tables can turn on you. And yeah, that's why I was so surprised yesterday when I came in yesterday. I mean, I was panicking. I was like, everyone's like, oh, don't worry, Cloud9's just gonna need a chicken dinner and they're gonna get it. But it's such an interesting fact when you have this level of play, the way the system's set up. When you have a rough day like that, it can go to show you that even the top team, pretty much in the West, can go down. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one will play out. Look at this circle.
Yeah,
southwest side here. Okay, all right. We're playing a water zone here in the last Erangel match of the evening. Let's go.
Hey, you love to see it. We see Umbra. They are going to be near water over there in Rozhok, so maybe they can find an aqua rail or even a boat and go for that classic tried and true strat that they have definitely made their own over here within the West League. Frag machines all the way out there to the east. They are going to have one of the most challenging rotates this game. B4, this is a really good zone for them. They actually will be going for a little split. We see Pedro, Fairpier, Maxon, and crew down there in military base.
Yeah, one thing you gotta mention though too is like loops. You know, now that Cloud9 is of course sitting out, they have both Crates and South Georgia Bowl to themselves completely. So talk about being looted up to the teeth going into this last match, and it's just such a a lot of people that are just kind of tuning in right here may not realize how much of a difference that has to play as we go into the replay really quick here. Oh, ProLord tried to get into that UAS. Guess what? That is a prop. That is not a drivable UAS. Gets ran over by Spec and punched out. The BM, Dave. The BM.
The bait, the BM, the 1 point, the
Trap.
1 point going on over there to Spec. And wow, I mean, if that's, we always get the spicy games. The last game is always spicy. It's always chaotic.
Right.
And that's when the teams and the players start to, get those punches in on each other, those pan knockouts. We've seen it the other day. Hey, look at this.
Daryl,
look for that crossbow. Looking for that crossbow. Looking good. That's my haircut right now, honestly. If I don't put it to the side, I look just like that guy.
That's right, from the Walking Dead event right there. Really cool skin. I don't think that's the first time I believe we've seen it here in the PMWL. So that's really interesting to see. Can't wait to see him hopefully make some serious plays going into this last match right now. Daryl! Come on, Daryl.
Got me some zombies. Looking over here. Didn't mean to take you off your track of your
it's like I just heard Daryl. When you said that, I turned around, because I was like, looking for one of my neighbors. I'm in South Texas here, so there's plenty of Daryls crawling around over here.
What's his catchphrase though? What's Daryl's? You know how they all got catchphrases. What's Daryl's catchphrase? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, let us know, because all I know is that man, when I just think that he's just got that sinister look after he puts in work with the crossbow.
I think he says, "Let's get them zombies." I think that's what he says every show.
I believe that is his motto there. I've seen it on a sticker, a bumper sticker or two for sure.
Yeah, let's get them zombies. The sticker.
Let's get them zombies here. Well, one thing Tempo's getting is a bunch of loot right here at Pachinki, all to the lonesome, hanging out. They don't have to worry about SWAT 69 right now. SWAT 69 is not here. Yeah, so good old Tempo Storm. Yeah, just hanging out and looting up. Free.
Don't got to worry about the zombies this game. I've been trying to message the higher ups to include zombies in comp. You include zombies and the BRDM, red zones, grenade launchers. Like I'm trying to spice things up out here. Talk about spicing it up. Hopefully, Cat can not get thirsted and taken out real early on from the side of Nova. I mean, I made a Twitter post today saying how I loved Cat's addition to the squad, and I feel like definitely a strong player and definitely that playmaker. And yeah, to get taken out first last game, that hit me hard. That hit me hard, man.
And I got to talk to Carnage a little bit last night on the phone, and it's really interesting to kind of like hear his thoughts process going into here, of course, after that insane match with Cloud9 at the end. Also, we chat a little bit about his, I'll tell you what.
Carnage Rage
has the best comms with Jagger, That's for sure. The best communication. For those of you guys that are just tuning in right now, go check out Carnage's Twitter and just see like the inner working team dynamic right there. Because I'll tell you what, when Carnage, says, "Hey, Jagger, I need you to do something," he says it very clear, very concise, and I think I think Jagger understands very quickly what of course Carnage is trying to get across.
Quickly, I don't know about that. I don't know. It takes a couple. I mean, I set it as my alarm, so I wake up every morning to that clip. What? Hey, you're ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go to work right after that. So big thanks, big shout out. Make sure you go check out Carnage's Twitter if you aren't aware on exactly what we are talking about here.
Oh man, talk about just team synergy right there. You know what? It was interesting because when I had to talk to him about that, I know that there's some people that don't really care for that type of like player dynamic or comms, especially in comp. At the end of the day, though, I mean, it's effective. It's effective. Like, guess what? If a player is not, there's so much pressure when you're playing in a tournament like this. So much money on the line. You got the whole world watching you, and sometimes you could get a little bit distracted, and when you're trying to do something, you can kind of space out. And sometimes it takes a teammate, really just kind of, raising up the volume a little bit to make sure that you're able to get your point across right there. So at the end of the day, hey, those comms worked and got it done.
I mean, I'm not going to mention how I spent the whole day in paint, trying to reenact that moment, but...
Oh, I saw that. That was great artwork.
Hey, thanks, man. Hey, second job. So, I mean, to add it to a point, though, all memes aside, I mean, the Knights currently 5th place. They're in 5th place. Out of everybody else, they got Wildcard, Dreamers, B4, Team K. All those teams are underneath them. So, regardless if you agree or not with the team comms, it's working. It is working. They're in 5th place in the West.
Look at this. Well, it worked for Sandro. Man, putting in some work with that DP. Not hitting the mark, though, as Team Queso is going to be able to get the rotate on. We did see Footballist getting into it with loops, I believe, in the kill feed as well. We already have that first one. Yeah, and you can just see right now, all these players are just trying to find a spot. But, UDR needs to be really careful with Team Umbra on this hill.
Yeah, Umbra, they're
my
hungry.
goodness.
Pokus, we heard them in the interview. They're looking to make some plays, make some waves happen here today. And gonna be popping on up there with that M4, attempting to take some shots on the Umbra. But you got 3 members of Umbra. They got a bunch of kills last game. Vindex gonna be tossing the smoke. This should allow them to kind of bridge the gap and get a little closer and take this fight to Pokus.
Well, I'll tell you what right now, Pokus said it. He said, I ain't scared. We ain't scared of these teams. We got the confidence going into this one. Here we go. They're pretty separate right now. They're going to be holding some really good angles onto Team Umbra as PRZ tries to get away, but Nano from a big angle right there. Pokus getting the spray on the Hollis, not able to connect. Yeah, not able to connect with that 4X, but the pressure's on now after that first knock.
I would have thought Umbra had this one in the bag, but that knock going to be allowing the much needed time, the precious time needed for UDR to make that push, make that approach. And look at that, Umbra, they got the revive, they got into that police car, and they straight on turned on the sirens and lights and sent it on into
They got away.
The Sunken City. They got away. Sandro looking mighty aggressive, did not being pinched earlier on, and here comes the blue zone. So they're actually going to be taking just a little bit of blue damage, and hey, they are pinned. They are pinned.
Yeah, they are definitely being held down really well right now, especially considering that they have the blue zone on top of them as well. Now, UDR missed, I think, some pretty big shots right there, unable to get the finish, and it's so crazy how that one little play will allow that door to open for your team. And so Team Umbra, their backs against the wall right now, but they still have another opportunity to make a play here. Oh, you see the kill feed. She-Man blowing up Mystic. Wow, great play from Nova.
The question is, though, UDR, how much time do they commit to this? Because they have to make a move. They're not in the next circle, and other teams are starting to make the approach. You got Frag Machines, you got Unique that might even, claim the area that UDR needs to claim for themselves in this next zone, and looks like they're going to be pretty hungry. They want to get these 3 points. At what point do you just call it quits? You call it what it is.
I don't know, considering that it's Umbra. They did get a knock, so they know for a fact it is Team Umbra. And considering where Team Umbra is on the leaderboards right now, they have a pretty big incentive, I think, to try to take them out early. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. They want Team Umbra to go out, get 1 point, and hopefully get it done. At the same time, though, you make a great point. The longer you stay outside a zone and you prioritize kills, you put your whole entire team in danger of getting caught out early on the rotate in right here. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out for both of these squads.
You're so thirsty. UDR, they're actually pushing outside of the next zone. They're going to be pushing into runes, and I appreciate that they read the rotate from Umbra. They saw the bike play. They knew exactly where they were going to go. But yeah, the hunger, it is just too strong. Team K still 2 up so far, trying to reposition. Dream Eaters might be getting into a conflict here with Frag Machines. We see them in the kill feed. Solomon, Loka, so 2 down from each of these squads. Samudi behind this UAS. Don't be shooting your own UAS. You might need to use that. Toffee's getting in their buggy, looking to reposition, and Matic asking for help right now. They need the support so they can get this revive.
And it looks like they are going to be able to get it right now. Loka, he's taken down and out. Frag Machines are off on the rotate, running right into Pittsburgh Knights. And you can hear those shots come out. Freak hitting the U-turn right there. Said, I'm out of here. Guess what, team? There is people on this hill. Do not come this way. And Frag Machine goes right into Team Queso. He runs him over.
Runs him over. Oh,
what a
my
play.
goodness. Getting knocked out.
Here comes Frag Machines.
You as Outplay pulling up for that support. Should be able to get the revive. And talk about a Christmas miracle right there. Oh, my goodness. Jukes.
Look up to the sky and say thank you after that play. What an insane injection right there. And you know what? I'm going to tell you what right now, Dave. If I am that man, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say that was a set play. 100%.
Dude,
you know, 100%. Calculated right there. What it is. I mean, that's one for the highlight reel. That's for sure.
In the calculator. That's what that is. The watch calculator. I mean, they got it. They got the numbers.
Hey, give that man the watch after that play right there. That was disgusting.
The calculator award right there. All right, we're going to see where this next zone goes. Looks like B4, Fair Pier.
Oh, my goodness.
Hard. Look what's in the middle of this zone. The bridge.
The bridge right now. Oh, man, I tell you what, all these teams are devastated after this circle. I believe this has got to be the worst circle I think you could have possibly seen right here. But if you're Yala, B4, Temple, all these teams that have been sitting in here, you got to be pretty happy right now because it's time to put on that gatekeep happen. Oh, look, we got to see the replay. We got to see the replay here. Okay, watching Spec, on the top right, putting in some, gets the 2-piece right there on a wild card.
There's 3.
There's the 3. And man, Tempo Storm. Will he get the 4v? He gets the 4v1!
Holy camole! I told you it was avocado day, but out here making their own guacamole. Wild card. What?
Holy guacamole right there. What a play from Spec right there. Crushing. Just taking out wild card in the 4v1, and that's wild card out in 16.
4v1? Dude, that's disgusting. All right, that's disgusting. I loved how they swapped. So they got a full set. They got 3 kills with the DP, swapped to the M4. Let's go look on over. Nova, they were able to crash on into the first floor. Yalazana right on above them. This is the IGL.
Oh, the grenade!
We'll be calling in for that support. 1 grenade connecting onto HCL. Can we get another grenade?
Get it on the Cat?
And gonna be tossing that one on the Cat, right onto Cat. Oh, Cat jumping in that buggy. The grenade plus the shots from the M4 and the insta thirst right there. Xana from Yala. The IGL is putting in work, clocking in right now. Meanwhile, their squad mates across the road, they're going to be coming in for that support. AZ underhanding the grenade. Sheepman knocked immediately. AZ, the last one alive. Go for that spray down. You're done. You're done. Yala Esports taking down Nova Esports here in Game 5.
Yala Esports right here. What is this? Every last match has always got to just crank it up to 11 right here. We're just seeing plays coming out all over the place. Loops right now getting it onto football list. This zone is intense. This match is intense. Let's go.
Loops, Knights. Oh, that and Raven. Raven no longer. So yeah, next zone, we talked about the madness that is about to unfold. B4, they actually sent it across the bridge. They don't want to be involved with this mayhem. And we got Football's Lutz right there in that gas station area. Yala Esports still, setting up camp after that Nova engagement. I'm looking at this. Loops, Knights, because you know what? Umbra, they are on the approach. Umbra are looking to pull up into this general area, so it's gonna make some things spicy out here.
I'll tell you what, Loops, they're a team that's not normally content with just sitting next to another squad. When they smell blood, they want to go ahead and press the issue. I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Loops just trying to put it a little bit further onto Pittsburgh Knights. And Hollis, he was just sitting right there for a good while, ends up getting caught out.
Nice spot. I respect it. I respect it. Next zone does going up. It hard chips away from B4. And here comes the Knights. The Knights, they are on that second story. Looks like Carnage going to be bolting on out. Carnage going to be going in that side shack with the AKM. And we got 3 members of Loops looking to take them out. Looking to take them out. That in with that Uzi. Carnage going for that spray down, but Carnage immediately taken out, spotted, and just like that, the Knights down and out here. 12th place position in game number 5.
Loops just doing what they do best, man. They have that 4 squad. They just push together so tight and are able to get it done. And with those shots and that kill feed, Hollis is going to know that is Loops right there. So you can definitely see him opt to just kind of take another position. We're switching on over to Dream Eaters, of course. At the north side of the zone. 7 kills right so far. Dream Eaters doing really solid this match.
Solid gold, and they're looking to make it platinum out here. Miku going to be tossing out some grenades, trying to fish out the members from Unique down there below, and got that Scar in hand, ready to use it, looking to get the initial knock, and I wouldn't be surprised, 7 kills so far, if we see that insta push come out from Dream Eaters.
We saw
how many grenades do they got?
Like they're just throwing every single one out right now. They do not want to leave it at all up to these players to, you know, get some shots onto them. So any kind of nade, any nade knock, we've just seen it so many times how it just turns the fight around for your entire squad right here. And Dream Eaters, they're out of the circle right now. Oh, but they're full sending it in one vehicle.
Oh, the drive-by! The drive-by! First set is going to be spotted.
Vehicle.
Everybody in the dirt, in the grass, and the misplay coming on out right now from Dream Eaters, feeling themselves just a little too much. Miku just driving off into that sunset with that buggy. 3 kills to their name. I don't know, Jukes. I don't know.
Yeah, not today. There's no way you can try to drive, especially past a squad or even 1 or 2 members in open top UAS this late in the game. And Dream Eaters finding that out the hard way, losing 3 members really quick. And Miku just driving away in this buggy, trying to survive. But look how many teams he's about to drive into.
Yeah, going to be driving right into the water. And hopefully B4 did not spot that play out, because it is going to be a shooting range. Does look like B4 currently occupied with taking some shots onto Yala with their 2-2 split. They're still going to be in the zone. So I guess if you are Miku from Dream Eaters, just, you know, be thankful that you're still alive.
Hold your breath. Hold your breath right now. Yeah, you're in that water, and you do not want to peek your head out for too long. And I think that that's exactly what he's doing right now, just trying to swim, survive, get as many points as he can for his squad. Dream Eaters had a really good, solid game earlier, trying to add some extra points to their total. And Team Unique, now they're getting gate kept. They're on the edge of circle. They're still inside here. Oh, Spec, great shots. Good support from the rest of that Team Unique squad.
The second game in a row. Tempo, they gate kept Unique last game in Sanhok as well. Tempo Storm, they had the compound, they were looking uphill. Unique were making their way downhill.
Sarah's in the buggy.
I mean, they gotta wipe their eyes and like deja vu all over again. McZero, like you mentioned, in the buggy, looking to use that to get a better view on what might be over there. And they're ready to go. They are just waiting to see where his next one goes. Oh, Miku might have been spotted right there from McZero, so hopefully they got a snorkel.
So close, so close. I think you're right. Team Unique is saying not again, as they got to deal with Tempo Storm once again. The circle does shift on over. It's dead center right here on this western bridge of Erangel. B4, it looks like they are going to be in zone right here. Levi catches Yala on the rotate. They do end up giving away that house up on top of the hill. Heading on over to the Wizard Tower here. Oh, this is going to be an intense match. As there's not very much cover in the zone. Lord catches out Maxon and gets the thirst.
Wow. Yep. There's 5 kills so far onto Yala. And not only that, Lord recognizing the push out there to the north on Konina Power. So they're going to be right in their sight lines of that DP. That thing ready to just get unloaded. Pedro, really good spot. Hopefully they can remain there for the time being.
Oh, look at this.
Caught out. We see some shots being shot in the distance. Rob with that mini, and Unique, they got a shack. 4 to a shack. It's a little contested in here.
Team meeting right here in the last match right here. They are sitting in that shack, and they are not going anywhere right now. And you can see the smokes coming out. Now this will give rid of their sight lines right here. I'm really interested to see that smoke, because you can always put your team at risk of getting full scent on right there. So you got to be really, really careful. One bad smoke can mean the whole team down and out. Oh, and there goes Miku, caught out in the water from Dream Eaters. And Loops, they're on this rotation right now on top of the beach. They got to be really careful, though, as they're getting caught out by Yala.
Here comes the push from Loops, and I want to say the push, but there's only 2. And now there's only 1. There's only
none.
1. They just got demolished, you know, trying to reposition right there. And I believe that's that. They're done. That was unusual from Loops.
It's a tough zone right here, that's for sure. This rotation is highly difficult, and Loops end up pushing on this Wizard Tower, but they got caught both by Yala Esports and B4 Esports, and I think right then and there, they knew that it was all over.
Looking at Unique still, I mean, they're going to walk out that shack.
The Gonzo!
Day it is. Oh, Gonzo.
Again!
Just
a snake
trying
for
to
Kunina
stay alive.
Power.
Yeah, I mean, always, every single game, Gonzo is like that last one up. And Gonzo actually going to be fighting Milky Way, you know, getting a taste for themselves. And it's like Tixie across the road. And here comes the mini red zone on top of Gonzo. Unique. They want to take out Gonzo. They did not appreciate that knock. That one grenade. Gonzo run away, hit the dirt. Still going to be alive, about 50% HP. Saw their life flash before their eyes right there.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Gonzo definitely got that adrenaline pumping after seeing that grenade. It was way too close for comfort. The next zone shifts onto Yala Esports and B4 Esports. They are in prime position to take this game. It's just gatekeep time right now. Tensa, spotting out Team Unique, but unable to hit the shots.
Okay, Spec with the AUG A3.
Buggies.
Able to get one knock in. They're not going to push that shack. They're not going to push it. They're going to use this opportunity
onto
to
Yala
rotate and get on into the zone. And hey, they're pulling up right where Loops pulled up moments ago. And let's see if it works out better this time for Tempo, because we know exactly how it ended for Loops.
Yeah, and you can just definitely see that Zana's already docked from Yala. That's going to open up the door for Tempo. Tempo still gatekeeping right now. Both Kunina Power and Team Unique off separate from the rest of his squad. Oh, look at this. Both members in this Wizard Tower from Yala, they're knocked it out. So that's it. They're not getting picked back up. It's all up to a
They got smokes, though. They got smokes. They're smoking it up. So it looks like they might attempt
here comes Kunina
the revives, but Kunina Power is going to be seeing this in the kill feed. Center Rob to investigate the situation. Rob able to pull up, get up close and personal. Two members on that second story from Yala. Now Rob going to be smoking this one up. Going to be happy for the time being with their position. Probably calling back to his squad mates that it's good to go. It is ready. Let's go. And here comes Kunina Power trying to make that pull up, and they are going to be able to make it on into that first floor and share it for the time being with Yala.
What an insane rotation right there from Kunina Power. So risky, but it does pay off big time, as this is one of the best spots left in this map. B4 putting in some work in the kill feed. We're starting to see kills go all over the place right now. Zero gets knocked. It's all to a Nas. Rob Didi knocked his own teammate.
Grenade. That's huge. And Anas, self-inflicted molly. Is Anas going to take themselves out?
What is
Anas
going
is the
on?
last person alive for the squad. Zero's like, what are you doing? Pulling back. Zero looking for that revive to at least have two up for Yala Esports. And both teams making some crucial mistakes right here.
What? That was so close right there. Almost thirsted his teammate. Pedro puts out a quick pop shot saying, yeah, we're still here.
I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing a grenade, the ricochet.
That would have been insane.
Wow.
So close.
Rob, though, you know, making the push on out after that grenade. Going to be going for that pre-fire, but not connecting. They definitely know. They definitely know. Let's see. Second time.
The jump out.
Oh, Zero with the drop shot. AKF not able to connect on the outskirts right now. Trying to stand their ground, but Kunina Power is push on out with that wraparound, and they're going to secure this compound for themselves. We got 3 teams up. That's
Phenomenal play. Phenomenal play from Kunina Power. Great nade. And the second that happened, gets off, gets the knock, and quick comms from the rest of his squad. They just end up flushing that last member from Yala. So now it is all up. Yeah, 3 squads left. Tempo, they got the zone right here. They're in prime position, but Pedro OG putting in some big work on Tensa.
This rock, I mean, Pedro and
this
rock.
End.
This could be it. Rain going to be attempting to get this revive, and it does look like it's coming on out. Spec will be in the Wizard T holding down B4. B4 on the outskirts of this zone. They don't really have many options to push right now.
No, they don't. There's only one way that they can go, and that is right down this the side of this bank of this hill right here. And Tempo knows that Spec has a great angle here, and I don't see any smokes coming out from B4. Oh, this might open the door for B4. And Kunina Power's pushing on a Tempo.
They're pushing. They got the smokes. Spec doesn't even know what's coming. Now, Spec is aware of the push from Kunina Powers. Rob was chunked down pretty low in the process, needs to heal on up. Spec also forced to heal on up. This could be the opportunity that B4 needed. I don't see him moving, though.
So huge. They're throwing smokes out right now. We're starting to see that smoke wall come in. They are trying to get some work. Rain with a huge nade onto Rob Dini.
Look at Rain. Trying to get up close and personal. Trying to provide the support right now for Spec in that second story. Gonzo still going to be crawling. Rob going to be crawling back to Gonzo behind this crate, looking for their revive. Smokes are going to be on out, and we might be able to see the reset right now. Pedro crawling, hitting the dirt, snaking it on out. They pull up with that buggy. Oh, in the tail end though, Spec taking out 2 members right now for Konita Powers. It's up to Gonzo to get the double revives, but Spec has clear sightlines on. Axer will be taking out 1, and Gonzo attempting to get their squad mate up right now. These smokes are everywhere. Spec is just spraying on into there, seeing if they can get lucky.
9 kills. Oh, what a nade right there from Pedro. Does it connect? Here comes another one, though. Tensas might be in trouble. Levi gets knocked from Spec. Oh, Spec is just a wrecking crew.
Pedro
they take out B4.
Gonzo tossing out that molly onto Spec. Spec is going to be burning alive.
He's big
right
time
now.
on
7
fire.
kills so far. Forced to hit that corner and heal on up. Gonzo and Rob, 2 for Konita Power. Survive. 3 for Tempo Storm, the 3v2. Spec going to be vaulting on out that second story. Going to be pushing back up to get that alternate angle. Tensa going to be pushing on up to the first story. Rob, barrel in hand, trying to go for that spray down. Now it's up to Gonzo with that Bob Barker versus Og, and the Og from above. Tempo Storm getting a chicken dinner here. Tensa 6 kills, Spec 7 kills. Wow.
And Spec with the huge angle right there. Just talk about being in the house and taking it to the house. I mean, man, it was all up to him, and if he got knocked right there, it would have just been devastating for Tempo Storm. But Spec realized the position he was in with a great movement and great shots, just getting it done in this last match here of the evening.
I got to give MVP award, at least on the squad, Konita Power for Gonzo. I mean, Gonzo got so many revives that game to kind of reset and at least get the attempt to fight another battle, right? I mean, Gonzo always coming in clutch right there, but, you know, just biting off a little too much more than they could chew. I mean, Tempo, though, playing the coast, playing that beach so well, so passive, and I mean, they had it down, man. They had it down.
Yeah, we saw them spreading out, gatekeeping multiple teams together, and Tempo, at the end of the day, just getting it done. Something that we love to see. I mean, we could have asked for a better match to finish out today's games right here. That's going to be it, of course, for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Can't wait, of course, to see what the desk has to say about this entire match worth of games right after this quick break from our sponsor.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we saw the clouds rolling in, but little do we expect the storm to blast away their opponents. Tempo Storm getting themselves a chicken dinner and quite a few kills on top of that. And honestly, there's quite a few different plays we can talk about over the course of the entire match, but one thing we wanted to mention was Spec inside the tower.
Yes.
This man just could not die.
Talk about being indestructible. He kept getting thrown grenades, Molotovs. It didn't matter even when he was on fire. At one point, I thought he was going to go down. He wasn't able to jump out of the tower, went back up on the tower. What a crazy play, man. And I'm actually really happy that Tempo Storm was able to go ahead and pull off that win, because this has been by far, not even close, one of the best performances in a day from Tempo Storm. And I think they just were able to take so much advantage of certain situations, be consistent with kills, be consistent with placing, and something we talked about it. Tempo Storm has been super quiet when we talk about teams, but they stepped it up to another level, and this is going to be a scary team if they go ahead and continue to be the way they're being right now.
Well, let's take a look at the rankings from that last map, and we can see how many points they did earn from it. 13 kills, 33 points. Konita Power, though, got to give them credit. You know, again, they started off things strong, getting the first game of the day, but then they got quiet there after that, Glitter.
Yeah, and this, this once again, this isn't like a crazy kill-wise performance, but they got another second place, and they still had 6 kills to boot, so this is going to be a huge boost for them in the points overall. B4 having a very strong performance with a 3rd place 7-kill finish as well. And Yala, I feel like we need to keep kind of touching on Yala a little bit. They have been so consistent all day today. This is just continuously solid gameplay from them, and this is what they really need here in our final Super Weekend to keep jumping up on those leaderboards. And then we see UDR Killers down there in 8th place, able to keep kind of ensuring that they are keeping that lead ahead of both Headquarters and Frag Machine 7.
Ain't nobody catching UDR Killers if they continue to play the way they've been, especially Headquarters, even though they are getting better points now. More than likely, it's just not going to go ahead and happen. Now, we see Nova Esports as one team that we've been wondering what's going to happen here today. They just didn't have the greatest of day. Hopefully, they can go ahead and switch it up for tomorrow. Team Queso, what a surprise there, especially after what we saw in Sanhok out of them being able to only get 1 point. Just very unlucky. And then my team, the team that I pick, Footballers, they let me down. I was hoping that they would finally go ahead and start that engine. No.
I thought you had B4 and Glitter had Yala.
Yes.
Talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, oh shit. Yeah. True. Yeah, I have B4. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. I think that's true. We definitely won't be able to see it later on. Let's see the stats, though, out of Tempo Storm and what they did pull off. You can see the 2,300 damage, the only 500. I feel like the 538 healing, at least half of that was spec at the end of the game.
Yes.
It has to be.
Yeah, I think maybe all of it, honestly, from what we saw. That man just had to keep on. I'm so glad he had the heals for it. And I'm so glad that he was actually able to survive, because him being able to survive that kind of gave just such a big cover to his teammates that were fighting other people and kind of moving up too. And that he's the main reason why they got that win, to be honest.
Let's take a look at our top players, and I'm pretty sure Spec will be there, and I even want to dive a little bit further into him. Yeah, look at that 1,200 damage. What was so important out of him was with him in that tower, he was fending off Kunina Power and B4. And we had B4 come from the beach side and actually attack his 2 other teammates. I think Tenza was in there, and I want to say Rain. But then he just turns around, takes down 2 players, turns back around, back to Kunina Power. He was a man with his head on a swivel, really picking up the kills here, Glitter.
Yeah, some of the nades that were coming out of Spec were just impressive in those final few moments there at the end of the game. But also, we've seen Tensa up here a couple times today alone. So clearly, they're having a great individual consistent day as well. But it's nice to see Zana up here as well as Pedro.
Yeah, I feel like with Yala, they actually did really good on that compound that they were holding on that building. They just kept knocking people, especially with nades. They were so good.
Well, I mean, Loops came up to their compound. They said, no, you stop here. You're done after this one. As we take a look at our do moments from this, it's probably going to be in there when they just shut Loops completely down. But again, such a crazy final match. Honestly, I feel like we've had so many good final matches. Like, I think over the league play, those last 2 days, we had amazing ones. Even here, we had a fantastic one. Even some fisticuffs coming out.
Yeah, no, the last one, I'm kind of glad the casters pointed out. It did seem like he was trying to jump on that the UAZ. He just wasn't able to. And this was super lucky by Frag Machines when he got knocked out of the car, and then he kind of aligned the car in the right path so he would also be able to knock the other player. He got so lucky with that, because if he wouldn't have done that, if that wouldn't have happened, he would have ended up dying. And we're seeing why Spec was able to get so much damage. And this one, we'll be breaking down in a little bit. The Yala pretty much going up against Nova Esports. This was just a great play, and something that kind of we were talking about there, Glitter, just how good Yala was with grenades as well in that compound.
Yeah, they have really kind of picked it up today, but they were doing such a good job of kind of holding their ground against Nova when they were in that battle. But like you said, we'll touch on that a little bit later, then jumping on board with Loops there just for a second, seeing Kayowski able to get some knocks as well. And I feel like I was a little bit surprised with Loops going out, considering they were actually able to still pull down 8 kills for themselves here in this match. But definitely not the ending that I think I would have necessarily anticipated for them. We see Yala right there getting a few more kills to their name. I've just been so impressed with the way that they have improved from the beginning of PMWL West up until this point, 7.
Yep, and then from the next one that we're going to be I want to talk about is B4 being able to get 7 kills there. B4 was relatively quiet from what we've been able to see from them. And another team that I want to talk about that we were kind of saying with Konina Power, 6 kills is not what we're used to seeing. But I was looking back at their stats, and this might be the new Konina Power that we kind of expect from here on out, as they really haven't been able to pull that many kills even when they win. Remember, they won the first match in Erangel, and they were only able to go ahead and get 2 kills. And the most kills they have had today was this match right here. So could this be the new Konina Power? Maybe not so high up with the kills, but consistent placement, hopefully.
Maybe. I mean, consistency is the name of the game, as we've been talking about, and damage numbers is what I want to talk about now, because I'm pretty sure Spec alone had more damage than probably a lot of the teams out there. He sat around 1,200. We'll see where he matches up against everyone else. We put it up on the screen here, and well, as you can see, that is a lot here coming out of Tempo Storm. 2,300 compared to everyone else.
That is just okay. So they had 2,300 for them for 13 kills alone, and then as you move down the rest of the list, you see Konina Power, like you said, 7. This is a very strong showing for them today, especially when they started off with only 2 kills in game 1 at 1,600 damage. Yala had almost 1,900 damage. They weren't even that far behind in overall damage compared to Tempo Storm, and still had 7 kills to their name. They are just consistently impressing me right now. And then as we move farther down the list, Loops was still able to do almost 1,700 damage with their 8 kills. So even though they did go out a little bit earlier than expected, they still are definitely being consistent for the day at least. And Dream Eaters, I did not realize that they had 7 kills with almost 1k damage.
Yeah, they've been kind of quiet today, honestly.
Yeah.
I know they ended up getting a win, but besides that, in a way, they've been kind of quiet in regards to just kills. So 7 kills for them is pretty good. And then just going back to the other ones that we kind of touched on base throughout the whole day with Futbolists not performing like how we expect them to, and Pittsburgh Knights, they just having an off day.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're allowed to have an off day. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, technically you're going to make it into finals, but it does come down to how much money you want to win here in the last Super Weekend. I think we have a clip you guys wanted to talk about coming in with Yala and a compound and grenades and kills and everything being thrown into this one. Probably even some confetti at the end.
Maybe we'll see. Don't jinx it, Jason. And we are going to be talking about Yala Esports versus Nova Esports, because this was one of those interesting fights. Now, something I want you to go ahead and keep an eye on is my boy Zana, because guess what? He's just gonna be grabbing them hot potatoes and then just throwing them all over the place, especially through Nova being able to do some damage there on AC. Is gonna make AC back up, and then right away he starts just pretty much getting another nade, and he's also gonna get a knock, and on top of that do some more damage on Shifan, which as soon as you see that, you're gonna see those two players just kind of back up, say, you know what, let's go ahead and rethink this this strategy here. And right away you see Sana going again for another grenade, and he's gonna do some damage on Cat and also get the knock there. I think him being able to get those 2 knocks was huge, and something that you're gonna be able to notice here, especially towards the top, is you're gonna see his team, as soon as he gets those 2 knocks, they are gonna go ahead and go for that push. They're gonna say, yeah, you know what, I think it's time we go ahead and go for it. So it's something that I love seeing from Sana, and it's not only this time, we saw them do it a couple times, and you're gonna be able to just see Yala take full advantage of that here, Glitter, as they're just gonna come over and clean up.
Yeah, and that was such a strong play from Zana specifically to be able to even get Nova on that much of a back foot, to allow his teammates to kind of rush in and help him finish out that entire team fight. It was almost, it started off very Nova-esque as we saw them rush in. Cat did try to kind of stay back and see if he could get a different angle on whoever they were potentially rushing, but Yala just completely turns that around on Nova.
Well, even something similar happened with Konina Power attacking the same compound, where they get a knock on some man up towards the top of the roof, but a nade comes in to hold them back and to stop them. And you know what time it is, by the way, as we get towards the end of the show?
Oh, man.
It's our talent prediction time. We're going to see what our standings currently are here between all of us, and we're going to see some big points being picked up for everyone. I think everyone honestly had a pretty good day. I think, yeah, pretty decent day, I'd say.
This was definitely one of my best days. Congratulations once again to Jason for being able to maintain there his first place. And then, wait, what is this? Glitter getting just closer and closer to that 3rd place after getting another win.
She's
Glitter.
She's bringing home the
Jukes,
points.
I'm coming for Jukes.
Jukes was able to be consistent today too. 10, 21, 17. Not bad at all. By the way, everybody currently watching, if you guys ever do predictions too, feel free to go ahead and tweet it at us, and also tweet it at PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll love to see what you guys are kind of choosing over there at home in regards to predictions for matches.
You know, I think if we work hard enough, Glitter and 7, we can maybe get Hot Jukes to predict Cloud9 tomorrow. And then from that, Glitter can easily overtake him. So I think if we really focus on this, it might work out. We saw our overall rankings for our talent predictions. Let's take a look at the overall rankings from how these matches have gone now across all of our super weekends. As we saw before, Loops do take that first place, but Glitter, look who's sneaking into number 3.
Yeah, Tempo's able to jump over Footballist right now, really taking advantage of the slow day for Footballist and the stellar day for Tempo Storm. So they are just currently working on securing themselves even more money after this entire super weekend is all said and done. B4 jumping back up a little bit in the ranks. Still waiting on a chicken dinner from them, though. They've consistently been here on our first page and still haven't gotten that chicken dinner. So when they do, I think that could potentially turn the tides for them. Konina Power actually managing to get themselves up into 10th overall. And this is huge for them, seeing as we'd mentioned at the top of the show, they were in 16th coming out of the very first super weekend, 7.
Yeah, and with Footballists, I think this might be one of their worst days by far. They were only able to go ahead and collect, I think it was 17 points, if I'm not mistaken, and Tempo Storm taking full advantage of that. Now, as we go here towards the second page, guess what? Team Queso is going to be losing one slot there, but they're still ahead of Alpha Legends, and I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing them, especially tomorrow. A lot of this teams here, especially Nova Esports, Umbra, Yala Esports, wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and pass their Alpha Legends by tomorrow. And then UDR Killers, we mentioned it was we thought it was going to be a lot closer of a fight there in regards for 16 play, with Frag Machines being there and Headquarters being their first super weekend. But I'm not surprised, honestly. UDR Killers has been playing just so consistent. They've been improving every single time, and it goes to show. I think they're, as they mentioned, they want to go ahead and put up a great performance so they can hopefully end up on the top 3 and get those weekly prize money.
I mean, the thing is, they were only 93 points ahead of Frag Machines and Headquarters at the start of the day. Then they ended up 110 points ahead of Frag Machines and 120 points ahead of Headquarters. So not only have they taken that lead to run away with it, they've lengthened it even further, making it that much more difficult for these two teams to catch them into 16th place. I do wonder now, thinking ahead, we talked about this before at the top of the show, 7. Now, if you're these two teams, what do you do tomorrow?
Tomorrow is just go crazy, man. Make a name for yourself. At this point, more than likely, you know you're not going to be able to make it to the league finals. But guess what? You are on the last super weekend. You can go ahead and do certain plays that will be leaderboard changing, maybe for some of the top teams. Maybe go ahead and test yourself out. Hot drop somebody that's currently up there. Make a name for yourself. Make a montage out of it. Share it on Twitter. That way PUBG Mobile Esports can reshare it. I think it's time for that for those teams.
Okay, we know it's also time for 7. It's time to end off the show. You guys go get some rest. Thank you very much for all your work today. And we'll check in with you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys. Glitter still doesn't tell me bye. I'm a little bit sad. But you guys watching at home as well. That does round things up here for PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, Day 1 of our 3rd and final Super Weekend. Obviously, a big shout out to those two. Big shout out to our commentators. And of course, our production crew here in Katowice, Poland. So tomorrow, 11 a.m., we'll continue here our 3rd Super Weekend into our 2nd day and get one day closer to finding our 16 teams for the finals.